This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 951. This thunder attachment ability is interesting. I wonder if it can attach red gold lightning energy to the body. Zhou thought to himself, as he immediately poured the Thunder Leviathan Gene Potion into his mouth. Later, Lung Liang also sent Zhou an item, which Zhou extracted directly. Ding! Obtained Ink Shadow Pearl X1. Ding! Ink Shadow Pearl increases the speed attribute cap by 100 points after use. So many goodies, one after another. Zhou exclaimed, then used the Ink Shadow Pearl, increasing his speed attribute cap to 1200 points. While Zhou was consuming various speed-enhancing foods, Chen Xian sent him an item that caught his eye. Ding! Obtained Photon Crystal X1. Ding! Photon Crystal, one of the materials for breaking through the upper limit of the third stage speed attribute. Where did you get this? Zhou messaged Chen Xian to ask. I found it in a treasure chest during the trial. Chen Xian replied. What's the content of the current trial? After all, the trial was about to begin in a few days, and Zhou wanted to know the intensity of the current trial. It's just searching for treasure chests in various king-level leviathans. Pretty boring, Chen Xian said. Can you kill the king-level leviathan in the trial? Zhou asked. That? I haven't tried it. Chen Xian was stunned by Zhou's question. She had never considered attacking the king-level leviathan in the trial before. After all, the scorching cold energy in her body was not enough to kill a king-level leviathan. Afterward, Zhou briefly chatted with the three of them for a while, before concluding the conversation. At this time, Huanlin was about to arrive at the island, but to conceal his identity, Zhou did not allow Huanlin to approach directly. Instead, he let Huanlin rest on the seabed near the island, while he rode his wind wings back to the island for a leisurely stroll. Then, he quietly returned to Huanlin's stomach. Zhou took a Metamorphosis Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal from his locker and placed it into the digestive tank. He then added a large amount of the algae called Star Kelp sent by Jiang Haitao to the digestive tank. Ding! Star Kelp. When consumed by the Metamorphosis Leviathan, its growth rate increases by 500%. After the growth energy from the Metamorphosis Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal was completely consumed, Huanlin's body length increased by 50 meters, reaching a total length of exactly 1 kilometer. All injuries on its body were also completely healed. I wonder what's happened to the rainbow energy tree. I hope it's alright. The rainbow-colored rainbow heart is a crucial ingredient in the ultimate formula for transforming Leviathan into a food transformation. If the rainbow energy tree is lost, it's hard to say when another one will be found. Zhou moved his mind and, through the system interface, attempted to teleport into the rainbow energy tree's rainbow bubble space. The next second, Zhou's body vanished in a flash of blue light, reappearing in a misty environment. Fortunately, the rainbow energy tree is alright. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, confirming the teleportation was successful. But just then, a swarm of multicolored light spots appeared in the bubble space, flying towards Zhou and encircling him. These were indeed triangle fireflies, but their number was much smaller. Zhou released his mental power to scan the insect nest, discovering that many triangular fireflies were stuck inside, unable to move. It seems they're unable to fly because they lack the levitation factor. Zhou then took out some levitation factor and fed it to the triangular fireflies circling him. By the way, where are the electric fur ball and the brilliant sea snake in the phantom scale stomach wall? Zhou suddenly thought. There was no way. The system interface had just been restored, and he had too much to do, so he accidentally overlooked them. Afterwards, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lung Liang about it. Because the brilliant sea snake had grown larger, it was being kept on an island built by members of the Brother Jiang Guild. Because of its adorable appearance, the electric fur ball had been taken away by Chen Xian to be raised. Knowing that the electric fur ball and the brilliant sea snake were both fine, Zhou began collecting the rainbow bubbles in the colorful bubble space. Ding! Received 12 rainbow bubbles. That's exactly 12, enough to make a rainbow cube, Zhou said with a faint smile. The rainbow cube was his ultimate trump card. Zhou left the colorful bubble space and came outside, only to find that the entire rainbow energy tree looked wilted, its branches dull in color. Zhou dove to the base of the rainbow energy tree and swam around, noticing very few Leviathan skeletons. It seems there aren't enough Leviathan carcasses to provide nutrients. Understanding the reason, Zhou simply dropped half of the brain-wave Leviathan flesh. As soon as the brain-wave Leviathan flesh landed on the roots at the bottom of the rainbow energy tree, they immediately enveloped it and began absorbing it frantically. This sea area isn't very good. Through his previous conversation with Jiang Haitao and the others, Zhou Wen learned that Jiang Haitao and his companions had not landed in the endless sea following the abyss, but had been brought there by the world system. After his death, he was resurrected in the abyss through the immortal energy, but all the creatures within the abyss had been absorbed by the Emperor of Death, leaving it a dead sea. The fact that Huanlin began searching for him on the 240th day suggests that the abyss arrived at the endless sea on the 240th day. The reason it took another 60 days for him to be successfully resurrected was likely because the creatures in this sea area were scarce, lacking sufficient nutrients for the immortal Victoria to grow, which is why it took so long. The current area where the energy rainbow tree is located is the abyss after it landed. It takes a long time for such a large area of sea to recover. The energy rainbow tree's future growth depends solely on Zhou when feeding it with the corpses of Leviathan creatures. Zhou Wen then took out the energy cube condenser, placed 12 rainbow bubbles into the energy compression ball, added condensation fluid, and the device began to operate. Bang! With a loud explosion, the energy compression balls all exploded, and a rainbow-colored cube slowly flew into Zhou Wen's hands. Ding! Obtained Rainbow Cube X1. Next, Zhou Wen took out the 3-item seal he had previously removed and reapplied it to the character attribute panel, but this time, he placed it behind the strength attribute. That night, Zhou Wen removed the 10 attribute bubbles from the 10 energy threads in the center of the colorful bubble space, and began absorbing the 3-colored energy within. On the morning of the 326th day, Zhou Wen's 3-colored energy was fully replenished, and the Thunder Leviathan gene had successfully integrated. After using a characteristic stripping stamp to strip off the light-inducing characteristic, Zhou Wen used the Thunder stamp that had been engraved in advance and stamped the Thunder characteristic at the end of the physical attribute. Chapter 952. Before returning to Huanlin's stomach wall, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao and the others for a large amount of abyssal-level Leviathan flesh. Then, outside the colorful bubble space, he fed it to the energy rainbow tree. After doing this, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall and began feeding Huanlin star kelp. Star kelp is a relatively rare seaweed in the endless sea, and its abundance is limited. However, Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang's transformed leviathans have all entered the phagocytic phase and become predatory leviathans, no longer consuming algae. So, they fed Huanlin all the star kelp they found. This is how Huanlin was able to reach a length of a kilometer in nearly 90 days. After feeding Huanlin, Zhou Wen took out a brilliant gold energy ingot from the system interface and began absorbing the brilliant gold energy within, completely transforming his golden body into a brilliant gold body. While absorbing the brilliant gold energy, Zhou Wen opened the regional communication channel for Sea Area 10, which was already in an uproar. Survivor from Area 10, the boss's portrait has reappeared. The boss is back. Survivor from Area 5, are you survivors from Area 10 crazy? The king of Area 10's portrait has been gone for so long. How could he be back again? You guys from Area 10 need to face reality. Survivor from Area 8, the king of Area 10 is great. He saved us all. He is the savior of our Sea Area 10. But the disappearance of his portrait means death. Even if you survivors from Area 10 keep saying the king of Area 10 can be resurrected, it's just wishful thinking. It's simply impossible. Survivor from Area 1, I never seen a survivor's portrait reappear after disappearing. It's been so long. It's time for you from Area 10 to accept the fact that the king of Area 10 is gone. Area 10 survivor, what the hell? See for yourself. When this Area 10 survivor sent his message, he also attached a photo. The photo was a screenshot, showing Zhou Wen's colorful profile picture. Area 2 survivor, holy crap. I just checked, and the Area 10 king's portrait has really reappeared. The Area 10 king has actually been resurrected. Area 3 survivor, really? I saw the Area 10 king's portrait too. How did he do that? He could actually be resurrected after dying? Area 9 survivor, the Area 10 king's power is truly terrifying. Not only does he possess the strength to fight an emperor-level Leviathan, he even possesses a method of resurrection. Area 7 survivor, ha ha ha, the Area 10 king has been reborn. From now on, we don't have to worry about other survivors attacking us from the sea. Area 1 survivor, with the Area 10 king's protection, I won't be afraid even if I encounter a king-level Leviathan. Zhou Wen saw that the survivors were becoming increasingly arrogant, practically fearless. How could this be allowed? He'd be causing trouble everywhere. So he immediately sent a message to Galen. King of the survivors in Area 1, the king of Area 10 has just been reborn and is still recovering. Please do not cause trouble for him. Everything remains normal, and no risky actions are necessary. As soon as the message was sent out, the arrogant rhetoric of the survivors in various areas subsided, and word of Zhou Wen's severely weakened strength after his rebirth began to spread throughout the regional communication channels. Seeing that the survivors in the regional communication channels were already speculating about the extent of his decline, Zhou Wen smiled and nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he had hoped for. It was best to keep a low profile. At this point, seeing that the regional communication channels contained no useful information, Zhou Wen found Shi Kongyun's profile picture and reviewed the messages Shi Kongyun had sent in recent days. For days, Shi Kongyun has been stuck with his old ways, writing erotic novels. However, judging by his messages, his business seems to be struggling. As the survivors' survival pressures ease, numerous writers of erotic novels have appeared on the regional communication channels, stealing his business. It's been so long, and now the survivors in Area 10 are considered the strongest in C Area 10. Why is Shi Kongyun still relying on writing erotic novels to survive? Zhou Wen muttered, shaking his head, lamenting that Shi Kongyun was a hopeless case. Then, with a critical attitude, he began to read Shi Kongyun's erotic novels, trying to see if his writing skills had improved. 3 days passed in a flash, and today was day 329. During these 3 days, Zhou Wen had been condensing various abyssal-level energies. After absorbing 6,000 brilliant gold energy from 6 brilliant gold energy ingots, combined with the over 3,000 absorbed from the brilliant gold core, he successfully condensed the brilliant gold body. At the same time, he compressed 5 strands of Xian Yang energy, 3 strands of crimson gold lightning energy, 1 strand of flowing gold energy, and 1 strand of tyrant flame energy. Tyrant flame energy is compressed from 100 strands of Haoyan energy, but since he hasn't used tyrant flame energy yet, he doesn't yet know its strength. Just as Zhou Wen was about to continue consuming the abyssal-level Leviathan flesh and blood, gathering various energies within his body, Cheng Hui sent him a message. Boss Zhou, something terrible has happened. A survivor team from C Area 9, about to reach our island, has encountered a powerful individual from C Area 1. According to the information they sent back, our island seems to be surrounded. Is anyone still alive from the survivor team that encountered the powerful individual from C Area 1? If so, have them accompany you, and then you can accompany me. Zhou Wen said. Okay, I contact them right away. Seeing Zhou Wen's willingness to help, Cheng Hui immediately sent a message to the survivors from C Area 9. A moment later, Cheng Hui's invitation to join them appeared on Zhou Wen's system interface. Zhou Wen immediately agreed. The next second, his figure transformed into a blue light and vanished from the illusory stomach wall. When he reappeared, he was already in the stomach wall of another illusory Leviathan. Then Zhou Wen instructed the survivor from C Area 9 to open the esophageal diaphragm of the illusory Leviathan, instantly leaving the stomach wall and emerging onto the surface of the sea. As soon as Zhou Wen appeared, a large number of illusory Leviathans appeared around him, surrounding him. At this moment, a cyan light suddenly descended from the sky, stirring up a large splash on the sea surface. A burst of white energy then spread out, transforming the splashes into sharp icy needles. At the center of these needles, a survivor in ordinary clothes stood quietly. I knew there was someone even more powerful hiding behind that Cheng Hui, the survivor said, glancing at Zhou Wen. Chapter 953. Hello, I am Zheng Pingfan, the king of Area 3, C Area 1. We in C Area 1 don't need overly powerful slaves, so you can die now. As Zheng Pingfan finished his words, ice needles from his body instantly shot towards Zhou Wen. These ice needles were no ordinary needles. They were condensed from abyssal-grade ice energy, possessing immense penetrating power. Survivors without abyssal-grade energy would be completely defenseless, and would be pierced like hedgehogs, ultimately becoming a riddled ice sculpture. Bang, bang, bang. The ice needles landed on Zhou Wen's body, but were unable to harm him at all, as they were blocked by the brilliant golden patterns that automatically appeared on his body. Golden body? Zheng Pingfan's expression changed slightly upon seeing the brilliant golden patterns on Zhou Wen's body, but then a smile returned. It seems you're truly quite capable. I didn't expect to miss such a big fish as you during the attack on C Area 9. But all the same, killing you now will be a great accomplishment. Whoosh! Suddenly, a burst of cyan energy erupted from Zheng Pingfan's body, and he instantly reached Zhou Wen. Buzz! To ensure a foolproof kill of Zhou Wen, Zheng Pingfan unleashed Wang Wei to suppress him. Then, a cyan black spear materialized in his hand, thrusting directly at Zhou Wen's head. However, facing Wang Wei, a fellow survivor bearing the title of King of Survival was naturally unaffected, and Zhou Wen immediately dodged. Boom! The instant the cyan black spear thrust forward, a cyan energy tornado erupted from the spearhead, creating a waterspout hundreds of meters long directly at Zhou Wen's location. Is it a Sea Abyss class weapon? Zhou Wen speculated, seeing the energy tornado unleashed by the cyan black spear. You're unaffected by Wang Wei? Zhang Pingfan's face flashed with surprise. His intelligence was 24 points. Ordinary survivors wouldn't be immune to Wang Wei unless their intelligence reached 25. Currently, in Sea Area 1, only the human emperor possessed an intelligence of 25. Who are you? Zhang Pingfan realized that the person before him was likely not a survivor from Sea Area 9, but a powerful figure from another sea area, perhaps even the king of survivors. Zhou Wen didn't answer, but instead quickly moved toward the island. His current location was on the sea, without spatial range, and therefore unable to use the space blockade voucher. At this point, if he attempted to kill the king of Sea Area 3, he would undoubtedly terminate his companion teleportation and depart. Therefore, Zhou Wen would lure him to the island, block the space, and then kill him. Just as he encountered Zhang Pingfan, Zhou Wen had already sent a message to Cheng Hui, asking him to lead the survivors off the island. Buzz! But before Zhou Wen could move for long, a transparent energy barrier suddenly rose around him. Zhou Wen had seen this transparent energy barrier before, in the illusionary space of the illusionary Leviathan. It was a large-scale blockade formed by 100 boundary prisms. However, this type of space blockade was slow, taking several seconds to complete. Don't even think about running. Zhang Pingfan, assuming Zhou Wen was trying to use the few seconds before the barrier formed to end his teleportation and leave, immediately stretched out his arm towards Zhou Wen, and a wave of invisible energy instantly enveloped him. What's this? Zhou Wen glanced at his system panel, and discovered that the item could no longer be sent. It actually has the ability to instantly create a small blockade? Zhou Wen asked, somewhat surprised, as he gazed at the invisible energy sphere, only 100 meters in diameter. However, Zhou Wen hadn't planned to escape. The blockade created with the boundary prism couldn't be automatically dismantled, which perfectly suited his purpose of sealing off the space to prevent Zhang Pingfan from teleporting away. Just a second before the blockade was about to form, a blue light flashed beside Zhang Pingfan, and a survivor, also dressed in ordinary clothes, emerged from the blue light. The king of Area 3 is just a mist expert from Sea Area 9. Can't you handle him alone? You need me to come and help you. I think you should give your title of King of Survival to someone else. The survivor who emerged from the blue light sneered. King of Area 6, I'm sharing the credit with you. Don't be ungrateful. Zhang Pingfan glanced at the king of Area 6 with dissatisfaction, then spoke. A credit? Just this guy. The king of Area 6 released his mental power to probe Zhou Wen, but was blocked by another mental force just as he approached. This guy is likely the holder of the Survival King title from another sea area. If I weren't sure I could capture him, do you think I would have brought you along? Zhang Pingfan asked. Adding another layer of the Survival King title attribute to the human emperor is truly a great achievement. The king of Area 6 said with a smile. Maybe we can even learn the location of their survivor zone from him. That would be a huge credit, Zhang Pingfan said. Humph, I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me, the king of Area 6 said, his eyes fixed on Zhou Wen. Currently, of the 10 survivor kings in Sea Area 1, only the human emperor has reached stage 4 in his character attribute panel. The remaining 9 survivor kings only have stage 3 attributes fully maxed out. This is because the human emperor forbids other survivor kings from advancing to stage 4 without permission. After obtaining materials to break through the stage 3 attribute cap, a survivor king must submit them to the human emperor, or they will be killed. However, for any meritorious service to Sea Area 1, the human emperor will reward one material that allows a stage 3 breakthrough. After gathering all the breakthrough materials for a particular attribute, one can directly break through. This is tacitly approved by the human emperor. Thus, to advance to stage 4, one must contribute to Sea Area 1, or rather, to the human emperor. At this point, the blockade created by the boundary prism had been fully formed. Zhang Pingfan, observing this, removed the small blockade he had created. Why aren't you running away? Zhang Pingfan asked with an interested smile. Why would I run when the space is sealed off? Are you also the king of survivors? Zhou Wen looked at the king of Area 6. Yes, Dao Jijianren, the king of Area 6 of Sea Area 1. Are you also the king of survivors? Dao Jijianren also inquired about Zhou Wen's identity. I'm the king of survivors of Area 10. We have no grudges against each other. Can you let me go? Zhou Wen said. Zheng Pingfan and Dao Jijianren were delighted when they heard Zhou Wen's words. If the person before them was a survivor from a higher-ranked area, they might have had to work harder, but since it was only Area 10, there was no problem. Chapter 954. You know, even the king of survivors from Sea Area 9 was easily slain by them. Although Sea Area 10 has seen very few casualties so far and seems quite strong, the fact that so many survivors have perished in the abyss means their strength cannot possibly compare to Sea Area 1. Ha, I'll let you go. Just stay where you are, and let us cut off your limbs and implant explosive worms. We might be able to keep you alive for a while longer, Dao Jijianren laughed. Stop talking nonsense with him. We each take one of us, cut off his limbs, and then subdue him. Zheng Pingfan said, then activated his 3 powerful attributes. In an instant, Zheng Pingfan's strength increased 7-fold to 8,800 points, his constitution increased 10-fold to 11,000 points, and his speed increased 8-fold to 9,900 points. Dao Jijianren also knew that merit was only earned, so he immediately activated his 3 powerful attributes. Strength increased 8-fold to 9,900 points, constitution increased 10-fold to 11,000 points, and speed increased 8-fold to 9,900 points. Swish! The 2 figures suddenly vanished, then instantly reappeared on Zhou Wen's left and right. As the 2 activated their powerful abilities, Zhou Wen also activated his Brilliant Flame ability, Thunder ability, Liang ability, and Moon Shuttle ability. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Zhou Wen's entire body shone with lightning, and ripples of lightning emanated. Then, a burst of scorching flame energy and a pitch-black energy with golden lines suddenly erupted. At this moment, Zhou Wen's various attributes increased dramatically, with strength reaching 16,800 points, constitution reaching 15,400 points, and speed reaching 10,920 points. As Zheng Pingfan and Dao Jijian approached, Zhou Wen swung his Liang blade, imbued with Xianyang energy. Swish! The pitch-black energy blade, etched with golden lines, instantly slashed towards the 2. But just as the Liang energy blade was about to strike Zheng Pingfan and Dao Jijian, they suddenly stopped their attacks and stepped back, dodging the blow. Sure enough, there's king-level energy, Zheng Pingfan said. The survivors in Sea Area 1 could exchange Leviathan flesh for energy with the Golden Flame Leviathan, and survivors in other sea areas could naturally do the same. As the king of the survivors in Sea Area 10, Zhou Wen's possession of some king-level energy was naturally expected. Bang! Bang! However, just as the 2 of them drew away, 2 gunshots suddenly rang out, 2 silver bullets barreling towards their heads at breakneck speed. The king-level energy of the battlefront bullets was incredibly fast. Even if the 2 men had used their slow-motion vision to see their trajectory, their speed wouldn't have been enough to dodge. Boom! Boom! The 2 bullets successfully hit their targets, exploding instantly, and sending a massive splash across the sea. But Zhou Wen didn't hear the system notification sound of earning the title of King of Survival. Suddenly, the 2 massive splashes of water were vaporized by the intense heat, and then 2 10-meter-tall humanoid mechas, blazing with golden flames, appeared in his field of vision. 2 king-level energies. How is that possible? Have you reached the 4th stage? Zheng Pingfan exclaimed. Impossible. It must be related to the pistol he's using, Dao Jijianren said, gazing at the battlefront magnum in Zhou Wen's hand. This guy is no ordinary survivor. Don't hold back, just kill him, Zheng Pingfan said. I had thought he was just an ordinary survivor king, but I hadn't expected him to be able to wield 2 types of king-level energy. If it weren't for the golden flame mech awarded by the human emperor to block the attack, the sudden silver bullet would have killed them both. Then kill him. Earning the title of Survivor King and a weapon capable of releasing king-level energy is quite a feat, Dao Jijianren agreed. The next second, the 2 men pulled back a distance, still to Zhou Wen's left and right. Then, 2 golden flame energy balls, approximately 1 meter in size, appeared on both hands of the golden flame mechs they were piloting. The golden flame mech was crafted by human Emperor Vic using the scales of the golden flame Leviathan. By injecting a stream of golden flame energy into the mech, it can convert the once-released golden flame energy into its own energy source, allowing the mech to use it at will. Swish, swish, swish. The 2 golden flame mech's arms danced rapidly, and one after another, golden flame energy balls, approximately 1 meter in size, transformed into streaks of golden light, bombarding Zhou Wen's position. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, hundreds of small golden flame energy balls were hurled out, causing a series of explosions. A large amount of steam rose from Zhou Wen's position. After releasing each beam of golden flame energy, Zheng Pingfan and Dao Gujian ceased their attacks. In their opinion, no one could survive the relentless bombardment of golden flame energy balls, and they both believed that they had earned Zhou Wen's title of King of Survival. Whoosh! Suddenly, within the area bombarded by hundreds of golden flame energy balls, the rising steam around them was instantly dried up, and a figure, radiating crimson flames, floated quietly in the air. Gurgle! Gurgle! Whoosh! Whoosh! A strange, enormous pit appeared beneath the crimson flame figure, impenetrable to the seawater. The seawater at the edge of the pit was boiling violently, and the rising steam, under the extremely high temperature, even burst into flames. How is this possible? Zheng Pingfan and Dao Jijianren explained in unison upon seeing the crimson flame figure. Then, they immediately channeled a stream of golden flame energy into the golden flame mecha, and then bombarded the crimson flame figure again. They believed Zhou Wen possessed a third type of defensive king-level energy. If that was the case, they would continue bombarding until the opponent's defensive king-level energy was exhausted. Originally, Zhou Wen had intended to instantly kill the two men when he entered the Starfall Leviathan form, but upon seeing that they were still able to release golden flame energy, he temporarily stopped. He wanted to see if, after absorbing enough golden flame energy, his body could form a stream of flame ion energy within it. Boom, boom, boom. After a dozen seconds, the bombing ceased. The two men in the golden flame mecha stared intently at the area where Zhou Wen was, hoping to kill him this time. They had only exchanged a total of 10 golden flame energy cores, and had already used 4. If they still couldn't defeat the enemy, this trip would be a huge loss. However, when the golden flame energy dissipated, they saw the crimson flaming figure again, but this time, an inexplicable fear rose in their hearts. The crimson flaming figure, severely distorted by the scorching heat, now resembled a simmering beast. Its chilling aura was elusive, looming, and distant. Chapter 955. Zheng Pingfan and Dao Jianren had already begun to sense something was amiss. Despite being bombarded by 4 successive bursts of golden energy, the crimson flames on their bodies showed no sign of dissipating, and even emanated an indescribable aura of terror. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Zheng Pingfan's heart raced uncontrollably, his body trembling slightly, as a sense of unease washed over him. No, there's something wrong with this guy. I can't stay here any longer. Zheng Pingfan shifted his gaze to Dao Jianren on the other side. Due to the distance and the block system interface, the two couldn't communicate. They could only judge each other's next move by their own actions. Zheng Pingfan looked at Dao Jianren, who looked back at Zheng Pingfan, each waiting for the other's next move. For a moment, an eerie peace descended upon the block space. Neither side moved, standing silently, as if waiting for the other to strike first. However, this peaceful and tranquil scene didn't last long. Zheng Pingfan once again channeled a stream of golden flame energy into the golden flame mech. Seeing this, Dao Jianren also began channeling golden flame energy into his own golden flame mech. The next second, hundreds of golden flame energy balls, each 1 meter in diameter, were hurled towards Zhou Wen again, and a new round of bombardment began. However, after Zheng Pingfan had hurled dozens of golden flame energy balls, he suddenly unleashed all the energy within the golden flame mech. A massive golden flame energy ball, nearly 90 meters in diameter, instantly flew towards Zhou Wen. The moment he released this massive golden flame energy ball, Zheng Pingfan retracted his golden flame mech and instantly turned, dashing towards the edge of the sealed space. King of Area 6, I hope you can buy me some time to escape. I will never forget you. Zheng Pingfan had deliberately pretended to continue attacking Zhou Wen, luring the Daejijian people into joining the bombardment, and then escaping before they could react. The two of them were positioned to the left and right of the Crimson Flame figure. If the Crimson Flame figure suddenly attacked, it would undoubtedly strike the closer one first, meaning the Daejijian people. If the Daejijian people could hold the Crimson Flame figure back for a few seconds, they could successfully break out of the sealed space, terminate their group's teleportation, and depart, then inform the human emperor of this incident. This survivor king of Sea Area 10 must have some secret. If we return with the human emperor and capture him, the credit will surely be considerable. Zheng Pingfan thought, a hint of a smile on his face. Asshole. Seeing Zheng Pingfan's sudden escape, Dao Jianren reacted with a roar of curse. He then immediately expended all the energy in his golden flame mech and unleashed a massive golden flame energy ball towards Zhou Wen, hoping it would delay the attack for a while. Boom boom! 2 massive golden flame energy balls descended one after the other, releasing a raging golden flame. For a moment, The entire sealed space was dyed golden by the blazing light, as if the sky and ocean were ablaze. Currently, within the sealed space, two figures were rushing towards the edge at breakneck speed, unconcerned with the golden flame surging from the center. Whoosh! But then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The golden flames that had just risen suddenly began to shrink rapidly, as if drawn by some force, rapidly converging towards the center. Covered by the golden flames, Zhou Wen's body turned a crimson red. The golden flame surged into him like a tide, instantly transforming into tiny strands of flame ion energy. In a split second, the golden flames that had soared into the sky, obscuring the heavens and earth, vanished. Zhang Pingfan and Dao Jijianren, fleeing at top speed, witnessed this horrifying scene. The king-level golden flame energy, which they considered their trump card, their ultimate weapon, had been directly absorbed. Who the hell is he? Dao Jijianren exclaimed in shock. He had only seen one survivor who could directly absorb golden flame energy, the human emperor. Could this guy be the human emperor of Sea Area 10? Damn it! King of Area 3, damn you! Dao Jianren was furious and began to curse loudly. This matter had nothing to do with him in the first place. It was all because of that damned King of Area 3. Zhang Pingfan's unease grew stronger, but fortunately, he was very close to the edge of the barrier and could break through in a second. Buzz! However, just as Zhang Pingfan was only a few hundred meters from the edge of the barrier, a chilling mental force suddenly enveloped him. In an instant, Zhang Pingfan's body lost control and was pinned to the ground. This. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Zhang Pingfan's expression changed drastically, his body trembling violently and uncontrollably, his face filled with fear and disbelief. Emperor level, pressure? Zhang Pingfan's voice trembled as he slowly raised his head. His eyes, filled with fear, gazed up at the sky with difficulty. A crimson shadow, obscuring the entire sky, stared at him intently with its enormous pupils ablaze with crimson flames. Starfall Leviathan? Zhang Pingfan trembled in disbelief as he gazed at the massive crimson shadow in the sky. At that moment, an intense heat suddenly washed over him, instantly evaporating the seawater beneath him, and the surrounding space seemed to be on fire. Zhang Pingfan looked in the direction of the heat with horror. The next second, his pupils constricted as a terrifying, ferocious figure, radiating crimson flames and resembling a demon from hell, suddenly appeared before him. Who are you? Boom! Before Zhang Pingfan could finish his words, the terrifying flaming shadow had already engulfed him. In this life-or-death situation, Zhang Pingfan summoned the golden flame mech and channeled a stream of golden flame energy, attempting to resist the terrifying flaming phantom, but it was to no avail. The golden flame energy on the golden flame mech dissipated the instant the crimson flame phantom struck, reducing the mech to ash. Zhang Pingfan, inside the mech, was vaporized by the intense heat, disappearing completely. Ding! Kill the holder of the King of Survival title, and obtain the King of Survival title. Zhou Wen, entering the meteoric Leviathan form, heard a system notification chime in his mind. After confirming Zhang Pingfan's death, he turned his gaze to Dao Jianren, the King of Area 6, who was also suppressed on the sea. Swish! Zhou Wen's figure, as if teleporting, instantly crossed a distance of over 100,000 meters and appeared a dozen meters away from Dao Jianren. Chapter 956. Whoosh! Zhou Wen radiated an extremely high temperature, enveloping Dajijian's body. Dajijian's body instantly ignited, transforming into a flaming fireman. However, he wasn't completely reduced to ash. His charred body even continued to recover. Tell me the information about the King of Survivors in your Sea Area 1, Zhou Wen said with a hint of brutality. I tell you everything, please let me go, Dajijian said, enduring the pain of the burning flames, his mouth spitting flames as he spoke. Zhou Wen's expression turned cold, and the temperature around him suddenly rose. Dajijian's body began to burn faster. You have no right to bargain with me. You? Since you won't let me go, I won't say anything. Dajijian gritted his teeth. Then die. Zhou Wen no longer suppressed the heat radiating from his body, and the temperature around him suddenly rose. The human emperor will avenge us. When our golden flame Leviathan becomes the golden flame emperor, he will crush you, number 10. Dao Jianren's words were barely finished when his body turned to ash. Ding! Kill the holder of the Survival King title, and obtain the Survival King title. Hearing the prompt, Zhou Wen retracted his imperial aura and began to gather the flame ion energy constantly emanating from his body. Is there no way to preserve the flame ion energy within my body? Zhou Wen tried to gather the energy, but found that the flame ion energy was still being released and would soon be completely depleted. By the way, can I store this flame ion energy using the space distortion glove? Zhou thought, donning the space distortion glove on his palm, and then began to channel the flame ion energy within his body into the space distortion glove. It really works. Zhou face lit up with joy as he felt the flame ion energy within his body successfully enter the space warping glove. Although he couldn't unleash the giant spatial hand through the space warping glove without the meteoric Leviathan gravitational factor, the energy within could later be used to recharge the flame-splitting blade. As the flame ion energy within his body gradually drained away, Zhou body began to weaken. He immediately consumed a sunflower seed, instantly restoring his strength. Next, Zhou circled the blockade, searching for the survivors in Sea Area 1 outside the area, but found them all dead, seemingly slain by the imperial pressure he had just unleashed. Afterward, Zhou ended his journey and returned to Huanlin's stomach wall. Take these land-based, and find a safe sea area to build your own island, Zhou said, sending all the land-based he had obtained from Zheng Pingfan and Dao Jijianren to Cheng Hui. Yes. I understand, Boss Zhou. Cheng Hui didn't ask Zhou if he would leave with them. The moment he learned Zhou had transformed into a Leviathan, it was already clear he wouldn't be staying in Sea Area 9 for long. After sending Cheng Hui some more useless items, Zhou left Huanlin's stomach and arrived on the island. At this point, there were no survivors on the island. Zhou had already told Cheng Hui and the others to leave when he was planning to use the island as a battlefield. After sending Huanlin farther away from the island, Zhou stayed alone in the center, carefully examining the loot emails from the 2 survivor kings of Sea Area 1. Zhou had kept Huanlin away from the island because he was worried that the ruler of Sea Area 1, upon discovering the 2 survivor kings were dead, would come directly to him. A major conflict would then erupt, potentially affecting Huanlin. Now, Zhou no longer feared the ruler of Sea Area 1. After 2 experiences absorbing golden flame energy, he was certain it wouldn't harm him. Forget the ruler of Sea Area 1. Even if the golden flame Leviathan came, he wouldn't be afraid. He might even be able to kill it and obtain a king-level core. Unfortunately, my body, endowed with the genes of the fallen star Leviathan, seems only immune to and able to absorb flame energy. Other energies are useless, Zhou said with a hint of regret as he shook his head. I just heard from the king of Area 6 and Sea Area 1 that their guardian Leviathan, the golden flame Leviathan, is about to evolve to the emperor level. It would be a blessing if we could kill it before it evolves. Zhou actually hoped the ruler of Sea Area 1 would come. Zhou discovered some goodies in the loot mail. Ding! Obtained 1 tailwind grass seed. Ding! Tailwind grass seed. One of the materials needed to break through the 3rd stage speed attribute limit. Another 3rd stage breakthrough material. Now I collected 3 key ingredients. As long as I find the super speed factor, I can break through the speed attribute limit and enter the medium Leviathan level, Zhou said with a hint of excitement. He had 3 king-level Leviathan gene potions, and 2 usable king-level cores. Once his character's attribute panel was broken through, his strength would be greatly improved. Next, Zhou examined the powerful traits of the 2 survivor kings. They were all superior to his current abilities. However, strangely, neither of them possessed Leviathan corpses corresponding to these traits, making it impossible to create genetic potions and, consequently, the seals. Zhou also found the small sealed space Zheng Pingfan had previously used. It had an effect called imprisonment seal, but he still didn't have a corresponding Leviathan corpse, making it impossible to create genetic potions. However, he did have the flesh and blood of many other abyssal-class Leviathans. Zhou teleported directly to the sea area where the rainbow energy tree was located and fed these abyssal-class Leviathan flesh and blood to the rainbow energy tree. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou took out the 2 newly acquired Survivor King titles, 2 small golden balls of light. Ding! Do you want to merge the Survivor King titles? Merge? Zhou muttered silently, and the next second, 2 small golden balls of light flew into his body. Ding! Successfully fused 2 King of Survival titles, increasing the upper limits of all 3 attributes by 100 points. Now, Zhou's strength upper limit has increased to 1,600 points, his constitution upper limit to 1,500 points, and his speed upper limit to 1,300 points. Because speed is generally difficult to increase, strength and constitution will exceed the additional stat values gained by the Leviathan Hunter and Abyss Hunter titles. Therefore, the instant the strength and constitution upper limits were increased, their values would reach their upper limits again. Only speed would require consuming new creatures' flesh and blood to increase. In the following period, Zhou Wen began consuming new creatures' flesh and blood, increasing his speed attribute to its upper limit. During this time, Zhou Wen also asked Shen Xian for 20 speed-enhancing Leviathan blood vein fruits, hoping to see if his reborn character profile could use the blood vein fruits to increase his attributes. However, it turned out not to be possible. Chapter 957. Meanwhile, in an unnamed sea area, a 3,000-meter-long, emanating golden light swam rapidly. Inside the Leviathan's stomach, a survivor was absorbing the energy from a golden flame energy core with his body. At this moment, the survivor suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of anger in his golden eyes. 2 pieces of trash. This survivor was none other than Vic, the human emperor of Sea Area 1. He had received news of the deaths of the kings of Areas 3 and 6. It seems powerful beings from other sea areas have entered Sea Area 9, Vic immediately concluded. Otherwise, the kings of Areas 3 and 6 wouldn't have died so silently. Let's deal with it after this trial is over. Vic wasn't in a hurry. Tomorrow would be the 330th day, and the trial was about to begin. He also needed to collect the energy crystals from the king-level Leviathans undergoing the trial to increase the Golden Flame Leviathan's energy intensity. How's the investigation into the unexplained disappearances at the gold mine going? Vic asked his subordinate. Recently, I had some Stage 3 experts with energy abilities use dual tickets on the survivors managing the gold mine. Originally, I wanted to force the survivors managing the mine to reveal the disappearances, but they were all killed without exception. This is very strange. The survivors managing the mine are just ordinary Stage 2 survivors. For some unknown reason, they suddenly became extremely powerful. The subordinate relayed all the information he had recently gathered. Could it be another powerful being from another sea area? Vic speculated. Send the survivor portraits of those mining area managers to the king of Area 8, and have him use his dual ticket to investigate. Vic sent a message to his subordinates. As ordered. The rats in my Sea Area 1 seemed to be increasing in number, Vic murmured. Just as Vic was about to continue absorbing the energy from the Golden Flame energy core, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! We arrived in the Arctic ice region. Finally. Vic's face lit up with joy. A flash of blue light appeared in his palm, and a dark golden metal plate appeared in his hand. This dark golden metal plate was the Emperor's certification obtained by killing the Meteor Leviathan. After killing the Arctic Emperor, you can collect the second Emperor's certification, Vic said. Another flash of blue light appeared in his hand, and a long sword that looked like it was made of meteorite fragments appeared in his hand. It was the flame-splitting blade. Thank you for the human Emperor's trust. I promise to complete the task you assign me. The survivor who had recently become the king of Area 8 responded immediately, after receiving a message from the human Emperor's subordinates. Then, the newly crowned king of Area 8 took out his duel ticket, and challenged a surviving gold mine manager to a duel. After 5 minutes of preparation, the king of Area 8 transformed into a blue light, and vanished within the stomach lining of his Leviathan transformation. The duel space was still composed of a blue light film, but the area outside the film was now a field filled with flames. Humph. These lowly survivors actually dared to betray the human emperor. Your lives could be used to accumulate merit for this king. The king of Area 8 snorted coldly, looking at the approaching blue light film. Although he had learned some information about the traitor's strength from the human emperor's subordinates, he didn't care much. He knew that anyone short of the survivor king could be his opponent. 2 blue light films, like bubbles, began to merge. When the barrier between them ruptured, the duel officially began. The king of Area 8 walked towards the survivor opposite him with an air of pride. He stopped about 200 meters away and unleashed his might. Damn traitor! How dare you betray the human emperor? Kneel before me! The king of Area 8 said coldly. However, the survivor opposite him remained unfazed by his might and stood firmly. His gaze on the king of Area 8 was filled with deep disdain. Human emperor? What a ridiculous king of survivors! Ridiculous. The survivor scoffed. His eyes, tinged with 10 different colors, gazed upon the king of Area 8, as if he were looking at a clown. How is that possible? You're unaffected by the king's might? The king of Area 8 asked, his expression changing in confusion. To say the other survivor was also a king of survivors was simply impossible, as he was from Area 1, and there were only 10 kings in Area 1. It's impossible for one to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Although there was another possibility, reaching 25 intelligence points, the other survivor was only a Stage 2 survivor. How could he suddenly achieve such a huge increase, especially in intelligence, the most difficult attribute to raise? He only had 24 points. Nothing is impossible. This is the miracle of the great Lord Miles. The king's might is useless to me, the survivor said, and streams of energy of various colors began to erupt from his body, his aura rising continuously. Today I kill a survivor king. Once I earn the title of survival king, I'd be a survivor king for fun, ha ha. The survivor laughed heartily, his entire body ablaze with lightning, and then he swung his arm violently. Boom! A bolt of silver lightning instantly blasted towards the king of Area 8. This was the lightning energy condensed from the lightning Leviathan gene within the 10 king genes. Ziz! The lightning energy moved at incredible speed, striking the king of Area 8 directly, its current carrying terrifying destructive power continuously striking his body. Bang! However, the lightning energy did not harm the king of Area 8, as a surge of blood-colored energy was released from his body. This blood-colored energy instantly condensed onto his body, forming a layer of crystalline blood-colored armor. This was the king of Area 8's abyssal energy ability, the Blood Diamond ability. This Blood Diamond armor, condensed from the Blood Diamond ability, possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities, but it consumed a great deal of blood. I don't know how you're immune to Wang's might, but I make you tell me. The king of Area 8, clad in Blood Diamond armor, suddenly released streams of dark green mist, enveloping the entire dual space. The dark green mist, upon contact with the survivor's body, instantly corroded his armor. Fortunately, the survivor had previously used gilded energy to condense a layer of defensive energy on his body, blocking the dark green mist's attack. However, this dark green mist continued to drain his gilded energy. To reduce this consumption, he used storm energy. Whoosh! A gust of wind spread from the survivor's body, instantly blowing away the dark green mist. However, it soon returned, enveloping him again. Chapter 958. Can't be blown away? The survivor's expression changed slightly, and he was about to release frigid energy to freeze the dark green mist. But suddenly, the dark green mist around him fluctuated strangely, and a figure, merging with it, suddenly appeared. Whoosh! The figure launched a fierce attack, striking out with a translucent glove-clad fist, which carried an invisible wave of energy. The figure's punch was so fast that the survivor was caught off guard and had no time to react, and the punch hit him squarely in the head. Thankfully, the survivor's body was protected by a layer of gilded energy. The moment the fist struck, a flash of golden light flashed, successfully blocking this extremely sudden and fatal attack. Bang! At this moment, the invisible energy from the transparent glove spread out, like ripples on a calm sea, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. The survivor felt a massive impact, sending him flying backwards before slamming heavily into the blue light film behind him, creating a shallow dent. Humph! Although you possess multiple abyssal energy levels, your own strength is lacking. No matter how much abyssal energy you possess, you can never be a match for me. The king of Area 8 sneered, his figure disappearing into a dark green mist. This dark green mist represents another abyssal energy-related trait of the king of Area 8, called corrosive trait. When activated, it releases a corrosive mist, and contact with it will continuously corrode the body. The king of Area 8 also possesses a genetic ability called Mist Walk, which increases movement speed by an additional 30% while remaining invisible in the mist. The gloves on his hands were actually abyssal-level weapons, called sonic gloves. Combined with his own sonic energy, they could unleash sonic booms, packing an extremely powerful punch. At that moment, the survivor collided with the blue light film, and was about to fall, when the king of Area 8 appeared before him. He reached out and grabbed his throat, a look of deep disdain on his face. Didn't you say you kill me, and claim my title of King of Survival? Humph! Trash is trash, even with multiple abyssal-level abilities. The king of Area 8 grappled the survivor's neck and sneered. Tell me what happened in the gold mining area, and I might be able to make your death easier. The king of Area 8 loosened his fingers slightly, and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Wait until you defeat me. As the survivor finished speaking, a wave of frigid white energy emanated from his body, instantly condensing a layer of frost onto the blood diamond armor of the Area 8 king. The surrounding corrosive mist, frozen by this frigid energy, was transformed into tiny ice crystals, which fell to the ground like dark green snowflakes. Do you think you're the only one capable of unleashing corrosive energy? The survivor shouted. Gray-black, sea-swallowing energy erupted, enveloping the entire dual space. The blood diamond armor of the Area 8 king showed signs of slight corrosion from the sea-swallowing energy. Boom! Before it was over, another wave of blood-colored energy emerged from the survivor's body, this one acting upon his own flesh and blood. For a moment, the survivor's body turned blood red, and then his muscles began to rapidly swell, bulging veins winding beneath his skin like tree roots. His entire stature had doubled, his strength surpassing that of the Area 8 king. The king of Area 8's palm could no longer hold the survivor's thick neck, so he immediately released it and swung his fist again, simultaneously injecting energy into his sonic gauntlet. With a sonic boom, his fist slammed fiercely into the survivor's bulging form. However, before the king's fist could reach the survivor, amplified by the violent energy, had already swung his fist and struck the king. Bang! The survivor's flaming fist, encrusted with fiery energy, slammed into the king's blood diamond armor with a resounding sound like crystal. The king of Area 8 was instantly sent flying backwards over 10 meters, but he quickly flipped in midair and landed steadily on the ground. But before the king of Area 8 could regain his balance, the survivor, now bloated to 3 meters, rushed in front of him, wielding an ice axe condensed from frigid energy and slashing down hard. How dare you! The king of Area 8 suddenly roared, his entire body instantly erupting with 3 bursts of energy. He activated his 3 powerful attributes, increasing his strength 7-fold, his stamina 10-fold, and his speed 7-fold. With his strength, stamina, and speed all surging, the king of Area 8 didn't dodge or evade, swinging his fist directly to collide with the opponent's incoming ice axe. Bang! A loud bang exploded in the duel space. The king of Area 8, relying on his own strength, directly knocked the ice axe from the survivor's hand. The terrifying impact sent the 3-meter-tall survivor stumbling back several steps. Buzz! Then, the king of Area 8 swung his fist again, and a wave of invisible energy, formed by sonic waves, instantly struck the stumbling survivor, sending him flying. But this time, the king of Area 8 gave the survivor no chance to breathe. Before the survivor could even fall, he was already in front of the survivor in midair, and delivered another punch. Boom boom boom! The king of Area 8's high-speed figure flashed across the duel space like a ghost, sending the survivor's enraged body soaring through the air, unable to land. Although the survivor possessed the 10 king genes and gained 10 types of energy, his strength was ultimately only at the second stage, and his various amplification properties were weak. Therefore, he had no power to resist the king of Area 8's full-force attack. As the king of Area 8 continued to attack, the survivor's defensive gilded energy gradually dimmed, and he no longer had much gilded energy left. Whoosh! In desperation, the survivor unleashed a burst of flaming energy, hoping to temporarily repel the king of Area 8. However, the king, relying on the defensive power of his blood diamond armor, ignored the flaming energy and continued his attacks with his sonic gauntlets. The king of Area 8 had already seen that the survivor's defensive energy was running low. He could break through his defenses with continued attacks. After all, his sonic gauntlets were abyssal-level weapons, and their attacks didn't consume energy. At this point, the survivor's arrogant expression had vanished. He felt the gilded energy within him dwindling, and fear flashed in his eyes. Boom! He began to randomly unleash various energies, hoping to inflict damage on the king of Area 8. However, the king of Area 8's blood diamond armor was several times stronger than ordinary abyssal-level defensive energy. These pseudo-king-level energies, equivalent to abyssal-level energy, were unable to inflict significant damage. Chapter 959. Furthermore, with the king of Area 8's current speed, he could easily dodge the survivor's random energy attacks, and most of them wouldn't reach the king of Area 8 at all. Gradually, the survivor's energy dwindled. After 3 minutes of continuous attacks, the survivor's energy was completely depleted. The gilded energy patterns on his body dissipated, and his 3-meter-tall body, which had been amplified by the violent energy, returned to its original size. Seeing the gilded patterns on the survivor's body disappear, the king of Area 8 wore a sinister smile. He injected a burst of sonic energy into his glove, and then delivered a powerful punch. Buzz! The sonic boom shockwave instantly unleashed, slamming into the survivor's body. Without the gilded energy to resist the impact, the survivor's flesh rippled like water under the impact of the sonic boom shockwave, and then exploded with a loud bang. Puff! A ripple-shaped bloody hole the size of a wash basin appeared on the survivor's chest, and a large amount of blood gushed out. However, the survivor didn't die immediately, because the king of Area 8 held back. After all, his purpose in this duel was to uncover the truth about what happened in the gold mines. Killing him directly wouldn't fulfill the human emperor's mandate. Crack! The king of Area 8 stomped on the survivor's palm, crushing its bones. The survivor screamed in pain. Tell me, what exactly happened in the gold mines you manage? Why are you immune to the king's might? Tell me, and I make your death a quick one. The king of Area 8 crushed the survivor's hand with his foot as he spoke. Ah! Stop! Stop! I say! The survivor cried out in pain, quickly declaring his willingness to tell everything. Then tell me quickly, the king of Area 8 said, crushing the bones of the survivor's other hand. Ah! Yes! 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 The survivor's face twisted in pain, but to stop the torture, he forced himself to speak. However, just as he spoke, he suddenly felt dazed and lost consciousness. What is it? Tell me now. The king of Area 8's face flickered with impatience. He was about to continue to torture the survivor beneath him, but a surge of black energy suddenly rose from the survivor's body. The king of Area 8's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately retreated to distance himself. King-level energy? The king of Area 8 asked in confusion. However, the black energy on the survivor's body did not attack the king of Area 8, but instead destroyed the survivor's body. Soon, the survivor's body was reduced to ash and disappeared. At this moment, the king of Area 8 heard a notification sound in his mind, announcing his victory in the duel, but this was not the result he had hoped for. After leaving the duel space, the king of Area 8 challenged another survivor, the one managing the gold mine, to a duel, but the outcome was the same. Just as the second survivor was about to reveal what had happened in the gold mine, the black energy, reminiscent of king-level energy, reappeared, instantly reducing the survivor to ash. Seeing this, the king of Area 8 reported the incident directly to the human emperor. Upon hearing this, human emperor Vic frowned, as he had never heard of such a self-destructive ability, especially in a dual space isolated from the outside world. This self-destructive ability is quite interesting, Vic muttered. Afterward, Vic asked the king of Area 8 to temporarily halt his investigation. He planned to wait until the 330th day of the trial to personally challenge the remaining traitors to a duel and see the black energy for himself. Well done. This golden flame mech is your reward, Vic said, handing the golden flame mech to the king of Area 8. Thank you, human emperor. The king of Area 8 excitedly said that once the golden flame mech was infused with golden flame energy, it could be used at will, effectively possessing a controllable king-level energy. At night, Zhou retrieved a golden mech covered in flame-like patterns from the loot mail. This golden flame mech lacked a mech-intelligent brain, but once inside the cockpit, numerous fine threads extended from its perimeter. Wrapped in these threads, the mech could be controlled at will. However, survivors with lower intelligence attributes are definitely unable to pilot the golden flame mech. Without releasing their mental energy, they'd be completely blinded by darkness, completely oblivious to the outside world. Furthermore, the golden flame mech can't move on its own like the wave breaker mech Ding. Obtain golden flame energy cores X3. Ding! Golden flame energy core, the energy crystal of the golden flame Leviathan. Upon use, it grants a beam of golden flame energy. 3 beams of king-level flame energy. I wonder if they be absorbed by the body after using them, Zhou thought. In fact, using the golden flame mech as a king-level energy defense is quite useful, and can be used in some ordinary battles. Ding! Attention all survivors, it's already day 329. The 9th treasure hunt trial begins tomorrow. Please prepare in advance. At this moment, the world system notification sounded in Zhou mind. This is already my 9th trial. I feel like I missed out on so many good things, Zhou sighed. Having missed 3 trials, he felt like a huge loss. Zhou had previously learned from Chen Xian about the 3 trials they faced after arriving in the Endless Sea. They were all treasure hunts, searching for treasure chests within the bodies of king-level leviathans. Their only enemies were other survivors. However, the survivors in Sea Area 10, because the 9 survivor kings had established a no-killing rule, would not kill each other during the trials. To fight for the treasure chest, survivors could fight. The loser would withdraw, and the winner would claim the chest. Treasure chests came in 4 tiers: ordinary supply chest, silver rim supply chest, gold rim supply chest, and pure gold chest. The higher the tier of the chest, the better the items found within. The photon crystal Chen Xian gave Zhou was obtained from a pure gold chest. At this moment, on the communication channel for Sea Area 10, survivors from various zones were peacefully discussing the trials. Having already experienced 3 treasure hunt trials, they were all quite relaxed, not as panicked as they had been in the abyss. After all, there was no danger. Survivor from Zone 1, King of Zone 10, please bless me, and let me get more supply boxes in this trial. Survivor from Zone 3, King of Zone 10, please bless me, and let me get more supply boxes in this trial. Survivor from Zone 8, King of Zone 10, please bless me, and let me get more supply boxes in this trial. The Sea Area 10 communication channel was filled with these prayers, which puzzled Zhou. They were all praying to him. Survivor from Zone 10, you bastards. The boss is still alive. What are you doing? Chapter 960. Area 2 Survivor. Yes, the king of Area 10 has been resurrected. So, is praying to the king of Area 10 still effective? Area 7 Survivor. It's always been this way. We're used to it. Area 9 Survivor. By the way, weren't you the survivors from Area 10 the first to pray to the king of Area 10 for protection? Area 10 Survivor. What happened before was before, and now is now. How can it be the same? The boss has been resurrected. Doing this again is a bit offensive. It turns out that after Zhou death, the survivors in C Area 10 regarded him as a savior. After all, the scene of the Deathly Silence Emperor's resurrection was absolutely apocalyptic. In the end, it was Zhou who sacrificed himself to kill the Deathly Silence Emperor, successfully saving them all and allowing them to reach the Endless Sea. During the 6th trial, 240 days after entering the Endless Sea, a survivor from Area 10 prayed for Zhou's protection in the regional communication channel. Survivors from other areas saw this and followed suit, gradually becoming a common practice. Whatever, Zhou said unconcernedly. He then exited Area 10 and checked Area 9. Because Zhou was in Area 9, he could also see the messages in Area 9's regional communication channel, but there were only a few survivors sending messages there. Although there were over 10 million survivors scattered throughout Area 9, fewer than 100,000 possessed a transformed Leviathan. Furthermore, Zhou had heard from Cheng Hui that because their guardian Leviathan had been slain by the human emperor of Area 1, Area 9 had effectively been incorporated into Area 1. Therefore, during the trial, they would be assigned to the king-level Leviathan being tested by the survivors in C Area 1. Thus, each trial became a battle royale for the remaining survivors in C Area 9, who possessed a transformed Leviathan. They didn't dream of obtaining a treasure chest, only of surviving to the end of the trial. It was also for this reason that no one discussed the trial in the regional communication channel. Afterward, Zhou spent the rest of his time condensing golden thunder and thunder energy, while simultaneously consuming the flesh and blood of abyssal-level Leviathans, gathering various abyssal-level energies within his body. The evening passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was day 330. Ding! The 9th treasure hunt trial will begin in 10 minutes. All survivors, please prepare. After hearing the world system notification tone, Zhou opened his eyes, then opened his character attribute panel, and carefully reviewed his various stats. Zhou, Leviathan Hunter plus 100, Abyss Hunter plus 12, Survival King plus 2, Normal Human Attributes are 10, See Devouring Pattern Intelligence, 25/25 Concussion Ability, Impact Ability, Purple Temptation Ability, Brainwave Ability Strength, Dead Silence 1600/1600 Explosive Ability, Black Flame Ability, Golden Thunder Ability, Magnificent Flame Ability. 3 abilities Constitution, Vitality 1500/1500 Tungsten Gold Ability, Brilliant Gold Ability, Nightfall Ability, Fighting Ability, Thunder Ability Speed, 1300/1300 Floating Ability, Liang Ability, Moon Shuttle Ability, Escape Ability, Swimming Gold Ability Genes, Swimming Gold Shark Gene, Purple Conch Gene, Magnificent Flame Leviathan Gene, Brainwave Leviathan Gene, Thunder Leviathan Gene Evaluation, a humanoid Leviathan reaching the level of a small Leviathan. His current attributes are even stronger than at his peak. However, this trial shouldn't be dangerous, as trials between different sea areas aren't interconnected. The survivors in Sea Area 10 are now relatively harmonious, and the life and death struggles of the past aren't likely to occur. Transformation Leviathan Age, 330 days. Phase, Scale Transformation. Length, 1,020 meters. Weight, 2.6 million tons. Food type, algae. Feeding method, filter feeding. Comet, a 2.6 million ton baby about to enter the transformation stage. It's already 1,000 meters long. I need to quickly find the last spiritual core to allow the phantom scale to enter the transformation stage, Zhou thought to himself after reviewing the Phantom Scales Creature Encyclopedia. But where should I find this spiritual Leviathan? Zhou had no clue where to find it. At this moment, Zhou had a thought, and pulled out the Phantom Dream Sea location card he had obtained earlier. The Divine Leviathan should be an intelligent, king-level Leviathan. The 2 intelligent Leviathans we encountered earlier, possessing fantasy gems, both seem to be connected to the Dream Sea. Could it be that the Dream Sea is filled with intelligent Leviathans? Zhou speculated. If that's the case, perhaps heading to the Dream Sea might reveal a Divine Leviathan. Zhou had no other options. Since there was a slight possibility, he decided to wait until the trial was over before heading to the Dream Sea. The 10 minutes of preparation passed quickly, and the 9th trial officially began. Zhou vanished into the space of the Dream Scale stomach wall in a flash of blue light. When he reappeared, he was in a space filled with blood-colored fluid, with Huanlin right beside him. Is this in the blood vessels of a king-level Leviathan? Zhou speculated, observing the rapidly flowing blood-colored fluid around him. Then, Zhou summoned the Wavebreaker Mecha, amplifying his mental power to cover a 5,000-meter radius. After observing for a while, he confirmed that he was indeed in a blood vessel, approximately 500 meters in diameter, belonging to a branch. Then, Zhou put away the Wavebreaker Mecha and approached the vessel wall, where a layer of condensed, earthy yellow energy emanated. Boom! Zhou activated his Golden Thunder ability, and released a Golden Thunderbolt at the vessel wall. After the Golden Thunder dissipated, the earthy yellow energy on the vessel wall remained intact, undamaged. It appears to be king-level energy, Zhou said, sheathing his brilliant golden armor. The moment his palm touched the blood, an update notification appeared in the biological atlas. Earth-covered Leviathan stage, adult. Length, 3 million meters. Weight, 999 trillion tons. Diet, mud meat. Description, a king-level Leviathan that lives in the endless sea. With energy, it continuously grows, eventually becoming a continent. Its body contains earth-covered crystals, a material for a Stage 3 physical attribute breakthrough. It seems there are other Stage 3 physical attribute breakthrough formulas, Zhou muttered after reading the earth-covered Leviathan's illustrated information. After all, the Stage 3 physical attribute breakthrough formula he obtained didn't include earth-covered crystals. Let's go, Huanlin, and find the treasure chest. Zhou approached Huanlin's head, covering Huanlin's brain with his mental power, and speaking directly. Find the treasure chest. Find the treasure chest. Huanlin's inner voice cried joyfully, rapidly coursing through his blood vessels. Chapter 961. This treasure hunt trial is truly simple, Zhou thought to himself, gazing at the silver-rimmed supply box in his hand. Roughly an hour had passed since the 9th trial began. Using Huanlin's bioradar, Zhou had located a dozen ordinary supply boxes in the corners of the various branches of the earth-covering Leviathan. But the items in these ordinary supply boxes consisted of common materials, completely worthless to Zhou. Another treasure chest. Huanlin's voice echoed in Zhou's mind. Soon after, Huanlin reached the entrance of a branch. Because the branch was too narrow, Huanlin couldn't turn around once inside. So, Zhou had Huanlin stop outside and swam toward the interior. Soon, relying on his mental power, Zhou spotted a pale yellow light shield at the end of this branch, which was only a little over 200 meters in diameter. Within it lay a silver-rimmed supply box. While the treasure hunt trial certainly didn't present any danger, obtaining the treasure chest still required considerable strength. For example, the silver-rimmed supply box in front of him, shrouded by a pale yellow light shield, would be impossible to reach without breaking through the outer layer. Zhou swam directly in front of the pale yellow shield. It wasn't large, only about 3 meters in diameter, and resembled a yellow bubble. Swish! A flash of blue light appeared in Zhou's hand, and a dark gold broadsword appeared. He then slashed through the pale yellow shield. Bang! The moment the dark gold broadsword's blade made contact with the pale yellow shield, it suddenly popped like a soap bubble, with a slight crackling sound. Then, Zhou reached out and picked up the silver-rimmed supply box on the ground, then opened it to examine the contents. Ding! Obtained Earth Crystal Fragment X1. Ding! Obtained Land Base X100. Ding! Obtained Evolution Factor X1. Earth Crystal Fragment? Zhou directly took it out and checked the information. Earth Crystal Fragment. Increases Constitution stat by 1 upon use. Only usable in the first stage. Collecting 100 pieces can fuse into an Earth Crystal. It's really an item that increases stats, similar to the Strength Crystal Fragment. However, these days, survivors have at least 3 full stats in the first stage. Crystal fragments of this level are definitely useless. The Earth Crystal of the next level might be of some use, Zhou muttered. I wonder if this Earth Crystal Fragment, when fused to the highest level, can also be used to increase the upper limit of Constitution stats? Zhou pondered. Then, Zhou glanced at the evolution factor again, but still found no information. On the 120th day, upon leaving the survival planet via the tidal Leviathan and entering space, a significant amount of these evolution factors were obtained from the incoming meteorites, but their purpose remains unknown. Zhou didn't waste any more time, immediately storing the items in a standard supply box. He then left the narrow branch vessel and returned to Huanlin's head, continuing his search for the next treasure chest. After searching several more silver-rimmed supply boxes and obtaining several earth-covering crystal fragments, Huanlin swam into a blood vessel approximately 1,000 meters in diameter, then accelerated forward, following the direction of the blood flow. But after swimming for a short while, Zhou, using his wave-breaker mech's increased mental power to 5,000 meters, spotted a group of people engaged in a fierce battle in a branch not far ahead. Next to them, a yellow light shield held a gold-rimmed supply box. The fight was intense, and several survivors had already died. Zhou brow furrowed slightly upon seeing this. Isn't it a rule against killing? The number of survivors in Sea Area 10 was already small. If the fighting continued, there would be no survivors left. So, Zhou immediately had Huanlin approach, enter the branch, and approach the group. The survivors fighting each other felt their blood surge violently, realizing that other survivors were approaching, and so they temporarily stopped fighting. When they saw that it was a kilometer-long Leviathan, fear crossed their faces. But after taking in the Leviathan's appearance, a faint smile crept onto the survivors' faces. What's wrong with you? Aren't you forbidden from killing people? Zhou swam down from the phantom scale's head, glanced at the group, and asked. Sir, we were wrong. We leave now, one of the survivors said respectfully. Then, the group swam back to their Leviathan's head and quickly departed. So decisive? Zhou asked, somewhat surprised. He had originally planned to inspect the items in the gold-rimmed supply box, and, if they weren't useful, hand them over to the survivors. He hadn't expected them to just leave. But come to think of it, it made sense. The survivors' transformed Leviathans were only about 500 meters long, and the energy released during battle wasn't high. Seeing his phantom scales, over 1,000 meters long, they undoubtedly be wary of his strength. Swish! Zhou didn't care anymore, and slashed the yellow light barrier with his dark gold broadsword. However, this time, the dark gold broadsword didn't completely pierce the yellow light barrier, leaving only a shallow scar. It seems the energy intensity has increased, Zhou concluded. He then took out his Liang blade and slashed at the yellow light barrier again. Bang! This time, the yellow light barrier exploded, and Zhou successfully retrieved the gold-rimmed supply box inside. In fact, according to Zhou's judgment, multiple strikes with the dark gold broadsword should be enough to break the yellow light barrier, but he didn't want to waste time. Ding! Obtained Earth Covering Crystal X1. Ding! Obtained Silver Token X1. Ding! Obtained Companion Voucher X1. Ding! Obtained Evolution Factor X1. Ding! Obtained Genetic Conversion Fluid X1. Next, Zhou checked the information on the Earth Covering Crystal. Like the Strength Crystal, it was used to increase the second stage physical attributes, but the rest was unremarkable. Afterwards, Zhou continued his search for treasure chests, encountering many survivors fighting each other along the way, which surprised him. Are the rules jointly established by the 9 survivor kings so unintimidating? Zhou felt something was amiss. Through his mental observation, he noticed that the survivors who saw his phantom scales in full view always had a hint of a smile on their faces. Furthermore, after using his mental power to scan the survivors' phantom leviathans, Zhou discovered that each of their phantom leviathans had a golden scale on its left pectoral fin, as if it had been specially plated with gold. Chapter 962. Is that golden scale a mark of some kind? Zhou asked, puzzled. The problem was, all the survivors participating in the trial were from Sea Area 10. Was there a need for such a distinguishing mark? Wait, in this trial, could I be mistaken for a survivor from Sea Area 9, and then assigned to the trial in Sea Area 1? Zhou suddenly thought. And those scales, deliberately plated with gold, must be how Sea Area 1 distinguishes survivors from those from Sea Area 9. After all, in the trial, everyone wears armor, and under normal circumstances, it's impossible to distinguish survivors from different sea areas. No wonder those survivors smiled when they saw the phantom scales. It seems they mistook me for a survivor from Sea Area 9, Zhou said calmly. However, Zhou wasn't panicking. He had already killed 2 of the survivor kings of Sea Area 1 yesterday. It would be best if he could find a few more of those Sea Area 1 survivors who had discovered his identity. This would allow him to raise his 3 attribute limits again. So, Zhou continued searching for treasure chests, waiting for those to come to him. After a while, Zhou found some more supply boxes, but they were ordinary ones or silver-rimmed ones, and the items inside were worthless. No wonder Chen Xian said the trial was boring. This is indeed boring, Zhou shook his head. Huh? Just as Zhou Wen entered a blood vessel with a diameter of approximately 3,000 meters, his mental sense detected a group of survivors ahead. Among them were two leviathans, each about 1,500 meters long. Above the two large leviathans stood two survivors wearing energy armor. They seemed to have been waiting there for some time. "There actually is a survivor from Sea Area 9, one of the survivors in brown armor said with a smile. "Searching for supply boxes is so boring, so here's a bit of fun," another survivor in cyan armor chimed in. "The human emperor has a rule. If you encounter a survivor from Sea Area 9 during the trial, if they're a strong survivor, you kill them immediately. If they're an ordinary survivor, you kill only the transformed Leviathan." "My friend, are you a strong survivor from Sea Area 9 or an ordinary survivor?" The survivor in cyan armor hesitated, preparing to play a trick on the other survivor. They encountered strong survivors from Sea Area 9 before, and when faced with this, they almost always claimed to be ordinary survivors and groveled for mercy. At this point, they assumed the strong survivor from Sea Area 9 would also pretend to be an ordinary survivor and pretend to kneel down and beg for mercy. They would then train the strong survivor from Sea Area 9 like a dog, but the survivor, believing they were going to let him go, would kill him. However, to their surprise, the powerful survivor from Sea Area 9 didn't answer their questions, nor did he flee. Instead, he asked them a question. "Are you the king of the survivors of Sea Area 1? Zhou Wen asked. "Of course not. Our noble and great king doesn't have the time to deal with lowly rats like you," the survivor in brown armor said with disdain. "Then can you bring the king of the survivors with you?" Zhou Wen continued. "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of the noble king's personal intervention?" The survivor in brown armor said, a hint of anger on his face. He was very annoyed by this powerful survivor from Sea Area 9, whose words seemed to disregard them. He seemed like a tough nut to crack. Don't waste time talking to him. Just kill him. Seeing the other man unwilling to beg for mercy, the survivor in cyan armor didn't want to waste any more time. With a wave of his arm, a translucent green crystal sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, a green energy clung to the crystal sword. Tough nut to crack? Haha, wait until I break his limbs, then I see if he begs for mercy. The survivor in brown armor's palm flashed with blue light, and a black hammer appeared in his hand, coated in a brown-yellow energy. Swoosh! The next second, the two figures vanished, appearing in front of Zhou Wen in an instant. The energy-charged sword shone with a stream of green light, heading straight for Zhou Wen's heart. The black hammer, swung with immense force, squeezed the flowing blood and smashed down on Zhou Wen's head from top to bottom. Bang! The sharp cyan sword instantly pierced Zhou Wen's armor, piercing his heart squarely. A crisp metallic sound followed. Bang! The black hammer smashed heavily against Zhou Wen's head, cracking the armor around his head with a resounding, bell-like sound. However, Zhou Wen's head didn't explode like the armor, revealing only a head of golden hair. What? The expressions of the two number 1 Sea Area experts suddenly changed. Both of them possessed abyssal energy, yet they couldn't cause the slightest damage to the person before them. Zizizizi. Just as they were stunned, Zhou Wen activated his attached thunder ability, attaching a beam of golden thunder energy to his body. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Zhou Wen's entire body erupted in lightning, and a deafening roar of thunder and lightning erupted. The pupils of the two Sea Area 1 warriors shrank sharply, and they quickly activated their respective speed attributes, increasing them fivefold, hoping to gain a safe distance. Whoosh! But as they began to move backward, the figure, whose body was flashing with golden electricity, erupted with a burst of dark energy with golden lines, and appeared in front of them at an even faster speed. Puff! Puff! Zhou Wen instantly rushed in front of the two men, swinging his fist imbued with golden thunder energy, and struck them hard. The two men immediately formed a protective energy layer on their bodies, trying to resist the terrifying lightning-infused punch. However, their abyssal energy was no match for the golden thunder energy, and was instantly shattered. Zhou Wen's fist, unfazed, pierced through the two men's armor and pierced through their bodies. Pain immediately crossed their faces, and they stared at Zhou Wen in shock. They had never imagined that such a powerful being could survive in Sea Area 9. However, Zhou Wen deliberately avoided the two men's vital points, so although they were shot through the body, they survived. Then, Zhou Wen casually threw them away, deactivating his Thunder Attachment ability and deactivating his Liang ability. The survivors from Sea Area 1, watching from behind, watched their two powerful warriors being almost instantly killed. They were horrified and immediately commanded their transformed leviathans to turn and flee. Zhou Wen ignored these ordinary survivors from Sea Area 1. Killing them was pointless. His target was still the king of the survivors in C Area 1, so he turned his attention back to the two powerful survivors from C Area 1. Chapter 963. What do you think? Am I worthy of your Survivor King's attack now? Zhou asked, looking at the two C Area 1 experts, who had distanced themselves from him and activated their physical abilities to heal their injuries. Who the hell are you? How could there be a powerhouse like you in C Area 9? The survivor in cyan armor asked in disbelief. I'm a hidden expert in C Area 9. I usually keep a low profile, so you don't know me, Zhou said. A hidden expert? The survivor in cyan armor didn't believe it at all. If the other person was truly a hidden expert, they would have hidden away in a secluded place until the end of the trial. And this guy before him, clearly possessing the power to kill them both instantly, deliberately chose not to kill them, as if to lure their fellow survivor king over. You're so powerful, yet you didn't show up when C Area 9 was destroyed. This shows you don't feel a sense of belonging to C Area 9. How about you just join us in C Area 1? The survivor in cyan armor asked. In fact, the survivor in cyan armor had just sent invitations to the 7 survivor kings, but during the trial, survivors can't send messages to each other. The survivor kings didn't know his situation, and might not choose to join him anytime soon, so he wanted to delay as much as possible. I just want to join your C Area 1, that's why I wanted you, the survivor kings, to come with me, but you insist I'm unworthy. I have no choice but to let you see if I'm worthy enough, Zhou said with a helpless tone. So that's how it is. We were both reckless. I'm so sorry. It was all a misunderstanding. A look of regret crossed the face of the survivor in cyan armor, and he apologized sincerely. Zhou chatted with the survivor in cyan armor from then on. He knew that the survivor had likely already sent a message to the survivor king, so he didn't mind waiting a little longer. About half an hour later, a blue light appeared next to the survivor in cyan armor, and then a survivor in gold armor emerged from the blue light. What happened? The survivor in gold armor immediately released his mental power to survey the surroundings, but when it encountered Zhou, it was blocked by Zhou's own mental power. Huh? The blocked mental power immediately caught the attention of the survivor in gold armor, and he looked directly at Zhou. The king of Area 2, he's a formidable figure from C Area 9. We're no match for him, so we brought you along. Upon seeing the king of Area 2 arrive, the survivor in cyan armor instantly lost all his previous respect for Zhou. He pointed a finger at Zhou and spoke fiercely. He's truly a formidable figure, the king of Area 2 said, sizing him up. His intelligence statistic is 24 points, so anyone who can block his mental detection should have a similar intelligence statistic. My name is Dimitri, the king of Area 2 in C Area 1. What's your name? Dimitri asked. You're going to die anyway, so why ask for a name? Zhou didn't answer, he was too lazy to come up with one. You seem quite self-aware. If that's the case, then die. Dimitri immediately unleashed his king's might, directly covering Zhou. Then, with his 5 fingers clenched together, a white halo of energy quickly formed and shot towards Zhou. Dimitri didn't like to play with rats, he would crush them to death with a single stomp. So he used the quickest method to kill them, first suppressing them with Wang Wei, then killing them with the energy aura. After leaving Dimitri's palm, the white energy aura suddenly grew to 5 meters and shot directly towards Zhou. Swish! Zhou's mind moved, and the Liang blade appeared in his hand. After rapidly infusing it with a stream of Liang energy, he swung it forward, sending a 30-meter-long, pitch-black energy blade flying horizontally. Bang! The 30-meter-long Liang energy blade instantly collided with the white aura. The two energies exploded, causing a brief blood flow barrier within his blood vessels. After all this waiting, there's only one survivor king? Zhou sighed. Not affected by Wang Wei. Dimitri's expression suddenly changed as a thought occurred to him, as he recalled the sudden deaths of the kings of Areas 3 and 6 in C Area 9 yesterday. Zhou no longer held back, instantly activating his 3 energy-enhancing attributes. He then unleashed his flame-splitting blade and flashed before Dimitri, the king of Area 2, striking him with it. Flame-splitting blade. Dimitri's face lit up with horror as he saw the blade, and he cried out in surprise. Swish! The blade swung down, but missed its target, as Dimitri's form vanished in a flash of blue light. Running so fast. Zhou was stunned, but quickly reacted. It seems he guessed that the kings of Areas 3 and 6 of C Area 1 had perished at my hands. Zhou expressed a wave of regret. If he had known the other party was so cautious, he should have feigned being subdued by Wang Wei before launching a surprise attack. The 3 amplification attributes all consume considerable energy. Zhou would appear directly before the cyan-armored survivor's Leviathan, quickly slaying it. He then activated his devouring pattern and began devouring the Leviathan's flesh and blood, restoring his own energy. The cyan-armored survivor watched his Leviathan transform into a crimson stream of energy, his face filled with extreme horror. They had thought they were safe with the King of Area 2, but for some unknown reason, the King of Area 2 suddenly departed. Zhou glanced at the cyan-armored survivor and, instead of killing him, killed the brown-armored survivor first, along with his Leviathan. When you invited the survivor to join you, did you only invite one of the survivor kings? Zhou approached the cyan-armored survivor and inquired. I sent invitations to all 7 survivor kings. All of them. The survivor in cyan armor said, his voice trembling with panic. 7 survivor kings? Don't you have 8 more survivor kings in Sea Area 1? Zhou asked, puzzled. I don't dare send an invitation to the human emperor. If he thinks I'm wasting my time, he'd be killed on the spot, the survivor in cyan armor replied. Human emperor? What's the power of your human emperor? Zhou roughly understood that human emperor was probably the title for the ultimate ruler of Sea Area 1. Then, the survivor in cyan armor told Zhou everything he knew. After hearing this, Zhou's face darkened, for the human emperor of Sea Area 1 already possessed multiple king-level Leviathan genes and king-level traits, as well as a flame-splitting blade. Chapter 964. After hearing the news about the human emperor of Sea Area No. 1, Zhou's expression suddenly froze. He suddenly swung his Liang blade and decapitated the cyan-armored survivor in front of him. But just as Zhou was about to activate his brilliant flame ability and burn the corpse to ash, a blue light flashed nearby. Another person approached. Zhou immediately retreated, creating distance. Although the cyan-armored survivor said he dared not accompany the human emperor, he couldn't confirm whether there was one. After all, the cyan-armored survivor was facing a life-threatening situation. It was better to fight than to die, so he remained vigilant. A figure gradually emerged from the blue light. He wore a suit of dark green armor, its surface faintly gleaming with a faint, dark green light. Did you kill him? The dark green armored survivor glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, then turned to Zhou and asked, Who are you? Zhou didn't answer, but instead inquired about the other person's identity. It's me, the king, who's asking you a question. The dark green armored survivor's words were tinged with anger. His might was instantly unleashed, directly enveloping Zhou. Feeling the might coming, Zhou's expression shifted. He immediately feigned a splitting headache and fell to his knees. No, you don't even know me? The green-armored survivor suddenly realized something, then glanced at the corpse on the ground, finally figuring out what was going on. It seems you're not a survivor from our Sea Area 1. Then, I let you die knowingly. I'm the king of Area 8, Simon. Simon's words shone with arrogance. After all, he had only recently become king of Area 8. So, it was the noble king of Area 8. I didn't mean to kill him. I originally wanted to join Sea Area 1, but he insisted on attacking me. I was forced to kill him. Zhou spoke with difficulty, pretending to be suppressed by Wang Wei. Want to join our Sea Area 1? Haha, you lowly creatures are unworthy. You're only fit to be slaves, Simon said disdainfully. And you dared to kill a survivor from Sea Area 1? I now sentence you to death. Simon spoke, a large sword materializing in his hand, and he leisurely approached Zhou, who was being suppressed by Wang Wei. At this moment, Zhou threw the Nightfall Source Core cage he had prepared in advance. In an instant, a space of Nightfall energy, nearly a kilometer in diameter, formed, enveloping the surroundings. Simon saw Zhou suddenly throw out a black sphere, and thought it was a consumable item that released energy through explosion. He immediately activated his Blood Diamond ability, condensing a layer of Blood Diamond armor on his body. But when he discovered that the black sphere had merely formed a closed space around it, a hint of confusion crossed his face. At this point, Zhou stopped pretending and climbed up from the ground, a space blockade voucher in his hand rapidly dissipating. You? Simon's face changed slightly when he saw Zhou ignoring his Wang Wei, but then, as if a thought occurred to him, excitement returned to his face. Are you the guy who took all the slaves from the gold mine? Simon had been investigating the gold mine yesterday. Those traitors had ignored Wang Wei, and now seeing Zhou do the same, and being a survivor from Sea Area 9, he immediately assumed there was a connection. You even deliberately sealed off the space. Did you think I escape? Simon had actually prepared to leave before joining them. Because the survivor kings had a mission in the trial, the human emperor had stipulated that they must obtain the exclusive supply box of the king-level Leviathan undergoing the trial. This box contained an energy crystal that could increase the energy level of the Leviathan guarding it, allowing it to advance. Although you possess that strange black king-level energy, killing me won't be easy. Simon might have been wary of black energy before, but now he possessed the Golden Flame Mecha, a reward from the human emperor. This meant he possessed a form of king-level energy, and even more powerful. Black king-level energy? Zhou Wen, who was about to act, frowned upon hearing this. Just as Zhou Wen was about to ask for details, Simon summoned the Golden Flame Mecha, channeled a stream of golden flame energy into it, and then rushed towards him. Seeing this, Zhou Wen didn't ask any more questions and immediately activated his Brilliant Flame ability, Thunder ability, and Liang ability. He increased his strength 6-fold, his physique 10-fold, and his speed 6-fold. Then, with a thought, the flame-splitting blade and the space-warping gloves appeared together. The flame ion energy stored in the space-warping gloves channeled into a portion of the flame-splitting blade, forming a 5-meter-long crimson energy blade. Flame-splitting blade. Simon, inside the Golden Flame Mech, his face suddenly changed upon seeing the crimson blade. He immediately attempted to teleport away using his companion's invitation, but the space had been sealed. Just as Simon was about to retract his Golden Flame armor and use his speed attribute to escape the sealed space, Zhou Wen had already arrived in front of the Golden Flame Mech, slashing down with the crimson blade in his hand. Swish! The defensive Golden Flame energy on the Golden Flame Mech surface was instantly cleaved, splitting the entire mech in two. A stream of flame erupted from the crimson scar, suddenly engulfing the mech. Ding! Kill the holder of the Survival King title, and obtain the Survival King title. A system notification chimed in his mind, confirming the death of the King of Area 8. Zhou Wen lifted the blockade and put away the Nightfall Source Core cage. The area covered by the Nightfall Source Core cage had shrunk because King-level energy was blocking the blood vessel walls, preventing the Nightfall energy from expanding to its full potential. Black King-level energy, is it an alien brain? Zhou Wen frowned deeply. If an alien brain had also arrived in the Endless Sea, it would be a huge problem. Because the various survivor zones are not interconnected, an alien brain could occupy one without the other's knowledge. By then, hundreds of millions of alien brains would be scattered across the Endless Sea, a disaster for both the survivors and the creatures of the Endless Sea. It seems the alien brains have appeared in Sea Area 1. The human emperor of Sea Area 1 is so powerful, he should be able to curb their growth. Zhou Wen had no way to deal with it now, so he could only leave it to the human emperor of Sea Area 1. For the next period of time, Zhou Wen continued to search for supply boxes in the blood vessels. To avoid being constantly attacked by the people of Sea Area 1, he coated a scale on the left pectoral fin of phantom scale with gold, disguising himself as a powerful person from Sea Area 1. After half a day, Zhou Wen had basically explored every blood vessel in the earth-covering Leviathan, obtaining a large number of supply boxes, but few valuable items. Chapter 965. At this moment, Zhou Wen arrived before a massive heart. However, the entrance to the blood vessels leading into the heart was blocked by a dark yellow crystalline energy barrier. Some survivors from Area 1, possessing abyssal-level energy, attacked the dark yellow crystalline energy barrier, but were unable to cause any damage. Seeing this, Zhou Wen immediately released his remnant soul clone, transforming it into the form of the King of Area 2. Then, using scorching cold energy, he spent some time piercing the dark yellow crystalline energy barrier and successfully entered the heart. In the center of the heart lay a massive brown-yellow energy sphere, approximately 1,000 meters in diameter. This must be the core of the earth-covering Leviathan. I wonder if I can take it away, Zhou Wen muttered, gazing at the massive core not far away. Beneath the massive core lay a dark yellow energy crystal sphere. In its center, a pure gold treasure chest was sealed. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Wen took out the flame-splitting blade and swiftly slashed at the energy crystal. After a moment, he reached the center of the energy crystal and successfully obtained the pure gold treasure chest inside. This is the final reward for the treasure hunt trial? It's so simple. Zhou Wen thought to himself, and directly opened the pure gold treasure chest. Ding! Received gold order X1. Ding! Received earth covering energy crystal X1. Ding! Received earth covering essence crystal X1. Ding! Received emperor level positioning card fragment X1. Ding! Received transfiguration Leviathan transformation stage earth covering evolution template X1. Ding! Received earth covering Leviathan thick earth armor evolution crystal. Ding! Received evolution factor X 10,000. These are all new things. Zhou Wen directly took out the earth-covering energy crystal to obtain information. Ding! Earth-covering energy crystal. Condensed from the earth-covering Leviathan's own energy, feeding it to a guardian Leviathan will increase its energy intensity. It appears to be an item used to cultivate guardian Leviathans. However, after the death of the tidal Leviathan, we no longer have any guardian Leviathans in Sea Area 10. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that Sea Area 10 was not only at a disadvantage compared to other survivor areas in terms of numbers, but without a guardian Leviathan, its overall strength would also be significantly reduced. I wonder if there's any way to revive the tidal Leviathan, or find a new king-level Leviathan as a guardian Leviathan, Zhou Wen thought. There was no need to look at the earth-covering crystal. Zhou Wen already knew from the earth-covering Leviathan's biological encyclopedia that it was a material capable of breaking through the third-stage physical limit. Ding! Transformed Leviathan Transformation Stage Earth-Covered Evolution Template. Available after the transformed Leviathan enters the transformation stage. Upon successful use, the transformed Leviathan will evolve into Earth-Covered Leviathan. The template has 3 evolution crystal slots, and comes with a giant gene source. Ding! Giant. Size exceeds the level limit, reaching a maximum of 10 times its original size. Transformation stage? Is it the stage after the transformed Leviathan's food transformation stage? Zhou Wen speculated. Then Zhou Wen looked at the transformed Leviathan transformation stage earth-covered evolution template in his hand. It was a miniature model of earth-covered Leviathan, palm-sized, with a brownish-yellow crystal-like shape throughout and 3 cubic grooves on its back, each approximately 1 centimeter long. That's too ugly. Zhou Wen definitely wouldn't let the transformed Leviathan evolve into earth-covered Leviathan. It was too bulky and resembled a continental plate with legs, not a pretty sight at all. The first 2 stages have the ultimate formula. Is there one for the transformation stage? Zhou Wen felt a high probability that there was, but he entered the endless sea too late, so it might have already been obtained by other survivors. Alas, there's no point in thinking about this. Let's wait until Wanling enters the food transformation stage. Zhou Wen shook his head. He hadn't even found the final ingredient in the food transformation stage's ultimate formula, the spiritual core, yet, so there was no point in thinking about the transformation stage now. Ding! Earth-covering Leviathan thick earth armor evolution crystal can be inserted into a compatible transformation stage evolution template, granting the transformation stage evolution template the thick earth armor gene source. Ding! Thick earth armor manipulates the earth to form a thick layer of earth armor on the body's surface. This evolution crystal is the perfect size for the earth-covering evolution template. Zhou Wen looked at the ochre-colored crystal cube, 1 centimeter on a side, in his hand, and tried to insert it into the groove of the earth-covering evolution template. Ding! Do you want to use 100 million evolution factors to embed the thick earth armor evolution crystal in the earth cover evolution template? Embedding evolution crystals actually requires so many evolution factors? Zhou Wen exclaimed in shock. The total evolution factors he obtained from those supply boxes only amounted to a little over 10,000. However, during the 10 days of space travel to the abyss, Zhou Wen had collected over 1 billion evolution factors from survivors by selling seaweed. Later, in the abyss, Zhou Wen defeated 4 more survivor kings. Their loot mail also contained a large amount of evolution factors, totaling approximately 3 billion. Adding his own, the total was nearly 5 billion. So evolution factors are used here. Luckily, all the ones I collected back then are still here, Zhou Wen said with a smile. 5 billion evolution factors are enough for him to inlay evolution crystals 50 times, and this evolution template can only be inlaid 3 times, consuming at most 300 million evolution factors, plenty to spare. After inspecting all the items, Zhou Wen turned his gaze toward the massive core not far ahead. I'd taken everything I should have during the trial. Now, it's time to take what I shouldn't. Zhou Wen immediately activated his floating ability and flew toward the massive core. But when he was 1,000 meters from the giant core, a brown-yellow energy layer suddenly appeared, preventing him from getting any closer. Zhou Wen immediately landed on the ground and activated his brilliant flame ability, thunder ability, Liang ability, and fighting ability. Zhou Wen's current speed attribute is 1,300 points. After a 10% boost from Golden Thunder Arc, it reaches 1,430 points. With a further 6-fold increase from Liang energy, even without activating the Moon Shuttle ability, his speed attribute can reach 10,010 points. With the king-level fighting energy protecting his body, Zhou Wen unleashed his flame-splitting blade and quickly sliced through the brown-yellow energy layer, continuing toward the giant core. However, the moment he broke through the brown-yellow energy layer, a warning from the world system echoed in his mind. Ding! Warning! You have exceeded the trial range. Please leave immediately. Hearing the warning, Zhou hesitated for a moment, but seeing the giant core so close, he still wanted to try again. After all, encountering a king-level Leviathan was not easy. Chapter 966. After Zhou killed the Brainwave Leviathan, he didn't receive a king-level Leviathan hunting ticket from the exclusive supply box. This suggests that it might no longer be possible to obtain king-level Leviathan hunting tickets from the abyssal-level supply boxes in the Endless Sea. The king-level Leviathan in the trial couldn't be missed. I'm determined to get this giant king-level core. Even the system can't hold it back, I say. Zhou declared arrogantly. However, just as Zhou palm was about to touch the giant king-level core, his vision suddenly blurred, and the surrounding scene shifted. He suddenly appeared from a space filled with blood, 10,000 meters in the air. Ding! You've been removed from the treasure hunt trial. Well, it seems I can't kill the king-level Leviathan in the trial, Zhou thought. By the way, where's Wanlin? As his body rapidly fell, Zhou used his mental power to scan his surroundings, but he couldn't see Wanlin. Isn't he still in the trial? Zhou face suddenly changed. Wanlin's body was only protected by a layer of medium-sized Leviathan-level armor, making him very dangerous during the trial. If I teleport now, can I return to Wanlin's stomach wall? Zhou thought, teleporting directly into the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. He then teleported out again, and the next second, he successfully appeared in Wanlin's stomach wall space. That's pretty good. I try to obtain the giant king-level core again, Zhou thought to himself, and immediately left the stomach wall space. But when he got outside, he found himself in the sea. When he swam out of the water, he saw an island, the same island that had been incinerated by the golden flame energy ball. Okay, Wanlin has been removed from the trial. Zhou thought he'd just been stuck with a bug. But it doesn't matter. I already got the treasure chest, so staying in the trial is a waste of time. Zhou said, extracting the Dream Sea location card from the system interface and trying it out. Ding! The Dream Sea location card has been successfully used. The transformed Leviathan has located the Dream Sea. Based on its current swimming speed, it will arrive in 100 days. Huh? 100 days? Zhou was stunned when he heard the system notification in his head. He hadn't even spent 100 days in the abyss. Never mind. I have to explore the Endless Sea anyway, so let's just treat it as a goal. Zhou thought again. Instead of aimlessly exploring the Endless Sea, it would be better to keep moving towards a goal. Wanlin, let's go! Zhou released his mental power, and said to Wanlin, let's go! Let's go! Wanlin's lively voice echoed in Zhou's mind, and then it began to swim rapidly in one direction. While Wanlin was swimming, Zhou began to check the loot emails of the King of Area 8, but found that the King of Area 8 had far fewer items than the Kings of Areas 3 and 6, whom he had killed yesterday. Especially not a single golden flame energy core. There wasn't a single one. Huh? How come all these trait stamps have corresponding genetic potions? Zhou asked, somewhat puzzled. The two survivor kings he had killed yesterday had no corresponding genetic potions for their powerful traits, not even the corresponding Leviathan corpses. However, all three of the King of Area 8's powerful trait stamps had corresponding genetic potions. The effects of these three powerful attribute seals are an 8x increase in strength, a 10x increase in physique, and a 7x increase in speed. The 8x strength seal, called the Mountain Shaking Seal, was used directly by Zhou. He didn't use the 10x physique seal, as he already had the thundering ability. He also didn't use the 7x speed seal, as the gene potion compatible with this seal didn't have any inherent abilities. These gene potions appeared to be post-production. Zhou now understood why the Halian Leviathan gene potion he had previously crafted lacked its own inherent abilities. Because the Abyss-class gene potions he crafted didn't have any inherent abilities, only the gene potions found in the exclusive supply boxes of Abyss-class Leviathans had inherent abilities. To verify this hypothesis, Zhou used some of the ingredients for gene potions to craft a new Thundering Leviathan gene potion, which lacked its own inherent abilities. The Thundering Leviathan gene potion Jiang Haitao had given him was directly from a special supply box, hence its inherent abilities. At this point, Zhou used the attribute stripping stamp to strip away the explosive attribute, then applied the mountain shaking attribute and drank the mountain shaking Leviathan gene potion. Aside from these attribute stamps, there were no other valuable items in the King of Area 8's loot mail. Zhou simply sent the remaining items to Jiang Haitao, asking him to sort them and reward them to guild members or ordinary survivors in Area 10. However, Since the trial was still ongoing, the mail could not be sent out yet. After checking the loot email, Zhou Wen began to fuse the recently acquired Survival King title, increasing his 3 attribute caps by another 50 points. Later, Zhou Wen rested on Huanling's back, basking in the sun, while consuming the flesh of new creatures, bringing all 3 newly increased attributes back to their maximums. This earth-covering crystal is useless. Zhou Wen fused all the earth-covering crystals he had obtained from the earth-covering Leviathan into a higher-level earth-covering crystal, but it only increased the 3rd stage physical attribute by a small amount. Soon, night fell, Huanling began to rest, and Zhou Wen concentrated on refining thunder energy and golden thunder energy in his stomach space. The evening passed quickly, and on the morning of the 331st day, the 9th treasure hunt trial concluded, and all survivors returned to their respective sea areas. After the system interface returned to normal, Zhou Wen sent the 3 abyssal-grade weapons he had previously obtained from the 3 kings of the survivors in Sea Area 1 to Jiang Haitao. The 3 abyss-level weapons are Sonic Fists, Wind-Splitting Spear, and Golden Blade. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Ling Liang all now possess their own abyss-level weapons. The 3 abyss-level weapons, lacking the corresponding energy, can be sold to any survivor king in need. Next, Zhou Wen asked the 3 if they had obtained other transformation evolution templates during their previous treasure hunt trials. This was the first time they had heard of transformation evolution templates, as they had never obtained the final pure gold treasure chest in their previous 3 trials. Somewhat surprised, Zhou Wen delved into the details. It turned out that different king-level Leviathans placed their final pure gold treasure chests in different locations, and most of these pure gold treasure chests remained mobile. Even if they encountered a king-level Leviathan with a fixed pure gold treasure chest, the energy encasing it on its surface was extremely dense and constantly repaired, making it impossible for them to break it with their limited king-level energy. Chapter 967. At noon on the 331st day, a phantom Leviathan slowly emerged from the sea near the island where Zhou Wen had previously lived. Swoosh! The phantom Leviathan opened its mouth, and a beam of golden light suddenly shot out, hurtling towards the island at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In a mere second, the golden light had already leaped tens of thousands of meters, striking the center of the island like a falling meteorite. Instantly, a scorching golden flame spread. The island's rocks, already melted once, melted again into molten lava under the intense heat of the golden flame, instantly transforming the island's center into a magma lake. Amidst the golden light, a figure radiating golden flame energy gradually emerged. It was none other than Vic, the human emperor of Sea Area 1. As soon as the trial concluded, Vic had his men contact a survivor from Sea Area 9 who knew the island's location. The survivor from Sea Area 9 spent the entire morning successfully reaching the island. They then used their companion ticket to bring the human emperor along. The reward for this survivor from Sea Area 9 was the ability to join Sea Area 1 as a regular survivor. Buzz! A powerful mental force, emanating from Vic, rapidly spread outward, encompassing the entire island, covering tens of thousands of meters, thoroughly surveying it. Did they escape early? Finding the island deserted, Vic withdrew his mental power. This mental power, capable of detecting over hundreds of thousands of meters, was not something he could unleash on his own, but rather a result of his true sense ability. This ability, by consuming a significant amount of mental energy, unleashes a powerful, wide-ranging mental detection wave. The reason the True Sense possesses such a powerful detection effect is because it's a king-level trait, gained by Vic after slaying a king-level Leviathan named True Sense Leviathan. A hint of surprise crossed Vic's face, as he had sensed 2 Imperial-level auras on this island. One was very familiar to him, the aura of the falling star Leviathan, while the other was quite unfamiliar, encountering it for the first time today. Possessing 2 Imperial-level energies? Vic frowned slightly, then shook his head. He didn't believe any survivor in the Endless Sea could surpass him in strength. Probably possessing 2 Imperial-level weapons, Vic speculated, as he also possessed 2 Imperial-level weapons. Humph. You're a good runner. Vic was filled with disdain for this cloddy rat who, despite possessing immense power, didn't dare to engage him head-on, preferring to hide and seek. With a cold snort, he soared into the sky, hovering high in the sky. Whoosh! In the sky, Vic's entire body surged with golden flames. These golden flame energies then began to converge towards the center of his palm, gradually forming a golden flame energy ball. But this golden flame energy ball was only the size of a fist, white in color, and emanated a terrifying aura of destruction. Shoo! Vic casually threw the incandescent energy ball, formed from the vast amount of compressed golden flame energy in his palm, towards the island below. Like a short laser beam, the incandescent energy ball instantly penetrated deep into the island. Boom! The next second, a blinding white light suddenly illuminated the island, followed by a deafening roar. A massive golden flame energy ball rapidly expanded, like a balloon, engulfing the entire island. For a moment, a dazzling golden glow illuminated the sky, and a scorching wind rippled the sea. In just a dozen seconds, an island measuring tens of thousands of meters across vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a vast hollow in the water. Vic, who had unleashed this terrifying attack, had already finished his journey, vanishing in a flash of blue light, returning to the space within his transformed Leviathan's stomach. One rat escaped, but what about this one? Shortly after returning, Vic produced a dual ticket and opened the system interface. Using the betrayer information sent by his subordinates, he randomly selected a person to challenge. The news of the human emperor's challenge spread rapidly across the regional communication channel within Sea Area 1. Many survivors in Sea Area 1 were investigating who the human emperor had challenged, and who had even dared to challenge him personally. This is a survivor from Sea Area 1, right? What on earth did he do to deserve a challenge from the great human emperor? I don't know what this person did, but to have the human emperor challenge him, he must be proud. This isn't right. I know this guy. He's just a lowly survivor managing a mining area. How could he possibly deserve the human emperor to attack him? No way. Just an ordinary survivor? Then why would the human emperor personally initiate a duel? Didn't the king of Area 8 also challenge two lowly survivors to a duel before? There must be some hidden secret we don't know. I do know a little about this. I heard that these people seem to have been blessed by a certain god, instantly gaining power comparable to the king of survivors, and that's why they betrayed the human emperor. God? Are there gods in our survival world? Are you an idiot? Do you really believe that? How could a god suddenly gain the power of a king? It's just a lie. Haven't you seen how terrifying the king's power is? If only such a god really existed. I'd love to have the power of a king too. Wait, do you think this great god actually exists? 3 kings have recently mysteriously died in our Sea Area 1. Perhaps they were killed by ordinary survivors blessed by the god. As soon as this survivor's message was sent, it caught the attention of many ordinary survivors in Sea Area 1. If only this god really existed, one ordinary survivor wished. The survivors in Sea Area 1 are strictly divided into different levels, based on their stage levels on their character profiles. Ordinary survivors in the second stage without energy-related traits are considered lowly inferiors by those in the third stage, barely better than slaves. Hoping for gods to exist? Are you lowly creatures planning to betray the emperor? Instantly, ordinary survivors in the Sea Area 1 communication channel stopped sending messages, fearing they would be labeled traitors and eliminated. At that moment, somewhere in a seaweed plantation in Ocean Area 1, a survivor entered a golden palace with a panicked expression. Inside the throne, Miles continued to consume Leviathan flesh to accumulate energy. By this time, the energy radiating from his body had completely transformed into pitch-black energy. Chapter 968. Lord Miles, please save your loyal servant. The survivor's name was Carl, one of Miles's earliest survivors from Sea Area 1. What happened? Did the survivor king challenge you to a duel? Miles asked calmly. Not the survivor king, but the human emperor. Carl's face flickered with fear as he mentioned the human emperor. His body trembled uncontrollably, and even his voice trembled. Human emperor? Miles's face flickered with surprise. Don't worry. I grant you a ray of imperial energy. The human emperor will be no match for you, Miles said, gathering a jet of dark energy in his hand and channeling it into Carl's body. Feeling the immensely powerful dark energy within him, Carl's face lit up with ecstasy. He felt more powerful than ever before. Thank you, Lord Miles, for your gift. This time, I will definitely defeat the human emperor and make you the ruler of Sea Area 1, Carl said with extraordinary excitement. Miles nodded gently. As for whether Carl could kill the human emperor, he felt it was unlikely, but he took this opportunity to test the emperor's strength. The 5 minutes of duel preparation passed quickly. Carl's figure vanished in a flash of blue light, and when he reappeared, he was already in the duel space. Vic also appeared in the duel space. While waiting for the 2 duel spaces to meet, he released golden flame energy, condensing a 5-meter-tall golden flame energy platform before him. He then stepped onto the platform steps and slowly sat on the throne. Soon after, the 2 duel spaces met and gradually merged. As the barrier between them dissipated, the duel officially began. Carl immediately spotted the human emperor, seated aloft on the golden flame energy platform. A flicker of fear crossed his face, but then, as he thought of the dark energy within him, disgust returned. Such a condescending attitude, really disgusting, Carl muttered. Step forward and speak. At this moment, Vic spoke, his tone cold, aloof, and insolent, with a hint of authority that brooked no refusal. Asshole. Carl cursed inwardly, but still walked over. Buzz. As Carl entered Vic's 500-meter range, a surge of royal might spread, enveloping Carl. Humph. Royal might has no effect on me. Carl sneered. How insolent. Vic shouted, quickly forming a marble-sized ball of golden flame energy in his hand, and instantly shooting it towards Carl below, a punishment for his disrespect. The moment the golden flame energy ball left Vic's palm, it rapidly expanded. In just a second, its diameter reached 10 meters. Carrying a terrifying aura, it charged towards Carl. Feeling the scorching energy rushing towards him, Carl's expression changed drastically. He immediately mobilized the dark energy within his body. In an instant, a dense black energy erupted from his entire body. Swish! Carl's 5 fingers formed claws, and fiercely swung at the oncoming golden flame energy ball. 5 dark energy blades were released, directly shredding the golden flame energy ball. Ha ha ha! The human emperor is nothing but this. Carl laughed maniacally, as he saw his black energy easily tear through the human emperor's golden flame energy. He had never imagined that he would one day be evenly matched with the human emperor. Vic, who had been leaning back on the throne with a relaxed attitude, now had a hint of confusion on his face. The energy released by the other person was similar to the unfamiliar imperial energy he had just sensed on the island. Could the person behind this person be the Sea Area 10 expert, who killed those 2 worthless people? Vic speculated. Vic had already learned from messages sent by survivors from Sea Area 9 that the one who killed the king of Areas 3 and 6 was a Sea Area 10 expert, most likely the holder of the title King of Survival. But on closer inspection, something seemed off. The 2 events occurred at different times. The betrayal by the gold mining personnel happened 2 months ago, while the Sea Area 10 expert had only recently appeared. What? Seeing your strongest golden flame energy attack, so easily shattered by me, is a momentary source of unacceptability? Carl saw Vic's momentary daze, and assumed he was stunned by his display of immense strength. A look of disdain suddenly crossed his face. Ha ha, human emperor. Die! Carl felt his own immense power, laughing maniacally as he gathered the black energy within his body into a long black energy spear in his palm, then fiercely hurled it towards Vic. Swish! The black energy spear instantly transformed into a slender black thread of light, imbued with immense penetrating power and terrifying energy, appearing within 10 meters of Vic in an instant. However, despite such a powerful energy attack, Vic remained relaxed on his throne. Immediately, a stream of golden flame energy erupted from his body, forming a golden flame energy barrier in front of him. Bang! The next second, the black energy spear slammed fiercely into the golden flame energy barrier, unleashing a tremendous humming sound. Although the golden flame energy barrier briefly dented upon encountering the black energy spear, the dent quickly healed. Buzz buzz buzz. The 2 energies, one black and one gold, collided, unleashing a series of energy shockwaves. Carl relied on the black energy on his body to resist the incoming energy waves. Vic, meanwhile, sat firmly on the throne, his entire body radiating golden flame energy, continuously providing energy to the golden flame energy barrier 10 meters away that blocked the black energy spear. Gradually, the black energy spear shaft shortened. After a dozen seconds, it was completely consumed by the golden flame energy, transforming into a loose stream of energy and dissipating completely. How could this happen? The smile on Carl's face gradually faded. This single blow had consumed half of his dark energy, yet the human emperor had taken it with ease. Where do you get this energy? Vic asked, his voice still flat and cold. Impossible. You must be feigning composure. Die! Carl's expression darkened as he mobilized the remaining dark energy within him, attempting to condense a new black energy spear. Vic watched Carl, still unaware of reality, a look of weariness on his face. He didn't want to waste any more time here. Since the other party believed the energy granted by the person behind him could rival his, he would crush him completely. That way, he could question him later. Golden Flame Realm. Vic muttered softly, and the next second, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Chapter 969. Immediately afterwards, a faint, pale golden box appeared before him, then rapidly expanded. Within the box, a blazing golden flame blazed, revealing a space condensed by the golden flames. This faint, pale golden box was actually Vic's character attribute panel. After expanding to a certain size, it began to move horizontally forward, like a towering, horizontally moving golden wall, crushing Carl. Wherever the pale golden panel passed, blazing golden flames ignited, completely enveloping the dual space, forming another golden flame space. Looking at the pale golden box suddenly rushing towards him, Carl's face was filled with horror as he saw the character attributes on the panel. 33000 points. Carl's voice trembled, his eyes widening involuntarily, and he was completely stunned. Vic's strength, physique, and speed all reached 3,000 points. Such terrifying numbers were simply unimaginable to Carl, who only had 600 points in each of these three attributes. While Carl was still in shock, his own character attribute panel automatically popped up. It was just a white panel. Although it had also grown in size, it was still as small as an ant compared to Vic's. Bang! The two panels collided, Carl's white panel shattering, while Vic's continued to move horizontally, passing through Carl's body before disappearing. But at this moment, Carl suddenly realized that his surroundings had changed. It was no longer the dual space, but an infinite space filled with golden flames. Zzz. Carl felt as if he were in a furnace, golden flames consuming his body, the black energy on his surface rapidly depleting under the flames. Where the hell is this? Carl felt the black energy dwindling within him, anxiously trying to escape this suddenly appearing golden flame space. But no matter which direction he moved, the surroundings were always filled with golden flames. Vic, sitting on the throne not far away, remained at the same distance from him, as if he were standing still, never moving. At this moment, he finally realized the power of the human emperor. Even Lord Miles could not match him. He wanted to kneel and surrender, but this was a duel, and it would only end with one side dead. The expression on Carl's face shifted from terror, to despair to determination. He gritted his teeth, instantly unleashing all his black energy, and rushed directly towards Vic, sitting high on the throne. However, Carl had only rushed forward a dozen meters, when the surrounding golden flame suddenly became agitated. Swish! In an instant, a golden flame transformed into a golden flame energy blade, suddenly piercing Carl. Puff! The golden flame energy blade easily pierced through the black energy on Carl's body, piercing him through the flesh. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, one golden flame energy blade after another took shape and landed on Carl's body, piercing him with holes. Thump! At this moment, a 5-meter-long golden flame energy blade suddenly formed beneath Carl's feet. It then suddenly rose up, piercing Carl's body and sending him flying into the air. Tell me, who gave you this energy? Vic remained motionless throughout, sitting high on the throne. Although Carl's body was riddled with puncture wounds, he survived because it was strengthened by black energy. At this moment, he looked at Vic with deep fear, but still did not reveal Miles's existence. Huh? Vic's face showed displeasure, his brows slightly furrowed. Golden flames instantly enveloped Carl, burning him furiously. Ah! The black energy on Carl's body was quickly consumed by the golden flames. As the golden flames began to consume him, the extreme pain made him scream out in unbearable pain. However, Vic did not intend to burn Carl to death. After all, his goal this time was to discover the person behind him, so he reduced the power of the golden flames by 99%. The golden flame domain he unleashed could increase the intensity of the golden flame's energy by 300%, while simultaneously weakening the opponent's energy. Because the intensity of the golden flame's energy was already extremely high, after increasing it by 300%, it was already approaching Imperial-level energy. If he had truly unleashed the full force of the golden flame's power, Carl would have been incinerated to ash long ago. Say it. No. Torture me anymore. Carl finally couldn't bear it anymore, and chose to inform the human emperor of Miles's existence in exchange for a quick death. Go ahead, Vic said, unleashing his mental power to envelop Carl's entire body. Yes. Carl was about to speak when his consciousness blurred. Vic instantly sensed something was wrong with Carl's brain and immediately used his mental power to protect it, but he discovered that Carl's brain had transformed into a living being. Boom! Suddenly, a jet of dark energy erupted from the mutated Carl's entire body, and he suddenly rushed towards Vic, seemingly determined to die together. Bang, bang, bang. All the golden flame energy blades that tried to stop him were shattered by the impact. Imperial energy? Vic finally took it seriously, rising from his throne. A blue light flashed in his hand, and a longbow covered in golden flame patterns appeared in his hand. This was the king-level weapon, the golden flame bow. Buzz! Vic instantly pulled the bowstring, and the surrounding golden flames all surged towards the golden flame bow. A golden flame arrow covered in platinum patterns quickly took shape. The moment the bowstring was released, the golden flame arrow suddenly shot out, creating a strange spatial wave in front of it, and instantly pierced the mutated Carl's body. Whoosh! The terrifying energy carried by the golden flame arrow carbonized Carl's body upon contact. Then, a wave of platinum flames rose up, completely incinerating the carbonized body into thin air. What is that? Some kind of parasite? Vic put away his golden flame bow and golden flame domain, his brow furrowed. That parasite was clearly something special. It seemed to possess Imperial-level energy, capable of hiding in the survivor's brains and highly contagious. This posed a significant threat to his Sea Area 1. After defeating the Frost Emperor in his resurrection phase, I thoroughly survey Sea Area 1, Vic decided. Vic won the duel, and was soon transported out of the duel space, and back to his Leviathan stomach. Then, he left the Leviathan stomach and flew towards the area where the Frost Emperor had resurrected. Vic was able to locate the resurrected Emperor Leviathan, because he used the Emperor Locator card, which was specifically designed to locate the resurrected Emperor Leviathan. Chapter 970. I obtained another Emperor-level positioning card fragment during this trial. Zhou pulled out all the Emperor-level positioning card fragments he had previously stored in his locker. There were 7 in total, and he only needed 3 more to create a complete Emperor-level positioning card. But even if I could create a complete Emperor-level positioning card, I wouldn't dare use it. Ever since witnessing the terror of the Deathly Silence Emperor, Zhou had a certain understanding of the power of the Emperor-level Leviathan. It was simply incomparable to a nascent Starfall Leviathan. Zhou simply hoped he wouldn't encounter an Emperor-level Leviathan again, so he wouldn't actively seek one out, as that would be courting death. In his current situation, even if he encountered a Starfall Leviathan, he would have no choice but to flee. The last Starfall Leviathan he encountered in the Abyss Sea, a 3,000-meter-long one, was easily enough to kill him. Now, so many days had passed, he had no idea how much the Falling Star Leviathan had grown, but it was certainly terrifying. After storing the 7 Emperor-level positioning card fragments, Zhou expanded the living area, plant area, and breeding area within the stomach wall. The Phantom Scale's body length had now reached over 1,000 meters, and the area of its stomach wall had expanded significantly, reaching 58 by 58 by 56 meters. The entire stomach wall was enormous, almost the size of half a football field. Zhou could even build a stone villa on the platform of the living area, but in the end, he only built a 20-square-meter wooden house. After all, his living requirements were not high. Zhou used the plant area as farmland, planting various fruit trees and vegetables. He also kept the blackback fish and windwings in the breeding area. The blackback fish and windwings had become dead-blood creatures, completely under Zhou's control. He kept them to see if he could cultivate them into black-blooded creatures, or even dead silence creatures imbued with pitch-black energy. After completing these tasks, Zhou had nothing else to do, so he checked the communication channel on Sea Area 10 while condensing golden and thunder energy. He also consumed the flesh and blood of abyssal-level leviathans, gathering various abyssal-level energies. At night, Zhou used the teleportation cornerstone to reach the main island of Survivor Sea Area 10, then headed to the territory of the Jiangge Guild in search of the Brilliant Sea Serpent. However, it could no longer be called a Brilliant Sea Serpent. After so many days, its size had grown to over 1,000 meters. The creature encyclopedia indicated that it had reached the level of an abyssal leviathan. This was because Jiang Haitao constantly fed the Brilliant Sea Serpent the husks and fur of the sun fruit, causing it to further evolve. Therefore, it was now called a Brilliant Leviathan. At this moment, in the open space at the center of the Jiangge Guild's territory, a gigantic, crystal-like, snake-like creature, radiating sunlight, lay coiled, its mouth lazily open, awaiting the guild members' feeding. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it abruptly opened its eyes, then straightened its lower body and gazed in one direction. Upon catching sight of a long-lost figure, it immediately twisted its massive body and sprinted towards them. "So big?" Zhou exclaimed in mild surprise. Although he had already learned the Brilliant Sea Serpent's current length from Jiang Haiyao, he couldn't help but sigh in awe after seeing it with his own eyes. The Brilliant Sea Serpent's body was now at least 25 meters in diameter, a stark difference from 120 days ago. After rushing in front of Zhou, the Brilliant Sea Serpent attempted to wrap itself around him as before, but Zhou slapped it. Now, it was clearly unable to do so. But the Brilliant Sea Serpent instinctively assumed a fearful gesture, immediately curling its body together and tucking its head between its torsos. With its enormous eyes, 5 or 6 meters in diameter, it furtively observed Zhou. The brilliant sea serpent is already abyssal class. If it were to advance to king class, could it serve as the guardian leviathan of Sea Area 10? Zhou leaped onto the brilliant sea serpent's head and touched the gleaming, hard, diamond-like scales on its head. Of course, evolving the radiant sea serpent into a king-level leviathan was certainly not easy. The only item Zhou could think of was the brilliant sun fruit, but that fruit was in the eternal daylight sea, and he had no clue how to get there. Do you want this? Zhou thought for a moment, then took out the earth-covering energy crystal and tapped the radiant sea serpent's diamond head. This earth-covering energy crystal was used to increase the energy intensity of the guardian leviathan. If the radiant sea serpent could absorb it, perhaps it could evolve into a king-level leviathan. But after sensing it with its tongue, the radiant sea serpent didn't swallow it, indicating that it had no interest in the earth-covering energy crystal, or perhaps it was not yet capable of absorbing it at its current level. At this time, Jiang Hainao also returned to the island. Hearing Zhou arrival, he came over to say hello. As soon as the brilliant sea snake saw Jiang Hainao, it exhaled, then straightened its upper body, its entire body ablaze with light, as if ready to attack Jiang Haitao. Bang! Zhou raised his hand and struck the brilliant sea snake's head hard, causing it to immediately retract its body. Alas! This brilliant leviathan really holds a grudge. I just beat it up back then, and it still holds a grudge. I even given it plenty of abyssal-level leviathan flesh and blood since then, but it still refuses to appreciate it, Jiang Haitao said helplessly. When Jiang Haitao and the other two were caring for Huanlin, they noticed that the brilliant sea snake was growing larger, so they wanted to get it out of Huanlin's stomach. But no matter what he did, the brilliant sea serpent refused to budge. Finally, Jiang Haitao had no choice but to knock the brilliant sea serpent unconscious and then drag him out. The brilliant sea serpent still remembers this, and whenever it sees Jiang Haitao, it assumes an aggressive stance. The brilliant leviathan seems to be particularly close to you, brother one, Jiang Haitao said with a smile, looking at Zhou, who was sitting on the brilliant leviathan's head. It's okay. I just told it not to attack you. Zhou had just used his mental power to cover the brilliant sea serpent's brain, sending a message. If it dared to attack Jiang Haitao and the others again, he would draw its blood. This threat had an immediate effect. The brilliant sea serpent, which had been secretly breathing at Jiang Haitao, instantly became obedient. After all, it was a trauma from his childhood. From childhood to adulthood, the brilliant sea serpent has always been very ferocious towards everyone except Zhou. It is already good that it does not actively attack. There is nothing it can do about it. This is the character of the creature. However, if it is to be trained to be a guardian leviathan in the future, this character will definitely not work. Chapter 971. Later, Zhou told Jiang Haitao about Survivor Zones 9 and 1. Although Jiang Haitao and his companions had been in the Endless Sea for 120 days, they had never come into contact with survivors from other zones. Survivor Zone 1 is so strong! Jiang Haitao exclaimed in surprise, after hearing Zhou's explanation of Zone 1's strength. Originally, Jiang Haitao thought their Zone 10 wouldn't be much different from the other survivor zones. After all, the Leviathans He, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang had all reached the king-level transformation stage, possessing king-level energy. But now, he realized that compared to the survivor zones possessing guardian leviathans, 3 king-level transformation leviathans seemed insignificant. After all, king-level transformation leviathans condense king-level energy very slowly, far less than adult king-level leviathans. If only the tidal leviathan hadn't been killed by the Deathly Emperor, it would have likely reached the Emperor level by then. A female voice echoed. It was Chen Xian, who had finished her chores. Currently, Zhou and Jiang Haitao were at a hot pot restaurant on the island. This hot pot restaurant was owned by a survivor who had lost his transmogrified leviathan. The hot pot broth was excellent, and business was booming. Chen Xian, upon receiving the news, had come straight to them. So I plan to train the Radiant Sea Serpent into a guardian leviathan, Zhou said, turning to Chen Xian. Radiant Sea Serpent? As a guardian leviathan? We'd be lucky if it doesn't devour us alive, Chen Xian said after taking a seat. She felt the plan to train the Radiant Sea Serpent as a guardian leviathan was a bit unreliable. That's just my plan. After all, I still need to find a way to evolve the Radiant Sea Serpent into a king-level leviathan, Zhou said with a smile. But the only item I know of that could potentially evolve an abyssal-level leviathan into a king-level leviathan is the Brilliant Sun Fruit. And the Brilliant Sun Fruit seems to be in the Eternal Daylight Sea. I haven't obtained the corresponding location card yet, so cultivating this Radiant Sea Serpent is just an idea, Zhou explained. Eternal Daylight Sea? Chen Xian suddenly thought when she heard Zhou mention the Eternal Daylight Sea. Boss Zhou, the Sunset Leviathan you gave me earlier is a creature from the Eternal Daylight Sea, Chen Xian suddenly said. It seems so, but creatures in the Eternal Daylight Sea don't necessarily know where it is. Could the Sunset Leviathan find it? Zhou expression changed. I'm not entirely sure, but a month ago, the Sunset Leviathan suddenly began moving in a single direction. Because I had no particular goal in mind while exploring the Endless Sea, I didn't stop it. Instead, I had Jingzhen follow. Before, I didn't know where the Sunset Leviathan was heading, but I just heard Boss Zhou mention the Eternal Daylight Sea. Perhaps the Sunset Leviathan is swimming towards it, Chen Xian speculated. Very likely, Zhou nodded. If it does reach the Eternal Daylight Sea, send me a message immediately, Zhou said to Chen Xian. Yes, Boss Zhou. Later, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, Zhang Dongyang, and the others arrived, and they all had a hot pot meal together. At the end of the gathering, Zhou handed the sea-swallowing Leviathan's necrotic crystal to Bai Lan. Bai Lan has now reached the third stage, with all three attributes fully maxed out. He possesses abyssal-level traits, and is considered one of his core subordinates. Enabling his transmogrified Leviathan to enter the king-level transmutation stage will also bolster the overall strength of Sea Area 10. Thank you, Boss Zhou, Bai Lan said excitedly. His transmogrified Leviathan had long reached the required size for the transmutation stage. Lung Liang had previously given him some good abyssal-level transmutation materials, but he had wanted to wait a little longer. Now, his wish had finally come true. Zhang Dongyang, standing nearby, had a grim expression on his face. He had already entered the abyssal-level transmutation stage with his transmogrified Leviathan. If he had waited, he might have obtained a king-level transmutation material later, but it was too late to regret it now. By the way, Brother One, the survivor king from another zone, just sent me a private message suggesting a party to celebrate your rebirth. Do you want to host it? Jiang Haidao asked. It's too much trouble. Tell them we don't have time. Zhou didn't bother wasting time with the other district's survivor kings. How's District 3 King Li Jinjian doing now? Zhou suddenly remembered. He was worried about the risk of him being transformed into a different brain after drinking the 10 Kings potion crafted by the alien brain. Nothing unusual. After possessing 10 types of Pseudo-King energy, his strength has increased significantly. He's already considered strong among the survivor kings of the other districts, Jiang Haidao said. Are you still listening to our District 10's orders? Zhou asked again. Yes, and he hasn't shown any intention of independence, Jiang Haidao replied. How's Shivam's Diamond Ridge algae growing? Have the seeds sprouted? Zhou then inquired about District 5 Pseudo-King Shivam's recent performance. 3 seeds have grown. They were given to me earlier. I planted 3 more seeds in the transformed Leviathans of several core guild members, bringing the total to 9, Jiang Haidao said. Alright, since these two have no intention of becoming independent, let's give them a reward. Give them a portion of the gluttony materials you obtained from killing the abyssal-level Leviathans, allowing their transformed Leviathans to enter the abyssal-level gluttony, Zhou said. Although both Li Jinjian and Shivam possess Pseudo-King energy, especially Li Jinjian, who possesses 10, killing a true abyssal-level Leviathan is still not easy. Furthermore, not all abyssal-level Leviathans contain gluttony materials, so their transformed Leviathans have yet to enter the gluttony stage. Afterwards, Zhou wandered around the islands in Sea Area 10. A city had been built on the islands. Survivors without gluttony materials, unable to explore outside, relied on their skills to run small businesses in the city. The city was bustling with people, its operations well organized. It was a relatively prosperous place. In the center stood a golden statue of Zhou, though it was now masked. At midnight, Zhou teleported away from the main island of Sea Area 10 and returned to the space within Huanlin's stomach wall. Having not slept for days, he simply lay down on his bed and fell asleep. The night passed quickly, and when Zhou opened his eyes, it was already the morning of the 332nd day. After feeding Huanlin began to head towards the fantasy sea. Zhou lay on Huanlin's back, basking in the sun and the sea breeze. Suddenly, Zhou saw a blood cloud appear in the sky, rapidly approaching Huanlin. Chapter 972. The last time we encountered the blood cloud, the flesh-eating worms within it were slain by the purple bewitching snail Leviathan's mental power, and then fled. Therefore, Zhou hadn't yet obtained any information about the flesh-eating worms, so now was a good time to get it. So, Zhou activated his floating ability and flew directly into the sky, dashing into the blood cloud at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! Zhou activated his purple bewitching ability again, and his mental power spread out, killing a large number of the flesh-eating worms in the blood cloud. Zhou casually grabbed the flesh-eating worm corpse, and retrieved its information from the illustrated guide. Flesh-eating worm body length, 2 centimeters. Weight, 30 g. Food type, carnivore. Description, a creature that lives in the clouds of the endless sea. It will attack non-energy creatures directly upon encountering them. After burrowing into a living being, it lays numerous eggs. The hatched flesh-eating worm larvae devour the flesh and blood, gnawing it to the bone. After obtaining the atlas, Zhou immediately activated his brilliant flame ability, unleashing flames that incinerated all the flesh-eating insects within the blood cloud. Just as Zhou was about to return, he suddenly spotted another massive cloud formation in the distance, resembling the sea of clouds formed by the mist-covered algae. Have I returned to the sea where I encountered the auspicious cloud Leviathan? Zhou exclaimed in surprise. The auspicious cloud Leviathan's colorful cloud dew was a valuable asset. It was a good opportunity to get some more. Besides, there were still 2 air fruits left above the clouds. His strength hadn't recovered before, so he couldn't contend with the auspicious cloud Leviathan. Now, he was sure he would have no problem. Afterward, Zhou returned to Wanling's back, told it to stay where it was for now, and quickly flew towards the sea of clouds. This time, Zhou didn't need to explore the cloud sea. The creatures within were no longer of any value to him. Zhou climbed rapidly upwards through the thick clouds, directly above the cloud sea, and then flew towards the center. After a while, Zhou spotted a colorful cloud. It was the auspicious cloud Leviathan. But before Zhou could approach, the auspicious cloud Leviathan condensed into a massive, mist-like head, its eyes watching him warily. The auspicious cloud Leviathan had noticed a significant difference between Zhou and before. Leave! A surge of mental power emanated, and the auspicious cloud Leviathan's voice echoed in Zhou's mind. I'm only here to obtain some colorful cloud dew, not air fruit. Zhou transformed his mental power into a thin thread and penetrated into the auspicious cloud Leviathan's brain to communicate. Leave! But the auspicious cloud Leviathan showed no sign of communication. Its entire body glowed with a rainbow of light, its attitude extremely firm. If Zhou didn't leave, the auspicious cloud Leviathan would attack. If you don't accept my offer, then I just have to ask you to drink. Since that's the case, then I can only hope that you now know how powerful I am. Zhou said, then he used a stream of moon shuttle energy on himself, reducing his weight by 50% and increasing his flight speed. He quickly rushed towards the auspicious cloud Leviathan. Boom! The auspicious cloud Leviathan also entered combat mode. The rainbow clouds it had transformed into dissipated, then quickly condensed into a massive creature resembling a moth, with 3 pairs of rainbow-colored scaly wings on its back and a radiant rainbow of light all over its body. Whoosh! As the auspicious cloud Leviathan flapped its wings, a burst of rainbow energy erupted, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling light. For a moment, the sky was filled with a dazzling aura. Just as the battle between the 2 sides was about to break out, Zhou suddenly stopped his high-speed flight and retrieved an item from the system interface. I trade this with you. A flash of blue light appeared in Zhou's palm, and the earth-covering energy crystal appeared. Auspicious cloud Leviathan, which had already begun to accumulate energy, was stunned for a moment upon seeing the earth-covering energy crystal, then gradually retracted the colorful glow emanating from its body. Humph! Auspicious cloud Leviathan's mental power spread, and a cold snort echoed in Zhou's mind. Humph! Still at Sundra. Zhou snorted coldly. The auspicious cloud Leviathan had previously been so determined to let him leave, but now it only snorted, clearly agreeing to the deal. Here you go. Zhou directly tossed the earth-covering energy crystal toward the auspicious cloud Leviathan. The auspicious cloud Leviathan immediately released a cloud of colorful mist, enveloping the earth-covering energy crystal. Then, its massive, newly condensed form dissipated and transformed into a rainbow cloud, carrying the earth-covering energy crystal along with it. TSK. That's all. Zhou landed directly in the center of the colorful cloud and began scooping rainbow dew from the colorful pool with a wooden bucket. Before, when Zhou's strength hadn't recovered, the auspicious cloud Leviathan had let him take an air fruit and 10 buckets of rainbow dew. Later, the rainbow dew also helped him quickly condense various abyssal-level energies, helping him overcome the crisis. Now that his strength had returned, turning against him immediately wouldn't be in line with Zhou's character. The earth-covering energy crystal was useless anyway, so he might as well use it to build a relationship with the auspicious cloud Leviathan. Zhou dove directly into the colorful pond, swimming while collecting rainbow dew with a wooden bucket. He collected 1,000 buckets in one go, completely clearing half of the pool. Boom boom! The colorful clouds below trembled, clearly expressing displeasure at Zhou. Then, a small ball of colorful mist rose, transforming into a small auspicious cloud leviathan, only 20 to 30 centimeters long. Then, the small auspicious cloud leviathan flapped its wings and flew toward Zhou, leaving behind a long trail of colorful light, like a rainbow. The small auspicious cloud leviathan landed in front of Zhou and glared at him with its round, colorful eyes, a look filled with displeasure, clearly expressing displeasure at Zhou's greed. It's quite cute, even though it's so small. Zhou ignored the small auspicious cloud leviathan's displeasure, grabbed it, and rubbed it. Because it was made of mist, it looked furry. Bang! But before he could rub it a few times, the little auspicious cloud leviathan disintegrated into a cloud and escaped from Zhou's grasp, then reformed elsewhere and stared at him. Alright, forget the rest. As a supplement, I'd like to take an air fruit, isn't that too much? Zhou said, charging directly towards the air fruit overhead. However, shortly after taking off, a multicolored beam of light instantly flew past Zhou, landing on the air fruit and releasing a multicolored energy barrier to block him. This won't do, and that won't do. As a king-level Leviathan, is this all you do to plunder? My earth-covering energy crystal is very precious, Zhou said dissatisfiedly. But the little auspicious cloud Leviathan ignored Zhou. It rubbed the glass-smooth air fruit with its furry forefoot, its eyes revealing disdain for Zhou. Forget it, I don't want the air fruit anymore, but as compensation, you have to become the guardian Leviathan of RC Area Number 10. Zhou suddenly changed the subject. Chapter 973. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan still ignored Zhou, busy polishing its air fruit. It wasn't some low-level, unintelligent Leviathan creature. Half a pool of rainbow dew was more than enough to trade for a covering energy crystal, so it naturally wouldn't believe the other party's lies. Furthermore, the other party had taken an air fruit last time. The rainbow light reflected by this air fruit was the source of its energy. Taking another one would affect its energy increase rate. Transaction concluded. Leave. Seeing that the other party was still reluctant to leave, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan released a telepathic message. Don't you want to become an Emperor-class Leviathan? Become the Guardian Leviathan of RC Area 10? You can have as many energy crystals as you want in the future, Zhou continued, ignoring the little auspicious cloud Leviathan's calls for him to leave. Hearing this, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan, who had been polishing the air fruit, finally turned his gaze towards Zhou. The auspicious cloud Leviathan didn't quite understand Zhou's Guardian Leviathan, but when it heard it could obtain more energy crystals and become an Emperor-level Leviathan, it was somewhat tempted. After all, it was relying solely on its own gradual accumulation of energy and increasing its energy intensity, and it wasn't clear how long it would take to reach the Emperor level. But if it continued to have the energy crystals it had just received, it might actually have a chance of evolving to the Emperor level. You're not going to touch my air fruit. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan released its mental power. As long as you can become the Guardian Leviathan of RC Area 10, everything will be fine, Zhou replied immediately, seeing a chance. Is it true that there have always been energy crystals like the one just now? Little Shangyun Leviathan was still a little skeptical. Those energy crystals were condensed from the pure energy of the king-level Leviathans themselves, making them extremely rare and difficult to obtain. Of course, I still have a bunch, but you need to go to RC Area 10 first, Zhou said, promising to wait until he could lure the Shangyun Leviathan to see Area 10. A hint of suspicion crossed little Shangyun Leviathan's irises. Although the creature before him constantly exuded a powerful, almost imperceptible aura, and possessed the ability to acquire energy crystals, it still felt something was amiss. Seeing that the Shangyun Leviathan seemed hesitant, Zhou pondered for a moment, then, with a flick of his mind, retrieved another item from the system interface. The instant the item appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Some of the slowly rising colored mist froze into rainbow snowflakes that slowly drifted down. Little Shangyun Leviathan's irises widened immediately. This is the ice core of the king-level Leviathan, the Ice Leviathan. If you are willing to serve as the Guardian Leviathan for RC Area 10 and reach the main survivor island there, I will give you this king-level core, Zhou said. This ice core was one of the cores of the 11 king-level Leviathans that fought the Deathly Silence Emperor. The ultimate formula for the transformed Leviathan's food transformation only requires 6 of these 11 king-level cores, leaving 5 extra. Because Zhou couldn't obtain the king-level Leviathan's exclusive supply boxes or corpses, he couldn't craft the corresponding genetic potion. Therefore, these 5 remaining king-level cores were of no use to him, and would be better used to nurture the auspicious Cloud Leviathan. As long as the auspicious Cloud Leviathan is truly willing to serve as the Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 10, Zhou wouldn't mind giving it the 5 remaining king-level cores to absorb. After all, the Guardian Leviathans of the other survivor sea areas have been nourished by the survivors for over 100 days, and their energy levels are undoubtedly far superior to those of ordinary king-level Leviathans. Rapidly increasing the auspicious Cloud Leviathan's energy level is also a consideration for the future. Where is Sea Area 10 you're talking about? Upon seeing the ice and snow core, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan's suspicions were completely dispelled. The energy contained in this king-level core was far greater and purer than the earth-covering energy crystal from earlier. Can you use this location crystal? Zhou had already asked Jiang Haitao for a location crystal capable of locating the main island of Sea Area 10, and then threw it directly at the small auspicious Cloud Leviathan. The small auspicious Cloud Leviathan enveloped the location crystal with colorful energy, then sensed the beacon's location, then nodded to Zhou. Boom! The next second, a vast expanse of multicolored mist suddenly rose from the colorful clouds below, condensing in the air into a 10,000-meter-long auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone. Swish! Then, the 10,000-meter-long auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone flapped its wings and transformed into a streak of colorful light, instantly disappearing into the sky. What do you mean? Just sending a clone won't work, Zhou frowned. This sea of clouds is my true body. It's difficult to reach Sea Area 10, as you mentioned, in such a short time, so I can only send a portion of my body there first, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan explained. Besides, I can't completely trust creatures like you. The auspicious Cloud Leviathan continued its telepathic transmission. Alright, but I won't give you the King Core until your main body reaches Sea Area 10. At most, I give you some energy crystals, Zhou said. Once I'm sure you won't harm me, I naturally send my main body there, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan said. That's alright then. By the way, how many days and nights will it take for your clone to reach Sea Area 10? Zhou asked. 3 days and nights, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan replied. Such a fast speed. Zhou was somewhat surprised. He had previously used the location crystal from Sea Area 10 on Huanlin, but the system prompt said it would take 300 days. Do you know the location of the Fantasy Sea? Zhou suddenly asked. He had thought of a way to reach the Fantasy Sea more quickly, had the auspicious Cloud Leviathan take him there. The auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone's massive size was enough to carry Huanlin along. No, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan understood Zhou's intention and flatly refused. No matter how much Zhou offered, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan refused to budge. He had no choice but to give up. The auspicious Cloud Leviathan had already essentially agreed to become the Guardian Leviathan of their Sea Area 10. Zhou didn't linger there any longer. He flew down to the 7-colored pond below and forcibly scooped up several buckets of rainbow dew before flying out of the Cloud Sea area amidst the auspicious Cloud Leviathan's furious roar. After leaving the Cloud Sea area, Zhou gave the over 1,000 buckets of rainbow dew he had just acquired to Jiang Haitao, asking him to use them as a reward for the core members of the guild, allowing them to break through the Stage 2 limit and enter Stage 3. Although the materials required to break through Stage 2 are relatively easy to obtain in the Endless Sea, getting a large number of survivors to break through is still not easy. Chapter 974. One colorful cloud dew can directly allow a survivor to break through to the second stage. Over 1,000 barrels of colorful cloud dew are equivalent to over 2,000 doses, allowing 2,000 survivors to enter the third stage. This quantity is enough for all the core members of the 3 major guilds, Brother Jiang, Survivor, and Black Blade Society to reach the third stage. After flying for a while, Zhou suddenly remembered something. He slowed down, gradually hovering in the sky, and looked up at the sun above. Last time, he had noticed something strange about the sun, but his strength hadn't recovered yet, and he didn't have enough floating energy to fly, so he didn't investigate. This time, he had a good chance to investigate. Swish! Zhou released a stream of moon shuttle energy into his body, reducing his weight and increasing his flight speed. He then flew towards the sun at top speed. It's not a star after all. As Zhou drew closer to the sun, its size gradually increased. However, its overall size wasn't as massive as a planet, with a diameter of only about 500,000 meters, let alone the size of a star. It was clearly not a true sun. However, just as Zhou was about to get closer to this sun to investigate, a single orange-yellow eye, seemingly blazing with flames, suddenly opened from within it. Buzz! The next second, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from the orange-yellow eye. In an instant, the surrounding air erupted in flames, and Zhou Wen's body was instantly ignited. How is this possible? Zhou Wen's expression suddenly changed. He possessed the Starfall Leviathan gene. Even the golden flame energy of the king-level Leviathan, the golden flame Leviathan, couldn't harm him. But this energy could easily incinerate his body. Zhou Wen immediately turned around and flew rapidly toward the sea below, attempting to distance himself from the sun. The fastest way to get away from the sun was naturally to teleport. But at this moment, his body was ablaze with an unknown, terrifying energy. He feared teleporting to the rainbow energy tree would damage it, so he didn't dare teleport. He simply hoped to escape this terrifying energy by quickly moving away from the sun. Whoosh! After a while, a blazing fireball plummeted from the sky. The heat radiated by this fireball was terrifying, igniting the surrounding air wherever it passed. As it fell, it left a long, space-distorting trail of high-temperature flames in the sky. From a distance, it looked as if the sky had been torn in two. Why hasn't that energy dissipated yet? Zhou Wen felt a sense of foreboding. He was already not far from the sea below, yet the energy on his body hadn't dissipated. His body was about to be reduced to charcoal by this energy. Boom! Finally, Zhou Wen was less than a kilometer from the sea surface. Just as he was about to use seawater to extinguish the high-temperature energy on his body, the water below was vaporized by the terrifying heat he was emitting. A concave surface with a diameter of 10,000 meters appeared on the sea surface, like a concave mirror. As Zhou Wen continued to fall, the area of this concave mirror grew larger and deeper. Soon after, Zhou Wen successfully entered the sea's depths, but not a single drop of seawater remained around him, as all had been evaporated by the heat he had released. Looking down at the sea's surface from above, one could see a huge funnel-shaped pit on the surface. Bang! The crash of a heavy object rang out as Zhou Wen crashed headfirst into the seabed thousands of meters below the surface, instantly vaporizing the rocky seabed. Like a soldering iron melting a foam box, Zhou Wen continued to plummet deeper into the seabed. At this point, Zhou Wen's body was nearly burned through by the unknown energy, his consciousness becoming hazy and trance-like. He was in a near-death state, regretting his decision to risk his life by exploring the sun. If it weren't for the fact that his body had been fused with the Starfall Leviathan gene, granting him extreme resistance to fire energy, a vital energy constantly repairing his charred body, and the activation of his physique-boosting thunder ability, he would have already died. But now, his body could no longer withstand the pressure. If the unknown fire energy on his body didn't dissipate, he would undoubtedly die. When he was first burned by the unknown fire energy, Zhou Wen had tried to absorb it with the space warping gloves, but it was useless. Afterward, he planned to use the golden flame energy core, allowing his body to absorb the golden flame energy and condense flame ion energy, using the flame ion energy to counter the unknown flame energy. However, the golden flame energy core was incinerated the moment it was extracted from the system interface. Zhou Wen actually had one last option, to use the rainbow cube. However, he needed to wait until the unknown flame energy on his body weakened. Otherwise, it would likely be incinerated the moment it was taken out, just like the golden flame energy core. Finally, just as the unknown flame energy was about to reach Zhou Wen's bones, its intensity suddenly weakened. Zhou Wen seized the opportunity and prepared to use the rainbow cube. But at that moment, the unknown flame energy vanished. The seawater, separated by the intense heat above, gradually converged toward the funnel, and the boiling water poured over Zhou Wen's body, instantly submerging him. Is that an emperor-level creature? Zhou Wen wondered with a touch of trepidation, as he lay like a piece of charcoal in the magma lake. Without the unknown flame energy, Zhou Wen's body, fueled by the remaining vital energy within him, healed at a visible rate. Soon, the carbonized, shell-like surface cracked, revealing new skin. Then, Zhou Wen ate a sunflower seed, instantly restoring his health. He then left the newly formed magma lake, traversing thousands of meters of water and breaking through the surface. Zhou Wen secretly glanced up at the sun hanging high in the sky, but he dared not investigate further and flew directly in the direction of Phantom Scale. It seems the brilliant golden body is about to recondense. Zhou Wen sighed as he scanned his newly regrown body with his mental power. Not only did his brilliant golden body need to recondense, but the dead bloodworms and dead blood mother worms within him had all perished. Only the dead silence worms in his heart remained intact, already reproducing dead blood mother worms. Zhou Wen flew over the sea for a while, confirming that the sun had no intention of continuing to attack him. He then teleported directly, passing through the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree and successfully returning to Huanlin's stomach wall. After allowing Huanlin to continue his journey towards the Fantasy Sea, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao for 5 brilliant golden energy ingots, which Jiang Haitao had crafted using his own energy. Chapter 975. Because Jiang Haitao possesses king-level blazing energy, he rarely encounters situations requiring large amounts of brilliant golden energy. After successfully condensing his brilliant golden body, he used the excess brilliant golden energy in his body to create brilliant golden energy ingots, which he then used to craft brilliant golden armor. However, Zhou Wen is currently unable to absorb the brilliant golden energy in these ingots. He needs to wait until his body condenses into a golden body. Curiosity really killed the cat, Zhou Wen said helplessly. He had been in a good mood after successfully finding a guardian leviathan for Sea Area 10, but now his curiosity had gotten the better of him. I said before that I didn't want to encounter an Emperor-level leviathan again, but I didn't expect to encounter one again today. I'd better be more careful next time, Zhou Wen thought to himself. At this moment, in the extreme ice region, a completely frozen sea area. Boom! Suddenly, a golden flame burst out from beneath the ice. It was Vic, who had entered the form of the golden flame leviathan. But just as Vic broke free from the ice, a layer of ice crystals suddenly formed on his golden flame energy body, destabilizing it. He plummeted from the air, crashing into the ice below. After bouncing several times, he shattered a dozen icebergs and slid for tens of thousands of meters before coming to rest. Crack! Crack! Vic struggled to his feet. As he did so, ice crystals continuously formed on the surface of his golden flame energy body, and even the golden sparks he exhaled were frozen into frost. How could this Emperor-class Leviathan, in its resurrection phase, be so powerful? Vic exclaimed in disbelief. It was completely different from the falling star Leviathan he had previously slain. At this moment, an extremely cold energy was freezing his body, making it difficult for him to maintain his golden flame energy form. If it weren't for the platinum flame within him that was resisting the extreme cold energy, he would have been reduced to an ice sculpture. Forget it. Let's wait until the golden flame Leviathan fully advances to the Emperor Leviathan before attempting to kill the Emperor of the Frost, Vic said, leaving a beacon there. After ensuring they had escaped the Frost Emperor's spatial blockade, they immediately teleported back to Sea Area 1, allowing the golden flame Leviathan to help eliminate the extreme cold energy within their body. As for Zhou Wen, after consuming some gold powder to form a golden body, he lay on Huanlin's back, basking in the sun as his body slowly condensed vitality energy. Without the vitality energy constantly repairing his body, he might not have been able to hold out until the unknown flame energy dissipated. After the recent incident, his vitality energy was almost depleted, so he needed to condense some as soon as possible. As night fell, Huanlin began to rest, while Zhou Wen continued to gather various abyssal-level energies within his stomach wall. Once the amount of Golden Thunder and Liang energies reached a sufficient level, he would use his energy compression ability to compress them. An uneventful night passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the morning of day 333. Because Zhou Wen's physical attributes were now extremely high, he absorbed the gold element very quickly. In just one night, he had successfully condensed the golden body. After feeding Huanlin, he began absorbing the energy from the golden energy ingot to condense the golden body. At this time, on the number 10 Sea Area Communication Channel, Jiang Haitao announced the holding of the Ordinary Survivor Arena competition. This was the 6th annual competition, always held after the end of the trial. This time, the first-place prize was a rainbow dew. Seeing that the first-place prize was an item for breaking through the second stage cap, the ordinary survivors in Area 10 enthusiastically signed up. Because the survivors from the 9 areas in Area 10 have been merged, the Ordinary Survivor Arena competition is open to survivors from all areas. Area 1 Survivor: it would be great if the King of Area 10 could come to this arena competition. Area 2 Survivor: yeah, I haven't even seen the King of Area 10 in person yet. Area 8 Survivor: the King of Area 10 probably won't be there. He hasn't recovered yet. I heard that even though the King of Area 10 was reborn, all his attributes were reset to 0, and he needs to restore them. Area 4 Survivor: huh? Doesn't that mean he have to break through the stage caps again? Area 7 Survivor: probably. I hope the King of Area 10 recovers quickly. Seeing that the survivors from all areas of Sea Area 10 were eager to see him at the 6th Ordinary Survivor Arena competition, Zhou Wen thought for a moment and decided to make an appearance. Soon after, word spread throughout the regional chat room that the King of Area 10 would appear on the main island of Sea Area 10. Upon hearing this, the survivors from all areas gathered on the main island, eager to see the savior of Sea Area 10 with their own eyes. After nearly all the survivors from each area had gathered, Zhou appeared from his golden statue. After delivering a series of high-sounding speeches, he finally shared an important piece of news with all the survivors. In 2 days, a king-level Leviathan would descend upon the main island of Sea Area 10, becoming its new guardian Leviathan. Zhou had informed them in advance to avoid unnecessary panic. Because the tidal Leviathan had been constantly accumulating energy in the deep sea, the survivors had rarely gained its energy and were unaware of the significance of protecting it. To instill in all survivors the importance of protecting the Leviathan, Zhou explained the situation in the other survivor areas, describing both Sea Area 9 and Sea Area 1 as extremely powerful, even going so far as to describe the Leviathans protecting these 2 areas as Imperial-level Leviathans, thereby motivating the survivors to accelerate their progress. This news stunned the survivors in Sea Area 10, and a sense of crisis washed over them. Seeing the effect was achieved, Zhou announced the official start of the 6th Ordinary Survivor Arena competition and teleported back to Wanling's stomach wall. Shortly after returning, Wanling's inner voice echoed in Zhou's mind. "My dear, I found a chest." Wanling's inner voice was filled with joy. "A supply box?" Zhou speculated. After all, other than a supply box, a box wouldn't appear out of nowhere in the seawater. Phantom Scale quickly arrived at the location where the box had been detected. Zhou left the stomach space and headed outside. After using the Wavebreaker mecha to amplify his mental power, he found the box Wanling mentioned, but its appearance was unusual. "This is..." Zhou swam quickly to the box. The box was bright blue and looked like a supply box belonging to some creature. Zhou returned to Wanling's stomach space with the box and opened it. Ding! Obtained 1 polynuclear Leviathan gene potion. Chapter 976. Ding! Obtained nuclear Leviathan gene potion X1. Ding! Obtained Emperor level positioning card fragment X1. Ding! Obtained nuclear Gatling gun X1. Ding! Obtained character attribute panel nuclear pattern plate X1. Ding! Obtained nuclear energy crystal X1. Ding! Obtained tritium element X3. Nuclear Leviathan? Isn't this one of the 11 king-level Leviathans I summoned earlier using 11 king-level Leviathan hunting tickets? Zhou asked in surprise. Then, with a flick of his mind, Zhou produced an energy sphere with a diameter of 10 meters from the system interface, emitting a dazzling blue light. This blue energy sphere was the king-level core of the nuclear Leviathan, the nuclear core. Ding! Fusion core. After use, you gain the fusion core attribute. When activated, a beam of nuclear fusion energy is released in the form of a sphere. The number of releases depends on the amount of nuclear fusion energy in your body. Activating this attribute releases a king-level imposing aura. I didn't expect to find another lost king-level Leviathan supply crate. Zhou exclaimed in surprise. I wonder if I can find the remaining 10 king-level Leviathan supply crates. Zhou muttered, a look of anticipation on his face. Phantom Scale. Search around this sea area to see if you can find another similar crate. Zhou immediately extended his mental power to cover Phantom Scale's brain, speaking excitedly. Okay, little man. Sensing his little man's excitement, Phantom Scale also became excited and immediately swam around the sea at top speed to explore. While Phantom Scale was exploring the sea area, Zhou examined the contents of the fusion core crates. Ding! Nuclear Leviathan gene potion. After use, you gain the nuclear Leviathan gene, gaining the ability to absorb tritium and condense nuclear fusion energy within your body. You can also condense the nuclear body. This can only be used if your constitution stats reach 1000 points, and your character panel reaches the medium Leviathan level. Ding! Nucleus body. This condenses by absorbing super heavy bricks and hydrogen devouring factor. Once condensed successfully, it can directly absorb hydrogen to condense nuclear fusion energy. When nuclear fusion energy fills the body, every movement is a nuclear explosion. Every movement is a nuclear explosion. Isn't this information too outrageous? Zhou exclaimed in shock. If he could condense the nuclear body, wouldn't he be able to defeat other king-level Leviathans at will? However, the materials needed to condense the nuclear body might be difficult to obtain, Zhou said with some resignation. Zhou had some clues about the super heavy brick. He obtained a super heavy brick blueprint when he previously defeated the Sky Escape Leviathan, but he hadn't found the materials yet. He was even more clueless about the hydrogen devouring factor. I look for it later. Zhou wasn't in a hurry yet. His character stats hadn't reached the level of a medium Leviathan yet, so he couldn't use king-level gene potions for the time being. So he checked other items. The Emperor level positioning card fragment was the 8th fragment, so Zhou put it away and took out the nuclear Gatling gun. The name sounded impressive. Ding! Nuclear Gatling gun. Input a burst of nuclear fusion energy to condense 2 powerful nuclear bullets. Another burst activates the rotating barrel, and the 6 barrels will spin at high speed, firing nuclear bullets in turn. Is this a king-level weapon? Just looking at the description, it seems quite energy-intensive. It takes 1 burst of nuclear fusion energy to condense 2 bullets. This whole burst should fire at least 100 bullets. The description of this nuclear explosion Gatling gun seems quite powerful, equivalent to each bullet being a nuclear explosion. However, this weapon will likely be difficult to fully utilize before condensing the nuclear fusion body. Ding! Character Attribute Panel. Upon use, the nuclear fusion Leviathan pattern will be drawn on the character attribute panel. Upon completion, you will gain the ability to slowly extract tritium from seawater, and the upper limits of 3 attributes will be increased by an additional 100 points. That's great. The nuclear fusion pattern plate perfectly compensates for my current inability to obtain tritium. Zhou, having previously read the introduction to the nuclear fusion Leviathan gene potions, knew that he could only condense 3 streams of nuclear fusion energy within his body. Because the nuclear fusion treasure chest only contained 3 tritium, beyond these 3, he had no other way to obtain tritium for the time being. This pattern plate gave him a way to continuously condense nuclear fusion energy. Although the introduction mentioned that the extraction of tritium element would be slow, it was better than nothing. Use it. Zhou directly used the character attribute panel nuclear fusion pattern plate. Ding! 1 pattern has already been drawn on the character panel, and cannot be drawn again. Huh? Zhou's face changed after hearing the system prompt. Sigh. Never mind. I hope I can obtain an item to clear the swallowing sea pattern later, Zhou sighed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use this nuclear fusion pattern plate. There was no need to look at the nuclear fusion energy crystal and tritium element. One enhances the Guardian Leviathan's abilities, and the other is used to condense nuclear fusion energy. After viewing the items in the condensed core treasure chest, Zhou was even more excited to see how much his power would improve once his character panel reached the medium Leviathan level. After storing all the items in the system interface, Zhou continued to absorb the energy from the brilliant gold energy ingot to condense the brilliant gold body. Phantom Scale searched this sea area from noon until nightfall, but failed to find another King Leviathan exclusive supply box. Zhou had actually guessed this outcome, as the 11 King Leviathans had fled separately, leaving the 11 King Leviathan exclusive supply boxes scattered across the abyss. After the abyss descended into the endless sea, the water within it would undoubtedly spread outward, and the remaining 10 King Leviathan exclusive supply boxes would naturally be carried further and further away by the water, making it impossible to find them all. If the remaining survivors in Sea Area 9 are lucky, they might be able to find those 10 King-level Leviathan exclusive supply boxes. Consider them the treasure I left for them. Zhou certainly didn't have the time to search for them himself. Although there weren't the corresponding King-level cores, opening items like the King-level pattern plate, King-level attribute frame, or Transfiguration Leviathan King-level energy fluid would be a significant boost for the average survivor. If they were incredibly lucky and opened a King-level weapon, it would be a life-changing event. Therefore, Zhou referred to the 10 King-level Leviathan exclusive supply boxes he left behind as the lost King-level treasure. That evening, Zhou continued to condense his brilliant golden body while sending a message to Jiang Haitao, asking him to search the regional communication channel for Sea Area 10 for the materials required for the super heavy square brick blueprint and information related to the hydrogen devouring factor. Chapter 977. After all, the survivors in Sea Area 10 who possess Leviathan transformations have been exploring the endless sea for days. Perhaps they encountered survivors with information related to these 2 items. Sure enough, not long after Jiang Haitao sent the message, a survivor privately messaged him about the hydrogen devouring factor. And Zhou knew the survivor who sent the message, Wu Bing, who had conquered the crystal mine with him long ago on the survival planet. Wu Bing is now considered one of the strongest survivors in Sea Area 10. His character stats have reached the 3rd stage, and he possesses a large Leviathan-level energy attribute. He oversees over a dozen survivor teams. Recently, Wu Bing happened to enter a sea area filled with thunderclouds. Within this area, an energy-based creature called a hydrogen-devouring jellyfish floats in the sky. Hydrogen-eating jellyfish are only about 100 meters long, and the energy they release is not very high. When Wu Bing encountered a hydrogen-eating jellyfish floating at a relatively low altitude, he leaped onto it and, after killing it, obtained a hydrogen-eating factor. Afterwards, Zhou received information about the hydrogen-eating jellyfish from Jiang Haitao. Hydrogen-eating jellyfish length, 150 meters. Weight, 20 tons. Food type, hydrogen. Description: a small creature that lives in the endless sea. It survives by consuming hydrogen. When attacked, it uses its tentacles to release electric currents, which are edible. Killing it yields a hydrogen-eating factor. Zhou glanced at the simple illustration in the hydrogen-eating jellyfish biological guide. Its umbrella-shaped body is round, and its appearance resembles a hydrogen balloon. Hydrogen devouring factor is so easy to obtain? Zhou asked with some surprise. But then he thought, the main requirement for condensing the nuclear body should be the super heavy square bricks, and the hydrogen devouring factor simply provides the ability to absorb hydrogen through the body. What does he want to trade? Zhou messaged Jiang Haitao. The item he wants to trade is quite valuable. A Vidra Dragon Ridge algae seed, Jiang Haitao replied. Have him accompany me. Zhou agreed immediately. Although Wu Bing's asking price was quite high, the Vidra Dragon Ridge algae seed was a renewable resource, and compared to the hydrogen devouring factor needed to condense the nuclear body later, Zhou found the price acceptable. Soon after, Zhou received an invitation from Wu Bing to join him. He brought a Vidra Dragon Ridge algae seed and agreed. The next second, Zhou appeared on the back of a transformed leviathan. The sky was thick with dark clouds, thunder rumbled, and beneath the flashing lightning, gigantic, translucent creatures could be seen floating in the inky black sky. They were hydrogen-eating jellyfish. Here's what you want. Zhou handed the Vidra Dragon Ridge algae seed to Wu Bing beside him. Thank you, sir. Wu Bing thanked him after accepting the Vidra Dragon Ridge algae seed somewhat nervously. Although he and Zhou had once conquered the crystal mine together, the difference between them now was worlds apart. Furthermore, Zhou was the savior of Sea Area 10 and possessed power comparable to that of an Emperor-class Leviathan. Even standing next to Zhou, he felt breathless. As for the rumors circulating on the regional communication channel about Zhou's greatly reduced strength due to his resurrection and needing to start over, Wu Bing didn't believe them. He knew Zhou was a bit of a jerk, fond of hiding his strength. He might have spread those rumors privately. This Diamond Dragon Ridge algae will produce 3 seeds when it matures. Send these seeds directly to Jiang Haitao. Don't trade them to anyone else, or you be at your own risk, Zhou reminded him. Oh, I see, boss. Wu Bing hadn't been aware of this. He had only heard that Diamond Dragon Ridge algae could grant the transformed Leviathan a shell with abyssal-level energy, but he hadn't known it could also produce seeds. After all, the survivors currently possessing Diamond Dragon Ridge algae in Sea Area 10 were all core members of the 3 major guilds, and specific information related to Diamond Dragon Ridge algae was rare. Wu Bing also had a specific goal, to enable his transformed Leviathan to enter the abyssal-level transformation stage, but obtaining abyssal-level transformation materials was incredibly difficult. In the Endless Sea, a transmogrified Leviathan without energy protection was extremely dangerous. To survive until he could obtain the materials for the abyssal-grade transmutation stage, Wu Bing approached Jiang Haitao with a generous offer for Vidra Dragon Spine algae seeds. If Jiang Haitao refused, he would settle for a set of transmogrified Leviathan armor with medium Leviathan energy. Jiang Haitao agreed, and the transaction was with Zhou, which put him under immense pressure. However, for the sake of future success, he gritted his teeth and accepted the Vidra Dragon Spine algae seeds. After entering this sea area, did you see any creatures in the thunderclouds above? Zhou asked Wu Bing, gazing at the clouds flashing with lightning in the sky. No creatures. But I seen golden lightning a few times, Wu Bing said after a moment's thought. Golden lightning. Could it be the Golden Thunder Leviathan? Zhou wondered. Golden Thunder energy is the most difficult to condense of all the abyssal-level energies he currently possesses. If he could kill a Golden Thunder Leviathan and obtain a Golden Thunder core, absorbing the Golden Thunder energy directly through the core would save a lot of time. You go about your business. I end our trip and leave as soon as I'm done, Zhou said to Wu Bing. Okay. Wu Bing nodded, then returned to his stomach wall to use his Diamond Dragon Ridge algae seed. Zhou then activated his floating ability and rushed towards the hydrogen-eating jellyfish floating high in the sky, slaying them as quickly as possible to obtain their hydrogen-eating factor. Unaware of the amount of hydrogen-devouring factor needed to condense the nucleus condensation body, Zhou simply killed every hydrogen-devouring jellyfish in the sea, harvesting over 10,000 hydrogen-devouring factors. After collecting the hydrogen-devouring factors, Zhou accelerated directly toward the thundercloud above, plunging into it at top speed. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The pitch-black clouds rolled, ripping out zigzags of silver lightning. Zhou Wen's brilliant golden body hadn't yet fully condensed, leaving him with little defensive power. Therefore, he mobilized the black blood energy condensed from the dead blood mother worm within his body to form a protective layer to ward off common lightning creatures. Zzz. Just a few minutes into Zhou Wen's flight within the thundercloud, a tadpole-like lightning creature nearly 10 meters long appeared within his mental detection range. These lightning tadpoles transformed into streaks of lightning, shooting towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not take action, but directly activated the purple confusion feature. In an instant, all these 10-meter-long lightning tadpoles were confused by his mental power and lost their ability to move, and their bodies fell downwards. Chapter 978. Swish. Zhou Wen's figure flashed, slaying the dozen or so lightning creatures. He stored the corpses in the system interface and simultaneously reviewed the creature's illustrated guide. Electric tadpole length, 10 meters. Weight, 2 tons. Food type, electricity, carnivore. Description, a creature that lives in the dark clouds of the endless sea. It releases electric currents throughout its body, enabling it to rapidly move through the clouds. It is edible. After reviewing the new creature's illustrated guide, Zhou Wen continued his exploration of the pitch-black clouds. Soon, he encountered some familiar figures, the lightning leviathan, the frivolous leviathan, and the lightning leviathan. Zhou Wen spent some time slaying all the leviathans he encountered. Against the large leviathans, the lightning leviathan, the black blood energy was definitely not enough. So he activated his brilliant flame ability, using it to condense a layer of protective energy around his body. After withstanding the lightning leviathan's lightning strike, he successfully penetrated its body and killed it, obtaining a lightning core and a portion of lightning plasma. Roar! Finally, after Zhou Wen had explored nearly the entire thunderstorm cloud layer, a massive creature with a slender, flat body and fine golden scales covered in golden lightning patterns appeared before him. It was none other than the adult golden lightning leviathan. Boom! The golden lightning leviathan roared, and immediately unleashed a golden lightning bolt several kilometers in diameter from its mouth. For a moment, the once pitch-black cloud layer was instantly illuminated by the golden lightning. At this moment, Wu Bing, who had used the Vidra dragon-rich algae seed on the sea surface to transform himself into a leviathan, went out to investigate the situation. Just then, he saw a bolt of lightning, resembling a giant golden dragon, pierce the entire cloud layer, illuminating the dark clouds with a golden glow. A second before the Golden Thunder Leviathan released its Golden Thunder, Zhou Wen had already drawn his Liang blade, channeling a stream of Xianyang energy into it. He then swung it forward. A Liang energy blade imbued with king-level energy easily cut through some of the incoming Golden Thunder energy. Next, Zhou Wen used his Thunder Attachment ability, mobilizing the red gold lightning energy within his body, and attaching a layer of red gold lightning energy to his body, protecting it from any potential Golden Thunder bombardment. Golden Thunder energy is considered relatively strong among the abyssal-level energies. While flying, Zhou Wen lacked the energy within his body to counteract it, so he could only rely on the red gold lightning attached to his body to offset the impact. Having prepared his defenses, Zhou Wen immediately followed the Liang energy blade and approached the Golden Thunder Leviathan. The moment he entered the Golden Thunder Leviathan's mouth, he instantly activated his Liang ability to increase his speed, then activated his fighting ability, forming a layer of king-level fighting energy on his body. He then rampaged recklessly within the Golden Thunder Leviathan. A minute later, Zhou Wen removed the Golden Thunder Leviathan's Golden Thunder core. The Golden Thunder Leviathan immediately lost its power, and began to plummet from the sky. Bang! 10 seconds later, the Golden Thunder Leviathan crashed onto the sea, instantly sending up massive waves thousands of meters high. The resulting commotion even affected Wu Bing, who was hundreds of thousands of meters away. Zhou Wen didn't waste time dissecting the corpse. Instead, he brought Jiang Haitao with him, asking his fellow guild members to disassemble it. He collected the Golden Thunder core and Golden Thunder plasma and left, leaving the supply box untouched, leaving Jiang Haitao to collect it. Golden Thunder plasma is a abyssal-level food transformation material. After reading the introduction, Zhou Wen sent it to Jiang Haitao, leaving him to handle it. Next, Zhou Wen made a trip to the Energy Rainbow Tree Sea, leaving behind some abyssal-level Leviathan flesh and blood, before returning to the space within Phantom Scale's stomach wall. On the morning of day 334, after feeding Phantom Scale, Zhou Wen climbed onto its back, absorbing the brilliant golden energy while basking in the sun. Meanwhile, within the Golden Palace of a seaweed plantation somewhere in Survivor Area 1, Miles was concentrating on condensing dark energy. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful spiritual force enveloped Miles, and he immediately opened his eyes. But in that instant, a destructive aura erupted. Boom! Miles saw only a blinding ball of incandescent light, and the next second, a scorching flame suddenly engulfed it. At that moment, above the seaweed plantation, Vic gazed indifferently at the giant golden fireball rising below. A golden flame ball, hundreds of thousands of meters in diameter, enveloped the entire seaweed farmland, instantly reducing tens of thousands of survivors whose brains had been replaced by aliens to ash. Vic had just used his true sense to confirm that there were virtually no living people in the seaweed farmland. With the exception of a few survivors in Sea Area 1, everyone else was infested by that strange parasite. How long do you think you're going to hide, you lowly rat? Come out! Vic's resounding voice echoed across the sea. Swish! As soon as Vic finished speaking, a pitch-black energy spear suddenly burst through the layers of golden flames, shooting towards Vic. You're truly an Emperor-level parasite. I wonder if killing you will earn me the Emperor certification, Vic said, as a flash of blue light appeared in his palm, and the flame-splitting blade appeared. With a swift swing, he swung it. Bang! The flame-splitting blade instantly shattered the pitch-black energy spear. Golden Flame Domain. The instant it shattered the pitch-black energy spear, Vic unleashed his domain. At this moment, Miles, radiating pitch-black energy, had already burst out of the golden flame fireball, and then saw a pale golden box flying towards him. Wherever the pale golden box passed, the surrounding space shifted, and golden flames blazed. However, just as the pale golden box was about to pass through Miles' body, it suddenly erupted with pitch-black energy, pushing it back. The pale golden box and the pitch-black energy confronted each other for a few seconds before vanishing. Vic's golden flame domain was only half complete. At this moment, the sky seemed to have split into two spaces, one swirling with golden flames, the other shrouded in swirling black air. Humph! Vic snorted coldly, replacing his flame blade with a golden flame bow. He quickly absorbed the golden flame energy enhanced by the golden flame domain, condensing it into a golden flame arrow with platinum patterns. The platinum-patterned arrow shot out instantly, reaching Miles in a flash. Miles immediately condensed the dark energy on his body into substance, forming a suit of dark armor. Then he extended his arm, and snatched the golden flame arrow that was approaching him. Bang! The golden flame arrow exploded with a piercing wave of platinum energy, enveloping Miles and burning his dark armor. However, the platinum flames were not enough to cause any substantial damage. Boom! However, at this moment, a crimson energy fireball with a diameter of a kilometer suddenly appeared. Miles immediately recognized it as the energy fireball released by the Flame Ion Energy Crystal. Chapter 979. Miles' expression changed immediately. He could withstand the platinum flames with his own dark energy, but the crimson blade formed by the rapid compression of the Flame Ion Energy was undoubtedly no match for his dark energy armor. So, Miles turned and ran without hesitation, disappearing from his position and flying nearly 10,000 meters in an instant. Whoosh! Vic channeled all the flame ion energy from the 1,000-meter-long energy fireball into the flame-splitting blade, and a hundreds-meter-long flame tornado rose up. Then, the crimson flame tornado began to rapidly spin and shrink, quickly converging into a 100-meter-long crimson blade. The extreme heat around the blade distorted the air. In fact, Vic had already sensed Miles's escape through his mental power, but he didn't care, as there was no way he could escape. "Ha, still trying to run?" Vic scoffed. Then, with a flash of blue light in his hand, a transparent, invisible chain appeared in his palm. Then, with a flick of his mind, Vic's invisible chain seemed to come alive, spiraling through the air like a serpent. Buzz! Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from the invisible chain, and the next second, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. At this moment, the chain's conical spiked end pierced the ripples in space and instantly vanished, like a snake burrowing into a cave. Meanwhile, Miles, already hundreds of thousands of meters away from Vic, continued to fly at full speed, unsure whether the enemy would catch up. That guy is the human emperor of Sea Area 1? I didn't expect he also possesses a similar method to enter the White Horse Leviathan energy form. Miles knew Zhou Wen's flying speed in the White Horse Leviathan energy form. If the human emperor's flying speed matched that of the White Horse Leviathan, then these hundreds of thousands of meters would be a formidable challenge. It hadn't yet completely absorbed the emperor-level gene, and therefore couldn't freely control the emperor-level energy, resulting in its lack of speed. Buzz! However, just as Miles wondered if Vic would catch up, the space around it suddenly rippled. Thump, thump, thump! In an instant, invisible chains suddenly appeared from thin air, piercing Miles's limbs and torso at an inscrutable speed. The jet-black energy armor on his body was rendered useless. After piercing Miles's body, the invisible chains quickly moved across his body, instantly binding him. "What is this?" Miles exclaimed in shock. The invisible chains that appeared out of nowhere were so bizarre that they bound him the moment he noticed them. No matter how he released the dark energy within his body, he couldn't damage them in the slightest. Buzz! The surrounding space rippled again, and then the other end of the invisible chain began to rapidly contract, gradually pulling Miles into the fluctuating space. Vic, on his side, hovered quietly in the air, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, the space before him distorted, and a figure, radiating dark energy all over its body, slowly emerged from the distorted space. "Your flying speed is quite fast," Vic said with a hint of sarcasm. "What exactly is this chain?" Miles struggled desperately, but couldn't budge the invisible chains. "You don't need to know anymore." Vic had no interest in revealing his secrets to a dying creature. He simply raised the flame-splitting blade, and the 100-meter-long crimson blade sliced through the air, leaving a fan-shaped scarlet energy halo. "Wait! I can grant you Imperial-level energy." Just as Vic was about to bring the flame-splitting blade down, Miles suddenly shouted. "You should have seen the strength of the survivor from Sea Area 1 you dueled with before. I can easily grant you Imperial-level energy, too." Miles noticed a slight delay in the other's blade swing, and immediately continued. "There are 10 survivor areas in the Endless Sea. Although you destroyed Sea Area 9, there are still 8 others. There's no guarantee that there won't be survivors of equal strength to you." Miles quickly analyzed the situation. "If we cooperate, your Sea Area 1 will be home to tens of thousands of Emperor-level energy holders, making it the strongest survivor sea." Swish! But before Miles could finish his words, Vic had already swung his flame-splitting blade down, the crimson blade instantly piercing through Miles's body. Swish! After a vertical slash, Vic flipped the blade and slashed horizontally. 2 thin crimson scars instantly appeared on Miles's body. He looked at Vic with a puzzled expression, stunned. "A reptile like you dare to cooperate with me?" Vic's golden eyes shone with deep disdain. Whoosh! As soon as Vic finished speaking, a wisp of fire erupted from the crimson scar on Miles' body. Then, the flames grew larger and larger, finally transforming into a raging flame that instantly engulfed Miles. In less than a second, Miles' body was reduced to ash by the crimson flames. "Humph! What a waste of a flame-ion energy crystal," Vic snorted coldly. Originally, Vic had intended to utilize the Golden Flame Realm's bonus to Golden Flame energy, then use the Golden Flame Bow to condense a Golden Flame arrow of Imperial-level energy and kill the opponent directly. But the energy intensity displayed by the opponent was beyond the reach of the Platinum Flame, which was just at the threshold of the Imperial level. He had no choice but to use a flame-ion energy crystal to condense a stronger crimson blade. Vic only had 6 flame-ion energy crystals in his possession, obtained from a meteorite treasure chest after detonating 2 meteoric leviathans in the deep sea. He had already used 3 of them. Since entering the Endless Sea, Vic hadn't encountered the falling star leviathan again. Flame-ion energy crystals were being used up one by one, with no way to replenish them. In fact, Miles had been tempted by his promise to easily acquire Imperial-level energy. After all, with his current medium Leviathan-level character profile, he still needed to advance 2 levels to condense Imperial-level energy. But when Miles said he could create thousands of Imperial-level energy holders in Sea Area 1, Miles had to die. Because a creature that could so easily allow survivors to acquire Imperial-level energy was far too dangerous, and this parasitic creature could even transform the survivors' brains. By then, even if thousands of Imperial-level energy holders truly appeared in Sea Area 1, they wouldn't be the survivors of Sea Area 1. Chapter 980. So, Vic killed Miles outright to prevent uncontrollable chaos in Ocean Area 1. This flame-ion energy crystal can't be wasted like this. Let's try it again in the Arctic ice region. Vic thought to himself, and with a wave of his hand, the invisible chain automatically returned to his hand. This invisible chain is called the Space Chain. Vic discovered it while exploring the Endless Sea shortly after arriving. But he didn't find the Space Chain directly. He first found it in a treasure chest. The treasure chest contained many items, the first of which was the Space Emperor Gene Potion. The Space Chain was opened from the treasure chest. Vic now possessed 2 Emperor-level weapons, the Flame Blade and the Space Chain. However, because Vic couldn't control the corresponding energy of the Space Chain, he couldn't unleash its true power. It could only be used to trap the enemy, without any real lethality. In addition to this Imperial-level weapon, the Spatial Chain Vic also unearthed another important item from the treasure chest. The Transfiguration Leviathan Transformation Stage Ultimate Evolution Template, which could be embedded with 10 evolution crystals. Vic then teleported directly to the past through the teleportation foundation he had placed in the frigid ice region, launching another attack on the resurrected frigid emperor. At that moment, beneath the seabed, 10,000 kilometers away from the recently destroyed seaweed plantation, a figure opened its crimson eyes. Sure enough, they found me. Luckily, I hit ahead, or I'd be in danger, the figure whispered. This figure was none other than Miles, who had taken cover. After Carl's defeat in the duel with the human emperor, it knew that the human emperor would most likely personally inspect all of the production areas in Sea Area 1. So it simply abandoned the alien brains and the survivors in Sea Area 1, leaving behind a clone of itself for the human emperor to kill, buying time to absorb the emperor-level gene. Boom! Sometime later, from the icy sea where the extreme thrust emperor had resurrected, Vic escaped again, transforming into a blue light and teleporting back to Sea Area 1 to find the Golden Flame Leviathan. At night, Showun, after nearly 2 days, had absorbed all the golden energy from the 5 golden energy ingots. His golden body was roughly halfway condensed, and the remaining golden energy would be acquired through the absorption of the golden core. Showun's current constitution statistic was 1550 points, and with a 10% increase from the golden lightning arc, it reached 1705 points, further increasing his energy absorption rate. Now, absorbing a ray of golden energy from the golden core took only 1 minute, and the remaining half of his golden body would be condensed in just 3 or 4 days. Showun spent the evening absorbing the brilliant gold and golden thunder energies. Day 335. The auspicious cloud Leviathan was almost reaching the main island of Sea Area 10. After feeding Huan Lin, Showun sent a message to Jiang Haitao and the others, asking them to message him if they saw a giant, colorful creature in the sky. At noon, within Sea Area 10, a gigantic creature, 10,000 meters long and radiating a rainbow of light, flew at breakneck speed toward a massive island, leaving a long rainbow streak in the sky behind it. At this point, on the various islands surrounding the main island of Sea Area 10, survivors had already spotted the giant, rainbow-colored creature on the horizon. Because Showun had previously announced that a king-level Leviathan would arrive in their Sea Area 10 today to become the new Guardian Leviathan, many survivors used their companion tickets to travel to the island together. Originally, they had planned to gather directly on the main island, but Showun wouldn't allow it. If the auspicious cloud Leviathan suddenly attacked, even if the survivors could leave by ending their group, there would undoubtedly be heavy casualties. Although Showun had encountered the auspicious cloud Leviathan twice and had a general understanding of its nature, such an event was unlikely. It still required precautions. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind swept across the main island, and a 10,000-meter-long clone of the auspicious cloud Leviathan suddenly appeared in its center. Buzz! The auspicious cloud Leviathan's multicolored eyes glanced downward, then released a wave of mental energy that swept across the entire island. At this point, the only survivors on the main island were Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lun Liang, Bai Lan, Zhang Dongyang, and the kings of the survivors from each zone. All the survivors in the city, who hadn't transformed into Leviathans, were temporarily relocated to other islands. At this moment, the auspicious cloud Leviathan noticed a golden statue below. Although its face was obscured by a mask, it recognized it as Showun's. Whoosh! The auspicious cloud Leviathan suddenly blew a breath, sending Showun's golden statue flying. Showun, having accepted Jiang Haitao's invitation to travel with him, had just teleported over when he witnessed this scene. "What are you doing? Ruinous things right after arriving?" Showun asked rudely. "Humph." The auspicious cloud Leviathan snorted, ignoring Showun's call. Then, its form slowly dispersed, recondensing into a colorful cloud that quietly floated in the sky over the center of the main island. The rainbow-colored clouds emanated a shimmering, illuminating an area 10,000 meters in diameter. Bathed in the glow, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Then, a smaller part of the rainbow cloud split off, transforming into a 1-meter-long auspicious cloud Leviathan. It flew down and landed in front of the crowd. "Where's the king-level Leviathan's energy crystal?" The small auspicious cloud Leviathan extended its furry forelimbs toward Showun, demanding it. This had been agreed upon from the beginning. "You're destroying things right off the bat. That's not how you're supposed to be a Guardian Leviathan. You're supposed to protect the survivors." Showun shook his head. "What did I destroy? I just threw away some eyesores. If you don't give it to me, I leave." The auspicious cloud Leviathan had already anticipated the possibility of Showun reneging, so it simply departed. It wouldn't take much time anyway. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you, Zhou said, extracting the core convergence energy crystal from the system interface. Luckily, he encountered a core convergence treasure chest and opened it, yielding a king-level energy crystal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to retrieve it. When little auspicious cloud Leviathan saw the core convergence energy crystal, its round eyes shone with a rainbow of light. Then, releasing a burst of energy, it snatched the core convergence energy crystal from Zhou hand and began to leave. You're leaving straight away after taking the item? Zhou quickly intervened. I give you the colorful cloud dew when my real body arrives, little auspicious cloud Leviathan replied with his mental power. Chapter 981. Those colorful cloud dew originally belonged to RC Area 10. You're using something from RC Area 10 to trade for my king-level energy crystal? Zhou put on an expression of disbelief, and snatched the core convergence energy crystal from Little Shangyun Leviathan's hand. Huh? Little Shangyun Leviathan was slightly stunned after having the core convergence energy crystal snatched away. The king-level energy crystal you gave me was only good for half of the colorful cloud dew. How did the remaining half become yours? Little Shangyun Leviathan asked angrily. What are you doing here in RC Area 10? You're here to be a guardian Leviathan, right? Why are you only thinking about taking, not giving? How can you be so selfish? Zhou pointed at Little Shangyun Leviathan, his face filled with anguish. After hearing Zhou words, Little Shangyun Leviathan pondered for a moment, and felt that what Zhou said was true. Being a guardian Leviathan definitely requires giving. So what else do you want? If you want the air fruit, then I just leave. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan used its furry forelimbs to snatch the core energy crystal back from Zhou hands, then released its mental power to convey the message. Alas, as our District 10's guardian Leviathan, how could we possibly harm you? So, Zhou said, turning his gaze to the group around him. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, Zhang Dongyang, plus the survivor kings of 6 districts, plus 2 pseudo-kings, a total of 13 people. We don't need more. Just give us each 1,000 of your own energy, Zhou said casually. Bang! Little auspicious cloud Leviathan flung the core energy crystal it was holding in its forelimbs to the ground, then flew toward the colorful clouds above. I don't want the king-level energy crystal anymore, and I won't be your guardian Leviathan anymore, little auspicious cloud Leviathan said angrily. 14 people each receiving 1,000 energies, that's 14,000 energies. A king-level energy crystal, after absorbing them, can only condense 10,000 energies at most. This is a completely unprofitable deal. Hey! Shangyun Leviathan, don't be so impatient. Zhou stepped forward, grabbed one of little auspicious cloud Leviathan's hind legs, and pulled it back. This is just a suggestion. If it doesn't work, a few hundred will do, Zhou said. I'm leaving. Little auspicious cloud Leviathan made another move to fly. Ah. Then you decide how much you want, but let's be clear. 2 little won't do, Zhou sighed. 10 per person, little auspicious cloud Leviathan said. 10 is too few. How about 100? Zhou raised the price. Little auspicious cloud Leviathan stared at Zhou for a long moment, then scanned everyone present with his mental power. Even if I gave them 100, their bodies wouldn't be able to handle it, little auspicious cloud Leviathan said, pointing at Jiang Haitao and his group. Can't you condense energy into crystals? Zhou asked, because the guardian Leviathans of Sea Areas 9 and 1 could do so. Condensate energy into crystals? Little auspicious cloud Leviathan tried, but found it didn't work. It could only condense into a ball of energy, but it dispersed as soon as it separated from its main body. In fact, the guardian Leviathans of other seas couldn't condense energy into crystals either, they were all condensed by the world system. Shangyun Leviathan, are you the weakest of the king-level Leviathans? Zhou said speechlessly. The guardian Leviathans in other areas were all good, but not this one. The weakest? I'm an elemental king-level Leviathan, the pinnacle of king-level Leviathans. The little Shangyun Leviathan was genuinely angry at having its strength questioned. Elemental king-level Leviathan? Does that mean an energy form? Zhou thought, looking at the little Shangyun Leviathan condensed from energy. He also thought of the White Horse Leviathan, which was probably also an elemental king-level Leviathan. How about this? Can't you use energy to create clones? Take 100 energy beams, and condense a clone for each of us, Zhou said after a moment's thought. Back in the Cloud Sea region, the Shangyun Leviathan had used a small clone to cast an energy barrier. Although Zhou didn't attack the barrier then, he figured it must be quite strong. Alright, but I can't give you 100. Just 30, little auspicious cloud, Leviathan said. Clouds of colorful mist rose from the colorful clouds above, then condensed into small clones, each about 30 centimeters long. 14 of these clones flew over the heads of everyone present, then landed on their shoulders. Chen Xian had long wanted to pet little auspicious cloud Leviathan, seeing how adorable he looked, but he was a king-level Leviathan after all, and it would be rude to offend him. But now that Zhou Wen had already reached an agreement with the auspicious cloud Leviathan, Chen Xian had no scruples. He embraced the cotton-like little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone and began to pet it. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone looked helpless. Alright, that's it. You can draw energy from the clones at will, 30 in total, little auspicious cloud Leviathan said, picking up the core energy crystal on the ground and flapping its wings to soar into the colorful clouds above. Zhou Wen didn't say anything else. 30 king-level energies was already quite impressive, and the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone was still conscious, like carrying a weakened king-level Leviathan around with you. When will your real body arrive? Zhou Wen asked, grabbing the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone that was standing above him and rubbing it. About 10 days and nights, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone said, transforming into a ball of energy and recondensing above Zhou Wen's head, continuing to tread on him. From now on, the auspicious cloud Leviathan will be the new guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 10. Each of you will receive 30 king-level energies. But if I catch any of you using them on your own people, don't blame me, Zhou Wen warned. This warning was primarily addressed to the survivor kings of areas 2, 4, 7, 8, and 9. The survivor kings of these 5 areas naturally knew Zhou Wen was addressing them, and they immediately pledged that they would never use king-level energies on their own people. Afterwards, Zhou Wen exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang Haitao and the others before parting ways and returning to the phantom scale stomach wall dimension. This time, Zhou Wen didn't discriminate against the auspicious cloud Leviathan. Everyone was treated equally. Since the areas had been completely merged, they were all survivors of Sea Area 10. Further discrimination would undermine unity, as they might need to face the outside world together later. Upon returning to the phantom scale stomach wall, the small lucky cloud Leviathan clone above Zhou Wen immediately spotted the daytime core suspended in the center of the stomach wall. Then, like a moth fluttering at the light, the small lucky cloud Leviathan clone flew directly towards the daytime core. Zhou Wen quickly activated his floating ability to fly over and intercept it. Chapter 982. Don't touch this king-level core. Zhou Wen's flying speed couldn't keep up with the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, so he immediately spoke out to stop it. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone sensed Zhou Wen's anxiety, a slight glint in its iridescent eyes. It then increased its speed, landing atop the daytime core and pretending to absorb its energy. Don't. We can talk it over. I can trade it for another king-level core. Zhou Wen knew the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone was deliberately trying to piss him off, but the daytime core was too important to gamble with. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, he took out the ice and snow core and held it forward, signaling the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone to return. Humph. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone snorted, seemingly dissatisfied, remaining perched on the daytime core, refusing to disembark. I had another hurricane core. Zhou Wen had no choice but to take out another king-level core. Huh? The small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone's irises flashed with surprise when it saw Zhou Wen pull out another king-level core. It had originally just wanted to get revenge on Zhou Wen. After all, Zhou Wen had been constantly robbing its possessions while at its original body's place. But it hadn't expected Zhou Wen to possess a third king-level core. Where did you get so many king-level cores? The small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone telepathically asked, simultaneously descending from the daytime core and landing on the hurricane core, whereupon it crawled curiously about it. Where else could it have gotten them? Of course, I got them by killing a king-level Leviathan. Zhou Wen emphasized the word king and stared at the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, who had been staring at him. Are you threatening me? The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone immediately understood Zhou Wen's intention, but showed no fear and immediately flew towards the daylight core's location. No, I'm just answering your question, Zhou Wen said quickly. He then quickly flew to the daylight core's location, put it away, and replaced it with a light coral for illumination. Now both of these king-level cores are mine. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone split into 2 smaller clones, each resting on the 2 king-level cores. After Zhou Wen returned, he swatted the clones resting on the 2 king-level cores aside, like a fly, then conveniently stored the king-level cores in the system interface. You're unfaithful, The two clones were merged into the little auspicious cloud Leviathan, speaking with disdain. It knew this would be the outcome. I give them to you when your main body arrives at Sea Area 10. That was agreed upon beforehand, Zhou said. You better remember this when the time comes. The small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone said this, then gradually disintegrated, transforming into a small, colorful auspicious cloud, floating quietly within the stomach wall. At this time, on the main island of Sea Area 10, after Zhou confirmed that the auspicious cloud Leviathan posed no danger, he allowed the survivors to proceed to the main island. Ah. So comfortable. Is this our new guardian Leviathan from Sea Area 10? So beautiful. A female survivor exclaimed with delight, basking in the colorful light cast by the auspicious cloud Leviathan. The guardian Leviathan is actually a colorful cloud. The creatures of this world are truly amazing. A survivor exclaimed. Where's the statue of the boss? A survivor from Area 10 asked in confusion. He had seen it this morning, but now it was gone. According to the message from King Jiang, the guardian Leviathan is called the auspicious cloud Leviathan. It really is a colorful auspicious cloud. I wonder what kind of energy I can trade with the auspicious cloud Leviathan using biological flesh, another survivor from Area 10 said. What other energy could it be? Guardian energy, a survivor from Area 2 said. Guardian energy doesn't seem to be very useful in the Endless Sea. After all, there aren't any dead bloodworms here, a survivor from Area 8 said. I'm really impressed. The auspicious cloud Leviathan is right here. Why would I need to guess? Why not just try it? A survivor from Area 10 said speechlessly, then walked forward and took out a pile of biological flesh, attempting to exchange it for energy. Seeing this, many survivors also took out their own stored biological flesh, hoping that the auspicious cloud Leviathan would exchange for energy different from the tidal Leviathan's guardian energy. In the end, the auspicious cloud Leviathan didn't even move, as if it hadn't noticed the piles of biological flesh. What's going on? The auspicious cloud Leviathan doesn't seem to be reacting at all? The survivor asked, puzzled. Soon, news of the auspicious cloud Leviathan's lack of reaction to the survivor's biological flesh spread throughout the regional communication channel, immediately catching Zhou attention. Why isn't your clone in Sea Area 10 accepting the biological flesh? Zhou asked the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone floating in midair. I don't gather energy by consuming other creatures, do I? The small auspicious cloud Leviathan replied matter-of-factly. Huh? Zhou was stunned. Then how can ordinary survivors exchange energy from you? Zhou inquired, but he had a bad feeling. Use king-level energy crystals or king-level cores, or something like that, the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone replied. Zhou fell silent for a moment. He had, in effect, found a special mascot. While top-tier experts like them could exchange for king-level energy, it was completely useless to ordinary survivors. Sigh. Never mind. I can't find any other king-level Leviathans for now. The auspicious cloud Leviathan can at least be exchanged for some king-level energy. Zhou thought for a moment and sighed. Guess I still have to find a way to evolve the brilliant sea serpent into a king-level Leviathan, Zhou thought to himself. Chen Xian had used the Eternal Daylight Sea location card he had given her 2 days ago, and successfully located the Eternal Daylight Sea. According to the system prompt, Chen Xian's location was very close to the Eternal Daylight Sea, and it would only take 30 days to reach. However, just as Zhou was about to send a message on the regional communication channel, informing the survivors in Area 10 that the auspicious cloud Leviathan could no longer be exchanged for energy, another eye-catching message appeared on the regional communication channel. Area 10 survivor, huh? Why did all 3 of my attribute limits increase a bit? Area 2 survivor, really? My 3 attribute limits also increased a bit. What's going on? Area 5 survivor, why didn't I? Are you two kidding me? Instantly, the survivors in Area 10 checked their character stat panels. Most of them remained unchanged, with only a small number showing increases in all 3 attribute limits. Area 1 survivor, to those whose 3 attribute limits increased, have you all been exposed to the auspicious cloud Leviathan's light? Chapter 983. Survivor from Area 10, yes, I'm right here on the auspicious cloud Leviathan. The rainbow light is so comfortable. Survivor from Area 2, me too. Could it be because of the auspicious cloud Leviathan's rays? Survivor from Area 4, no way. Just being exposed to the auspicious cloud Leviathan's rays can increase the limits of all 3 attributes. Survivor from Area 9, haha. I just squeezed into the range of the auspicious cloud Leviathan's rays. My 3 attribute limits have already increased a bit. After the survivors confirmed that being exposed to the auspicious cloud Leviathan's rays could indeed increase the limits of all three attributes, a large number of them headed to the center of the main island. However, the area within the reach of the rainbow light was already overcrowded, making it impossible to squeeze in. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang noticed something was amiss, and quickly asked their guild members to maintain order to prevent a fight among the survivors. Can shining the colorful rays of light on the auspicious cloud Leviathan increase the upper limits of three attributes? Zhou Wen's face was slightly puzzled after reading the message on the regional communication channel. He had just shown on them, and the three attributes hadn't changed. However, the auspicious cloud Leviathan's encyclopedia did mention that creatures that absorbed auspicious energy would see a certain increase in various attributes, but he hadn't expected it to actually increase the upper limits. Then why didn't I see an increase? Was it because I wasn't shown on them long enough? Zhou Wen wondered, and then he went directly to the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone to ask. Perhaps the stronger the power, the slower the increase, the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone said after a moment's thought. It hadn't done much research. After all, it was just the energy it was dissipating, and it had barely noticed it. Then can you directly use auspicious energy to increase my limits? Zhou Wen suddenly thought, since the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone was condensed from 30 auspicious energy points. Sure. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone transformed into a colorful cloud that flew directly over Zhou Wen's head, then erupted in a dazzling burst of colorful light. Then, all the energy within the colorful light was channeled into Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen immediately opened his character attribute panel, and discovered that his three attribute limits were indeed increasing rapidly, while the volume of the colorful cloud was continuously shrinking. When the 30-centimeter colorful cloud shrank to 20 centimeters, Zhou Wen's three attribute limits stopped rising. Can't they increase further? Zhou Wen asked. It's reached its limit, replied the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, now reduced by 1/3. 10 auspicious energy points, increasing the three attribute limits by 100 points? That's a bit extravagant, Zhou Wen said, looking at his character attribute panel. Now, Zhou Wen's strength capped at 1750, his constitution capped at 1650, and his speed capped at 1450. Zhou Wen then informed Jiang Haitao and the others of this news. They had consumed a small amount of auspicious energy, increasing their three attribute caps by 100 points. It seems the maximum auspicious energy can increase is now 100 points, Zhou Wen muttered. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao informed all survivors on the regional communication channel that illuminating the auspicious cloud Leviathan rays would increase all three attributes by up to 100 points. He told them not to rush to irradiate the rays, as everyone would receive a share. Since the auspicious cloud Leviathan doesn't want the biological flesh, then collect it for me. Zhou Wen needed a large amount of biological flesh to cultivate the rainbow energy tree. Although the biological flesh the survivors had wasn't high grade, it was better than nothing. After finishing his business with the auspicious cloud Leviathan, Zhou Wen took out the brilliant gold core and golden thunder core to absorb the energy within. At this moment, the small auspicious cloud Leviathan transformed into a colorful cloud and flew over, landing on the brilliant gold core. What? You want an ocean abyss level core too? Zhou Wen asked. You're absorbing it too slowly, the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone said. The colorful cloud transformed into mist, enveloping the entire brilliant gold core. The brilliant gold core then shrank at a visible speed, eventually disappearing. You? Zhou Wen's expression suddenly changed. He had originally thought the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone had some method to help him quickly absorb the brilliant gold energy, but it turned out to be absorbing all the energy itself. But the next second, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone released a stream of golden energy into Zhou Wen's body, and Zhou Wen's brilliant golden body, still halfway to complete condensation, began to rapidly take shape. In just half a minute, Zhou Wen's brilliant golden body had condensed successfully, and over 300 strands of brilliant golden energy remained within him. You actually have this ability? Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise. The energy absorption rate was incredible. Humph. As a king-level Leviathan, isn't it normal for me to absorb the energy from a low-level Leviathan core? The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone expressed dissatisfaction, feeling that Zhou Wen was underestimating it. Then, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone flew over to the golden thunder core, ready to help Zhou Wen absorb it as well, but was stopped by Zhou Wen. After absorbing an entire brilliant gold core, Zhou Wen did a quick calculation and found that it contained approximately 10,000 brilliant gold energies, and the golden thunder core should contain a similar amount. But storing so much golden thunder energy within his body would be a complete waste. Once he used the rainbow cube, it would be completely eliminated, so it was better to keep it within the Golden Thunder core for the time being. Humph. I don't want to help yet, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone said, returning to midair and hovering quietly. Knowing that the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone could quickly absorb Golden Thunder energy and transfer it to him, Zhou didn't waste time slowly absorbing it himself. Later, when needed, he could simply let the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone absorb it and transfer it to him. For the rest of the day, Zhou leisurely rested on Huanling's back, basking in the sun, while consuming the flesh and blood of the abyssal-level Leviathan, gathering various energies within his body. In the evening, Zhou discovered that he could no longer see the messages on the communication channel for Sea Area 9, indicating that he had left the area. On the morning of day 336, Zhou emerged from his 10-square-meter wooden cabin and went to the plantation to pick some vegetables. After preparing a simple breakfast and eating, he began feeding Huanling. While feeding, Zhou opened the regional communication channel for Sea Area 10 and discovered that the survivors had discovered a hidden ability of the auspicious cloud Leviathan. Consuming Leviathan flesh and blood during the rosy glow period could accelerate energy accumulation. However, this ability was relatively useless for survivors, as most were exploring outside. To return to the main island, they needed to use companion vouchers. Although companion vouchers were now much easier to obtain, it was impossible for the average survivor to return to the main island every day just to accelerate energy accumulation. That would be too extravagant. Chapter 984. Currently, the central area of the main island is under the control of the 3 major guilds. To enter this area and radiate the aura to increase the 3 attribute limits, one must pay for Leviathan flesh. After all, the Shangyun Leviathan will likely rely solely on Zhou and his companions to raise it, so collecting some Leviathan flesh is only natural. After feeding, Huanling continued to swim toward the Fantasy Sea. Zhou continued to bask in the sun on his back, gathering various abyssal energies. There's a big creature swimming over here. Around noon, Huanling's voice echoed in Zhou's mind. Big creature? Zhou immediately activated his floating ability and flew into the sky. Gazing out into the distance, he noticed huge waves surging on the horizon ahead, as if a gigantic creature was moving at high speed beneath the surface. Whoosh! Zhou quickly landed on the surface, and, using his mental power to guide Huanling to dodge, rushed towards the surging waves. Soon, Zhou encountered a massive wave. He immediately activated his mental power and dived beneath the surface. He then spotted a massive creature radiating white light, perhaps about 10,000 meters long. A large, speed-oriented Leviathan? Zhou wondered. Then, Zhou drew his Liang blade, activated his 3 abilities, and charged toward the giant creature. Bang! The moment contact with the giant creature occurred, Zhou swung the Liang blade. To his surprise, the blade failed to cut through the white energy radiating from the creature's surface. Abyssal level? Zhou immediately activated his Moon Shuttle ability and fighting ability, generating a stream of king-level fighting energy around his body. This time, he easily penetrated the giant creature's body. Soon after, Zhou arrived within the giant creature's brain cavity. Drawing on the king-level fighting energy swirling around him, he launched a reckless charge through its brain. However, Zhou didn't resort to fatal attacks. After inflicting some damage, he immediately released his mental power. Submit. Zhou commanded through his mental power. This was a speed-type abyssal-class Leviathan creature, swimming much faster than the Phantom scale. If he could subdue it, the time required to reach the Fantasy Sea would be greatly shortened. At first, the abyssal-class Leviathan was reluctant to surrender, but after Zhou rampaged through its brain for a while, it finally surrendered. Thus, Zhou successfully subdued a speed-type abyssal-class Leviathan creature. He then checked the creature's encyclopedia. Starlight Leviathan Stage, Juvenile. Length, 12,000 meters. Weight, 32 million tons. Diet, meat, starlight fruit. Introduction, a type of abyssal Leviathan that lives in the endless ocean. As it swims through the water, it condenses a layer of starlight energy around its body, accelerating it to incredible speed, like a meteor. It turns out to be a juvenile abyssal Leviathan. Zhou, having previously considered this abyssal Leviathan's small size, had assumed it had evolved from some lower-level Leviathan creature. Next, Zhou journeyed to the Starlight Leviathan's stomach wall and retrieved its exclusive supply box. Afterward, Zhou, carrying the Phantom scale, entered the Starlight Leviathan's mouth and, through threads of mental power, directed it toward the Fantasy Sea. As the Starlight Leviathan sped along, Zhou checked the time it would take to reach the Fantasy Sea. It had originally taken 94 days, but now only 50. Haha, that's much faster, Zhou said with a smile, then opened the Starlight Leviathan's exclusive supply box. Ding! Obtain Starlight Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtain Starlight Leviathan Scale Armor Blueprint. Ding! Obtain Starlight Leviathan Fishbone Spear Blueprint. Ding! Obtain Starlight Fruit X1. Ding! Obtain Starlight Sword X1. There were 5 items in total, but Zhou didn't even need to look at the Starlight Leviathan Gene Potion and the 2 blueprints. He simply checked the last 2. Ding! Starlight Fruit, Starlight Seaweed Fruit. Increases speed by 50 points after consumption. The Starlight Sword didn't have any introduction. Zhou briefly tested it, and confirmed it was a Sea Abyss level weapon. However, Zhou already had the Liang Blade, so there was no need for another Sea Abyss level weapon. He simply sent the Starlight Sword, and the Starlight Leviathan Gene Potion to Bai Lan. Abyssal level weapons require corresponding abyssal level energy to unleash their true power, so they must be infused with the appropriate genes. The day passed quickly. At night, Zhou allowed Phantom Scale to leave the Starlight Leviathan's mouth. After feeding the Starlight Leviathan some Leviathan flesh, he teleported to the colorful bubble space of the Energy Rainbow Tree. Today, the survivors in Sea Area 10 had surrendered a large amount of Leviathan flesh to illuminate the auspicious cloud Leviathan's rays. Zhou prepared to toss all of it to the Energy Rainbow Tree. The moment Zhou teleported into the colorful bubble space, the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone standing above him suddenly uttered a puzzled sound. What's wrong? Zhou asked. The energy in here is so pure, little auspicious cloud Leviathan said, its body suddenly radiating light. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of colored energy emanated from the walls of the colored bubble, rushing towards little auspicious cloud Leviathan. Zhou then noticed that the colored bubble, with a diameter of a kilometer, was rapidly shrinking, while little auspicious cloud Leviathan was rapidly expanding. Stop! Zhou immediately stopped it. The Energy Rainbow Tree is not only a key ingredient in the ultimate formula for the illusionary scale food transformation stage, but the rainbow bubbles it creates are also used to craft the ultimate trump card, the Rainbow Cube. There must be no mistakes. I only absorbed a little bit. Little auspicious cloud Leviathan reluctantly interrupted the absorption. By then, its length had grown from 20 centimeters to 10 meters. A little bit? You reduced the 1,000-meter diameter rainbow bubble to only 200 meters. Zhou said angrily. If little auspicious cloud Leviathan didn't stop, he would use the flame-splitting blade. It's okay. The energy in the bubble is decreasing, so it won't harm the plant, little auspicious cloud Leviathan said. It won't harm the Energy Rainbow Tree, but it will harm me. Rainbow bubbles are generated from the walls of the colored bubbles. With so much energy sucked away at once, Zhou didn't know if he could generate more. Zhou didn't want to argue with little auspicious cloud Leviathan any further. The energy had already been sucked away, so there was little point in continuing. So he simply left the colored bubble space and extracted all the biological flesh handed in by the survivors from the system interface, piling it into small hills on the seabed. This plant actually condenses energy by absorbing flesh and blood. Little auspicious cloud Leviathan was increasingly impressed with the Energy Rainbow Tree. Chapter 985. After feeding the Rainbow Energy Tree with Leviathan flesh, Zhou returned to the colorful bubble space. He sighed as he looked at the severely shrunken bubble space. Then he moved to the center and began absorbing the tricolor energy. Why are there so many low-level creatures living in this colorful bubble? They should be driven out. Little auspicious cloud Leviathan said somewhat disapprovingly, looking at the colorful triangular fireflies circling around Zhou, as well as the flying mist bugs and electric floating fleeces in the space. You're the one who should be driven out the most. I should have known not to bring you here. Zhou now felt a deep sense of regret. He could already feel the tricolor energy in the energy threads dwindling. The Rainbow Energy Tree might not have been harmed by the huge amount of energy it had absorbed, but Zhou still needed to rely on the colorful bubble space to generate rainbow bubbles and create rainbow cubes. Now that so much energy had been lost, it was likely that it would be difficult to generate rainbow bubbles again in a short period of time. Are you absorbing this plant's energy? The little auspicious cloud Leviathan ignored the teasing in Zhou's words, and floated over Zhou's head in its auspicious cloud form. After absorbing a bit of the tricolor energy from the energy threads, it released a burst of tricolor energy into Zhou's body. The next second, Zhou's body was instantly replenished with tricolor energy, and the excess energy even dissipated from his body. You can actually release tricolor energy. Zhou's eyes flashed with shock. Because I just absorbed this plant's energy, I can naturally release its original energy, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan said matter-of-factly. Upon hearing little auspicious cloud Leviathan's words, Zhou Wen's expression suddenly changed, and an exciting hypothesis suddenly occurred to him. Then can you release the same energy as this thing? Zhou Wen asked, a blue light flashing in his palm, and a multicolored cube with a side length of 10 centimeters appeared in his hand. It was his ultimate trump card, the Rainbow Cube. Do you still have this energy crystal? I don't want the king-level energy crystals anymore. I use this instead. Little auspicious cloud Leviathan, sensing the extremely pure energy within the Rainbow Cube, quickly released his mental power to Zhou Wen. You wish. I only have this one, and I can't give it to you. Answer my question. Zhou Wen noticed little auspicious cloud Leviathan's unusual movements after seeing the Rainbow Cube. Fearing that the energy absorption incident would happen again, he immediately stored the Rainbow Cube in the system interface. It seems possible, little auspicious cloud Leviathan said after a moment of contemplation, and then began to try to release rainbow energy. The 10-meter diameter body of the little auspicious cloud Leviathan began to shrink rapidly, shrinking to just 1 meter before finally condensing into a rainbow-colored energy ball, resembling a rainbow bubble. Could it really be a rainbow bubble? Zhou Wen asked excitedly, his eyes brightening as he gazed at the rainbow energy ball. He then reached out and tried to touch it. Ding! Rainbow Bubble X1 obtained. The moment Zhou Wen's hand touched the rainbow energy ball, the misty mass was condensed by the world system into a smooth energy bubble, the rainbow bubble. Why did you take my energy? Give it back. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan had only been trying to gather it, and then reabsorb it, but after Zhou Wen touched it, it took it directly. Your energy? This is clearly my energy, Zhou Wen said bluntly. You? The little auspicious cloud Leviathan was furious, but after thinking about it, it realized that what Zhou Wen said was true, and finally, it could only angrily remain silent. You're still angry? You're still 1 meter long, which means you still have some energy absorbed from the colored bubbles. I didn't even bother with you, Zhou Wen said, somewhat speechless. The energy rainbow tree had been fed, and the 3-colored energy in his body had been replenished by the little auspicious cloud Leviathan. There was no point in Zhou Wen staying here any longer, so he prepared to teleport away. Let's go back. Zhou Wen approached the little auspicious cloud Leviathan, reached out, and grabbed its cloud-like form, and prepared to teleport, but then the cloud-like form of the little auspicious cloud Leviathan dissipated and slipped out of his grasp. I'm not leaving. I want to stay here, little auspicious cloud Leviathan telepathically transmitted. If you stay here, you drain my energy rainbow tree dry. Hurry and leave. Zhou Wen reached for little auspicious cloud Leviathan again. This plant provides me with pure energy. What good would it do me to damage it? Little auspicious cloud Leviathan said, separating a small portion from the cloud and transforming into a 20-centimeter long clone, which flew over Zhou Wen's head. This part will go back with you. The rest will stay here, little auspicious cloud Leviathan continued. No, leave now. Don't force me to attack you, Zhou Wen said, his expression cold. I'm not leaving. I can stay here and protect this plant. The remaining bulk of the little auspicious cloud Leviathan quickly moved away from Zhou Wen, floating elsewhere. For a moment, a solemn atmosphere filled the colorful bubble space. Zhou Wen and little auspicious cloud Leviathan confronted each other for a while, before Zhou Wen finally spoke. If you really want to stay here, it's not impossible, but you must give me something? Zhou Wen said. What is it? I can only give you 1 air fruit at most. Little auspicious cloud Leviathan was fighting tooth and nail to stay here. I don't want the air fruit for now, Zhou Wen shook his head. Then what do you want? Little auspicious cloud Leviathan asked doubtfully. Do you have a treasure chest similar to this one inside you? Zhou Wen said, and a bright blue treasure chest appeared in his hand. It was the core-gathering treasure chest he had recently acquired. Almost all Leviathans in this survival world have supplied boxes within their bodies, and Shangyun Leviathan, as a king-level Leviathan, couldn't possibly be without one. Judging from Shangyun Leviathan's excited reaction upon seeing the rainbow energy tree, the rainbow energy tree must be very important to Shangyun Leviathan, and it's highly unlikely it would resort to exploiting it. And Shangyun Leviathan was right. It could also protect the rainbow energy tree by staying here. After all, it was now in the Endless Sea, unlike before when it was protected by the Deathly Emperor's energy-gathering platform. Since that was the case, Zhou Wen took this opportunity to ask Shangyun Leviathan for its exclusive supply box. I think so. I give you that treasure box, and you let me stay here? The little Shangyun Leviathan didn't attach much importance to the box within his body, as losing it wouldn't affect him much. Chapter 986. Of course not. Of the 2 king-level cores mentioned earlier, one will be reduced. Zhou continued to raise the price. Okay, but I can't give it to you until my main body arrives. Little Shangyun Leviathan agreed without hesitation. Okay, deal, but I still have to remind you. You're only here to protect the rainbow energy tree. You can only absorb its energy with my permission. If you do so without permission, don't blame me for killing you. At this point, Zhou Wen's body suddenly became covered in dense scarlet lines, and an imperial aura erupted. However, it was brief, appearing only for a moment before vanishing in the blink of an eye. The sudden appearance of the imperial aura surprised little Shangyun Leviathan, but he showed no fear. I understand, but you can't keep me from absorbing the energy here, little Shangyun Leviathan said. Of course. I always believed in mutual benefit. After all, you're still the guardian Leviathan of RC Area 10. Your strength will also benefit us. Zhou Wen nodded. Finally, Zhou Wen left the remaining 80 centimeters of little auspicious cloud Leviathan in the energy rainbow tree bubble space, and returned to Wanlin's stomach wall with his 20-centimeter clone. By the way, was the treasure chest inside you from the beginning, or did it appear later? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something and asked little auspicious cloud Leviathan. It appeared later. Not long ago, a ball of blue light suddenly appeared in my body. Then, this blue light absorbed a small portion of my energy, and then condensed into a treasure chest, little auspicious cloud Leviathan replied. Not long ago. Could it be the day I met you? Zhou Wen thought of a possibility, whether these Leviathan creatures automatically condense supply boxes within their bodies whenever they encounter survivors. No, it was over 300 days ago, little Shangyun Leviathan denied. Over 300 days is considered not long ago? Zhou Wen was a little speechless, but then he thought, for a king-level Leviathan, over 300 days might not be a long time. At this point in time, it seems the supply boxes appeared with us survivors. The over 300 days and nights little Shangyun Leviathan mentioned must have been the day the survivors appeared on the survival planet. However, Zhou Wen no longer wanted to explore the true nature of this survival world. It was pointless. Previously, while on the survival planet and in the abyss, Zhou Wen had wondered if he could return to Blue Planet. But after arriving at the Endless Sea and discovering 10 survivor zones, he realized that the entire population of Blue Planet had been teleported here, and there was no point in returning. That night, Zhou Wen didn't sleep or absorb energy. Instead, he lay on a lounge chair in the shade of the fruit trees in the plantation area, leisurely reading the messages on the communication channel for Area 10. The light coral emitted a sunlight-like glow, illuminating the leaves and casting spots of light on the ground. Meanwhile, on the regional communication channel, the survivors were discussing a strange matter. Area 10 survivor, it's strange. The boss's golden statue suddenly disappeared yesterday. We put up a new one this morning, but it disappeared again tonight. Do those who illuminated the glow have any clues? Area 2 survivor, I saw this. It was blown away by the auspicious cloud Leviathan. I don't know why. Area 1 survivor, maybe the auspicious cloud Leviathan doesn't like gold items in its area? Area 10 survivor, then we have to put the boss's statue somewhere else. For the next 3 days, Zhou Wen used the Starlight Leviathan as a means of transportation, heading towards the Dreamy Sea. As they moved further away from Sea Area 9, the waters became deeper and deeper, and the underwater creatures became more numerous. They encountered many energy-type Leviathans, but they were all of low rank, with the strongest being a large Leviathan. Energy-type Leviathans of this caliber wouldn't require Zhou Wen's intervention. The Starlight Leviathan could handle them. Today was day 340. Zhou Wen was basking in the sun atop the Starlight Leviathan, when he received an invitation from Jiang Haitao to join them. Zhou Wen immediately joined them. Recently, a team of survivors in Sea Area 10 encountered a strange energy-type creature capable of flight. This strange energy-type creature, only about 3 meters long, was translucent black. A golden, tree-like energy pattern emanated from its center, its branches varying in length, extending into its tentacles on either side. When the survivors in Sea Area 10 first encountered the creature, they dismissed it as too small and capable of flight. However, the creature attacked them directly, flying at an absurdly high speed and possessing a high energy intensity. The team leader, possessing energy abilities, was killed in a single encounter. Realizing that something was amiss, the team members immediately sent invitations to the experts in Sea Area 10. However, every expert possessing medium or large Leviathan-level energy was killed, with only one expert, possessing abyssal-level energy, barely managing to block the attack. However, This expert could only block the attack. He was unable to harm the strange creature, unable to touch it at all. Ultimately, they had no choice but to bring Jiang Haitao along. Jiang Haitao possessed king-level energy, and was not afraid of attacks from the strange creatures, but the creatures were flying and extremely fast. Jiang Haitao lacked any flying traits, and even with his powerful trait, which increased his speed by 6 times, he couldn't even touch the strange creatures. He had no choice but to bring Zhou Wen along. The moment Zhou Wen agreed to go along, he activated his own speed trait, instantly increasing it to 13,195 points. Buzz! Appearing beside Jiang Haitao, Zhou Wen released his mental power. Upon detecting the strange creature, he immediately raised his fully charged magnum. Bang! A resounding gunshot rang out, and the magnum bullet suddenly fired from the barrel, instantly reaching the strange creature. The strange creature, previously flying leisurely in the sky, suddenly glowed with golden veins, like nerves upon spotting the magnum bullet. Bang! The dual bullet successfully struck the strange creature's body, but only on one side, leaving a semicircular wound about a meter across. What kind of speed is that? Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise. The bullet had clearly hit the center of the strange creature's body, yet at the last moment, it managed to deflect its body and avoid the fatal blow. Chapter 987. Bang, bang, bang. However, despite his shock, Zhou Wen didn't stop firing. But by then, the strange creature had vanished from its original position, rapidly fleeing into the distance. Swoosh! Zhou Wen instantly transformed into a shadow, carving a hollow path through the sea, formed by 2 huge waves, and pursued the strange creature. But after chasing for hundreds of thousands of meters, Zhou Wen was actually getting further and further away from the strange creature. What the hell is this creature? How can it be so fast? Zhou Wen asked with confusion on his face. At this moment, Zhou Wen noticed that the small auspicious cloud leviathan above him was still following him closely. Reflecting on its speed, he immediately released his mental power to communicate with it. Hurry! Help me kill that creature. No, I only provide you with king-level energy, not fight for you. Little auspicious cloud leviathan flatly refused. It was still a king-level leviathan, after all. Where was its dignity, as a king-level creature, if it were so easily manipulated by a mere creature? When your main body arrives, I give you 2 king-level cores, Zhou Wen said immediately. Humph. Little auspicious cloud leviathan snorted, seemingly reluctant, but then transformed into a ray of rainbow light and instantly pursued the strange creature. Zhou Wen chased after it for a while, but he couldn't keep up. With no other choice, he simply stopped and waited for little auspicious cloud leviathan to bring back the strange creature's corpse. But at that moment, Zhou Wen's outward mental energy suddenly sensed something and immediately pulled back a distance. Bang! The next second, the sea surface where Zhou Wen was standing suddenly exploded. In the spreading water mist, a 20-meter-tall mecha emitting a faint green light appeared in the field of vision. Bang! 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 Across the sea ahead, a series of green mechas burst forth from beneath the surface, poised above it. Then, not far away, a series of leviathans emerged. One, over 2,000 meters long and radiating purple lightning, opened its mouth, and a survivor in green armor emerged. Are you a survivor from Sea Area 10? The survivor in green armor asked in the Real language. No, I'm a survivor from Sea Area 1, Zhou Wen replied immediately. The survivor in green armor's expression darkened upon hearing Zhou Wen's words. He had already pinpointed the location of Sea Area 10, and any survivors sighted near it were necessarily from it. How could they possibly be from Sea Area 1? Kill him! The survivor in green armor said gravely. He had originally intended for the other party to return to Sea Area 10 with the teleportation foundation stone and set up a teleportation point, but since he had dared to deceive him, he would die as apology. As soon as the survivor in green armor gave the order, the mechas immediately rushed towards Zhou Wen. It seems these people know the location of Sea Area 10. Zhou Wen immediately made a judgment. The next step was to find out which survivor area these survivors were from. Whoosh! At this moment, a green mecha had already rushed to Zhou Wen. Its slender, 10-meter-long blade wielded, tearing through the air, slashed fiercely at him. Swish! The blade instantly cut through Zhou Wen's body, but before the survivor operating the mecha could rejoice, he saw the body, cut in two, gradually dissipate, leaving only a shadow. Bang! The next second, a jet-black blade flashed across the mecha, emitting a sharp metallic friction sound. So tough? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised that the Liang blade could only leave a shallow scratch on the mecha's surface. Bang, bang, bang. Another mecha rushed over, but this one was equipped with a howitzer turret, except the grenades it fired were condensed from green light energy. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou dodged all 3 energy grenades, which landed on the sea behind him and exploded violently. Attached thunder. Zhou muttered silently, then summoned a stream of red gold lightning energy. Boom, boom. The next second, Zhou entire body unleashed a dense stream of red gold lightning, and the collisions erupted with bursts of thunder. Boom, boom. Zhou suddenly transformed into a crimson gold lightning bolt, flashing back and forth between the 2 green light mechas. Each flash was accompanied by a thunderous roar, and a charred hole, about a meter in diameter, instantly appeared in the center of the mecha's cockpit. The survivor inside the cockpit was electrified by Zhou's crimson gold lightning bolt, and the entire mecha was shattered by the stray current. Zzzz. Zhou continued to move forward, dragging a long stream of crimson gold electricity across the sea, charging directly towards the remaining green light mechas, then destroying one with a single punch. In just a few seconds, over 20 green light mechas on the sea were completely destroyed, and Zhou's position was approaching that of the survivor possessing the over 2,000 meter long Leviathan. Next, Zhou swung out a black sphere, instantly enveloping a 5-kilometer radius in a black energy. He then used the space blockade voucher to seal off the space, the entire sequence of actions executed in one smooth, seamless motion. Sealed space? The survivor in green armor, upon discovering the sealed space, didn't panic. Instead, he walked towards Zhou with ease. "You're just tying yourself up in knots, you know that?" The survivor in green armor said, and suddenly, powerful energy erupted from his body, his aura rising steadily. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar of thunder echoed, and a streak of purple lightning erupted from the survivor in green armor. The scattered purple lightning resembled a dense spider web, and he looked like the god of thunder descending. Boom! The survivor in green armor raised his hand, and a bolt of purple lightning shot towards Zhou. Boom! Zhou immediately activated his golden thunder ability, mobilizing another bolt of red gold lightning energy, and releasing it from his palm. But when the red gold lightning met the purple lightning, it vanished instantly like a bubble encountering a needle. King-level energy. Zhou's expression changed, and he immediately retreated, activating his fighting ability, creating a layer of king-level fighting energy around him. Do you regret blocking your own retreat? The survivor in green light armor instantly appeared before Zhou, the purple electricity emanating from his body striking the king-level fighting energy, depleting Zhou's internal fighting energy significantly. You actually possess king-level energy, but it seems a bit weak. The survivor in green light armor had originally thought that simply getting close to the opponent, the lightning released from his body, would kill him. He hadn't expected the opponent to possess king-level energy. Chapter 988. Buzz. The survivor in green light armor immediately unleashed his mighty power, attempting to suppress Zhou, but Zhou remained unaffected. "So you are the holder of the title of Survival King in Sea Area 10, the survivor in green light armor said with some surprise. "The title of Survival King is a valuable commodity. If you present it to the Emperor, you will surely receive His Majesty's reward." Boom! Boom! Purple thunder erupted from the survivor in green light armor. A terrifying spiderweb of lightning enveloped Zhou, blocking any possibility of escape. However, what puzzled the survivor in green light armor was that, having initially assumed the opponent would find a way to break free from the purple lightning net, the opponent chose not to retreat. Instead, he braved the purple lightning he had unleashed and rushed towards him. For a moment, a bad premonition arose in the survivor in green light armor, and he immediately tried to retreat, but it was too late. He saw a long sword in the opponent's hand, seemingly made of meteorite fragments. Splitting flame blade. The green light armored survivor exclaimed in surprise. Swish. But the next second, his words abruptly stopped as a fiery red blade flashed through the green light armored survivor's body, slicing it in two. Ding! Kill the Survivor King title holder, and obtain the Survivor King title. A system notification chimed in Zhou's mind, but before he could rejoice, a massive purple lightning figure rushed in front of him. It was none other than the green light armored survivor's Leviathan. But Zhou ignored the Leviathan for the time being, instead charging towards the other Leviathans and the survivors. He couldn't let these survivors leave the Nightfall core cage, otherwise, more powerful survivors might be brought along. 5 minutes later, Zhou successfully killed all the survivors and Leviathans in the Nightfall core cage. He also killed the Leviathan with king-level energy using his golden flame mech. During this time, he tortured one survivor, questioning their origins and the approximate strength of their area. This group of survivors, who suddenly appeared, were from Area 3. All of Area 3 was ruled by the survivors from Area 6. The most powerful of them, ruling over the entire Area 3, was known as the Emperor. Below the Emperor were 9 survivor kings, each possessing king-level energy. However, these 9 survivor kings possessed king-level energy not because their character stats had reached the medium Leviathan level, but because the Emperor had gifted each of them with a Leviathan king-level food transformation material, allowing them to gain king-level energy through the Leviathan transformation. The Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 3 is called the Cracked Core Leviathan. After being fed for a long time by the survivors of Sea Area 3, its energy level has far surpassed that of a typical king-level Leviathan. Sure enough, the strongest in each survivor area are no pushovers, Zhou thought, his expression growing solemn. Because he had just interrogated a survivor from Sea Area 3, he had learned that Sea Area 3 had somehow located Sea Area 10, and their exploration team, led by the King of Survivors, was here to confirm the route. This is troublesome. Zhou wasn't sure he could defeat the Emperor of Sea Area 3. Although he had a method to temporarily enter the Falling Star Leviathan form, the Emperor of Sea Area 3 might not lack Emperor-level energy. It's indeed troublesome. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Zhou face changed, and he immediately turned his gaze in the direction of the voice. He saw a man radiating a faint green light, quietly floating in the sky. Zhou's pupils shrank sharply, because this man looked very much like the Emperor mentioned by the survivors in Sea Area 3. Without hesitation, he immediately lifted the space blockade, discarding the Nightfall nuclear cage and leaving. Ding! The current space is blocked, unable to teleport. However, Zhou's mind suddenly remembered the warning sound of the space blockade, which was obviously the work of the Emperor in the sky. However, the other party's space blockade was also based on the Nightfall nuclear cage, so Zhou thought, and directly retracted the Nightfall nuclear cage. I am the Emperor of Sea Area 3, Shinto Mando. I will give back the title of King of Survival to Sea Area 3. The Emperor of Sea Area 3 spoke, and the faint green light on his body suddenly became strong, instantly enveloping the area where Zhou was. At this point, Zhou had already consumed a sunflower seed to restore his previously depleted energy. Recovering the Nightfall core cage would take some time, so he activated his various powerful abilities once again, boosting his speed to its maximum. He then formed a layer of king-level fighting energy around him. But the moment the faint green light shone upon the king-level fighting energy, it seemed to corrode it, and rapidly dissipated. And this was only the effect of Shinto Wantong's energy release. He hadn't yet formally launched his attack. Go to hell! Shinto Wantong casually pressed his palm downwards, and instantly, a giant hand of faint green energy, hundreds of meters long, swooped down from the air towards Zhou. A giant hand of dark green energy reached Zhou almost instantly, its powerful energy wiping out the surrounding king-level battle energy. Without the protection of king-level battle energy, the dark green energy, like nuclear radiation, instantly destroyed Zhou's body. It seems the Starfall Leviathan gene within me is no match for this fission energy. Zhou immediately mobilized his vital energy to quickly repair himself, then summoned the Golden Flame mech, which had already been injected with a stream of Golden Flame energy. Boom! The giant hand, condensed from the fission energy, descended, instantly creating a violent explosion. A dark green mushroom cloud of energy, 10,000 meters in diameter, soared into the sky, directly destroying the Night Source core cage, which was in its recovery phase. However, Zhou, protected by the Golden Flame energy on the surface of the Golden Flame mech, remained unscathed. Golden Flame energy seemed slightly stronger than the fission energy. Without the space created by the Nightfall core cage, the effects of the space blockade voucher vanished immediately. Zhou immediately used teleport to teleport into the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. Could the energy in that golden mecha be the energy of the Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 10? Shinto Wantong frowned. Because that golden energy seemed stronger than the fission core energy he possessed, this also meant that the Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 10 was stronger than the Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 3. How is that possible? Shinto Wantong felt something was amiss. Sea Area 10 was the last survivor area to descend upon the Endless Sea. The energy intensity of their Guardian Leviathan couldn't possibly be stronger than that of Sea Area 3. Chapter 989. Then, Shinto Wantong flew toward the rear sea area. Soon after, he spotted a phantom Leviathan, with a survivor from Sea Area 3 waiting on its back. This survivor from Sea Area 3 was actually a member of the team led by the previous survivor king. To prevent the entire team from being blocked by powerful beings from other sea areas and annihilated, they left one member behind at a distance. Continue to Sea Area 10 and assess its overall strength. Shinto Watong said to the team member. Yes. The only surviving team member nodded heavily. As for the powerful being from Sea Area 10, who had just escaped via teleportation, Shinto Watong didn't care. After all, Sea Area 10 was there, and even if they could escape, they couldn't, unless Sea Area 10 stopped guarding the Leviathan. Meanwhile, after Zhou Wen successfully teleported into the colorful bubble space, he sent a message to inquire about Jiang Haitao's situation. Earlier, when he just encountered the survivors from Sea Area 3, he already sent a message to Jiang Haitao, telling them to return to the main island immediately. Otherwise, if they were captured by the people from Sea Area 3, a brief interrogation would reveal the overall strength of Sea Area 10. We're already sending the survivor team back. We haven't encountered any survivors from other sea areas yet. Jiang Haitao replied. Okay, keep an eye on this survivor team from now on, and make sure they return to the main island of Sea Area 10. If they encounter any other survivors from Sea Area 10 along the way, have them return as well. Zhou Wen sent the message. Okay, got it, brother one. Next, Zhou Wen sent a general overview of Sea Area 3 to Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lung Liang, instructing them to prepare for Sea Area 3's attack on Sea Area 10 and to accumulate king-level scorching cold energy. After doing this, Zhou Wen turned his gaze to the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone remaining in the colorful bubble space. How many days will it take for the little clone that helped me kill the strange creature to return to Sea Area 10? Zhou Wen asked. Because Zhou Wen had teleported away directly, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone that had previously pursued the strange creature was left behind in that sea area. To obtain the strange creature's corpse, they would have to wait for the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone to fly back to Sea Area 10. One day, perhaps. Now that little auspicious cloud Leviathan understood that a day meant a day and night, it used 1 day instead of 1 day and night. Then divide another 20 strands of auspicious energy, and condense a little clone for me, Zhou Wen said. Okay, but you have to let me absorb some of the rainbow energy tree's energy. Otherwise, this clone will shrink, and how can I protect it? Little auspicious cloud Leviathan said. Okay, but don't absorb too much. Zhou Wen no longer expected the colored bubble space to form a rainbow bubble, so a slight reduction in size didn't matter. Haha, here you go. Little auspicious cloud Leviathan happily produced a 20-centimeter clone for Zhou Wen, then began absorbing the energy within the colored bubble wall. After a while, the diameter of the colored bubble space shrank to 100 meters, while little auspicious cloud Leviathan's diameter grew to 2 meters. Afterward, Zhou Wen went outside and fed the rainbow energy tree with the Leviathan flesh that the survivors had handed in over the past few days. This included some high-level Leviathan flesh he had just obtained from killing the King of Survivors in Sea Area 3. The King of Survivors in Sea Area 3's trait stamps all had a 7x amplification effect, slightly inferior to those of the King of Survivors in Sea Area 1. Fortunately, they all had corresponding Leviathan corpses, which could be used to craft genetic potions. Zhou Wen didn't need these 7x amplification trait stamps, so he gave them all to Jiang Haitao and the others. Although the genes he crafted didn't have their own inherent abilities, they were useful for a while, ready to be replaced when better ones became available. In addition to the trait stamps, Zhou Wen also found a material for breaking through the Stage 3 Constitution limit and a different Stage 3 Constitution attribute limit breakthrough recipe in the loot mail, which required earth-covering gold crystal. Jiang Haitao also collected 2 Stage 3 Constitution-related materials, which happened to be the same ones listed in the recipe. So, Zhou Wen sent the golden crystal covering and the newly acquired materials to Jiang Haitao, allowing him to break through the 3rd stage Constitution limit and reach the 4th stage. The final valuable item was the corpse of the transmuted Leviathan, the King of the Survivors in Sea Area 3. This transmuted Leviathan had entered the King-level transmutation stage, equivalent to a small King-level Leviathan, its flesh and blood imbued with King-level energy. After a moment of thought, Zhou Wen decided to keep the corpse. Once his character board had reached the medium-sized Leviathan level and acquired various King-level traits, he would consume this King-level transmuted Leviathan to rapidly condense King-level energy within his body. Zhou Wen left the remaining miscellaneous items in the loot mail to Jiang Haitao and the others, while he returned to the space within Huanlin's stomach wall and continued to advance the Starlight Leviathan towards the Fantasy Sea. During this process, Zhou Wen integrated his newly acquired title of King of Survival, increasing the upper limits of his 3 attributes by another 50 points. Strength reached an upper limit of 1,800 points, Constitution reached 1,700 points, and Speed reached 1,500 points. Strength and Constitution reached their upper limits immediately after their upper limits were increased, while speed remained relatively unchanged. Zhou Wen directly took out the starlight fruit he had obtained earlier and devoured it in one gulp. Ding! Consume starlight fruit. Speed increased by 50. After maxing out all 3 attributes, Zhou Wen began to gather various energies within his body by consuming the flesh of the abyssal-level Leviathan creature. Time passed quickly. At noon on the 341st day, while basking in the sun atop the starlight Leviathan, Zhou Wen received a message from Jiang Haitao. The small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, left outside the previous day, had returned, bringing with it the corpse of the strange creature. As soon as the message was sent, Jiang Haitao sent the strange creature's body over. After Zhou Wen extracted it, he discovered that the creature's body was light and soft, resembling a soft-bodied creature. The tree-like golden patterns on its body had now shrunk into a fist-sized golden sphere. After a brief observation, Zhou Wen opened the biological encyclopedia. Night Shadow Golden Glow Bug Length, 3 meters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Food type, bioenergy. Description, a creature that lives in the time and sun region of the Endless Sea. It possesses an elusive flight speed, and its surface energy is incredibly destructive. By impacting living creatures, it transforms their flesh and blood into bioenergy. Its super speed factor is one of the ingredients needed to break through the upper limit of the 3rd stage speed attribute. Chapter 990. Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly widened upon seeing the final introduction to the Night Shadow Golden Light Bug. Super speed factor. Zhou Wen's face instantly lit up with ecstasy. This was the final key ingredient needed for the Stage 3 Speed Attribute Limit Breakthrough Formula. Stage 3 Speed Attribute Limit Breakthrough Formula requires 1 air fruit, 1 photon crystal, 1 super speed factor, 1 wind grass seed, 1 triple speed core. Zhou Wen directly dissected the Night Shadow Golden Light Bug's corpse and reached for the golden sphere at its center. Besides this, there was nothing else within its body that could possibly contain the super speed factor. Ding! Super speed factor X1 obtained. Ha ha ha! Finally entering stage 4. The character's attribute panel has reached the medium Leviathan level, and those King Leviathan genes and traits can be used. Zhou Wen, looking at the golden glowing super speed factor in his hand, was filled with excitement. Zhou Wen had plenty of triple speed cores. He randomly selected one from the system interface, extracted it, and placed it with the other 4 key ingredients. A system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Have you broken through the 3rd stage speed attribute limit? Yes. Zhou Wen nodded heavily. The next second, all 5 ingredients were enveloped in blue light and soared into the air. The air fruit was in the center, while the remaining 4 ingredients were transformed into energy by the blue light and entered the air fruit. After absorbing this energy, the originally transparent and colorless air fruit transformed into a glass sphere radiating a golden glow. Then, the golden glass sphere began releasing beams of golden photons into Zhou Wen's body. The moment these golden photons entered his body, Zhou Wen felt his body grow increasingly lighter, as if he could float at any moment. Ding! The 3rd stage speed attribute limit has been successfully exceeded. Ding! All 4 attributes have exceeded the 3rd stage attribute limit, and the character attribute panel has entered the 4th stage. The character panel has finally reached the medium-sized Leviathan level. Zhou Wen excitedly heard the system prompt in his mind, then immediately opened his character attribute panel and carefully examined it. Zhou Wen, Leviathan Hunter plus 100, Abyss Hunter plus 12, Survival King plus 4. Normal human attributes are 10, see Devouring Pattern Intelligence, 25/25 Concussion Ability, Impact Ability, Purple Charm Ability, Brainwave Ability Strength, Dead Silence 1823/1900 Black Flame Ability, Golden Thunder Ability, Brilliant Flame Ability. 3 abilities. Mountain Shaking Ability Constitution, Vitality 1767/1800 Tungsten Gold Ability, Brilliant Gold Ability, Nightfall Ability, Fighting Ability, Thunder Ability Speed, 1507/1800, Floating Ability, Liang Ability, Moon Shuttle Ability, Escape Ability, Swimming Gold Ability Genes, Swimming Gold Shark Gene, Purple Conch Gene, Flame Leviathan Gene, Brainwave Leviathan Gene, Thunder Leviathan Gene, Mountain Shaking Leviathan Gene Abilities, Golden Body, Golden Lightning Arc, Double Absorption, Energy Compression, Super Speed Regeneration, Moon Shuttle. Who can compete? Spiritual Surge. Thunder Attached Rating. A humanoid Leviathan reaching the level of a medium-sized Leviathan. The speed attribute is quite off, Zhou Wen thought to himself, and began to consume the flesh of the new creatures, increasing their various attributes. At the same time, he used a attribute stripping stamp to strip the Black Flame attribute from his Strength attribute. Then, he took out the Thunder Leviathan Gene Potion he had stored for a long time, uncorked it, and gulped it down in one gulp. Then, a long-lost pain, like tearing flesh, spread throughout his body. Zhou would endure the pain and continue to consume the flesh of various new creatures, improving his 3 attributes. The integration of the King-level Leviathan gene took a long time, lasting until noon on the 342nd day. After almost a day, the Thunder Leviathan gene was finally successfully integrated. Zhou took out the Thunder Ion core, and used the attribute stamp to absorb the energy within the core and imprint the stamp. Boom! Boom! As the stamp was imprinted, flashes of lightning erupted from the attribute steel, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. Ding! The Lightning Ion seal has been successfully engraved. Do you want to use it? Use it. Zhou chose to use it without hesitation. Engraving this Lightning Ion seal took a full half-hour, making him impatient. Boom! In an instant, the Lightning Ion seal unleashed a terrifying burst of lightning energy. The silver lightning flashed and shone, darkening the bright sky. This lightning energy formed a massive energy shadow in the sky, followed by a king-level pressure. Buzz buzz buzz. The king-level pressure spread like ripples, instantly shaking the sea surface and causing waves to surge. The enormous energy phantom in the sky was none other than the king-level Leviathan, the Lightning Leviathan. At this moment, Zhou character attribute panel, gleaming silver, automatically popped up and rapidly expanded. Zzz. Upon seeing the character attribute panel, the Lightning Leviathan Phantom suddenly transformed into a streak of silver lightning, striking it like a thunderbolt. Instantly, a massive surge of electric current exploded across the character panel, ultimately creating a simple, shimmering silver image of the Lightning Leviathan at the end of the Strength attribute. Lightning Ion ability. When activated, Strength is boosted tenfold, granting the ability to unleash lightning at will, accompanied by king-level pressure. Strength increased tenfold. It feels like a one-step increase in strength. Zhou had never seen an attribute with an attribute amplification exceeding tenfold, so he guessed tenfold was the limit of the attribute boost. After integrating the Lightning Leviathan's genes and applying the Lightning Ion attribute, Zhou took out the Sea-Swallowing Leviathan gene potion and drank it straight away. Soon, 2 days passed, and Zhou successfully integrated the Sea-Swallowing Leviathan gene with the Core Polymerizing Leviathan gene. He also created the Necrotic Seal and Core Polymerizing Seal, and after stripping the Nightfall attribute and Flame attribute, he added the Necrotic attribute to the Constitution attribute on his character panel, and the Core Polymerizing attribute to the Strength attribute. Today was the 345th day. After using the gene stripping potion to strip the Flame Leviathan gene, Zhou drank the Daylight Leviathan gene potion. While transforming his body with these genetic potions, Zhou took out the final potion, the Dead Silence Emperor gene potion. This gene demotion order should be able to downgrade the Death Emperor gene to king level, so that I can condense the death energy in my body. Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 991. He was now eager to incorporate the Deathly Silence Emperor gene, because both the Deathly Silence worm in his heart and the Devouring Mark required Deathly Silence energy to fully function. Waiting until his character's attribute panel reached the Abyss level would take far too long. Although using the gene demotion order would reduce the intensity of the concentrated Deathly Silence energy by 90%, even if Emperor level energy was reduced by 90%, it was still Emperor level energy. Furthermore, once his character's attribute panel reached the Abyss level, the effects of the gene demotion order would be nullified, and the Deathly Silence Emperor gene would return to normal. Next, Zhou took out the Deathly Silence Emperor gene potion and used it directly. Ding! Do you want to downgrade the Deathly Silence Emperor gene? Yes. Zhou muttered silently. The next second, the gene demotion order, resembling black jade, transformed into countless black points of light, and flew into the Deathly Silence Emperor gene potion. As these black specks of light merged into the genetic potion, the crimson in the Death Emperor gene potion, originally a mixture of pitch black and crimson, gradually disappeared, leaving it completely black. Ding! Obtained 1 Death Leviathan gene potion. The moment the gene demotion order was used, a new system notification chimed in Zhou mind. Ding! Death Leviathan gene potion. After use, you gain the Death Leviathan gene, which allows you to slowly condense death energy within your body by devouring living creatures. This can only be used when your Constitution stats reach 1000 points, and your character's panel reaches a medium Leviathan. The Emperor's Law Nirvana field is gone, and the speed of condensing death energy has also slowed. Zhou Wen read the description in his mind, comparing it to the difference before and after the Death Emperor gene was downgraded. It's okay if the condensation of death energy slows down. At least I can condense a low-end version of death energy. Zhou Wen said this, temporarily storing the downgraded Death Leviathan gene potion in his locker. He was currently incorporating the daytime Leviathan gene into his body, and it would have to wait until tomorrow to be used. Next, while waiting for the daytime Leviathan gene to complete, Zhou Wen began to consume the flesh and blood of the king-level transformed Leviathan, condensing lightning ion energy and necrotic energy within his body. Then, he took 3 doses of tritium element, relying on the nuclear condensation Leviathan gene to condense nuclear energy within his body. King-level energy condensation is very slow, and it also requires a large amount of king-level transformed Leviathan flesh and blood. Zhou Wen was worried that this amount of Leviathan flesh and blood would not last long. It wasn't until the afternoon that Zhou Wen successfully condensed a necrotic energy within his body. Lightning ion energy would take some time, and nuclear condensation energy was the slowest to condense. However, he managed to condense a significant amount of abyssal-level energy. At that moment, in Sea Area 10, a massive cloud suddenly flew from the horizon towards the main island of Sea Area 10. The cloud was so vast that it practically blocked out the sun. Finally, the massive cloud came to rest on the main island of Sea Area 10. In an instant, the light on the main island dimmed, as if the sky had suddenly turned dark. However, the survivors on the main island of Sea Area 10 didn't panic too much, as President Jiang had already announced in the regional communication channel that the true form of the auspicious cloud Leviathan would arrive soon. Is this the true form of the auspicious cloud Leviathan? It's enormous! A survivor from Area 10 exclaimed, looking at the massive cloud that obscured the sky above. It's quite large, but the auspicious cloud Leviathan blocks out the sunlight. The light is too dark, and it feels a bit oppressive, another survivor said, gazing at the thick clouds in the sky. This dark scene reminded him of the oppressive feeling he had in the Abyss Sea. No sunlight, that's not a big deal. We can just build an island somewhere else, and that be where the auspicious cloud Leviathan will settle, a survivor said nonchalantly. Do you think a cloud this large can emit auras? A survivor suddenly asked. Probably not. This looks like just ordinary clouds. I think only the colorful clouds transformed by the auspicious cloud Leviathan can do that, the survivor next to him speculated. At this time, members of the 3 major guilds were dispatched to maintain order on the main island and keep all survivors away from the central area. Immediately, a series of blue lights shone, and Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lung Liang, who had been out exploring, along with the survivor kings from other zones, all emerged from the blue light. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clouds above began to violently churn. A multicolored ball of light, from the very top, pierced through the entire cloud layer and entered the auspicious cloud Leviathan clone floating in the center of the main island. The auspicious cloud Leviathan clone began to expand, growing from a diameter of 10,000 meters to 30,000 meters, and then a wave of mental energy spread out. Where's that despicable villain who broke his promise? Auspicious cloud Leviathan asked Jiang Haitao and the others. I'm already with Brother One, and he should be here soon, Jiang Haitao replied. Although auspicious cloud Leviathan's choice of words wasn't very kind, he felt that auspicious cloud Leviathan and Brother One had a good relationship, so he took it as just a joke between acquaintances. A moment later, a blue light illuminated around Jiang Haitao, and Zhou Wen's human form gradually emerged. I'm here, Zhou Wen gazed at the clouds that obscured the sky, then greeted the auspicious cloud Leviathan. Give me the 2 king-level cores you promised me, the auspicious cloud Leviathan said directly. Here you are. Zhou Wen, with a thought, retrieved the ice and snow core and hurricane core from the system interface and handed them to the auspicious cloud Leviathan without hesitation. Zhou Wen's decisiveness left the auspicious cloud Leviathan somewhat uneasy, as it thought he was about to haggle again. Slightly excited, the auspicious cloud Leviathan used its own energy to envelop the 2 king-level cores. These 2 king-level cores were enough for it to condense hundreds of thousands of auspicious energy rays. This chest is for you. After storing the 2 king-level cores within the rainbow cloud, a dazzling treasure chest quickly flew out from the auspicious cloud Leviathan's transformed, landing in front of Zhou Wen. Alright, now we're even, the auspicious cloud Leviathan said with its spiritual power. How are we even? Collecting 2 king-level cores, isn't that a sign of respect? Zhou Wen pointed at the people around him. At this moment, a small rainbow cloud floated above Jiang Haitao and the others, but it had shrunk in size compared to before, clearly having been worn down over the past few days. Chapter 992. I knew it. At this moment, the auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, resembling a colorful cap above Zhou Wen's head, transformed into a moth-like form, and stomped on Zhou Wen's head in dissatisfaction. Then, beams of colored energy emanated from the colorful cloud above, entering the small colorful cloud floating above the people. The cloud rapidly expanded, growing from 12 centimeters to 30 centimeters. "All right," said the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone above Zhou Wen. "Of course not. Who would need 30 beams? If the survivors in other sea areas knew about this, they'd think we didn't have a Leviathan guarding Sea Area 10. 100 beams. 100 beams per person," Zhou Wen said firmly. "And give me the remaining half pool of colorful cloud due in your original body," Zhou Wen continued. Here, all for you." Originally, the auspicious cloud Leviathan had considered having the amount of energy, giving them only 50, but remembering Zhou Wen's straightforward surrender of 2 king-level cores, it decided to be generous. Then, the colorful clouds in the sky separated, each containing 70 auspicious energies, and flew down, merging with the clouds above Jiang Haitao and the others, forming a multicolored auspicious cloud 1 meter in diameter. The survivor kings from other zones, upon seeing the 1 meter diameter colorful cloud overhead, smiled and expressed their gratitude to Zhou Wen. This was 100 king-level energies. If they had relied on their own development, they would have been unable to obtain them for a long time. But now, they had easily obtained 100 king-level energies. This was all thanks to the care shown to them by the king of Zone 10. Zhou Wen waved his hand, hoping that as members of Sea Area 10, they would not do anything to harm it. Above Zhou Wen's head, a 50-meter diameter rainbow cloud loomed in the sky. Not bad. You thought of giving me some more, but it's too much. Just give me 10 meters, Zhou Wen said. This isn't for you. It's for you to take to the rainbow energy tree, said the little auspicious cloud Leviathan. The clone at the rainbow energy tree was too small and contained less energy, so he wanted to share some of it. What about my 100 auspicious energies? The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone above Zhou Wen was still composed of 30 auspicious energies. Once we get to the rainbow energy tree, I naturally give them to you, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone said speechlessly. Over 1,000 energies had already been given to it, so wouldn't it need a few dozen more? Alright, I'm leaving. Your half pool of rainbow dew will be divided equally among them later. Zhou Wen pointed at the 9 survivor kings and 2 pseudo-kings present. After saying this, Zhou Wen reached out and grabbed the 50-meter white colorful cloud that descended in front of him, then teleported directly into the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. After the auspicious cloud Leviathan clone separated 70 auspicious energies for him, Zhou Wen returned to the space within Huanlin's stomach wall. He then retrieved the auspicious cloud treasure chest he had just obtained from the system interface, and opened it to see if there were any goodies inside. Ding! Obtained auspicious cloud Leviathan gene potion X1. Ding! Obtained auspicious cloud pattern plate for the character attribute panel X1. Ding! Obtained pattern layer for the character attribute panel X1. Ding! Obtained 7-colored auspicious cloud stick X1. Ding! Obtained auspicious cloud evolution template for the transformation period of the transformation Leviathan X1. Ding! Obtained auspicious cloud Leviathan solar evolution crystal X1. Ding! Obtained emperor level positioning card fragment X1. Ding! Obtained king level certification X1. So many things, Zhou Wen exclaimed in amazement. After a quick glance, he knew almost all of them were good stuff, so he began to take them out one by one and examine them. Ding! Auspicious Cloud Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you gain the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan Gene. By absorbing sunlight, you can gather auspicious energy. This can only be used when your constitution reaches 1,000 points, and your character's attribute panel reaches the medium Leviathan level. Once I integrated the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan Gene, can I directly ask the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan for energy? Zhou Wen suddenly thought. Ding! Character Attribute Panel Auspicious Cloud Pattern Plate. After use, this will draw the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan pattern on the character's attribute panel. Once completed, you gain a 300% increase in energy absorption speed and an additional 100 points in all 3 attribute caps. This Auspicious Cloud Pattern Plate is perfect for me right now. It's a shame that the other pattern plates can't be used until I obtain the item that can strip the Swallowing Sea pattern. Zhou Wen sighed. Ding! Character Attribute Panel Pattern Layer. After use, this will create a layer on the character's attribute panel, allowing you to draw new king-level Leviathan patterns. Zhou Wen's expression paused after reading the introduction, then a look of delight crossed his face. This is actually the item used to draw the second pattern. Zhou Wen excitedly used the character attribute panel pattern layer. The next second, the character attribute panel with the swallowing sea pattern automatically popped up, and the character attribute panel pattern layer transformed into a transparent film, directly attached to the surface of the character attribute panel. Zhou Wen glanced at his character attribute panel. All the information on it was clearly visible, without any obstruction, and even the transparent film attached to the surface was invisible. Is that all? Zhou Wen uncertainly used the character attribute panel condensation pattern plate. Instantly, the bright blue condensation pattern plate transformed into a point of light, quickly attaching to Zhou Wen's character attribute panel, gradually drawing a condensation Leviathan pattern outlined with bright blue lines. It really worked. With the condensation pattern, I won't have to worry about not being able to obtain tritium element anymore, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Ding! 7-colored auspicious cloud stick. After inputting auspicious energy into it, a colorful auspicious cloud will form above the user. The colorful auspicious cloud will absorb all energy within the range of the auspicious light, and then feed it back to the user. Another king-level weapon, Zhou Wen said, looking at the 7-colored auspicious cloud stick in his hand. It was 3 centimeters in diameter, 1.5 meters long, and covered in a rainbow of colors, with a surface covered in auspicious cloud patterns. The nuclear Gatling gun I obtained earlier wastes too much energy under normal circumstances. This 7-colored auspicious cloud stick fills the gap. Zhou Wen stroked the stick and said, Ding! Transformed Leviathan Transformation Stage Auspicious Cloud Evolution Template, available after the transformed Leviathan enters the transformation stage. Upon successful use, the transformed Leviathan will evolve into the auspicious Cloud Leviathan. The template has 7 evolution crystal slots, and comes with the elemental body gene source. Ding! Elemental body, energy form, undisturbed energy, indestructible body. 7 evolution crystal slots. The auspicious Cloud Leviathan is truly remarkable. Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise. This is more than half the number of crystal slots in the transformed Leviathan Transformation Stage Earth Covering Evolution Template. Chapter 993. I wonder how many evolution crystal slots this evolution template has at most. Zhou Wen thought. He had only seen 2 transformation evolution templates so far. Ding! Auspicious Cloud Leviathan Solar Energy Evolution Crystal can be embedded in a compatible transformation evolution template. Once successfully embedded, the transformation evolution template gains the solar energy gene source. Ding! Solar energy. Convert sunlight into its own energy. Converting sunlight into its own energy, wouldn't it be useless without the sun? Zhou Wen felt this evolution crystal wasn't very good, considering he previously experienced 90 days without sunlight. The Emperor-level positioning card fragment wasn't much to look at, so he simply put it in his locker. Then, Zhou Wen turned his gaze to the last item in the auspicious cloud treasure chest. Ding! King-level certification. This can only be obtained by a king-level Leviathan voluntarily surrendering its own treasure chest. Injecting 1 million identical king-level energies into the interior will condense the corresponding king-level character panel. 1 million king-level energies. Zhou Wen found it absurd. No other king-level Leviathan, other than the Guardian Leviathan, would be willing to give him so much king-level energy. But the auspicious Cloud Leviathan had only just arrived in Sea Area 10, so it certainly wouldn't give him 1 million auspicious energy straight away. It had already given away over 1,000 before, and it was so stingy. If it dared to ask for 1 million, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan might just fly away. Auspicious Cloud Leviathan? However, Zhou Wen was still prepared to give it a try. What for? The small auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone, floating in midair in a rainbow cloud form, released its spiritual power. Give me a little more auspicious energy? Zhou Wen asked. How much do you want? Little auspicious Cloud Leviathan didn't refuse outright. The 2 king-level cores were enough to provide it with 150,000 Dao of energy, so a little more wouldn't hurt Zhou Wen. 1 million Dao, Zhou Wen said. I'm leaving. No. You're kidding. Because the second king-level pattern core condensation pattern had been drawn on the character attribute panel, Zhou Wen's 3 attribute caps increased by another 100 points. Strength cap reached 2,000, Constitution cap reached 1,900, and Speed cap reached 1,900. Haha, Strength cap increased to 2,000. Once it's full, with the effects of Dead Silent Strength Attribute Box and Golden Thunder Arc, strength will reach 3,200. Zhou Wen now had no trouble wielding the flame-splitting blade. Later, Zhou took out a crystal seascape box, filled it with seawater, and stayed inside, consuming the flesh and blood of a king-level transmutation leviathan, while absorbing the tritium element in the seawater. That evening, Zhou visited the energy rainbow tree, leaving a large amount of biological flesh, before returning to Huanlin's stomach. On the morning of day 346, Zhou fed Huanlin seaweed, and the Starlight Leviathan biological flesh and blood, then basked in the sun on the Starlight Leviathan's head. After spending almost the entire day yesterday, Zhou had already completed the incorporation of the daytime Leviathan gene. Daytime energy, like vitality energy, requires sunlight absorption. After Zhou's character attributes reached the medium Leviathan level, the rate at which he condensed vitality energy through sunlight increased significantly, and he currently had 10 vitality energies in his body. Furthermore, the energy condensed within the body through sunlight absorption is a different method of energy absorption than the energy condensed through consuming Leviathan's flesh and blood, and both can occur simultaneously. However, the absorption rate of this tritium element is truly slow. Zhou spent the entire night in the crystal seaview box, but still failed to absorb enough tritium element from the seawater to condense nuclear energy. I wonder how powerful these king-level energies are. Currently, Zhou had 5 necrotic energies, 2 lightning ion energies, and 1 nuclear energy. I need to find an opportunity to test them. Zhou would test the power of each newly acquired energy. Otherwise, if faced with a life-or-death battle, not knowing the full potential of his own king-level energy would be extremely dangerous. But now, without a target, simply releasing it haphazardly would be a waste. After all, the condensation rate of king-level energy is very slow, and releasing it without any value would be a waste. Forget it, let's talk about the test later, Zhou said. A flash of blue light appeared in his hand, and the Dead Silence Leviathan Gene Potion appeared. Time to integrate the Dead Silence Emperor Gene. However, before taking the Dead Silence Leviathan Gene Potion, Zhou still needed to use the Gene Stripping Potion to strip 1 gene. After a while, Zhou stripped the Golden Shark Gene, and then drank the Dead Silence Leviathan Gene Potion in 1 gulp. As soon as the pitch-black liquid entered his throat, Zhou felt a burning sensation. Shortly after entering his stomach, an indescribable, extreme pain instantly filled his body, and a dark energy began to spread through his flesh and blood. Slowly, Zhou's blood vessels began to turn black, followed by his flesh and blood, and finally his bones and skin. Although Zhou's body had turned pitch black, his eyes were an unusually crimson red. No. No! I can't take it anymore. Zhou grimaced in pain, his words stammering and his consciousness fuzzy. He was already on the verge of a coma. To avoid fainting outside, Zhou forced his hazy consciousness to teleport into the colorful bubble space, returning to Huanlin's stomach wall. He then ordered the Starlight Leviathan to stop swimming and remain on standby. If the Starlight Leviathan led Huanlin to a dangerous place while he was unconscious, it would be troublesome. Finally, Zhou released his remnant clone to protect Huanlin outside, and then he finally passed out from the pain. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou slowly rose from the stone platform in the rest area, his entire body still dazed and his expression vacant. He sat there blankly for a long time before his chaotic mind gradually cleared. Did it work? Zhou opened his character attribute panel, and discovered a gene emitting a dark energy at the end of the gene column. It was the Dead Silence Leviathan gene. How long has it been? Zhou's face lit up with joy. He glanced at the time on the system interface, and saw that today was already the 349th day, almost 3 days had passed. This Dead Silence Emperor gene is quite cruel. Even after being downgraded, it's still so difficult to integrate. Zhou said with a wry smile, but it finally succeeded. I'm so hungry. At this moment, Huanlin's inner voice echoed in Zhou's mind. Zhou immediately stood up, and quickly fed Huanlin seaweed. After feeding Huanlin enough, he left the stomach wall and entered the body of the Starlight Leviathan, feeding it a large amount of Leviathan flesh. Chapter 994. Afterwards, Zhou went outside to carefully inspect the Phantom Scale and Starlight Leviathan, confirming they were both fine, and returned to his stomach wall. Once the death energy condenses, we can use the death flesh and blood bioarmor, Zhou said, taking out the auspicious Cloud Leviathan Gene Potion. Meanwhile, outside the borders of Sea Area 10, a nearly kilometer-long Phantom Leviathan was rapidly approaching Sea Area 10. In the Phantom Leviathan's stomach wall, a survivor from Sea Area 3 looked at his system panel. The moment his Phantom Leviathan entered Sea Area 10, the Sea Area 10 regional communication channel appeared on the system interface. The survivor from Sea Area 3 did not venture further into Sea Area 10, but instead quickly scrolled through the various messages on the Sea Area 10 regional communication channel. After observing for a while, and gaining a general understanding of the situation in Sea Area 10, the survivor from Sea Area 3 sent the information he had obtained to the Emperor of Sea Area 3. At this moment, Shindo Mando's transformed Leviathan happened to encounter an Abyssal-class Leviathan. Shindo Mando left the stomach wall space and fired a fission energy bomb, directly killing the Abyssal-class Leviathan. Then he began to collect the core and the exclusive supply box. Did you just get the Guardian Leviathan not long ago? Shindo Mando moved quickly inside the corpse of the Abyssal-class Leviathan, all the while reading the information from Sea Area 10 sent to him by the survivor from Sea Area 3. Where's their previous Guardian Leviathan? Did it die in the Abyssal Sea? Shindo Mando's face showed a hint of disdain. Even Guardian Leviathans could be slain in the deep sea. In his eyes, the survivors of Area 10 were nothing but useless. However, as Shindo Wantong continued to review the news from Area 10, the disdain on his face gradually faded, replaced by surprise and disbelief. Survivors from Area 10 actually encountered an Emperor-class Leviathan in the deep sea. Shindo Wantong exclaimed in shock. And even the original Guardian Leviathan from Area 10 eventually evolved into an Emperor-class Leviathan, yet still lost. In the end, it was the king of Area 10 who slew the Deathly Silence Emperor. After reviewing all the information about Area 10, Shindo Wantong fell into a brief silence. Everything the survivors of Area 10 had experienced was truly unbelievable, almost like a made-up story. What he found most unbelievable was the news that the king of Area 10 had defeated the Emperor of Silence. He had met this king not long ago. It was the survivor from Sea Area 10 who had escaped from his clutches. Did his strength weaken after his rebirth? Or did he rely on some powerful trump card to kill the Emperor-class Leviathan? Shindo Wantong muttered. After reading the initial information about Sea Area 10, Shindo Wantong had considered abandoning his attack on Sea Area 10. After all, a survivor area capable of killing an Emperor-class Leviathan was definitely not something Sea Area 3 could contend with. But after reading the subsequent information, his desire to attack Sea Area 10 became even more urgent. After all, that was the area where the Emperor-class Leviathan had been killed, and he was sure to have obtained the Emperor-class core and treasure chest. Now that their area's former guardian, the Leviathan, has died, and the strongest survivor, the king of Area 10, has been severely weakened by his rebirth, his powerful trump card has been expended. Therefore, the time is right for an attack. Find a way to infiltrate the main island of Area 10 and conduct a thorough investigation to verify the authenticity of this information. Shindo Wantong sent a message to the subordinate who had entered Area 10. Although he had already ascertained the general strength of Area 10 to be on the safe side, he still needed to verify the authenticity of the information on Area 10's regional communication channel. After all, he had previously contacted Area 10's strongest survivor, the king of Area 10. He likely anticipated that survivors from Area 3 would infiltrate Area 10 and steal information through the regional communication channel. Therefore, he might have spread some false information in advance, so he needed to verify the authenticity of some key information from the survivors in Area 10. Yes, I will definitely fulfill the Emperor's command. In Sea Area 10, the survivor in Sea Area 3 replied to the Emperor's message, and then continued to swim his transformed Leviathan towards the center of Sea Area 10. At noon on the 350th day, Zhou Wen had successfully integrated the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan gene, and directly asked the small Auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone for energy. Quick, transfer some energy into my body, Zhou Wen said. The small, cloud-shaped Auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone said nothing, and directly transmitted a stream of auspicious energy into Zhou Wen's body. Shortly after entering his body, the auspicious energy gradually transformed into his own energy. However, when Zhou Wen tried to mobilize this energy, it moved throughout his body, but could not be mobilized outside of it. What's going on? Zhou Wen wondered. Although Zhou Wen hadn't used auspicious energy yet, the survivor kings from various districts had been using it these days to kill the Abyss-level Leviathan creatures summoned by the Abyss-level Leviathan hunting ticket in order to obtain Abyss-level transmutation materials. In other words, even without the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan gene, auspicious energy could be freely used, but he couldn't mobilize it now. Could it be that after auspicious energy is transformed into one's own energy through genes, it must possess certain properties before it can be mobilized outside of the body? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of this possibility. No way. Isn't this self-defeating? Zhou Wen's expression suddenly darkened. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have incorporated the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan gene. Zhou Wen's expression was bitter. How about stripping off the auspicious Cloud Leviathan gene? Zhou Wen pondered, but then dismissed the idea. He worried that if he stripped it off, he might never be able to obtain it again. Because the auspicious Cloud Leviathan's body was elemental, it lacked cerebrospinal fluid, making it impossible to create genetic potions. Forget it. I already possess multiple king-level energies, so I'm not short of auspicious energy. And while Zhou Wen couldn't use auspicious energy, the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan could. He could just ask the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan for assistance in future battles. Wait, that's not right. Then why can the strongest being in Sea Area 3 use it? Zhou Wen remembered the information he previously obtained from the survivors in Sea Area 3, which mentioned that the Emperor of Sea Area 3 could use the energy of the Guardian Leviathan and the Rift Core Leviathan. Chapter 995. There's no way the Crack Core Leviathan would give its core to a survivor to create a special ability, Zhou Wen pondered. A king-level core is the source of a king-level Leviathan's energy. It would never be given to a survivor. Could it be related to this king-level certification? Zhou Wen speculated, looking at the transparent crystal-like king-level certification in his hand. Of course, there's another possibility, killing another Crack Core Leviathan, and then using its core to create a special ability. But either way, neither is something Zhou Wen can do right now. His auspicious energy is definitely unusable for the time being. Auspicious Cloud Leviathan, what will it take to give me 1 million auspicious energy? Zhou Wen looked up and said to the small auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone. I'm leaving. The auspicious Cloud Leviathan was truly ready to leave. It felt unsafe being the Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 10. Zhou Wen not only coveted its energy, but even intended to drain it dry. Tell me the terms. I don't believe you, a mighty king-level Leviathan, don't have even 1 million energies within you, Zhou Wen said. While there was no way he could currently obtain 1 million energies from the auspicious Cloud Leviathan, knowing the terms of the deal in advance gave him a target. Give me 100 king-level cores, and I give you 1 million energies, the little auspicious Leviathan said. 100 king-level cores? Where can I find so many king-level Leviathans? How about 10? Zhou Wen knew the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan was just asking for an exorbitant price, and in reality, he wasn't willing to pay. To convince the auspicious Cloud Leviathan to hand over 1 million energies, Zhou Wen, with a flick of his wrist, extracted a king-level core from the system interface, called the Air Shock Core. You actually have a 4th king-level core. Little Shangyun Leviathan explained in surprise. How about this? If you're willing to give me 1 million Dao energy, I give you 10 king-level cores, Zhou Wen said. 10 is too few. At least 80, Little Shangyun Leviathan thought for a moment before telepathically transmitting. 80 is too many. How about this? 10 king-level cores and 100 king-level energy crystals, Zhou Wen suggested. Acquiring 80 king-level Leviathan cores is nearly impossible, but acquiring 100 king-level energy crystals is easier, as there's a chance to obtain them during every treasure hunt trial. Jiang Haitao and the others didn't obtain any before because they possessed too little king-level energy to break through the energy shield surrounding the final reward chest in the treasure hunt trial. But now with the Shangyun Leviathan, there shouldn't be any problem. Even if the final treasure chest in the treasure hunt trial moves at high speed, the Shangyun Leviathan clone can pursue it. In this way, a single treasure hunt could yield over a dozen king-level energy crystals. Furthermore, he could also obtain even more king-level energy crystals by traveling with other survivors from Sea Area 10 to other king-level Leviathans. 10 king-level cores, 100 king-level energy crystals? The little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone hesitated, as all combined would allow him to obtain approximately 1.8 million Dao of energy. If you're true to your word, I give you 1 million Dao of energy, the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone said. Then could you give me 1 million Dao of energy in advance? Zhou Wen asked. Huh? You didn't give me anything, and you want to take 1 million ray of energy directly from me? The little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone exclaimed in anger. It had never seen anyone so shameless. Well, I have something here, and I need you to transfer 1 million ray of energy. Zhou Wen showed the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone the king-level certification. I think this king-level certification will greatly enhance my strength. If I can use it sooner, I can also collect the king-level cores and king-level energy crystals I promised you sooner, Zhou Wen explained. No, you must at least deliver half of the king-level cores and king-level energy crystals first before I consider transferring 1 million ray of energy to you, the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone refused. The auspicious Cloud Leviathan certainly had 1 million ray of auspicious energy within it, but if it were transferred directly to Zhou Wen, it would be severely damaged, and its situation would be extremely dangerous. It's a deal. I give you 5 king-level cores and 50 king-level energy crystals, and you give me 1 million energies, Zhou said immediately. In reality, Zhou had no intention of taking the auspicious Cloud Leviathan's energy at all. Because of his previous encounter with the survivors from Sea Area 3, he was worried that Sea Area 3 might attack Sea Area 10 soon. Therefore, it was best for the auspicious Cloud Leviathan to retain some energy. I say consider it, not agree directly, the small auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone corrected. What's there to consider? You're the Guardian Leviathan of Sea Area 10. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine, Zhou said with a dignified expression. The small auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone was speechless. I have 2 extra king-level cores. I give them directly to your main body tomorrow, Zhou said, holding out another king-level core. Humph. That's more than enough. Okay, but no less. Little auspicious Cloud Leviathan reluctantly agreed, mindful of the 2 king-level cores. After all, previous promises were empty, only what one obtains is real. That evening, Zhou teleported into the energy rainbow tree bubble space. Over the past few days, the diameter of the colorful bubble space has grown to 300 meters. The rainbow cloud of the auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone that remained here has reached a diameter of 100 meters. However, this additional volume wasn't generated by absorbing energy from the colorful bubble wall. It was transferred from the auspicious Cloud Leviathan main body on the main island of Sea Area 10. Zhou discovered that once the auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone reached a diameter of 100 meters, it would automatically release a rainbow of colors. Exposure to the aura of the rosy clouds could accelerate the condensation of king-level energy within his body, but it had no effect on emperor-level energy. After nearly a day and a half, the dead silence energy had yet to condense. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a series of colorful light points, trailing long streaks of light, flew rapidly towards Zhou, then circled him continuously. These light points were triangular fireflies, but they circled Zhou not to seek his levitation factor, but to shine the colorful aura of the rosy clouds. The aura of the auspicious Cloud Leviathan benefits all creatures below the king-level Leviathan. After being exposed to the triangular fireflies, their bodies, which originally had only a single energy pattern, now radiated energy light throughout, transforming them into complete energy creatures. Chapter 996. Having become an energy-based creature, the triangular firefly no longer needed to rely on its levitation factor to fly, instead utilizing the energy released from its body to rapidly move through the air. Just as Zhou was about to begin condensing king-level energy, he received a private message from Garen, saying he had encountered an abyssal-level Leviathan. A few days ago, when Zhou condensed king-level energy, he wanted to test its power, but he didn't have a target to attack. So, he sent a message to all his subordinates, asking them to accompany him if they spotted any abyssal-level energy. Soon after, Garen sent an invitation to join him. Zhou immediately accepted, and his figure instantly transformed into blue light, disappearing into a colorful bubble space. When he reappeared, he was already beside Garen. However, this abyssal-level Leviathan wasn't discovered by Garen himself, but rather by a group of survivors from Area 1 under his command. The 10-man team suddenly lost 3 people. The team leader, seeing the unusually large creature, suspected it was an abyssal-class Leviathan and immediately brought along Garen, the king of Area 1. After Garen confirmed it was indeed an abyssal-class Leviathan, he sent a message to Zhou and asked him to come along. As soon as Zhou appeared, he saw giant tentacles radiating red light rising from the pitch-black sea not far away. These tentacles reached the sky like pillars supporting the heavens. At this point, the exploration team had already left the area. Garen was standing on the surface with Zhou, so Zhou's use of king-level energy would not be visible to the other survivors. Lightning Ion ability, activate. Zhou leaped abruptly, landing several hundred meters above the surface, and activated the Lightning Ion ability. Crack! In an instant, flashes of silver lightning suddenly erupted from Zhou's body. Kilometer-long electric currents ripped through the air, emitting bursts of piercing thunder. Zzz. At this moment, Zhou's entire body turned silver, and fine, surging currents coursed through him. His eyes, gleaming with silver light, gazed coldly at the nearby abyssal-level Leviathan. Didn't they say that activating the Lightning Ion feature would also release king-level pressure? Why isn't it happening? Zhou pondered. Does it mean I need to release King's Might? Thinking of this possibility, Zhou immediately release King's Might. At this moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The King of Survival title's King's Might merged with the King-level Leviathan's King-level pressure, advancing to True King's pressure. Ding! True King Pressure. When releasing pressure, a corresponding King-level Leviathan Phantom will form in the sky, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. This can suppress non-fused King-level pressure from the King of Survival title holder. The more King-level traits one possesses, the stronger the pressure effect. Wang Wei can actually be upgraded. The next second, a 10,000-meter-long lightning Leviathan Phantom appeared in the sky, emitting silver lightning that illuminated the dark sea surface for a 5,000-meter radius. Buzz! Instantly, a powerful mental force spread out, instantly enveloping an area 10,000 meters in diameter. At this moment, Garen, who was standing on the sea, watching Zhou Wen unleash terrifying lightning with a look of shock on his face, suddenly felt dazed and fell to his knees uncontrollably. What is happening? This long-lost feeling of being suppressed by King Wei astonished Garen, who already held the title of King of Survival. Why does Boss Zhou's pressure affect me? Garen's face was filled with confusion and shock. The King's might has increased its range to 10,000 meters, and it can even suppress ordinary holders of the King of Survival title. This is finally useful, Zhou Wen thought. Previously, the King's might only covered a radius of 500 meters. At such a short distance, it was fine against ordinary survivors, but against powerful ones, he had to chase them down. How could he be considered a king? Alright, the experiment is complete. This abyssal Leviathan can die, Zhou Wen said, thrusting his hand forward. Crack! Instantly, a flash of silver light erupted, and terrifying lightning split the pitch-black night sky. In an instant, it traveled tens of thousands of meters, piercing a cavity hundreds of meters in diameter in the distant sea surface. It suddenly struck the abyssal Leviathan, which had taken refuge in the deep sea, sensing the King Leviathan's presence. Zzzz. The next second, a vast expanse of silver light shone beneath the surface, transforming the sea tens of thousands of meters ahead into a silver ocean. Wisps of lightning flashed across the surface. A burst of lightning ion energy released, and the shadow of the lightning Leviathan above Zhou Wen's head dissipated, along with the true King's overwhelming might that stretched across 10,000 meters. Ding! Kill an abyssal-class Leviathan. Increase 3 attributes by 3 points each. Killed in one strike. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised by the notification in his mind. After all, that was an abyssal-class Leviathan, massive as a mountain. That abyssal-class Leviathan is dead. Go collect the core and the exclusive supply box. Zhou Wen flew back to Garen's side and spoke. Yes. Boss Zhou. Garlon, who had just stood up from his knees, had a look of deep shock in his eyes. It only took a single strike to kill the abyssal-class Leviathan. Soon after, Garlon returned with a blood-colored core and a special supply box, handing them to Zhou Wen. Take it. Decompose the abyssal-class Leviathan and send it to me, Zhou Wen said. He no longer cared about abyssal-class items, but he wanted the body for the energy rainbow tree. Boss Zhou, the abyssal-class Leviathan's body was electrocuted to charcoal. Garlon said cautiously. When he had dived underwater and found the abyssal-class Leviathan's corpse, he had been startled by its charred form. The power of that strike was truly terrifying. Oh, never mind then. Zhou Wen was also a little surprised, but he didn't show it. He nodded and left. After returning to the phantom scale stomach wall, Zhou Wen's expressionless face flickered with surprise. Is lightning ion energy so powerful? You know, the previous golden thunder energy couldn't even kill a 500-meter-long Leviathan, and was basically only usable against survivors. But lightning ion energy can actually reduce an abyssal-level Leviathan to charcoal. Is the gap between king-level characteristics and abyssal-level characteristics so huge? Zhou Wen asked excitedly. And it seems that the use of king-level energy differs depending on whether one possesses king-level characteristics or not, Zhou Wen pondered. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, they can all gain king-level energy through their transformed Leviathans, but this king-level energy can only be absorbed by the body or weapons, like ordinary energy. Chapter 997. The purple lightning released by the King of Survivors in Sea Area 3 couldn't compare to the lightning released through the lightning ion aspect. I had originally intended to use that abyssal-class Leviathan to test necrotic energy this time, but the abyssal-class Leviathan used in the experiment was directly killed by the lightning ion energy. I try again next time, Zhou Wen thought to himself. In fact, when Zhou Wen learned that King's might had been upgraded to True King's Pressure, he had been planning to activate both the necrotic aspect and the core condensation aspect simultaneously to see if 3 King-class Leviathan Phantoms would appear in the sky. But that would be a waste of energy, especially core concentration energy. He had only condensed 3 so far, and using it to experiment with true King Phantom seemed a bit unworthy. Afterwards, Zhou immersed himself in a crystal seascape box filled with seawater, illuminating the colorful rays of the auspicious cloud Leviathan clone above him, slowly condensing various King-class energies within his body. On the morning of the 451st day, Zhou left a large amount of Leviathan flesh for the Rainbow Energy Tree and returned to the space within Huanlin's stomach. Over the course of half the night, under the radiant light of the auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, Zhou condensed 2 necrotic energies and 1 lightning ion energy within his body. He was just short of nuclear energy, but still couldn't condense the death energy. After returning to the stomach space, he fed Huanlin seaweed, and then the Starlight Leviathan flesh and blood, then continued to direct the Starlight Leviathan towards the Dream Sea. At this moment, Zhou sat on the Starlight Leviathan's head, basking in the sun, while pondering ways to accelerate the condensation of the death energy. I wonder if using the Devouring Mark to consume Leviathan flesh and blood can speed up the gathering of death energy. Zhou wondered. Previously, in the Abyssal Sea, the Death Emperor was able to restore his death energy by absorbing the flesh and blood of 11 king-level Leviathans. Let's give it a try. Zhou directly extracted a 20-meter-long cube of flesh from the system interface. This was the flesh and blood of a medium-sized Leviathan creature, which matched his character's level. The Devouring Mark would consume it faster. Devouring Mark, Zhou muttered silently, and then complex scarlet patterns appeared on his body. Now Zhou's character attribute panel had reached the level of a medium-sized Leviathan, and all attributes had been significantly improved. The Devouring Mark, which previously only lasted 10 seconds, now lasted 30 seconds. However, the duration was still short, so Zhou didn't waste any time. The moment the Devouring Mark appeared, he placed his palm on the flesh and blood of the medium-sized Leviathan in front of him. The devouring energy immediately penetrated the flesh, spreading outward in a spiderweb-like pattern, creating intricate scarlet lines. The devouring lines spread rapidly across the medium-sized Leviathan's flesh. Like melting ice and snow, the flesh covered by the devouring lines was transformed into streaks of scarlet energy, which were then released through the devouring lines. Then, this scarlet energy poured directly into Zhou's body, first restoring his depleted physical strength. The excess energy, guided by his thoughts, began to converge on a thin strand of pitch-black energy within his body. With the infusion of scarlet energy, the thin strand of pitch-black energy seemed to grow slightly thicker, but a closer examination with his mental power revealed no noticeable change. For the rest of his life, Zhou used the Devouring Mark to devour the flesh of a medium-sized Leviathan. He also tried using the flesh of a large Leviathan, but the speed was too slow, resulting in a situation where the output was insufficient. Zhou also tried using the flesh of a medium-sized Leviathan to restore his strength, and then using the flesh of a large Leviathan to absorb crimson energy, thereby absorbing more energy. But this method wasn't effective, because the Devouring Mark also consumed crimson energy to spread across the flesh. The medium-sized Leviathan devoured the flesh quickly, generating energy that allowed the Devouring Mark to continue spreading. However, the Devouring Mark was less effective against the flesh of a large Leviathan. It wasn't a problem with smaller flesh, but once the flesh exceeded 1,000 cubic meters, because the Devouring Mark's slow rate of consumption meant that the crimson energy generated could only sustain the Devouring Mark's cohesion, preventing it from releasing any excess crimson energy. So, Zhou resorted to a compromise. While devouring large chunks of medium-sized Leviathan flesh, he also devoured smaller chunks of large Leviathan flesh, thereby acquiring more crimson energy. With the aid of the Devouring Mark, Zhou's speed in condensing death energy increased slightly. He estimated that at his current rate, he should be able to condense death energy by tomorrow morning. Later, Zhou discovered that he could use not only the crimson energy generated by the Devouring Mark, but also the dead blood energy condensed by the dead blood worms within his body, as well as the black blood energy condensed by the dead blood mother worms. This combined energy significantly increased the speed of death energy condensation. At this time, Zhang Dongyang, leading an exploration team of 100 members of the Black Blade Society, was heading in a fixed direction. Zhang Dongyang has been feeling a pang of regret lately. He previously believed that Zhou's avatar had disappeared, and he had died, so there was no way he could be reborn. After all, he had never seen one. So when Ling Liang offered him the materials for the Abyss-level gluttony, he chose the better ones without hesitation, and allowed his transformed Leviathan to enter the Abyss-level gluttony. As a result, Zhou actually resurrected, and after seeing that Bai Lan's transformed Leviathan hadn't yet entered the gluttony, he immediately gave him the materials for the king-level gluttony. Not long ago, He also heard that Bai Lan had received an abyss-level weapon, also a reward from Boss Zhou. With all this going on, he wanted to slap himself twice. Boss Zhou said I go with him if I encountered an abyss-level Leviathan. This is my only chance to appear before Boss Zhou alone. Please God, let me encounter an abyss-level Leviathan. Zhang Dongyang clasped his hands together and bowed to the air. Just then, he suddenly received a private message. Upon opening the system interface, he discovered it was from one of his subordinates. Vice President Zhang, a giant creature seems to have appeared ahead of the team. A subordinate sent a message. Giant creature. How big is it? Is it an abyssal Leviathan? Zhang Dongyang suddenly asked excitedly. I don't know. It's too far away to see its exact size. The subordinate replied. Hold the team to a halt. I go take a look. Zhang Dongyang said this, leaving the stomach wall space of his Leviathan and standing on its head, commanding the charge to the front of the entire exploration team. Chapter 998. To avoid being suddenly swallowed by an abyssal-level Leviathan, Zhang Dongyang's exploration team separated its members. Each Leviathan was separated by 10,000 meters, so the 100-man team covered a large area. Zhang Dongyang's Leviathan was at the center of the team. If any team members, either in front, behind, or on either side, were in danger, he would immediately join them, and his Leviathans would reunite with him at the fastest speed. Although Zhang Dongyang possessed several abyssal-level energy traits, under normal circumstances, a survivor with abyssal-level energy would generally be unable to defeat an abyssal-level Leviathan alone. Because of insufficient energy, they needed the help of a Leviathan that had entered the abyssal-level phagocytic phase. Even if they ultimately failed to defeat the enemy, it would be enough to hold off the entire team until they could evacuate. However, the situation was not critical at the moment, so Zhang Dongyang did not send his men to accompany him directly, but instead went with his Leviathan. Soon after, Zhang Dongyang appeared at the front of the team. After learning the giant creature's location from his subordinates, he temporarily paused his Leviathan and quickly approached it. But after Zhang Dongyang approached the creature and determined its size, a look of disappointment crossed his face. The creature was only about 10,000 meters long, a large Leviathan. Confirming it was a large Leviathan, Zhang Dongyang did not summon his Leviathan. Instead, he mobilized his abyssal energy and charged towards the giant creature. This large Leviathan resembled a boxing shrimp, its entire body ochre-colored, its shell seemingly composed of rock fragments. Swish! Zhang Dongyang pulled out a dark gold broadsword from his inventory. After coating its surface with a layer of white abyssal energy, he slashed through the shrimp Leviathan's shell and burrowed deep into its body. Today, when dealing with creatures of this size, survivors typically burrow into their bodies and either destroy their brains or remove their cores. These 2 points are considered the giant Leviathan's Achilles heel. Zhang Dongyang quickly located the shrimp Leviathan's brain. After some time destroying it, he successfully killed it. He then proceeded to collect the core and supply box, while also checking the shrimp Leviathan's illustrated information. Leviathan stage, adult. Length, 10,000 kilograms. Weight, 120 million tons. Diet, meat rock. Description, a large Leviathan that lives in the endless sea. It can channel its energy throughout its body, making it incredibly strong. Its shell can be used to create Leviathan Rehmannia scales, and its flesh can be smelted into Rehmannia stone. Energy flooding the body? No wonder I had some trouble destroying the brain just now. It also consumed a considerable amount of abyssal energy. Zhang Dongyang muttered, simultaneously releasing his mental energy to search for the heart of the Leviathan. After a short while, Zhang Dongyang successfully located the heart of the Leviathan, but just as he swung his dark gold broadsword at it, the heart wall suddenly exploded. Whoosh! Immediately, a beam of yellow light shot out from the heart, directly impacting the dark gold broadsword. Bang! The dark gold broadsword, devoid of ocean abyss-level energy, instantly exploded, shattering into countless fragments. What is this? Zhang Dongyang exclaimed in shock, immediately applying a layer of ocean abyss-level energy to the surface of his brilliant golden armor. Whoosh! Shortly after the ocean abyss-level energy on the armor formed, another streak of yellow light shot out, striking Zhang Dongyang's body at breakneck speed. Bang! The moment the white and yellow energy on the armor collided, a humming sound erupted. The yellow light didn't shatter the white energy, but the terrifying force it carried sent Zhang Dongyang flying backwards. Like a cannonball, it slammed into the flesh behind him, creating a hole over 10 meters deep. At this moment, a figure emitting an earthy yellow light emerged from the heart, stumbling slightly. By this time, Zhang Dongyang had also rushed out of the bloody hole, but upon seeing the khaki figure, a look of surprise crossed his face. The khaki figure, 3 meters tall and humanoid in shape, was covered in a khaki shell. Its chest bore 2 pairs of arthropod-like thoracic legs, each terminated in a curved, hooked blade. The humanoid's head resembled a shrimp's. Its 2 sturdier, arm-like claws terminated in fist-like claws. It was a shrimp-like humanoid. The shrimp-like humanoid's upper body was hunched, its front claws contracted like the blades of a mantis. Its entire body emanated a frenzied khaki energy, and a pair of tentacles on its head swayed continuously. What is this? Zhang Dongyang frowned. This creature was truly bizarre. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Leviathan, the Rehmannia shrimp he had just slain. When the shrimp-like humanoid emerged from the heart, its entire body, save for its front claws, was still in a soft shell. But within seconds, its entire body had completely solidified. Whoosh! The shrimp-like humanoid's pair of dark yellow compound eyes suddenly darted towards Zhang Dongyang. Then, its form suddenly vanished, transforming into a streak of ochre light, instantly dashing in front of Zhang Dongyang. Faced with such a bizarre humanoid, Zhang Dongyang didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated his 3 powerful traits, boosting all 3 attributes 5-fold. Zhang Dongyang's character attribute panel was fully maxed out across all 3 stages. Combined with the 100-point cap previously increased by the auspicious energy, all 3 attributes were now at 1,000 points. Thus, with the activation of the 3 powerful traits, all 3 attributes were boosted to 6,000 points. The humanoid shrimp creature, despite its speed, was no match for Zhang Dongyang, whose movement speed reached 6,000 points. The moment its fist claws, emitting a khaki energy, struck out, Zhang Dongyang's figure suddenly blurred, easily dodging the attack. Swish! Immediately, Zhang Dongyang's other dark golden broadsword appeared in his hand. After being coated with a layer of white energy, it fiercely slashed down upon the humanoid shrimp creature. Bang! A resounding sound of metal clashing echoed, as the dark golden broadsword, imbued with abyssal-level energy, successfully inflicted a roughly 1 centimeter cut on the humanoid shrimp creature's carapace. It seems the energy intensity isn't at abyssal level. Zhang Dongyang felt relieved. Although the creature was strange, as long as he could kill it, there was nothing to fear. Bang! 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 2 rays of light, 1 white and 1 yellow, flickered continuously at the heart of the Rehmannia shrimp Leviathan's corpse. Chapter 999. Although the shrimp-like humanoid creatures continued to chase and attack Zhang Dongyang, none of their attacks landed on him. Instead, the cuts on their bodies continued to multiply. Crack! After several minutes, the shrimp-like humanoid creature was chopped to pieces. Finally, Zhang Dongyang severed its head with a single blow, completely killing it. When the shrimp-like humanoid died, its body began to rapidly melt, and a fist-sized, earthy yellow sphere appeared on the ground. Zhang Dongyang saw it, and immediately reached out to pick it up. Ding! Obtained Rehmannia Core X1. It's indeed a core, but what's with this shrimp-like humanoid creature? Zhang Dongyang asked, puzzled. Then, Zhang Dongyang tried to touch the liquid left by the shrimp-like humanoid's melt on the ground. The next second, the world system immediately collected the liquid. Ding! Obtained Rehmannia Crystal X1. After reading the system introduction, Zhang Dongyang realized that this was a large Leviathan-level food transformation material, and immediately stored it in the system interface. Ding! The core of the Rehmannia shrimp Leviathan has evolved. Influenced by the energy factor of the evolutionary emperor, its core has mutated and evolved into a core creature. This shrimp-like humanoid creature actually evolved from the core of the Rehmannia shrimp Leviathan? Zhang Dongyang's expression changed slightly, because the energy intensity of the shrimp-like humanoid creature clearly surpassed that of the Rehmannia shrimp Leviathan. Is it because of the evolutionary emperor? Zhang Dongyang knew without hesitation that the evolutionary emperor was an emperor-level Leviathan. As an emperor-level Leviathan, it was not surprising that it could increase the energy intensity of the Rehmannia shrimp Leviathan. After Zhang Dongyang consumed a star seaweed seed to restore his strength, he checked the heart of the Rehmannia shrimp Leviathan. After confirming that it was empty, he headed for the stomach wall space. Soon, Zhang Dongyang arrived there, and found a silver-rimmed supply box, which he opened to examine. Ding! Obtained Rehmannia shrimp Leviathan genetic potion X1. Ding! Obtained the blueprint for the transformed Leviathan Rehmannia scale. Ding! Obtained the blueprint for the Rehmannia shrimp fist gloves. Ding! Obtained the evolution factor X10,000. Ding! Obtained the blueprint for the Rehmannia foundation. These things don't seem simple. Zhang Dongyang immediately closed the silver-rimmed supply box and sent it to Zhou Wen, along with the Rehmania core and Rehmania crystal. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen looked at the message Zhang Dongyang sent, a look of surprise on his face. The core transforms into a humanoid? And the energy intensity increases. Why does this Evolution Emperor's ability seem to be targeting the survivors? Zhou Wen frowned. From Zhang Dongyang's description, the core transformed humanoid clearly uses significantly more energy than the survivors. Zhang Dongyang fought a large Leviathan-level core creature for several minutes. If he had faced an Abyssal-level core creature, he would definitely be no match. Huh? Evolution factor. 10,000 copies? That's a lot. Zhou Wen exclaimed in shock. In previous treasure hunts, the final king-level treasure chest only contained 10,000 evolution factors. Zhou Wen immediately collected the 10,000 evolution factors and handed the Rehmania Foundation blueprint to Jiang Haitao. This foundation appeared to possess energy, stronger than even the hardest diamond foundation currently available. Give it to Jiang Haitao, and see if it can be used on the main island of Sea Area 10. Zhou Wen resent the remaining items in the box, including the Rehmania core and Rehmania crystal, to Zhang Dongyang. Deal with the rest yourself. Send the flesh and blood of the Rehmania shrimp leviathan to Jiang Haitao. Understood, Boss Zhou. Zhang Dongyang replied immediately. Zhang Dongyang's face lit up with joy, because the Rehmania shrimp fist glove's blueprint appeared to be a large Leviathan-class weapon. While not as good as an Abyss-class weapon, it was stronger than the dark gold broadsword. At this moment, the 100 members of the Black Blade Society, led by Zhang Dongyang, had arrived at the corpse of the Rehmania shrimp leviathan and began to dismantle it together. Among the large Leviathan-class core creatures, I wonder if there are Abyss-class and King-class ones. Zhou Wen pondered, hovering over the Starlight Leviathan. Since the Evolutionary Emperor can transform the cores of other creatures into living beings, could its own core also become a living being? Zhou Wen felt a strange sense of dread at this thought. An Emperor-level Leviathan of similar size to the survivors. That was too terrifying. It was already afternoon, and Zhou Wen continued to absorb crimson energy with his devouring marks, using it to condense death energy. Soon after, night fell. After speaking with Huan Lin, Zhou Wen was transported to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. After leaving a large amount of Leviathan flesh, he began to illuminate the colorful rays of the Shangyun Leviathan clone, accelerating the condensation of king-level energy. On the morning of the 352nd day, Zhou Wen successfully condensed a jet-black stream of Death Emperor energy, and his face suddenly lit up with ecstasy. He immediately left the colorful bubble space and returned to the phantom scale stomach wall space. Then, he came to the top of the Starlight Leviathan and took out the Death Core and Character Seal. Ding! Do you want to engrave the Death Seal? Engrave, Zhou Wen said excitedly. The next second, the Death Core and Character Seal floated into the air. Boom! Suddenly, the Death Core exploded, releasing a massive burst of black-red energy. Instantly, the black-red energy obscured the sky above, and the surroundings became pitch black. A massive, twisted shadow appeared in the sky. Thump, thump, thump! Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the giant black-red shadow in the sky, and scarlet eyeballs suddenly bulged out from it. These scarlet eyeballs trembled wildly, looking extremely strange. But suddenly, for some reason, they all stopped trembling and turned in unison towards Zhou Wen, staring at him intently. Buzz! At this moment, the eyeball unleashed a terrifying mental force, crushing Zhou Wen directly. Lowly Plankton! I will kill you! The mental force carried the wrath of the Deathly Silence Emperor. Originally, the Deathly Silence Emperor had a chance to be reborn, but the Deathly Silence worm incarnation he had condensed with his last bit of energy was devoured by an alien brain. And that alien brain had emerged from Zhou Wen's head, and it now hated him to the core. What's going on? How can the energy erupting from the core still attack me? Zhou Wen immediately released his residual mind clone and prepared to use a king-level ability to unleash the pressure of a true king to resist the Deathly Silence Emperor's mental attack. Chapter 1000. However, just as the Death Emperor's mental power was about to overwhelm Zhou Wen, it suddenly transformed into energy and was completely absorbed by the specialty seal. TSK, nothing more than that. Zhou Wen saw that the Death Emperor's mental attack was unable to harm him, and a disdainful expression suddenly appeared on his face. He looked at the Death Emperor's phantom in the sky with an arrogant and defiant look. Zhou Wen's actions infuriated the Death Emperor, and he began to release his mental power frantically. However, this released mental power was constantly being absorbed by the specialty seal. Eventually, all the energy in the Death Core was completely absorbed, and the death seal was successfully engraved. Ding! The death seal has been engraved. Do you want to use it? Use it. Zhou Wen's voice unconsciously rose a little. This was an Emperor-level special ability, and the first Emperor-level special ability he had ever acquired. It was impossible not to be excited. As Zhou Wen finished speaking, the death seal, a pitch-black object with scarlet veins on its surface, once again released a massive burst of black-red energy, rapidly condensing into a massive energy phantom in the air. But this time, the phantom was no longer an eyeball obscuring the sky, but a twisted humanoid figure entwined with tentacles. It was exactly the appearance of the Death Emperor, fully reborn, that Zhou Wen had seen earlier in the Abyssal Sea. At this moment, Zhou Wen's character attribute panel, gleaming silver, automatically popped up and rapidly expanded. The Death Emperor's energy phantom glared at Zhou Wen with a pair of crimson eyes, then, filled with anger and resentment, slammed heavily into the panel. Bang! The moment the Death Emperor's energy phantom collided with the panel, a terrifying energy explosion erupted, as if shattering Zhou Wen's panel. However, it was all in vain. Zhou Wen's character attribute panel remained unscathed, barely trembling in the face of the explosion. When the aftermath of the exploding black and red energy dissipated, a simple image of the Deathly Silence Emperor, completely black but with scarlet markings on its surface, appeared at the end of the strength attribute on his character panel. This was the Deathly Silence attribute. I didn't expect the Deathly Silence Emperor to still possess self-awareness even in this state. Thankfully, it didn't damage my character panel, Zhou Wen said with a sigh of relief. Just now, watching the Deathly Silence Emperor's energy phantom, seemingly ready to perish along with his character attribute panel, had made his heart tighten. Fortunately, he escaped unscathed. Behind the strength attribute, the 5 attribute slots that could be activated were already full. Zhou Wen had first stripped off the 3 attributes before applying the Deathly Silence attribute. Currently, the 5x attribute amplification effect of the 3 attributes was no longer useful to him. Previously, when health-restoring items were scarce, the 3 attributes had been useful for minor battles. But now, Zhou Wen not only possessed a variety of energy-restoring foods, but he could also rapidly recover his energy by devouring Leviathan's flesh and blood through his devouring marks. He could now freely activate those powerful traits that severely drained his energy, rendering the 3 traits completely useless. Alright, the Death Silence trait has been successfully activated. I can finally activate the Death Silence flesh and blood bioarmor. Zhou Wen spoke, his mind flashing. The next second, a blue light flickered in his palm, and a pitch-black sphere the size of a human head, composed entirely of entwined tentacles, appeared before his eyes. It was the Death Silence flesh and blood bioarmor. Zhou Wen was about to mobilize the last bit of death energy within his body, and channel it into the death flesh and blood bioarmor, when he suddenly sensed the death worm within his heart also craving it. What would happen if I gave death energy to the death worm? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment, ultimately channeling his last bit of death energy into the death flesh and blood energy armor. Giving this death energy to the death worm would have an unknown outcome, but channeling it into the death flesh and blood energy armor would guarantee a 300-point increase in each of his 3 attribute limits. Soon after, all of the death energy entered the death flesh and blood energy armor. The next second, a sphere of pitch-black tentacles gradually came to life, their tentacles beginning to wriggle frantically. Puff! Suddenly, the sphere of pitch-black tentacles exploded, sending worm-like tentacles flying towards Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen didn't block the tentacles, allowing them to descend upon his body. Immediately, they burrowed into his body, then, as he observed with his mental power, merged into his flesh and blood, vanishing. Ding! Successfully activated the Deathly Flesh Energy Armor, increasing each of the 3 attribute caps by 300 points. Now all 3 attribute caps have exceeded 2,000 points. Zhou Wen smiled, then attempted to activate the Deathly Flesh bioarmor, but there was no reaction. Why can't I use it? Zhou Wen frowned, then tried again, but still no reaction. A grim suspicion dawned on him. Wouldn't using the dead flesh bioarmor also consume a stream of dead energy? Zhou Wen felt that this was likely the case, and a wry smile crossed his face. If that were the case, he would definitely not be able to use the dead flesh bioarmor freely in the future. Condensing a stream of dead energy took about 2.5 days, and even a month wouldn't yield much, so it could only be used as a trump card. I wonder if fusing with the dead flesh bioarmor would enhance my devouring mark. Zhou Wen wondered, activating the devouring mark and releasing devouring energy on a piece of medium-sized Leviathan flesh. It really does. Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise. noticing that the devouring mark's speed ingesting the medium-sized Leviathan had increased slightly. He then tried consuming a large Leviathan flesh, and the effect was also enhanced. Previously, it would be insufficient to absorb flesh exceeding 1,000 cubic meters, but now it could absorb a cube of flesh up to 15 meters on a side. Thus, after Zhou Wen's character attribute panel reached the medium Leviathan level, all the items that could be used to increase his strength had been used up. He then opened his own character attribute panel and carefully examined it. Zhou Wen, Leviathan Hunter plus 100, Abyss Hunter plus 13, Survival King plus 4, Normal Human Attribute is 10, See Devouring Pattern. Core Condensation Pattern Intelligence, 25/25 Concussion Ability. Impact Ability. Purple Bewitching Ability. Brainwave Ability Strength, Dead Silence 2100/2300 Golden Thunder Ability. Mountain Shaking Ability. Core Condensation Ability. Lightning Ion Ability. Dead Silence Ability. Chapter 1001. Constitution, Vitality 2000/2200 Tungsten Gold Attribute. Brilliant Gold Attribute. Fighting Attribute. Thunder Attribute. Necrotic Attribute Speed, 1934/2200 Floating Attribute. Liang Attribute. Moon Shuttle Attribute. Escape Attribute. Swimming Gold Attribute Genes, Brainwave Leviathan Gene. Thunder Leviathan Gene. Lightning Leviathan Gene. Sea Swallowing Leviathan Gene. Nuclear Leviathan Gene. Daytime Leviathan Gene. Dead Silence Leviathan Gene. Auspicious Cloud Leviathan Gene Abilities, Brilliant Gold Body. Golden Lightning Arc. Double Absorption. Energy Compression. Super Speed Regeneration. Moon Shuttle. Who can compete? Spiritual Surge. Thunder Attached Rating, a humanoid Leviathan reaching the level of a medium-sized Leviathan. While integrating various king-level Leviathan genes, Zhou Wen removed the weaker genes because the maximum number of genes that could be integrated had been reached. The Mountain Shaking Leviathan gene was stripped when the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan gene was combined. Because the Lightning Ion trait had a 10x strength amplification effect, the Mountain Shaking trait was naturally useless. Let's strip all of these traits without genes, so I can add new traits directly later, Zhou Wen thought after reviewing his character attribute panel. So he took out 3 trait stripping stamps, and stripped the Purple Bewitching trait, Mountain Shaking trait, and Swimming Gold trait all. The Purple Bewitching trait was actually somewhat useful to Zhou Wen, as it could be used to stun low-level creatures in large areas. But there was no other way. The character attribute panel was limited in the number of genes that could be combined. Previously, he had only been able to strip the Purple Bewitching Snail gene to combine with the Daytime Leviathan gene. The upper limits of his 3 attributes suddenly increased by 300 points, necessitating a quick upgrade. Zhou Wen then spent the rest of the day consuming various attribute-boosting foods. By evening, his strength and constitution attributes had reached their upper limits, and his speed attribute had increased to 2,113 points. Because Zhou Wen had been frantically upgrading his attributes recently, all the attribute-boosting food that the survivors in Sea Area 10 had gathered over the past few days had been used up. Besides the abundance of creatures in the Endless Sea, Zhou Wen's ability to continuously improve his attributes was also due to his initial journey across 3 survivor areas. Although Zhou Wen appeared in Survivor Area 9, Wang Ziheng was from Sea Area 1, and much of the creature meat he traded to Cheng Hui was from Survivor Area 1. Returning to Sea Area 10, he was able to obtain some attribute-boosting items unique to Sea Area 10. The current level of improvement in the 3 attributes has already reached its limit. To maximize his speed attribute, he need to find new creature flesh or other items that increase his speed. At night, Zhou Wen, as before, journeyed to the colorful bubble space within the energy rainbow tree. He shone upon the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan's multicolored rays to condense various king-level energies while absorbing the tritium element from the seawater. At the same time, he compressed various abyssal-level energies within his body. Lately, he'd been consuming the flesh and blood of the king-level transmuted Leviathan. As he condensed king-level energies, he also condensed various abyssal-level energies within his body. After his character's attribute panel reached the medium Leviathan level, coupled with his consumption of king-level flesh and blood, the abyssal-level energies condensed at an extremely rapid rate, almost every half a minute. Over the past few days, the various energies within his body have reached over 30,000, so he constantly uses his energy compression ability to compress these abyss-level energies. The abyss-level energies Zhou Wen can still condense are Liang Energy, Fighting Energy, Thunder Energy, Golden Thunder Energy, Brilliant Gold Energy, Floating Energy, Moon Shuttle Energy, and Nightfall Energy. Liang energy compressed into Xianyang energy barely reaches king level. Fighting energy can be used to condense fighting bullets, which can also be considered a king level attack. Thunder energy is specifically used to amplify physical attributes. Floating energy is used for flight. Moon shuttle energy increases base speed by 20%, and although Nightfall energy no longer has its own unique properties, it can still heal injuries through its inherent super speed regeneration ability. Although he now has king level energy, the condensation speed is too slow, making it impossible to use king level energy against all creatures. Therefore, Golden Thunder energy and Brilliant Gold energy remain his primary offensive and defensive methods. The evening passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 353rd day. After Zhou Wen left some Leviathan flesh at the energy rainbow tree, he teleported back into Huanlin's stomach wall. After feeding Huanlin and the Starlight Leviathan, he continued on his way to the Fantasy Sea. At this time, in Sea Area 10, among the second island cluster rebuilt by the survivors, a survivor in white armor stealthily arrived at the third island. This survivor in white armor was the same survivor from Sea Area 3. To avoid attracting attention, he had not brought his own Leviathan, but had it hide away from the island. Since there were no guards on the islands, the survivor from Area 3 easily entered the city on Area 3's island. Afterwards, the survivor from Area 3 visited various shops in the city, looking for opportunities to chat with shopkeepers while purchasing items, indirectly asking for information about the king of Area 10. If it were in any other survivor area, this survivor from Area 3 wouldn't have been able to infiltrate the city and gather information so easily. Because each survivor area uses energy crystals condensed from the Guardian Leviathan's energy as currency, infiltration would have required obtaining the required energy crystals in advance. However, the original Guardian Leviathan in Area 10 had died. The king-level Leviathan, they later found, was unable to condense energy crystals, so the survivors in Area 10 continued to trade with each other through barter, making it easy for the survivor from Area 3 to infiltrate. As for the language difference, it wasn't a problem for the survivor from Area 3. With an IQ of 21, learning a language on the spur of the moment was easy. At this point, the survivor from Area 3 arrived at a steamed bun shop and began to inquire about the reason for the King of Area 10's rebirth. How did the King of Area 10 rebirth? How would I know? He just reborn suddenly. But since the King of Area 10 could slay an Emperor-level Leviathan, I think his rebirth is quite normal, said the bun shop owner. Haha, that's true. The secrets of such powerful figures are indeed difficult for us to know. It's a pity that the King of Area 10 was severely weakened after his rebirth. Otherwise, we in Area 10 wouldn't have to fear the other survivor areas. The survivor from Area 3 continued. Chapter 1002. Who says it isn't? The King of Area 10 said earlier on the main island that the Leviathans guarding Areas 9 and 1 are both Imperial-level Leviathans. It sounds terrifying. I just hope the King of Area 10 can recover quickly. The bun shop owner nodded. Yes, if other survivor areas attack us now, it'd be troublesome, said the survivor in Area 3, feigning worry. Probably not for now. I heard from the King of Area 10 that each survivor area is far apart, making it difficult to meet. The bun shop owner also expressed concern. Alas, I'm just worried about the future. I wonder when the King of Area 10 will recover. The survivor in Area 3 sighed. Who knows? I think. It's difficult, the bun shop owner muttered, having heard no news of the King of Area 10 recovering. I think so too, the survivor in Area 3 whispered to the bun shop owner. He'd been hearing a lot of news through Area 10's regional communication channel these days, but he never seen any news about the King of Area 10 regaining his strength. Your buns are quite delicious. Give me a few more. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, the survivor in Area 3 took a few bites of the buns he just bought and found them quite delicious. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Of course, my buns are incredible, the bun shop owner boasted as he deftly packed a few buns and handed them to the other party. Goodbye, boss. I'll be back next time, the survivor in Area 3 said before turning and leaving. Okay, thank you for supporting my business, the bun shop owner said with a smile. However, when the survivor from Area 3 walked into a deserted corner, the smile on his face immediately disappeared, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. Next time I come, it'd be time to dominate you, Area 10. The survivor from Area 3 said with a grim smile, then took a fierce bite of his bun. Then, the survivor from Area 3 left the island of Area 3. He planned to visit other islands tomorrow to inquire more to ensure the accuracy of his intelligence. After all, Area 10 had previously slain an Emperor-class Leviathan, so it was wise to be cautious. At noon, the breakfast bun shop owner, having sold all his buns, returned to his house, carrying a pile of bun baskets. After putting the bun baskets down, the bun shop owner went to a corner of his house. He lifted a stone foundation, revealing a dark passage underneath. The bun shop owner entered the passage and, after descending 500 or 600 meters, arrived at a stone chamber. Inside, a large amount of creature meat was placed, and a man was preparing it as filling for buns. "Are you all sold out for today?" the man asked, not even looking at the bun shop owner. Yes. All sold out." The bun shop owner nodded nervously, seemingly terrified of the man. "Don't be afraid. As long as you sell buns well, and don't tell anyone about me, you'll be able to live well," the man said calmly, but suddenly a tentacle extended from his mouth and dripped a few drops of liquid into the bun filling below, then kneaded the liquid into the filling. "Okay, here's tomorrow's filling. Take it and make buns." The man then turned to look at the bun shop owner, his eyes radiating 10 different colors, with a faint blue hue. This man was one of the survivors, who had previously lurked in Area 3 of the Abyss, possessing the 10 King genes. After so long, without receiving Miles' instructions, and without the resiliency of a king-level power, the alien brain factor in his head gradually went out of control, transforming him into an alien brain. This alien brain knew it couldn't openly infect the survivors in Area 10, or it would be eliminated. So, it first infected the owner of a popular bun shop. By adding the alien brain factor to the buns, it could secretly transfer it to the survivors in Area 10. Furthermore, for the sake of concealment, the alien brain factor that entered the bodies of other survivors would remain dormant. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't erode the survivors' brains, thus remaining undetected. Yes. The bun shop owner put the bun fillings into a storage box and returned to his house. 2 days later, the survivor from Sea Area 3 had nearly completed his investigation of Sea Area 10 and had his men teleport him to Sea Area 3. At this time, the 9 survivor kings from Sea Area 3 had gathered in a palace. Emperor Shinto Mando sat aloft on the throne, while the other 8 survivor kings knelt on either side of the palace. It has been confirmed that the strongest person in Sea Area 10, the king of Area 10, has been severely weakened after his rebirth. "I intend to attack Sea Area 10. What are your opinions?" Shinto Mando said, looking down at the 8 survivor kings below. "I naturally support your decision," a survivor king in blue armor said immediately. "I heard that the rulers of Sea Area 10 seem to be dragons, right? We killed all the dragons in Sea Area 3, and we're locked in a deadlock with them. Now that we have a rare opportunity, we must strike first," a survivor king in golden armor continued. Afterwards, the remaining 6 survivor kings all agreed to attack Sea Area 10. "Since everyone agrees, I call on the Rift Core Leviathan to issue the emergency call," Shinto Mando said. Shinto Mando then arrived at a large cave behind the palace. The cave was filled with seawater, which emanated a faint green light. Bang! A fluorescent green tentacle emerged from the underwater cavern, and a spirit immediately enveloped Shinto Mando. "What's going on?" The Rift Core Leviathan telepathically communicated. "I need your energy to use the emergency summoning order," Shinto Wonton said, throwing a translucent token in his hand towards the cracked Leviathan. The emergency summoning order is a mass teleportation item capable of simultaneously transporting 1 million survivors, along with their altered Leviathans. This token is typically used to defend against foreign invasions. After all, survivors are usually out exploring. Even if they return to their own survivor zones, only the survivors return, not the altered Leviathans. However, in a life-or-death situation, if an altered Leviathan, having entered its phagocytic phase, remains outside, it would represent a significant loss of combat power. Using this emergency summoning order would allow the altered Leviathans to be transported back as well. Chapter 1003. However, the emergency call isn't like other token-like items, where a silent chant is enough to activate it instantly. Instead, it requires a charge of 10,000 king-level energy to activate. Only Guardian Leviathan would be willing to do this. Upon activation, the emergency call creates a massive teleportation space, which Guardian Leviathan can freely place within a 10,000 kilometer radius. Once a teleportation space is placed, all survivors in the same area will receive a call-up invitation. Clicking accept will allow them to teleport directly until the 1 million available slots are used up. Of course, Shinto Wonton would certainly not allow the survivors in Area 3 to freely use these invitations to attack other survivor areas. Naturally, they would select the strongest 1 million survivors in their area. And since Area 3 is ruled by their District 6, the Rions, these 1 million call-up invitations can only be accepted by the survivors in Area 6. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The split-core Leviathan, understanding Shindo Wantong's intention, said nothing more. After enveloping the emergency call with dark green energy, its massive, fluorescent green tentacles began to emit a humming sound. Followed by this, streams of dark green energy emanated from the giant tentacles, all merging into the emergency call. With the continuous infusion of king-level energy, the space surrounding the translucent emergency call began to distort, covering an increasingly wider area. While the split-core Leviathan was injecting energy into the emergency call, Shindo Wantong sent a message on the communication channel for Sea Area 3. All of the top 1 million survivors from the original Area 6 were notified to accept the call upon receiving it. Survivors from other areas were also warned not to take up quotas without permission, or they would be put to death. This time, attacking Sea Area 10 would undoubtedly yield enormous benefits. As the former king of Area 6, Shindo Mando naturally wanted to benefit the survivors of Area 6, thus further solidifying the position of the Rya people in Sea Area 3. Boom! Finally, the Fission Core Leviathan injected 10,000 Fission Core energies into the emergency call, and a tremendous roar of energy resounded. The next second, a distorted space with a diameter of 100,000 meters appeared in the sky above. This was the teleportation space created by the emergency call. Then, under Shindo Mando's command, the Fission Core Leviathan placed this massive teleportation space in the seawater leading to the survivors' Sea Area 10. The next second, all the survivors in Area 3 received a call-up invitation. The stronger survivors in Area 6, knowing they were heading to attack Area 10, were incredibly excited and clicked accept. Survivors in other areas, seeing the call-up invitation pop up on the system interface, also wanted to click accept. Area 10 was the last survivor area to descend into the Endless Sea, and its total number of survivors was only over 10 million. The survivors in Area 3 generally looked down on the survivors in Area 10. They had simply survived a little longer in the abyss, yet only 10 million had died. They were nothing more than useless. At this moment, on the regional communication channel of Sea Area 3, the survivors from other areas, who were unable to participate in the attack on Sea Area 10 were cursing Sea Area 10. Survivor from Area 1. These survivors from Sea Area 10 are a bunch of losers. If more of them survived, maybe the Emperor would have issued another emergency call, and survivors from other areas, like us, would have had a chance to participate. Survivor from Area 5. Yeah, I don't know how Sea Area 10 managed to survive. 1 billion people died, and only a little over 10 million remained. Are they all idiots? Survivor from Area 3. Hee, no matter what, we in Sea Area 3 will definitely win this time. Won't the survivors from Sea Area 10 be our slaves then? Survivor from Area 8. I think the lords from Area 6 heading to attack Sea Area 10 should be careful. Sea Area 10 has been in the Endless Sea for 143 days, but they haven't lost much in numbers. They should be quite strong. Area 6 Survivor. You lowly creature from Area 8, what do you mean? Are you saying our great Emperor can't defeat those losers from Area 10? Area 6 Survivor. What do these lowly creatures know? I heard the rulers of Sea Area 10 seem to be dragons. The survivors from Sea Area 10 were so weak that only a little over 10 million survived. Isn't that normal? Area 6 Survivor. Ha ha ha. This time, let those losers from Sea Area 10 see the might of our Rhea nation. At this moment, a dual message suddenly popped up in the regional communication channel. It was initiated by a survivor from Area 6. The dual target was the survivor from Area 8, who had just warned people to be careful of Sea Area 10. Soon, the duel ended, and without surprise, the survivors from Area 6 emerged victorious. Area 6 Survivor. Humph. Daring to slander the great Emperor is punishable by death. In Sea Area 3, the survivors from Area 6 are supreme. Almost all the resources acquired by the survivors in Sea Area 3 are handed over to the survivors from Area 6. As a result, the survivors from Area 6 are generally much more powerful than those from other areas. At this moment, from the large teleportation space, blue light flashed, and the survivors from Area 6, who had been exploring, were teleported back one after another. The most conspicuous among them were naturally the 8 survivor kings and their transformed leviathans. The 8 survivor kings' transformed leviathans were all over 2 kilometers long and had entered the king-level food transformation stage. They exuded a terrifying aura that made the other survivors from Area 6 shudder. Shindo Mando also accepted the call. He first returned to the stomach space of his leviathan, then was teleported back to Sea Area 3 along with his leviathan. Shindo Mando's leviathan was 3,600 meters long, emitting a faint green glow, as if exposed to nuclear radiation for a long time. However, the aura it exuded was exceptionally powerful. Shindo Mando's Leviathan naturally used king-level phagocytosis materials from the Fission Core Leviathan. The reason for using Guardian Leviathan's phagocytosis materials was that, in the future, if the Guardian Leviathan evolved into an Emperor Leviathan, it would help the Leviathan enter the Emperor-level phagocytosis stage. Afterwards, the survivors from Area 6, who had returned through the call, began to form attack teams, led by their respective survivor kings. Chapter 1004. Just as the survivors in Sea Area 3 were furiously preparing to attack Sea Area 10, Yamano Hayashi, a survivor from Sea Area 3 who had previously entered Sea Area 10 to gather information, returned to his residence. He had received a generous reward from the Emperor, and the Emperor had also promised him that after conquering Sea Area 10, he would be awarded the title of King of Survival and become the King of the Survivors. Haha, I'm finally turning the tables. Yamano Hayashi beamed as he happily returned to his residence. He had returned with the group, and the transformed Leviathan was already in Sea Area 10, so there was no need to regroup. He could simply end his group and return to Sea Area 10. However, before that, he needed to rest well. Upon returning to his villa, Yamano Hayashiro could not wait to gather the dozen or so female slaves he had with him to relieve his sexual desire. He had snatched these slaves from other districts, taking whichever ones he liked. Some of them were former survivors from District 10. Come here and serve me well, Yamano Hayashiro said fiercely, gazing at the dozen or so slaves before him, their clothing half covered and barely clothed. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of daze, and his consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Soon, his vision went black, and his body collapsed to the ground, ultimately losing consciousness. The dozen or so tortured slaves stared at each other, unsure of what had happened. But once they confirmed that Yamano Hayashiro was truly unconscious, hatred crossed their faces. One of the slaves lifted a piece of golden furniture and smashed it hard on Yamano Hayashiro's head. However, this kind of attack wouldn't do any damage to a survivor whose character stats had reached the third stage, with all three attributes fully maxed out. The slave girls then discussed and decided to carry Yamano Zausher to the bathroom and drown him. After all, no matter how powerful a character stats were, they couldn't be without oxygen for long, especially while unconscious. However, just as the slave girls filled the bathtub with water and prepared to carry Yamano Zausher inside, Yamano Zausher's body suddenly moved. The slave girl, who had previously hit Yamano Zausher on the head with the golden furniture, saw this and grabbed a golden chair, attempting to smash it down on Yamano Zausher's head. Buzz! But just as the slave girls lifted the golden chair, a surge of mental energy suddenly spread out. Immediately, the slave girls felt a heavy blow to their heads, and then their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground unconscious. Yamano Hayashi slowly climbed to his feet, slowly raising his drooping head. After opening his eyes, his blue pupils moved erratically before finally gazing at the dozen or so female slaves on the ground. That evening, after assembling his attack team, Shindo Mando opened his character profile, intending to have Yamano Hayashi return to Sea Area 10 to continue monitoring the situation there. However, he discovered that Yamano Hayashi's profile picture had disappeared. What happened? Discovered by the survivors in Sea Area 10? Didn't he say he was going home to rest? Shindo Mando frowned slightly. Go check on Yamano Hayashi's residence. Shindo Mando messaged one of his men. If Yamano Hayashi had been discovered by the survivors in Sea Area 10, then the attack on Sea Area 10 must have been known to Sea Area 10, and the intelligence Yamano Hayashi had gathered was likely false. Therefore, it was imperative to determine exactly where Yamano Hayamuro died. If he truly perished in Sea Area 10, the attack on Sea Area 10 might be hindered. At this moment, the subordinates, receiving the Emperor's orders, rushed to Yamano Hayamuro's residence as quickly as possible and rushed directly inside. But upon entering, he saw a group of figures with blue eyes, and the next second, he lost consciousness. Dead? Shindo Mando looked at the subordinates he had just sent to investigate. Their portraits suddenly vanished, and his expression darkened. It seems a rogue has infiltrated, Shindo Mando concluded. From his perspective, it was clear that someone had infiltrated the main island of Sea Area 3 and killed Yamano Hayamuro, and this person was most likely from Sea Area 10. Afterwards, Shindo Mando summoned one of his subordinates, had him lead the way, and personally headed to Yamano Hayamuro's residence. Boom! Moments later, a 100-meter-tall, dark green mushroom cloud rose from the edge of the main island of Sea Area 3, reducing Yamano Zhaoshir's villa to ash. Shinto Wantong didn't bother entering the house to search for the rat. He simply unleashed a burst of fission energy, completely destroying the house. Immediately afterwards, through the system interface, he instructed his men to activate the block prism surrounding the main island, completely sealing it off. He then assigned 8 survivor kings to lead a thorough search of everyone on the island, killing any suspicious individuals. However, by the morning of the 356th day, no suspicious individuals had been found. Teleported away? Shinto Wantong's expression was grim. Having allowed those from Sea Area 10 to escape meant that Sea Area 3's attack on Sea Area 10 had surely been exposed, and Sea Area 10 might be prepared. Asshole. Shindo Mando cursed in a low voice. Judging from the current situation, Yamano Hayashi had clearly been bribed by the forces of Sea Area 10. After returning to Sea Area 3, he used a companion voucher to bring the forces of Sea Area 10 with him, only to be killed by them. What will the Emperor do now? Will he attack Sea Area 10? A green-armored survivor king asked. Attack. Shindo Mando remained silent for a long time, but ultimately decided to attack Sea Area 10. Regardless of whether the intelligence regarding Sea Area 10 was true or false, his previous blow to the king of Area 10, the strongest individual in Sea Area 10, was undoubtedly true. Even if the king of Area 10 truly possessed the power to slay an emperor-level Leviathan in the abyss, he was now severely weakened by his rebirth. Furthermore, their Sea Area 3 was now at odds with Sea Area 10. If they didn't seize the opportunity to attack now, the king of Area 10 would inevitably attack their Sea Area 3 once his strength fully recovered. Shinto Wantong then returned to the assault force, which had assembled 1 million men. He then produced a device called the Sea Tide Surge device, and placed it within the stomach wall of his transformed Leviathan. This Sea Tide Surge device was crafted by Shinto Wantong using a king-level core called the Sea Tide Core. When activated, it would create a 10,000-meter wide and 100,000-meter long sea-penetrating tide on the ocean surface, centered on his transformed Leviathan. All Leviathan creatures within this sea-penetrating tide would experience a significant increase in swimming speed. Chapter 1005. Sea Area 3 is still quite far from Sea Area 10. Normally, it would take at least 80 days to reach Sea Area 10 from Sea Area 3, but by using the tides, this time could be reduced to 10 days. Let's go! Shindo Mando shouted, then used his mental power to activate the tidal surge device within the Leviathan. The other survivor kings transmitted Shindo Mando's order to the regional communication channel, informing the 1 million survivors from Area 6 participating in the attack. Buzz! In an instant, a deep blue energy, centered around Shindo Mando's Leviathan, spread outward. Splash, splash. Immediately, the sea, enveloped by the deep blue energy, surged and slowly rose, forming a long, raised waterway on the surface. Whoosh! Deep blue energy surged from Shindo Wantong's Leviathan surface. With a flick of its fins, it suddenly transformed into a shadow, rapidly swimming through the waterway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The survivors behind him immediately commanded their Leviathans to follow. In an instant, all the Leviathans transformed into fleeting flashes of blue light, moving at high speed through the waterway. The ocean tides followed Shindo Wantong's Leviathans. It wasn't so much that the Leviathans in Sea Area 6 were moving themselves, but rather that Shindo Wantong's Leviathan was carrying their Leviathans along. Meanwhile, Zhou, after nearly 3 days, had condensed another stream of death energy within his body. Just as he was about to inject the death energy into the death flesh and blood bioarmor, the death worm in his heart made a move to capture the death energy. Therefore, Zhou directly transferred this condensed Deathly Silence energy to the Deathly Silence worm. After absorbing the Deathly Silence energy, the Deathly Silence worm's body, previously devoid of energy fluctuations, gradually began to radiate a layer of pitch-black energy. The Deathly Blood Mother worms that subsequently hatched also carried black blood energy on their bodies. What's the use? Zhou felt that even if the hatched Deathly Blood Mother worms all possessed black blood energy, it would be of no use to him. Could it be that they are more susceptible to infecting energy-based creatures? Zhou speculated, but his current whereabouts made it impossible to infect energy-based creatures with Deathly Blood worms on a large scale. Although the Starlight Leviathan was a good target, he still needed it to reach the Fantasy Sea. If the Starlight Leviathan was transformed into a Deathly Blood creature, its speed advantage would be lost, and its energy level would be reduced. Zhou, sitting on the Starlight Leviathan's head, basking in the sun, suddenly felt the air pressure around him rise. Zhou immediately summoned the Wavebreaker Mecha and increased his mental detection range tenfold, covering a 5,000-meter radius, but found nothing unusual. Previously, in the deep sea, this sudden increase in air pressure was usually caused by some giant creature. To further confirm, Zhou Wen used his mental power to inquire with Huanlin if any giant creatures were nearby. Big creatures? No. But I found food, Huanlin suddenly exclaimed. Food? Some kind of seaweed? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled. After confirming there were no giant creatures nearby, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't know what was causing this sudden increase in air pressure. Gradually, Zhou Wen noticed the surrounding air pressure rising, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be descending slightly from the sea surface. Finally, he could vaguely feel his body growing heavier. Ding! Entered the gravity sea. Just as Zhou Wen's expression darkened, wondering if he had been set up by some kind of Emperor-level Leviathan, a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Gravity sea? Zhou Wen's expression darkened, for he remembered that every named area in the endless sea seemed to harbor Emperor-level Leviathans. Huanlin, can we circumvent this area? Zhou Wen asked with his mental power. Huanlin. I don't know. Huanlin couldn't figure it out either, because the positioning card only locates in a straight line, and it then moves in that direction. It had no idea how to bypass it. Unless Zhou Wen was in command personally, but without extensive radar coverage, he had no idea where the gravity sea's boundaries lay. It seems there's no way around this gravity sea. I hope the positioning route doesn't cross it, Zhou Wen said helplessly. If they merely brushed the edge of the gravity sea, they wouldn't encounter its imperial leviathans. However, crossing it would be dangerous. Let's find some food, Zhou Wen said to Huanlin with his telepathic power. Since they were already here, they should see what kind of seaweed Huanlin had discovered. Then, following Huanlin's telepathic feedback, Zhou Wen commanded the Starlight Leviathan to dive into the water, heading in the direction Huanlin had found the food. But after diving a few hundred meters, Zhou Wen discovered that the pressure in the gravity sea was extremely high, comparable to that of the abyssal ocean. When the Starlight Leviathan descended to 100,000 meters, Zhou Wen's golden armor could no longer withstand the water pressure, so he simply retracted it and used his golden body to support the water. At approximately 200,000 meters, the Starlight Leviathan reached the seabed below, where a completely black plant grew on the surface. The black plant's trunk was extremely slender, like strands of hair, and it bore tiny needles like fuzz. This plant practically covered the entire seabed, so densely packed it looked like a black quilt. Is this the food Huanlin mentioned? Zhou Wen thought to himself, preparing to dive down, touch it with his hand, and check the world system for information. But just as he was about to act, his mental power suddenly detected something slowly falling from above. What is that? Zhou Wen frowned. When the Starlight Leviathan had descended, there had been nothing in the water. Zhou Wen swam directly upwards. After several hundred meters, he finally determined what those falling objects were. Silk thread? Zhou Wen stared at the extremely thin black thread slowly drifting in front of him. He couldn't detect it without concentrating his mental power. Where did this thread come from? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled, before reaching out to catch the thin black thread. Buzz! But as the thin black thread landed in his palm, the brilliant golden pattern on Zhou Wen's palm suddenly flickered, and then the thin black thread vanished. This thread seems to be condensed from some kind of abyssal energy. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly, as his mental power detected a large number of thin black threads falling from above, covering the entire sky and forming a dense mass. The fact that these thin black energy threads could cause his brilliant golden pattern to emerge indicated that their energy strength was comparable to that of brilliant gold energy. The Starlight Leviathan below was no match for this many abyssal energy threads. Chapter 1006. The Starlight Leviathan was dead, and that was that, but the phantom scale was still in its mouth, so we absolutely couldn't let these energy threads drift away. I wonder what creature released these energy threads, Zhou Wen thought to himself. He activated his Liang ability, increasing his speed to 16,270 points. He then activated his fighting ability, creating a layer of king-level fighting energy around him. Swoosh! Zhou Wen's figure suddenly vanished, creating a hollow in the seawater above him. He instantly moved upwards 10,000 meters. The spiderweb-like energy threads were easily torn apart by the king-level fighting energy. What is that? At this moment, Zhou Wen saw a huge, circular black shadow above him. Abyss level? Or king level? Zhou Wen wondered, then continued his upward charge. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of either the Abyss class or the King class. If Phantom Scale wasn't below, he even hoped the massive black shadow was a King class Leviathan. That way, he could obtain another King class core. However, just when Zhou Wen was within 10,000 meters of the massive black shadow, it suddenly vanished, like a dispersing black mist. Zhou Wen's face flickered with confusion. As he approached, the shadow's general size confirmed it was an abyss-class leviathan. However, the sudden disappearance of a nearly 100,000-meter abyss-class leviathan surprised Zhou Wen. However, after the massive black shadow vanished, the energy threads falling from above also decreased significantly, confirming that they were being released by the abyss-class leviathan. Forget it, let's clear these energy threads first. With phantom scale still below, Zhou Wen didn't dare pursue. If the energy threads landed on the starlight leviathan, phantom scale would be in danger. Swoosh! Zhou Wen then swam downwards at breakneck speed, arriving 10,000 meters above the starlight leviathan and instantly activating his necrotic ability. Boom! In an instant, a surge of gray-black energy erupted from Zhou Wen's body, like swirling smoke, instantly enveloping an area 10,000 meters in radius. Zhou Wen didn't activate true king pressure, so no phantom of the sea-swallowing leviathan formed above him. He was afraid of attracting the emperor-level leviathans that might exist in this gravity sea. The moment the necrotic domain opened, the energy threads engulfed by it instantly dissolved and vanished, like snowflakes near a furnace. The energy consumption is quite rapid. Zhou Wen felt the necrotic energy within his body disappearing one by one, seemingly consuming one necrotic energy for every second the necrotic field persisted. Although necrotic energy was the easiest to condense among the several king-level energies he currently possessed, it couldn't be wasted like that. He immediately moved upward, swiftly clearing all the energy threads within a 10,000-meter radius above the starlight leviathan. 5 seconds later, Zhou Wen deactivated his necrotic ability, expending 5 necrotic energies to clear all the energy threads that might fall on the starlight leviathan. I didn't expect that my first use of the necrotic ability would be to clear these energy threads. What a waste! Zhou Wen said with a hint of regret. But without the necrotic ability, he had no other options. After all, the strength of these energy threads was extremely high, comparable to brilliant gold energy, and he lacked the high-intensity abyssal-level energy that could cover 10,000 meters. He could only use the necrotic ability. Survey the area. If you find the abyssal-class leviathan creature from earlier, kill it immediately. Zhou Wen was worried that the abyssal-class leviathan that had disappeared might reappear, so he released his remnant clone and had it guard the location where the black abyssal-class leviathan creature had been spotted. Then, Zhou Wen returned to the seabed and swam towards the black, delicate algae that covered the seabed below. He reached out and touched it to see if he could get any information. Ding! Obtained Robbery Energy Black Silk Algae X1. Ding! Robbery Energy Black Silk Algae, a type of algae that grows in the gravity zone of the endless sea. It can quickly extract energy from the flesh and blood of living creatures, storing it in their torsos. Consuming it directly draws energy from the torsos. Extracting energy from the flesh and blood. Consuming it directly draws energy from the torsos. Zhou Wen muttered, then his eyes suddenly opened. So, using Leviathan's flesh and blood to grow the black silk algae, and then consuming it, is like absorbing the energy from Leviathan's flesh and blood? Zhou Wen speculated. If that's true, then wouldn't the speed of gathering king-level energy be even faster? Zhou Wen pondered. Because, consuming Leviathan's flesh and blood to gather various energies within the body isn't very effective, as the human stomach has a limited capacity. Even if Zhou Wen used his king-level food transformation stage to transform Leviathan's flesh and blood to fill his stomach, he wouldn't be able to hold much at once, and he still would have to wait for the flesh and blood to digest. If this black silk algae was truly as he suspected, then it would be equivalent to consuming more Leviathan's flesh and blood at once, naturally accelerating the gathering of various energies within the body. However, there was still a question. After the black silk algae absorbed the energy from the Leviathan's flesh and blood, would the total volume of the new trunks it grew be smaller than the amount of Leviathan's flesh and blood it absorbed? If the total volume of the new trunks was larger than the Leviathan's flesh and blood, then there would be no point. Never mind, just pick some for now. There was no point dwelling on this now. We know after some experimentation. Afterward, Zhou Wen quickly collected the black silk algae from the seabed. Huan Lin wanted to help, but Zhou Wen stopped him. This was because Zhou Wen had only cleared the energy threads in the area directly above the starlight Leviathan, leaving the energy threads in other areas untouched. At this point, the energy threads had already descended, shredding the black silk algae on the seabed. The rocky seabed, which had been subjected to high pressure, was also reduced to sand by these energy threads. Boom! Moments after Zhou Wen collected the black silk algae, an explosion sounded from above, followed by a torrent of water rushing down from above. Zhou Wen's expression changed, and he moved swiftly, quickly reaching the top of the starlight Leviathan. He activated his necrotic ability, clearing away all the energy threads carried by the surging seawater. Luckily, those energy threads weren't always there, most had already dissipated, so he didn't consume too much necrotic energy this time, only 2 were consumed. Chapter 1007. After clearing all the energy threads that threatened Phantom Scale, Zhou Wen immediately charged upward. Zhou Wen knew without hesitation that the massive commotion was caused by the Remorse clone. The Remorse clone's sudden release of energy was likely due to the reappearance of the Abyss-class Leviathan. Activating his Liang aspect, increasing his speed to 16,270, Zhou Wen quickly reached the Remorse clone's location. But what struck Zhou Wen as strange was that he saw no sign of the giant creature. Instead, he saw a spherical ice sculpture, formed in the seawater by the Remorse clone's blast of icy energy. What's this? Zhou Wen, using his mental power to detect the spherical ice sculpture, discovered numerous small creatures frozen within it. It was a creature only about 1 meter in diameter, flat and round, with numerous tiny polyp tentacles extending from the edges of its circular body. The color of the creature's bodies was indistinguishable, having been scorched by the scorching cold energy. When Zhou Wen removed one of the bodies, the charred remains instantly reduced to ash, but it was roughly confirmed to be a jellyfish. It seems that the Abyssal-class Leviathan creature that suddenly appeared and disappeared is related to these smaller creatures, Zhou Wen thought to himself. When Zhou Wen released his regretful clone, he had instructed it to kill the black Abyssal-class Leviathan creature. Since the regretful clone had taken action, it meant that the black Abyssal-class Leviathan creature had appeared earlier. Whoosh! Zhou Wen's figure instantly vanished from the spot. He quickly searched the surrounding area within 10,000 meters, and discovered a large number of jellyfish-like creatures. These jellyfish-like creatures are entirely black, and they spin their bodies by ejecting tiny jets of water from their polyp tentacles, enabling them to move quickly through the seawater. Swish! Zhou Wen unsheathed his dark gold broadsword and swung it directly at the jellyfish in front of him. To Zhou Wen's surprise, even the dark gold broadsword, which had reached the energy level of a medium-sized leviathan, couldn't cut through this small jellyfish, only 1 meter in diameter. Swish! Another sound of the blade slicing through the seawater, the pitch-black blade light easily slicing through the small jellyfish's body. Then, Zhou Wen sheathed his Liang knife and placed his hand directly on the bisected carcass of the small jellyfish, obtaining information from the creature's encyclopedia. Squeeze tube jellyfish length, 1 meter. Weight, 10 kilograms. Food type, black algae. Description: a small creature that lives in the gravity zone of the endless sea. It can gather in groups to form a massive mass, releasing high-level energy threads that can cut through intruders. It's edible. So the giant black shadow isn't an abyssal-class leviathan, but rather a composite of these squeeze-tube jellyfish, Zhou Wen said with a touch of surprise after reviewing the creature encyclopedia. After all, this was the first time Zhou Wen had encountered such a small creature that could unleash high-intensity abyssal-class energy through grouping. It feels a bit like the abyssal leviathan, Zhou Wen thought to himself. On the survival planet, the second deep-sea escape trial was conducted on a creature called the abyssal tube jellyfish. Through gradual fusion with other abyssal tube jellyfish, it eventually evolved into the abyssal leviathan, an abyssal-class leviathan. While there are slight differences between the two, they are essentially similar, as the abyssal leviathan can also separate into smaller units at will. Afterwards, Zhou Wen slew several thousand thread-pipe jellyfish and stored them in the system interface. He then activated his necrotic ability and cleared out the nearby thread-pipe jellyfish to prevent them from gathering together and releasing energy threads on a large scale. After clearing out the nearby thread-pipe jellyfish, Zhou Wen expended another 3 necrotic energies. Just to deal with this thread-pipe jellyfish, he had expended a full 10 necrotic energies, bringing his total to 52 necrotic energies. I hope the black silk algae can really be used to accelerate the rate at which my body gathers energy, Zhou Wen sighed, then returned to the seabed to continue collecting the black silk algae. The black silk algae possessed immense vitality. Its trunk, which had just been chopped into granules by the energy threads, had now sprouted, like a seed, ever slimmer new trunks and needles. After about half an hour, Zhou Wen successfully stored all the black silk algae on the seabed into the system interface. After returning to the phantom scale stomach wall space, Zhou Wen sent some to Jiang Haitao and the others, asking them to plant them with the flesh and blood of leviathan creatures to see how large the new black silk algae, grown by absorbing the energy from the flesh and blood of leviathan creatures, would be. Zhou Wen was about to eat some of the black silk algae directly, but as soon as he took it out of the system interface, the black silk algae, which had been as thin as a hair, suddenly began to expand rapidly and then exploded with a loud bang. At this time, Zhou Wen also received messages from Jiang Haitao and the others, all about the explosion of the black silk algae. It seems this tribulation energy black silk algae can only grow under high pressure, Zhou Wen concluded. But if that's the case, how can I eat it? The small piece of tribulation energy black silk algae that had just exploded in Zhou Wen's hand made him faintly feel a surge of energy emanating from its exploding trunk. In other words, to access the energy within the trunk of the tribulation energy black silk algae, he couldn't break it. Does it have to be eaten only under high pressure? Zhou Wen pondered, leaving the space within the phantom scale's stomach wall and descending to the seabed below. He then pulled out a piece of tribulation energy black silk algae and tossed it into his mouth. Originally, Zhou Wen wanted to chew it, but the hair-thin trunk of the tribulation energy black silk algae was incredibly tough, and his teeth simply couldn't break it. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, then mobilized the black blood energy within his body, attaching it to his teeth, but still couldn't bite it. So hard. Zhou Wen was slightly shocked, and ultimately, he had no choice but to swallow the tribulation energy black silk algae raw. Although it was possible to use ocean abyss level energy to destroy the tribulation energy black silk algae, that would be counterproductive. After all, he consumed the tribulation energy tungsten silk algae to accelerate energy condensation, and using ocean abyss level energy would actually result in energy loss. However, just when Zhou Wen thought he could only consume the tribulation energy black silk algae by swallowing it under high pressure, the piece of tribulation energy black silk algae in his stomach began to grow roots, seemingly attempting to penetrate his stomach wall. However, Zhou Wen possessed a brilliant golden body, and those roots were unable to penetrate his stomach wall. The problem was that his gastric juices could not digest the piece of tribulation energy black silk algae. Chapter 1008. How do I eat this? Zhou Wen frowned, then summoned a burst of brilliant golden energy, exploding within his stomach and directly destroying the piece of tribulation energy black silk algae that was attempting to grow within it. At the moment of destruction, Zhou Wen sensed a faint black energy appearing within his stomach, which was then absorbed directly into his body. Is it really only possible to absorb the energy from tribulation energy black silk algae by destroying it with abyssal level energy? Zhou Wen pondered, a thoughtful expression on his face. Oh right. Doesn't the threadpipe jellyfish specifically feed on tribulation energy black silk algae? Without forming a massive mass, they wouldn't have the abyssal level energy within their bodies to destroy it, Zhou Wen suddenly thought. According to the illustrated guide for the threadpipe jellyfish, they normally don't form massive masses. However, despite their energy-free bodies, they can still consume tribulation energy black silk algae. There must be a way to consume them. So, Zhou Wen swam upwards, caught a few live jellyfish, and then extracted some black silk algae from the system interface and placed them on the jellyfish's polyp tentacles. Spotting food, several of the jellyfish's polyp tentacles immediately entangled the black silk algae, and then the other tentacles began to spray jets of water, as if trying to break free from Zhou Wen's grasp. Why aren't you eating? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled. Is it because I'm holding you? Zhou Wen then released his grip, but immediately, the jellyfish, entangled with the black silk algae, began to rise rapidly, propelled by the downward jets of water from its tentacles. Zhou Wen didn't try to stop it, instead channeling his mental energy and following it. The jellyfish finally stopped ascending when it reached 150,000 meters. At this point, Zhou Wen noticed some changes in the black algae wrapped around its tentacles. The previously hair-thin trunk, now 3 or 4 times its original diameter due to the reduced water pressure, expanded to 3 or 4 times its original diameter. Its flat, needle-like blades also expanded into a conical shape. Then, at the center of the jellyfish's base, a small, round mouth covered in translucent, fish-hook-like fangs gradually opened. Its tentacles then thrust one end of the black algae, now inflated 3 or 4 times, into its mouth and began to crunch. So that's how it's eaten, Zhou Wen thought, suddenly realizing. Black algae thrive in high-pressure environments. Once the surrounding pressure decreases, its trunk expands, its cellular tissue rupturing from the inside out, effectively killing the algae. With all its cellular tissue rupturing and dying, its body's toughness naturally diminished, making it edible. After Zhou Wen understood the principle, he immediately extracted a piece of the black silk algae from the system interface. As soon as he took it out, the stem expanded due to the low water pressure surrounding it. Crunch! Crunch! Zhou Wen tossed the piece of black silk algae into his mouth and began chewing. Although still very hard, it was now nimble enough, like biting a candy. After swallowing the entire piece of black silk algae, it didn't grow again, and the gastric juices successfully digested it. However, Because he had consumed so little black silk algae, Zhou didn't feel the acceleration of the various energies in his body condensing. Perhaps the energy level stored in the stems of these wild black silk algae wasn't high to begin with. We figured out the feeding method. Now it depends on whether this calamity energy black silk algae can absorb the energy from the king-level Leviathan's flesh and blood. Zhou said this as he returned to the seabed and pulled out a 5-meter-long cube of king-level transmutation stage Leviathan flesh and blood. But upon taking it out, the flesh was severely compressed, becoming a 1-meter diameter sphere of flesh and blood. Zhou, unfazed by this, simply placed a piece of calamity energy black silk algae on top. After the calamity energy black silk algae sensed the creature's flesh and blood, numerous slender roots rapidly sprouted from its trunk where they connected to the leaves. These roots easily penetrated the flesh and blood of the king-level transmutation stage Leviathan. Then, the calamity energy black silk algae rapidly expanded at a visible speed, spreading across the flesh and blood like a spider web, taking root as it grew and continuously absorbing energy. Zhou noticed that the newly grown calamity energy black silk algae had a slightly different appearance from ordinary calamity energy black silk algae. This black algae, grown from the flesh and blood of a king-level transmutation Leviathan, had a jet-black trunk covered in purple lightning-like patterns, and its diameter was also a circle thicker than that of ordinary black algae. After confirming that the black algae could absorb king-level energy, Zhou smiled slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the continuously growing black algae, for the next step was crucial. Under the massive absorption of the black algae's roots, the 1-meter diameter king-level transmutation Leviathan flesh ball shriveled in just 10 minutes, resembling a dead tree. The wildly growing black algae also gradually ceased its spread. At this moment, the newly grown tribulation energy black silk algae, absorbing the energy from the flesh, spread out 3 or 4 meters from the flesh. Zhou directly pulled out the root of the tribulation energy black silk algae, which was connected to the shrunken flesh. Then, with his hands, he quickly kneaded the tribulation energy black silk algae, like a ball of yarn, forming a hairball of the newly grown tribulation energy black silk algae. I can eat several of this size at once. Zhou looked at the fist-sized ball of tribulation energy black silk algae in his hand, an excited smile on his face. You know, that 5-meter-long cube of king-level transmutation Leviathan flesh was enough for Zhou to consume dozens of times. But after the energy was absorbed by the tribulation energy black silk algae, it was only the size of a fist. Although it would expand 3 or 4 times in size if it were brought to a location with slightly lower water pressure, it would only reach the size of a basketball at most, and he could still eat it all in one go. Afterward, Zhou reached a depth of 150,000 meters and began to devour the entire mass of black algae, which had expanded to the size of a basketball. While eating, Zhou felt a tingling sensation in his mouth, as if a weak electric current was constantly shocking him. He knew it was a trace of the faint purple lightning energy within the black algae. However, the greater portion was the pale black energy inherent in the black algae itself. Only this pale black energy could be rapidly absorbed by Zhou's body, while the faint purple lightning energy dissipated completely. I hope the energy contained in the trunk of this black algae isn't much less than the energy contained in the flesh and blood of the king-level food transformation Leviathan, Zhou muttered. Such a transformation would undoubtedly consume some energy. Not only would the energy consumed by the growth of the black algae be enough, but even the faint purple lightning energy that escaped would represent a significant loss. Chapter 1009. As long as the cost isn't too high, Zhou can accept it. The main reason is that he currently has very little Leviathan flesh and blood containing king-level energy. If he has the opportunity to kill a king-level Leviathan later, the cost won't be a big deal. While waiting for the energy to be digested, Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking him to send the teleportation foundation stone placed on the main island of Sea Area 10. This teleportation foundation stone was placed on the main island to allow members of the 3 major guilds, who were out exploring, to return to the main island at will. After all, it had no other use before. Now, in order to have a fixed place to grow the black silk algae, the teleportation foundation stone had to be brought over and placed in the gravity sea area. In the future, when Zhou doesn't have time, he can have Jiang Haitao and the others come over to grow the black silk algae and catch some threadpipe jellyfish to sell to the survivors. Although the threadpipe jellyfish are small, they are very strong and should add a lot of attribute points. Buzz! The moment the teleportation foundation stone was placed, an invisible wave spread out, forming a teleportation space with a diameter of 100 meters. Next, Zhou added the portraits of Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lung Liang, and Bai Lan to the teleportation list and assign them to cultivate the black silk algae of tribulation energy. Consuming the black silk algae would also accelerate the concentration of various energies within the body. After completing this, Zhou Wen collected the remnant soul clone that had been patrolling nearby, returned to the Starlight Leviathan, and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a creature about 100 meters long, resembling a giant rock, suddenly entered Zhou Wen's mental detection range. New creature? Although Zhou Wen didn't want to stay in the gravity sea for long, he didn't mind killing a new creature that had come to him, and obtaining its information from the creature's encyclopedia afterward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Zhou Wen entered the giant stone creature's 100-meter range, it suddenly raised its head, completely encased in a carapace, and shot out 3-meter-long black rock spikes from its mouth. Bang! Zip! Zhou Wen swung his dark gold broadsword, intending to casually cut through the 3 black rock spikes. However, the black rock spikes were incredibly hard, and the dark gold broadsword made a sharp metallic scraping sound as it struck them. The creatures in this gravity sea are truly remarkable, Zhou Wen sighed inwardly. After easily dodging the 3 black rock spikes, Zhou Wen arrived in front of the giant stone creature. Its body structure was somewhat similar to that of a horseshoe crab. It had 3 pairs of compound eyes on the front of its body, 5 pairs of thoracic limbs on its abdomen, and a thick carapace covering its entire body, but it lacked a tail. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Seeing Zhou Wen approach, the giant stone creature raised its head and spit out 3 black rock spikes. Zhou Wen quickly dodged, the Liang blade appearing in his hand. He injected a stream of Liang energy directly into the stone creature, then swung it and slashed out a Liang energy blade. The 30-meter-long Liang energy blade sliced directly through the giant stone creature's head, piercing through its torso, destroying all its tissue and killing it instantly. Without using the Liang energy blade, Zhou Wen would have needed to penetrate the creature's body and destroy its brain, a creature over 100 meters long. But he didn't want to waste time. The Liang energy was condensing so rapidly that it could be consumed almost at will. Heavy rock horseshoe crab length, 102 meters. Weight, 30,000 tons. Diet, carnivore. Description, a mutant of the black rock horseshoe crab, created by absorbing the supergravity factor. Its armor is exceptionally tough. When in danger, it shrinks into a sphere, rolling to escape quickly. It is edible, and its shell can be worn directly. Supergravity factor. Zhou Wen immediately spotted the word supergravity factor in the description of the heavy rock horseshoe crab. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Wen immediately wielded his Liang blade, quickly dissecting the heavy rock horseshoe crab's corpse and searching for the supergravity factor, but ultimately found nothing. This is a bit troublesome, Zhou Wen said with a troubled expression. The supergravity factor is needed to make the supergravity bricks required for the condensed body inherent in the Leviathan's genes. Furthermore, supergravity bricks are also one of the materials used to craft the superpressure furnace. But this gravity sea area could very well harbor an Emperor-class Leviathan. If he encountered an unweakened Emperor-class Leviathan, while searching for the supergravity factor, he would be in danger. He had nearly died earlier when the sun in the sky simply glared at him. How about just searching the periphery? But Zhou Wen didn't want to miss the opportunity to obtain the supergravity factor. Bring the auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone with you. If we encounter an Imperial Leviathan, let it distract him while I find a chance to escape, Zhou Wen said after a moment's thought. So, Zhou Wen returned to Huanling's stomach wall and brought out the 1-meter diameter auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone. Then, releasing his mental power, he instructed the Starlight Leviathan to lead Huanling out of the gravity sea, lest he encounter unknown and dangerous creatures without him. Do you know about the gravity sea? Zhou Wen asked the small auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone, using his mental power after Huanling left. I don't know, the small auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone replied. Have you sensed any Imperial Leviathans in this sea area? Zhou Wen asked again. I don't know. Then if I encounter an Emperor-class Leviathan, can you help me escape? Zhou Wen continued. I don't know. If you know nothing, what use are you? Zhou Wen said speechlessly. I am a noble and great king-class Leviathan, not a lowly creature you can manipulate at will, the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone said, but there was a certain resentment in his words. I'm not controlling you, I'm just asking you questions. Suddenly, Zhou Wen thought, and immediately realized why the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone treated him like this. I've been busy lately, and the 2 king-class cores I promised you have been delayed. I have them delivered now. Zhou Wen said, and directly sent the 2 king-class cores from the system interface to Jiang Haitao, who then delivered them to the auspicious Cloud Leviathan main body on the main island. Humph. The gravity in this sea area is so abnormal, it's obvious there's an Emperor-class Leviathan. The little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone snorted after sensing the original body receiving 2 King-class cores. Then, can you help me escape if the Emperor-class Leviathan spots me? Zhou asked. No. How about you help me collect the supergravity factor? Zhou didn't dare act rashly without safety assurances. I don't even know what the supergravity factor is, so how can I help you collect it? But I can warn you, if the Emperor-class Leviathan has spotted you, the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone said. I can warn you? That's no problem then. Zhou felt a moment's peace of mind. He was worried about accidentally getting too close to the Emperor-class Leviathan and having it blockade his space. If he could know in advance that the Emperor-class Leviathan was approaching, he could teleport away. Chapter 1010. Zhou didn't know the extent of the gravity sea, but since it could house an Imperial Leviathan, its area must be quite large. Relying solely on his own mental powers' 500-meter detection radius, finding clues related to the supergravity factor would be extremely difficult. So Zhou quickly ascended to the surface and summoned the Wavebreaker Mecha. The Wavebreaker Mecha's hull wasn't very strong, unable to withstand excessive water pressure. It could only use a layer of energy condensed on its surface to resist external pressure. However, the highest energy cube the Wavebreaker Mecha could utilize was only at the level of a large Leviathan. Diving to a depth of 200,000 meters, the energy cubes in the mecha's engines would be rapidly depleted, and it wouldn't last long. So, Zhou planned to protect the Wavebreaker Mecha by attaching brilliant gold energy, allowing it to withstand the intense water pressure at the bottom of the ocean. Brilliant gold ability, activate. Zhou silently chanted as he entered the Wavebreaker Mecha's cockpit, activating the brilliant gold ability. Immediately afterwards, a burst of brilliant golden energy erupted from Zhou's body, rapidly spreading throughout the Wavebreaker Mecha. The originally silvery white metallic Wavebreaker Mecha was transformed into a golden mecha covered in brilliant golden lines. Whoosh! The sound of the sea surged, and the Wavebreaker Mecha, now coated in brilliant golden energy, plunged into the water, diving towards the seabed at top speed. Zhou now possessed over 5,000 strands of brilliant golden energy within his body, all condensed from the golden energy in the gold-type cores he had casually used over the past few days. Without the brilliant golden core, Zhou now needed to absorb golden energy to condense it within his body. However, because his character attributes had now reached the level of a medium-sized Leviathan, coupled with a significant increase in his physical strength, he could now condense brilliant gold energy much faster than before, condensing 1 per minute. Furthermore, with the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone present, Zhou could skip the process of absorbing the gold energy from the gold core, and simply let the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone convert the gold core into gold energy, transferring it into his body. He only needed to condense it. As the Wavebreaker Mech continued to descend, the surrounding water pressure began to gradually increase. Zhou could actually teleport directly to the seabed using the teleportation foundation stone, but he wasn't sure if the Wavebreaker Mech, with its brilliant gold pattern, could withstand the pressure, so he didn't dare to do so rashly. He only had this one Wavebreaker Mech now. If it were lost, he would have no way to explore further. After a while, Zhou successfully reached the seabed with the Wavebreaker Mech. Although the Wavebreaker Mech had shrunk inward, it was fortunately undamaged. However, the brilliant gold energy within his body was depleting rather quickly. Wasting no time, Zhou immediately deployed his spiritual power, covering a 5,000-meter radius, upon landing on the seafloor, then rapidly moved across it. The little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone landed atop the Wavebreaker Mech, resembling a colorful cotton hat, moving alongside it. Unsure how to obtain the supergravity factor, Zhou set his sights on the heavy rock horseshoe crab. The heavy rock horseshoe crab evolved from the black rock horseshoe crab, which had absorbed the supergravity factor. Therefore, locations with a large number of heavy rock horseshoe crabs would undoubtedly yield clues related to the supergravity factor. For the next few days, Zhou moved rapidly along the seabed of the gravity sea, using his mental energy, which covered 10,000 meters, to continuously search for traces of the heavy rock horseshoe crabs. He then advanced in the direction where the heavy rock horseshoe crabs frequently appeared. 10 minutes passed quickly, and in those 10 minutes, Zhou had traveled 2 to 3 million meters on the seabed. Then, he discovered a way to determine whether he was going deeper into the gravity sea. This was determined by the depth of the seawater. Increasing depth indicated that he was approaching the center of the gravity sea, while decreasing depth indicated that he was moving toward the edge. Furthermore, the abnormal gravity of the gravity sea seemed to increase in intensity the deeper he went. Zhou continued to advance in the direction of the heavy rock horseshoe crabs. He was now at a depth of 300,000 meters. The seabed was also slightly tilted. He speculated that the seabed of the entire gravity sea might be shaped like a funnel. Crack, crack, crack. Zhou continued advancing deeper into the gravity-defying sea. As the water's depth increased and the abnormal gravity intensified, the wave-breaker mech, protected by brilliant golden energy, gradually began to emit a harsh, grinding sound of metal squeezing inward. Zhou followed the heavy rock horseshoe crabs along his route and entered a forest of stone pillars dotted with jagged, fawn-like columns. These jagged columns were pitch black and not very tall, averaging around 10 meters. As Zhou approached one of them, the golden light emanating from the wave breaker revealed a metallic sheen on the dark, jagged columns, seemingly made of some kind of metal. Coral? Zhou detected these dark, canine-like pillars through his mental detection. Their surfaces were covered in numerous tiny organisms, resembling coral polyps. So, Zhou opened the cockpit. With his head connected to the mecha's intelligent brain tentacles, continuously feeding brilliant gold energy to the wave breaker, he stepped out and touched the canine-like coral before him, then consulted the illustrated guide. Meteorite coral polyp length, 3 mm. Weight, 50 g. Food type, meteorite element, carnivore. Description: a type of coral polyp that lives in the ultra-high pressure environment of the endless ocean. Upon death, its remains form blade-like structures, standing upright on the seafloor. Large creatures passing by unsuspectingly can be sliced through their skin and flesh. Meteorite? Seems quite hard, Zhou muttered, re-entering the cockpit and wielding the wavebreaker's dark gold broadsword, also imbued with brilliant gold energy. Swish! The dark gold broadsword, imbued with brilliant gold energy, easily severed the meteoric steel coral before it. It feels about as hard as a heavy rock horseshoe crab shell, Zhou judged. During his journey, Zhou encountered many heavy rock horseshoe crabs. He had specifically tested their shell hardness, using the energy of his wave-breaker mecha. Large Leviathan-level energy could cause damage, but the extent of the damage was minor. Thus, it could be inferred that the strength of a heavy rock horseshoe crab shell was somewhere between large and medium Leviathan energy. This strength was exceptionally high for a creature only 100 meters long. I wonder if this meteoric steel coral could be used to make a weapon, Zhou thought. If it could be made into a weapon, it would allow the survivors of Sea Area 10 to equip it en masse, greatly enhancing the overall strength of the survivors in Sea Area 10. Chapter 10:11. Let's search for the supergravity factor first, Zhou shook his head. The surrounding water pressure was extremely high, and the brilliant gold energy protecting the wave-breaker mecha was depleting rapidly. He didn't have time to collect these meteoric steel corals. Anyway, I already placed the teleportation foundation stone on the periphery. I can just come back here and collect these meteoric steel corals later, Zhou thought, and quickly piloted the wave-breaker mecha through the meteoric steel coral forest. When the water depth reached 400,000 meters, the wave-breaker mecha, imbued with brilliant gold energy, was already struggling. Thankfully, Zhou also found a cave inhabited by a large number of heavy rock horseshoe crabs. With so many heavy rock horseshoe crabs gathered, I'm sure I can find clues related to the supergravity factor, Zhou thought, and piloted the wave-breaker mecha directly into the massive cavern before him, a kilometer in diameter. The interior of the cave was pitch black, with only the wave-breaker mecha, imbued with brilliant gold energy, emitting a dazzling golden light. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a swarm of black rock spikes shot out from the front, densely packed like a hail of arrows. Zhou, piloting the wavebreaker mech, swiftly swung his dark gold broadsword, imbued with brilliant golden energy, shattering the incoming black rock spikes while charging at the heavy rock horseshoe crabs at top speed. Swish, swish, swish. The two dark gold broadswords, radiating golden light, danced swiftly among the heavy rock horseshoe crabs in the pitch-black darkness like two soft, flowing ribbons. They were reduced to corpses in an instant. After slaughtering over 1,000 heavy rock horseshoe crabs, Zhou reached the deepest part of the cave, where a giant heavy rock horseshoe crab, reaching a length of 300 meters, lay. Boom! Boom! Upon spotting the golden glowing wavebreaker mecha, the Leviathan-sized heavy rock horseshoe crab curled up, transforming into a massive black boulder approximately 200 meters in diameter. It then barreled towards the wavebreaker mecha. Zhou immediately maneuvered the wavebreaker mecha to the side, swinging his dark gold broadsword and slashing at the side of the massive black boulder, leaving a long scar. Just when Zhou expected the Leviathan-sized heavy rock horseshoe crab to continue barreling towards him, it simply rolled out of the cave without a backward glance. Zhou paused for a moment, then immediately gave chase. He swiftly slashed at the rolling leviathan-sized heavy rock horseshoe crab with his two dark gold broadswords, eventually piercing its body and destroying its brain, killing it. After slaying the leviathan-sized heavy rock horseshoe crab, Zhou returned to the deepest part of the cave and scanned it thoroughly with his mental power, but found nothing. This is clearly the lair of the heavy rock horseshoe crab, so why aren't there any items related to the supergravity factor? Zhou asked with disappointment. If he continued to advance deeper into the gravity sea, not to mention encountering an Imperial Leviathan, the already overburdened Wavebreaker mech wouldn't be able to withstand the water pressure at greater depths. And without the Wavebreaker mech's tenfold increase in mental detection range, he was like a headless fly in this gravity sea. Oh! Forget it, I'd better leave this gravity sea as soon as possible. Zhou sighed heavily, deciding not to search for the supergravity factor for the time being. The teleportation foundation stone would be placed in this gravity sea. Once he had accumulated enough dead silence energy within his body, and had some self-defense power against an Imperial Leviathan, it wouldn't be too late to explore here again. Then, Zhou put away his Wavebreaker mech and, on his way out of the cave, stored the bodies of the previously killed heavy rock crabs into the system interface. Finally, he arrived at the Leviathan-class giant heavy rock crab and once again entered its body, searching for the core and supply box. What is this? Zhou, using his mental detection, located the giant heavy rock crab's heart. He discovered that the core within was extremely small, only the size of a fist. Swish! Zhou slashed open the hard wall with his sword and removed the core. Ding! Obtained supergravity factor X1. Huh? Zhou was stunned for a moment at the system notification in his mind, and then the look of disappointment on his face gave way to a smile. So the core of the giant heavy rock crab is the supergravity factor, Zhou exclaimed in surprise, but then the smile faded. But a giant heavy rock horseshoe crab only has one supergravity factor, which is definitely not enough to condense a nucleus, Zhou said with a wry smile. Well, one at a time. Making supergravity bricks requires not only supergravity factor, but also strong magnetic gold crystal. There's no rush. After his ups and downs, Zhou finally felt relieved. After storing the supergravity factor in the system interface, Zhou continued to the giant heavy rock horseshoe crab's stomach wall. After collecting the supply box, he opened it and examined it. Ding! Obtained heavy rock horseshoe crab armor blueprint. Ding! Obtained companion voucher X1. Ding! Obtained stone X1000. All three items were unremarkable. Zhou took out the only armor blueprint he had never seen before and used it, then checked the required crafting requirements. Heavy rock horseshoe crab armor blueprint. Requires 100 heavy rock horseshoe crab armor fragments, 100 golden seaweed fiber, and 100 silk. Zhou had all these materials, so he crafted one directly. Bang! Zhou swung his dark gold broadsword, slashing against the heavy rock horseshoe crab armor in his hand. A crisp metallic clash echoed, leaving only a faint white mark on the armor's surface. The hardness of this heavy rock horseshoe crab armor is indeed above the energy level of a medium-sized leviathan, though it's a bit heavy. Zhou felt the weight of the heavy rock horseshoe crab armor. It should be around a ton. However, it should be no problem for a survivor who has reached the second level of their character attribute panel to wear it. After testing the heavy rock horseshoe crab armor, Zhou sent the blueprints to Jiang Haitao, along with a large number of heavy rock horseshoe crab corpses, for him to craft into armor to distribute to guild members or sell to ordinary survivors. After completing this, Zhou began to dissect the giant heavy rock horseshoe crab. However, moments later, a leviathan creature, over 200 meters long, entered his mental range. This leviathan creature was elongated, with a flat, transparent body, a triangular head, and a mouth studded with scimitar-like teeth like blades. Crack! The leviathan creature rushed to the giant heavy rock horseshoe crab's corpse, and bit into its slightly weaker abdomen, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Gradually, these leviathan creatures, resembling ribbons of glass, increased in number, likely attracted by the stench of blood in the heavy rock horseshoe crab's cave. Chapter 10-12. Puff! Just as the leviathans were sharing the carcass of a giant heavy rock horseshoe crab, one of them suddenly twisted its body, seemingly in great pain. The frantically twisting leviathan struggled for a moment before dying, its ribbon-like corpse slowly falling to the ground. Crystal Knife Eel Leviathan Stage, Adult. Length, 330 meters. Weight, 600,000 tons. Diet, carnivore. Description: a leviathan creature that lives in the high-pressure environment of the endless sea. Its transparent body blends in with its surroundings. Upon encountering prey, it twists its blade-like body to cut its prey, and its teeth can be used as weapons. Huh? Why does the core of this crystal knife eel leviathan's heart also seem to contain the supergravity factor? Zhou expression shifted, as he suddenly realized something. Next, Zhou swiftly moved between the heads of a dozen or so crystal knife eel leviathans. In just over 10 seconds, he had killed them all. He then immediately moved to their hearts and retrieved their cores. Ding! Obtained supergravity factor X1. It seems that all leviathans within the gravity sea possess the supergravity factor, Zhou said with surprise. Afterwards, Zhou directly obtained all the supergravity factors from the hearts of the crystal knife eel leviathans, a total of 17. He also collected the silver-rimmed supply box from the crystal knife eel leviathan's stomach wall. Ding! Obtained the crystal knife eel leviathan blade fang broadsword blueprint. Ding! Obtained the crystal knife leviathan scale crystal plate blueprint. Ding! Obtained crystal ore X100. There are 2 blueprints this time, Zhou said, taking out the 2 blueprints and examining the required crafting instructions. Crystal eel leviathan blade recipe. Requires crystal eel leviathan tooth X1, meteorite ingot X1. Crystal eel leviathan scale crystal plate recipe. Requires crystal eel leviathan scale fragments X10, crystal ore X10. It seems the meteorite coral I discovered earlier needs to be smelted into meteorite ingots in a blast furnace before it can be used as a weapon material, Zhou thought to himself. He then directly sent the meteorite coral fragment he had previously stored in the system interface to Bai Lan, asking Bai Lan to smelt the meteorite ingots. While waiting for the meteorite ingots, Zhou crafted the crystal eel leviathan scale crystal plate. It looks like something used in construction. Zhou tried to put 2 crystal eel crystal plates together. Then, the 2 crystal eel crystal plates seemed to fuse together, leaving no trace of the connection. It should be a building material for the translucent dome, Zhou thought, but it was of no use to him. Afterward, Zhou began dissecting the corpses of more than a dozen crystal eel leviathans. After finishing all of them, he returned directly to the stomach wall of Wanlin. Before, when he didn't know how to obtain the supergravity factor, he was extremely anxious to obtain it. Now that he knew it was easy to obtain, he was less anxious. Bai Lan had successfully smelted the meteorite steel ingot. Zhou extracted it from the system interface and crafted the crystal eel leviathan blade fang claymore. After testing, the crystal eel leviathan blade fang claymore was found to be above the energy level of a medium-sized leviathan, making it suitable as a companion weapon to the heavy rock horseshoe crab armor. So, Zhou sent Bai Lan the crystal eel leviathan blade fang claymore blueprint and the crystal eel leviathan scale crystal plate blueprint, along with a dozen or so crystal eel leviathan corpses. After completing these tasks, Zhou arrived at the starlight leviathan's head and instructed it to continue its journey toward the dreaming sea. Now that he knew how to obtain the supergravity factor, he was no longer in a rush to collect it. The priority was to hurry on. With the teleportation foundation stone, he could return at any time. While the starlight leviathan was advancing, Zhou sent the flesh of the heavy rock horseshoe crab and the threaded tube jellyfish to Jiang Haitao, asking him to send 3 guild members whose attributes were not yet fully upgraded to test the stats added by the flesh of these 2 creatures. Soon after, Jiang Haitao sent back the test results. Heavy rock horseshoe crab flesh, strength plus 15 points, constitution plus 20 points, speed plus 3 points. Threaded tube jellyfish, strength plus 20 points, constitution plus 22 points, speed plus 5 points. Strength and constitution both increased significantly, but the speed only increased by 8 points in total, Zhou said with some frustration after reviewing the data Jiang Haitao had sent. Originally, if the speed boost from the meat of these 2 creatures was adequate, he would have eaten it directly to increase his speed, but 8 points was too little, and it would be a waste to eat it now. Next, as the starlight leviathan swam through the gravity sea, Zhou would periodically dive to the seabed to check the depth, confirming whether it was heading deeper into the sea. It wasn't until evening that Zhou finally confirmed that the starlight leviathan's path only passed through the edge of the gravity sea and didn't enter the depths. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much about the Emperor Leviathan. Tonight, Zhou didn't go to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree to gather energy. Because the creatures in the gravity sea are relatively strong, staying there at night could lead to encountering dangerous creatures, so he needed to be on guard. At night, Zhou piloted the Waybreaker mecha, perched atop the starlight leviathan, constantly monitoring the situation within a 5,000-meter radius. When bored, He passed the time by checking the messages on the number 10C area communication channel. Day 357. Last night had passed uneventfully, but Zhou Wen's face was beaming with excitement. The black silk algae he consumed yesterday afternoon had been completely digested after such a long time. The energy contained within it had allowed Zhou Wen to condense 6 necrotic energies and 3 lightning ion energies from yesterday to now. Zhou Wen did a quick calculation and found that the necrotic energy, which previously took 6 hours to condense, now only took 3, and the lightning ion energy, which took 12 hours to condense, now only took 6. The condensation time for both energies had been cut in half, a significant improvement. However, the time required to condense the nuclear energy remained unchanged, as nuclear energy requires the tritium element to condense, and it still takes a day. What pleased Zhou Wen most was that the time it took to condense the death silence energy had also been shortened, from 2.5 days to 2 days. With this calamity energy black silk algae, I won't have to worry about running out of king-level energy anymore, Zhou Wen said with a smile. By the way, the calamity energy black silk algae introduction doesn't mention that it's only for survivors to consume. So, can a transformed leviathan that's entered the food transformation stage also consume it? Zhou Wen suddenly thought. Chapter 1013. By the way, the introduction to the black silk algae doesn't mention that it's only for survivors to eat. So, can leviathans entering the food transformation stage also eat it? Zhou Wen suddenly thought. Jiang Haitao and his fellow leviathans entering the king-level food transformation stage also condense scorching cold energy within their bodies by consuming the flesh and blood of leviathan creatures, but the rate of condensation is relatively slow. If they could also feed the black silk algae, which contains king-level energy, the rate at which leviathans gather king-level energy should be significantly accelerated. However, given the leviathan's appetite, it would be impossible to supply them with black silk algae before large-scale cultivation of it begins. Currently, among Zhou Wen's subordinates, only Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lung Liang, and Bai Lan can withstand the water pressure of 200,000 meters underwater in the gravity sea and cultivate black silk algae. Although the black silk algae grew rapidly, the 4 of them had their own priorities and couldn't continue cultivating it in the gravity sea. We have to take it slow, Zhou Wen said, entering the space within Phantom Scale's stomach and beginning to feed it. Soon after, the Starlight Leviathan continued its advance toward the Fantasy Sea, while Zhou Wen teleported to the location of the Teleportation Foundation Stone. He placed a piece of king-level transformation Leviathan flesh and blood, planted a fist-sized black silk algae, and ascended to a relatively low-pressure area high enough to kill it. He then devoured it, and returned to Phantom Scale's stomach space. Bang! At noon, Zhou Wen was sitting on the Starlight Leviathan's head, enjoying the sea breeze and the sun, when suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the sky, startling him. Zhou Wen immediately stood up, and looked up at the sky. He saw the sun hanging high in the center of the sky actually begin to wriggle. Buzz buzz buzz. As the sun swayed, streams of orange-yellow energy spread outward. These diffused energies formed circles of light around the sun, which, like ripples on a calm lake, rapidly spread outward. Not good. Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically. He had experienced the terrifying energy released by the sun before. Even those with the Starfall Leviathan's fire resistance gene had nearly been burned to death. If this energy were to fall on Huanlin would be in danger. Dive deeper immediately. Quick! Zhou Wen immediately concentrated his mental power and penetrated into the Starlight Leviathan's brain, issuing an order. Bang! The Starlight Leviathan plunged headfirst into the sea, stirring up massive waves and mist on the surface. Why is it suddenly releasing energy? Zhou Wen's expression was solemn, and a deep sense of confusion lingered on his face. At this moment, the orange-yellow energy halo in the sky, like ripples, drew ever closer to the sea surface, and the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. Gurgle. Gurgle. Gradually, the sea surface began to boil under the intense heat, and the entire area seemed to have become a hot spring, with vast amounts of water vapor rising, and the sea surface was instantly filled with thick fog. However, this water vapor didn't rise very high before it was dried up by the rising temperature. The sea surface, once obscured by the thick fog of water vapor, became clear once again. Zhou Wen did not follow the Starlight Leviathan into the sea. He wanted to confirm whether the intensity of the spreading orange-yellow energy reached the level that had nearly burned him to death. If he had, he would most likely have died here today, along with Huanlin. After all, the tiny bit of flame energy from his body had already dried up thousands of meters of seawater. If the orange-yellow energy spreading now had the same intensity, The entire Gravity Sea would have been reduced to scorched earth. What about the Gravity Sea's Emperor-class Leviathan? Are they going to do nothing? Joan cried inwardly. He had previously been terrified of encountering the Gravity Sea's Emperor-class Leviathan, but now he hoped it would come forward to resist these waves of energy that seemed capable of destroying the world. Whoosh! In an instant, the sea surface began to vanish without warning, as if a layer had been wiped away from thin air, and Zhou armor and clothing began to burn. If I had known I encountered this situation, I should have saved the death energy I condensed earlier. Zhou, his body swirling with flames, frowned deeply, feeling a deep sense of regret. If he had possessed a trace of death energy now, perhaps he could have countered the energy released by the sun, and perhaps Huan Lin would have had a chance to survive. Does the Imperial Leviathan of the Gravity Sea really not care? Zhou asked anxiously. At this moment, the first orange-yellow energy aura in the sky was less than 100,000 meters from the sea surface. As the energy aura spread, even the air began to ignite. From Zhou's perspective, the azure sky had already transformed into a sea of fire. Zhou's fire-resistant body, burning under the intense heat, could already feel a slight sting. The fact that it could inflict damage at such a distance proved that the energy aura released by the sun was indeed the same fire energy that had nearly incinerated him. What the hell is going on? Zhou felt a sense of surreality at the sudden, inevitable death. He had survived until now, not in a confrontation with other survivors or a powerful Leviathan, but like a tiny ant, crushed to death on an unknown street. He didn't even know who had done it. But Zhou wasn't one to wait for death. Even if death was inevitable, he would try to resist. Nuclear condensation, activate. Zhou shouted, instantly activating the nuclear condensation. The next second, a dark blue energy released from his body and quickly condensed in his palm, forming a ping-pong ball-sized, dazzling blue ball of light, brimming with violent energy. Swoosh! Zhou thought, and the concentrated energy in his palm shot directly towards the sea of fire above. It moved with such speed, like a leaping photon, that it was 10,000 meters away in an instant. Its original size, a ping-pong ball, instantly expanded to 100 meters. A dazzling deep blue light radiated in all directions, like a small blue sun. However, the small blue sun, 100 meters in diameter, was ultimately no match for the real sun. As the condensed energy ball continued its upward flight for several thousand meters, the 100-meter diameter deep blue energy ball vanished like a snowball falling into magma, as if it had never existed in the first place. Lightning Ion ability, activate. Zhou, seemingly oblivious to the disappearance of the condensed energy ball, activated the Lightning Ion ability once again. Chapter 1014. Boom! Violent silver energy shot out from Zhou's body. Then, he swung his arm toward the flame-shrouded sky. 100-meter thick silver bolt of lightning flashed and roared, shooting 10,000 meters into the sky. But just like the previous ball of nuclear energy, it vanished as soon as it came even close to the flames in the sky. Finally, Zhou pulled out the rainbow cube. The two king-level energies were like a dream against the emperor-level energy. Perhaps only the flame ion energy, also of the emperor level, could offer any resistance. However, facing the emperor level energy radiating from above, how long could the flame ion energy provided by the rainbow cube withstand it? In reality, Zhou could have teleported away, but that would have been pointless. Once Huan Lin died, he would inevitably be eliminated from this survival world. Is there really an Imperial Leviathan in this Gravity Sea? Zhou's nervousness and fear dissipated somewhat, as he was about to use his ultimate measure. If it worked, he live. If it didn't, he die. There was no third option. Boom! Just as Zhou was about to use the rainbow cube, the sun in the sky erupted with another loud bang. Then, the layers of terrifying energy that had been spreading outward suddenly began to shrink towards the sun. What's going on? Zhou stared blankly at the sky, holding the rainbow cube in his hand. In a split second, the layers of energy aura that had just been released from the sun disappeared, and the temperature around them plummeted. The sea surface, layer upon layer obliterated by the extreme heat, began to boil again. Vapor billowed upward, and a thick fog formed on the surface, completely obscuring vision and leaving all around in a vast expanse of white. What the hell is going on? Zhou was completely bewildered. The sudden threat of death had now vanished, leaving him baffled. To investigate, Zhou activated his floating ability and flew directly out of the area obscured by the vapor. He then looked up at the sun in the sky. The sun no longer moved, but its size seemed to have expanded. Just when Zhou thought the sun had merely moved, it began to move again. It wasn't the normal movement of the sun rising and setting, but rather a horizontal shift across the sky. During this shift, a smaller sun appeared, as if the sun in the sky had spit out a small sun from its mouth. But the brightness of the little sun was extremely dim. Compared to the big sun next to it, it looked like the sun in the midst of a total solar eclipse. Buzz! Suddenly, a world-shaking humming sound spread. In an instant, day turned to night, and the big sun vanished in a streak of orange light, leaving only the dim little sun. Zhou Wen, who witnessed the entire process, was completely bewildered. He had no idea what the sun was doing. Is it giving birth to a little sun? Zhou Wen speculated. At this moment, from Zhou Wen's perspective, the little sun in the sky was moving rapidly and expanding in size. Huh? It's falling. Zhou Wen initially thought the little sun was growing rapidly, but gradually, he noticed something was amiss. The little sun in the sky was clearly falling, and it seemed to be landing right in the ocean where he was. Is the apocalyptic scene from just now going to happen again? Zhou Wen asked in shock. After a while, Zhou Wen realized he had been overly worried, because the little sun falling from the sky didn't generate much heat during its descent. Wait! That's not. When the little sun was less than 100,000 meters from the sea surface, Zhou Wen's pupils suddenly shrank. Sun fruit? Zhou Wen asked in shock. The appearance of the little sun was very similar to the sun fruit Zhou Wen had seen previously in the floating waters of the Abyss Sea. However, that sun fruit was only 10,000 meters in diameter, while this one was much larger, probably around 100,000 meters in diameter. Sun fruit, the food of the Eternal Day Emperor. Now, Zhou Wen finally understood what had just happened. It seems the Eternal Day Emperor absorbed the energy from the sun fruit and left, Zhou Wen speculated. The system description of the sun fruit he had found in the floating sea mentioned that its internal energy had been depleted. At that time, he had assumed the energy in the sun fruit had been absorbed by the Liang Leviathan. Now, it seemed the Liang Leviathan had merely picked up what the Eternal Day Emperor had left. It's truly a case of searching high and low for something, yet finding it without any effort. I had originally planned to search for the sun fruit in the Eternal Day Sea, but I didn't expect it to be delivered right to my doorstep, Zhou Wen said, unable to suppress a smile. But just as he was about to rush towards the spot where the sunlight fruit fell, he paused, and the smile on his face turned to caution. This kind of good stuff will probably attract a large number of Leviathan creatures in the Gravity Sea. Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of abyssal Leviathans and below, and he could even gain a large amount of super gravity factor along the way. He wasn't particularly afraid of king-level Leviathans either. As long as they weren't elemental, he had a chance of killing them. He was worried about the appearance of Emperor-level Leviathans, and he still hadn't figured out whether there were any Emperor-level Leviathans in the Gravity Sea. According to Xiao Shangyun's Leviathan clone, the gravity of the entire sea had undergone an abnormal change, and only an Emperor-level Leviathan could possess such power. But just now, the Eternal Day Emperor had nearly dried up the entire Gravity Sea, and no Emperor-level Leviathan had appeared. While it's possible that the Gravity Sea's Imperial Leviathan knew the Eternal Day Emperor was vomiting the sun fruit and therefore didn't intervene, it still seemed necessary to release some Imperial energy to offer some resistance. However, the Gravity Sea's Imperial Leviathan wouldn't need the Eternal Day Emperor's leftovers, right? Zhou Wen thought. Never mind, let's go and see for ourselves. Zhou Wen decided to follow and observe. Once he was sure it was safe, he would consider whether to collect the sun fruit. After all, the sun fruit was 100,000 meters in size, so he couldn't collect it directly. It would take time to decompose it before storing it in the system interface. But before heading to the sun fruit's landing point, Zhou Wen teleported back to Huanlin's stomach wall to check on him. According to his previous orders, the Starlight Leviathan continued to swim towards the deep sea, and thus, towards the depths of the Gravity Sea. Chapter 1015. At this moment, the water pressure at the location of the Starlight Leviathan was extremely high. Zhou Wen had to activate his Liang ability and fighting ability, forming a circle of king-level fighting energy around him to barely withstand the surrounding water pressure. After confirming that both Phantom Scale and the Starlight Leviathan were safe, Zhou Wen stopped the Starlight Leviathan's descent and used his companion Voucher to bring Jiang Haitao along. The location of the Starlight Leviathan and Phantom Scale was extremely dangerous, and they might be attacked by powerful Leviathan creatures. Jiang Haitao was brought along just in case. If you notice any dangerous creatures approaching, send me a message, Zhou Wen told Jiang Haitao, then handed him the Wavebreaker mech, allowing him to monitor the situation outside from within Phantom Scale. Got it, Brother Wen. Jiang Haitao nodded and entered the Wavebreaker mech. After confirming that nothing was amiss, Zhou Wen left the stomach wall space and, relying on his king-level fighting energy to resist the water pressure, quickly rushed towards the surface. As he ascended, he calculated the depth. It's almost 800,000 meters, Zhou Wen mentally calculated after emerging from the deep sea. He then looked up at the sky, where the sun fruit was still falling at an oblique angle, and gave chase. Splash! Splash! Zhou Wen moved slowly across the sea. The previously calm surface gradually began to churn, and gradually, the waves grew larger and larger, overlapping to form layers of 100-meter-high waves. Beneath the surface, massive shadows gradually appeared, chasing the falling sun fruit at breakneck speed. Bang! Suddenly, the sea beneath Zhou Wen's feet exploded. A ferocious, enormous mouth burst forth from beneath the surface, swallowing him whole. Then, a massive creature, approximately 500 meters long, leaped from the surface, driven by the inertia of the impact, before plunging back into the water. Splash! Splash! But no sooner had the giant creature sunk into the water than violent waves suddenly erupted. A moment later, a tiny figure emerged from the sea, clutching a fist-sized, black sphere with faint, invisible energy ripples on its surface. Ding! Obtained supergravity factor X1. Sure enough, it's attracted a lot of Leviathan creatures, Zhou Wen said calmly, standing on the surface, storing the supergravity factor in his hand into the system interface, observing the massive waves surging ahead. There's no wind in the gravity sea, and because of the gravity anomaly, the surface is usually very calm. Yet, at this moment, countless massive waves surged, likely caused by the movement of the massive creatures beneath the surface. At this moment, the sun fruit was less than 10,000 meters from the surface, and the giant shadows chasing it converged beneath the surface, like a dragon chasing a dragon ball. Boom! Quickly, the sun fruit, with a diameter of 100,000 meters and emitting an orange glow, crashed into the sea. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave spread outward, creating a circle of massive waves tens of thousands of meters high. Zhou Wen didn't want to waste time fighting the waves, so he activated his floating ability and flew into the air, dodging the waves. But the giant creatures that had been chasing him were now overturned by the waves and pushed tens of thousands of meters away. Zhou Wen quietly floated in the sky, watching the sun fruit gradually sink into the sea below, making no attempt to approach. The sun fruit at this moment was like the setting sun, its surrounding light dimming as more and more of it sank into the water. When the sun fruit completely sank below the surface, the entire world was plunged into darkness, with only the area where the sun fruit had fallen emitting a bright glow. This really feels like returning to the deep sea, Zhou Wen muttered, observing the pitch-black, high-pressure environment around him. Plop! Zhou Wen fell from the air, entering the sea, and then approached the direction of the sinking sun fruit. Whoosh! He had only been swimming underwater for a short while when Leviathan creatures appeared nearby. Some of the Leviathans that were closer to Zhou Wen attacked him directly. Zhou Wen had no choice but to seize the supergravity factor presented to him. As he approached the sun fruit, he killed various Leviathan creatures, collecting the supergravity factor from their bodies. Slowly, the Leviathans around him increased in number and size, with some reaching lengths of 10,000 meters. These Leviathans engaged in a fierce battle over the sun fruit. In a short period of time, numerous Leviathans perished, their blood spreading across the sea. Seeing this, Zhou Wen immediately went to collect the supergravity factor from the dead Leviathans. Because there were so many, he released his remnant clones to collect them as well. Luckily, I didn't go out of my way to collect overweight factor yesterday, otherwise it would have been a complete waste of time, Zhou Wen said with a smile, watching the growing overweight factor in the supply box. Whoosh! As Zhou Wen swam among the corpses of Leviathan creatures, continuously collecting overweight factor, the sea, already violently turbulent from the numerous Leviathans fighting, was suddenly flattened by a powerful current. Then, a massive shadow appeared from the distance and swam directly towards the sun fruit. Its massive body even obscured the light emitted by the sun fruit. Abyssal-class Leviathan? Zhou Wen judged. Because of the light emitted by the sun fruit, the water inside was actually brighter than the surface, allowing Zhou Wen to see the massive form of the Abyssal-class Leviathan. Of course, the Abyssal-class Leviathan posed no threat to Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen continued to watch from afar, needing to confirm whether the Emperor-class Leviathan would approach. Soon after, a powerful current surged through the sea again, and another Abyssal-class Leviathan swam towards the sun fruit. Bang! 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 Violent roars of energy echoed, as the two Abyssal-class Leviathans engaged in a fierce battle for the sun fruit. The destructive force unleashed by the clash between the two Abyssal-class Leviathans was immense. The surrounding Leviathan creatures, still attempting to secretly absorb the sun fruit's energy, were shattered by the Abyssal-class Leviathan's thrashing bulk. The energy released by the abyssal-class leviathans could easily decimate a large number of leviathan creatures, and gradually, the smaller creatures retreated. Zhou paid little attention to the clash between the two abyssal-class leviathans. He continued to collect super-gravity factor and observe his surroundings to see if any larger leviathans would appear. Chapter 10:16. At this moment, the 100,000-meter diameter sun fruit had sunk approximately 300,000 meters below the sea surface. Under the intense water pressure, the brilliant golden patterns on Zhou body began to radiate a brilliant golden energy. Bang! Bang! Near the sun fruit, the two behemoths continued to battle, generating powerful currents that spread outward in waves. Zhou swam slowly about 500,000 meters from the two abyssal-class leviathans. The numerous leviathan creatures that had gathered there had almost all departed. Swoosh! At this moment, a red and white light rushed towards him at high speed, then abruptly stopped in front of Zhou. It was the remnant clone that had gone off to collect super-gravity factors elsewhere. The remnant clone handed Zhou a supply box. Zhou opened it and took a look, a smile spreading across his face. The box contained over 1,000 super-gravity factors, plus the ones he had just collected, for a total of over 2,000. All I need to condense the nucleus condensation body is the strong magnetic gold crystal. I wonder if there's any in this gravity sea. Zhou muttered after placing the supply box into the system interface. After a while, the sunlight fruit sank to 500,000 meters below the surface. The water pressure here was no longer something the brilliant gold pattern could withstand. Zhou once again activated his Liang ability and fighting ability, conjuring a circle of king-level fighting energy around him. After all this time, only these two abyssal-class leviathans have appeared. The Emperor-class leviathan, which could only possibly exist, shouldn't be here. Zhou thought to himself, then began to approach the location where the two abyssal-class leviathans were fighting. Bang, bang, bang. The two abyssal-class leviathans continued to battle, bursts of energy blasting towards Zhou, but were instantly dispersed by the king-level fighting energy radiating from his body. The two abyssal-class leviathans differed greatly in appearance. One was entirely translucent white, its body shaped like a long, segmented string, with two tentacles on its head, resembling a floating silkworm, and emitting a milky white glow. The other was crimson, with golden earthworm-like patterns streaking across its body. Its abdomen boasted 3 pairs of fins, resembling a shark, and its entire body radiated a crimson glow with hints of gold. As Zhou approached the two abyssal-class leviathans, they seemed to sense danger and immediately ceased fighting, turning their heads to gaze at the unusually tiny figure of Zhou. Buzz! Buzz! The next second, 2 energy fluctuations echoed simultaneously, a milky white beam of energy and a crimson energy tornado, blasting directly towards Zhou. Zhou faced 2 abyssal-level energy attacks without dodging or evading, relying on his king-level fighting energy to easily block them. He then rushed unabated towards the head of the shark-like abyssal-level leviathan. With a flick of his finger, Zhou's hand swung, and a multicolored cylindrical weapon appeared in his hand. It was none other than the king-level 7-colored auspicious cloud staff. Whoosh! Zhou grasped one end of the 7-colored auspicious cloud staff and swung it with a resounding roar. He then struck the shark-like abyssal-level leviathan scales, which glowed with crimson energy. Boom! An explosion echoed, and the shark-like abyssal-level leviathan scales shattered like tofu, leaving a crater over 10 meters across. It's quite powerful, but not suitable for dealing with large creatures, Zhou commented, standing in a scaly pit over 10 meters in diameter, regarding the colorful auspicious cloud stick in his hand. To deal with creatures this large, a knife-like weapon is still necessary. It can quickly drill a hole and penetrate the creature's body. Zhou was about to put the colorful auspicious cloud stick into his equipment slot when he suddenly felt a shift in the auspicious energy within his body. That's right. While I can't channel the auspicious energy outside my body due to my lack of special abilities, I can inject it into the appropriate weapon, Zhou suddenly thought. So, Zhou immediately channeled the auspicious energy within him into the colorful auspicious cloud stick. Immediately, the stick emitted a rainbow of light and began to rapidly expand in size. Originally 3 centimeters in diameter and 1.5 meters in length, the colorful auspicious cloud stick had grown 100 times in size, reaching a diameter of 3 meters and a length of 150 meters. However, this wasn't the 7-colored auspicious cloud stick's inherent ability. Rather, it was being stimulated by auspicious energy, transforming from a condensed solid to a loose gaseous state, much like the auspicious cloud leviathan's transformation from a colorful cloud to an energy state. However, Zhou Wen's infusion of insufficient energy into the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick prevented it from fully activating its ability to transform into a colorful cloud. Therefore, it could only remain in this expanding state for the time being. A stream of auspicious energy can't even fully activate the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick's inherent ability? Zhou Wen said with some surprise, observing the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick, which had grown 100-fold in size. Ever since he acquired the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick, he hadn't had the opportunity to use it. This time, when he encountered two abyssal-level leviathans, he thought about activating his ability to see the effects, but surprisingly, one strand of energy wasn't enough. Luckily, he gathered 6 strands of auspicious energy within his body over the past few days, adding the one strand previously transferred to him by the little auspicious cloud leviathan clone, for a total of 7 strands. Because he couldn't use auspicious energy without the special ability, he hadn't actually wanted to gather it. But once he had the auspicious cloud leviathan gene embedded, auspicious energy would automatically condense within his body through exposure to sunlight, completely beyond his control. I wonder how much energy is needed to fully activate the seven-colored auspicious cloud, Zhou Wen thought to himself, then in one breath, channeled all 6 remaining strands of auspicious energy into the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick. With the infusion of energy, the 150-meter-long, 3-meter-wide seven-colored auspicious cloud stick began to expand, its condensed body rapidly transforming into a mist-like state. When the remaining 6 auspicious energies were fully transferred, the length of the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick reached 1050 meters, and its diameter reached 21 meters, but it still hadn't transformed into a seven-colored auspicious cloud. 7 auspicious energies aren't enough? Zhou Wen asked in surprise, looking at the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick in front of him, which was already more than half in the form of a cloud of energy. Buzz! At this moment, the shark-like abyssal-class leviathan had quickly distanced itself from Zhou Wen and released another crimson energy tornado. But as the crimson energy tornado reached the giant, half-cloud-like seven-colored auspicious cloud stick, it split in 2 like jelly hitting a blade. Huh? So this state can be used as a weapon? Zhou Wen was stunned, then he hugged the 1,000-meter-long seven-colored auspicious cloud stick in front of him, and shifted from a vertical position to a horizontal one. Chapter 1017. Although the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick had grown in size, its weight remained largely unchanged. Its overall mass was as light as a cloud, and with Zhou Wen's current strength of 3,680 points, he could easily turn it. Bang! Zhou Wen then kicked the end of the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick, sending it hurtling towards the shark-like abyssal leviathan. Puff! The seven-colored auspicious cloud stick transformed into a ray of rainbow light, instantly striking the massive shark-like abyssal leviathan's head. Like a colorful needle, it penetrated its skull without hindrance. It really worked. Zhou Wen's face immediately lit up with surprise. Then, his figure transformed into a phantom, instantly darting into the 21-meter diameter hole in the shark-like abyssal leviathan's head. The seven-colored auspicious cloud stick easily pierced through the hundreds-meter-long skull of the shark-like abyssal leviathan creature, piercing directly into its brain cavity. It's great to have the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick activated like this, Zhou Wen said with a smile, saving him the time of drilling with a flame-splitting knife. Once inside the brain cavity, the next step was easy. Zhou Wen grabbed one end of the 1,000-meter-long seven-colored auspicious cloud stick and swung it rapidly at the shark-like abyssal leviathan's brain. In a short while, the brain was completely destroyed, and the shark-like abyssal leviathan creature was completely dead. Ding! Kill an abyssal leviathan creature. Increase 3 attributes by 3 points each. After collecting the core and exclusive supply box of the shark-like abyssal leviathan, Zhou Wen went outside to continue dealing with the other floating silkworm-like abyssal leviathan creature. Ding! Kill an abyssal leviathan creature. Increase 3 attributes by 3 points each. After both abyssal leviathans were killed, Zhou Wen glanced at the still-sinking sun fruit. After confirming that no other creatures were snatching it, he began to disassemble the 2 abyssal leviathan corpses. The sun fruit was round, larger than 2 abyssal-class leviathans combined, and still sinking, so there was no rush to disintegrate. Boom! Just as Zhou Wen was about to enter the corpse of an abyssal-class leviathan, a powerful surge of seawater suddenly struck. The madly churning seawater, like a physical wall, pushed forward from afar. Then, a terrifying, enormous shadow appeared in Zhou Wen's field of vision. Buzz! The next second, a surge of mental power spread out, enveloping Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen frowned, for this mental power was the king-level pressure that only a king-class leviathan could unleash. Whoosh! The madly surging seawater, driven by the massive shadow, rushed towards Zhou Wen like a knife, only to be blocked by the king-level fighting energy. After a while, the king-class Leviathan swam slowly to the sun fruit, its enormous eyes glancing in Zhou Wen's direction. Whoosh! Suddenly, a massive hammer-shaped shadow emerged from behind the king Leviathan, stirring the seawater as it swiftly descended upon Zhou Wen. This massive shadow seemed to be the king Leviathan's tail, tipped with a round bone hammer covered in spikes. Swish! The massive bone hammer descended upon Zhou Wen like a mountain, but Zhou Wen, with his speed attribute activated, moved with incredible speed, easily dodging the blow. At this moment, a blue light flashed before Zhou Wen, and the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone appeared before him. This was a message Zhou Wen had sent to Jiang Haitao, asking him to send assistance through the system interface. Caution was advised when facing a king Leviathan. Follow me, Zhou Wen said to the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone using his mental power. The small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone also spotted the king-level Leviathan and immediately transformed into a colorful cloud, enveloping Zhou Wen. Swoosh! Zhou Wen, clutching the seven-colored auspicious cloud stick, which had shrunk to 100 meters in length due to the depletion of some of its energy, rushed forward at the king-level Leviathan creature. The king-level Leviathan creature's body resembled a planet, resembling a turtle, its entire body a dark gold color. Its limbs, exposed from the shell, were covered in blade-like dark gold bone armor. Whoosh! The giant bone hammer swung again, this time even faster, crashing towards Zhou Wen with immense force, creating a massive cavity in the seawater. However, no matter how fast this king-level Leviathan, clearly focused on defense, could not touch Zhou Wen, who had activated his Liang ability and Moon Shuttle ability, increasing his speed to 19,228 points. Zhou Wen, his entire body radiating a variety of energy, dodged the hammer blow, and almost instantly reached the head of the turtle-type king Leviathan. He swung his 100-meter-long seven-colored auspicious cloud staff, and slammed it hard into the spiky bone armor on its head. Buzz! The 100-meter-long seven-colored auspicious cloud staff erupted with brilliant auspicious energy, before returning to its normal 1.5-meter size. The turtle-type king Leviathan, struck by this blow, remained unscathed by the spiky bone armor on its head. So tough, it's truly a defensive king Leviathan. Zhou Wen wasn't surprised. After all, the seven-colored auspicious cloud staff was primarily a support weapon, lacking in lethality to begin with. Lowly mayfly creature, die. At this moment, the turtle-type king Leviathan's mental power spread, echoing an angry voice in Zhou Wen's mind, and the spiked bone hammer on its tail struck again. Your attack methods are rather simple. Zhou Wen dodged the blow with a fleeting movement. Then he dodged again, his seven-colored auspicious cloud staff replaced with the flame-splitting blade, which he swung fiercely. Swish! The fiery blade shone in the seawater, fanning a fan of light as it slashed at the spiky bone armor on the head of the Turtle King Leviathan at breakneck speed. Crack! The flame-splitting blade carved a long scar into the armor. But what made Zhou Wen's expression change was that the moment the flame-splitting blade penetrated the Turtle King Leviathan's spiky bone armor, he felt a tremendous resistance, similar to the feeling he felt when slicing through the corpse of the dead Silence Emperor, only slightly weaker. This. Zhou Wen's face showed a hint of surprise. But the turtle-type King Leviathan reacted even more dramatically. The moment Zhou Wen cut through its spiky bone armor, its enormous pupil shrank. It couldn't understand how a lowly, dust-like, mayfly creature could breach its defenses. Splash! A rush of water echoed, and in an instant, the turtle-type King Leviathan retracted its head and limbs into its shell. The 6 holes in its shell were blocked by the spiky bone armor on its limbs, leaving no gaps. Pure defense, huh? Zhou Wen was speechless at the reaction of the turtle-type King Leviathan. Chapter 1018. Originally, he had asked Jiang Haitao to send the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone over to defend against the enemy's king-level energy attacks. After all, his own condensed king-level energy was relatively small, and he wanted to minimize its waste. As it turned out, this king-level Leviathan was completely defensive. Not only did it lack energy, but its attack relied solely on the spiked bone hammer on its tail. However, the hardness of this bone armor is truly astonishing. Ordinary king-level Leviathan attacks probably wouldn't even leave a mark on it, Zhou Wen thought. Then, Zhou Wen landed on the spiked bone armor at the hole in the tortoise's head. Then, donning the space distortion gloves, he channeled the flame ion energy previously stored within the blade into the blade. Whoosh! A raging flame erupted, the extreme heat instantly creating a 100-meter-wide cavity around it. The flame ion energy rapidly contracted and condensed, soon forming a 10-meter-long crimson blade. Boom boom boom! The turtle-type King Leviathan creature, as if sensing the Emperor-level energy, began to tremble violently. The next second, its limbs emerged from its shell, and it turned and swam deep into the gravity sea. But the turtle-type King Leviathan's swimming speed was slow, and Zhou easily caught up with it. He swung his crimson blade, slashing at the spiked bone armor on its head. Swish! Whoosh! The crimson blade instantly carved a long scar into the thorny bone armor. Immediately, a surge of crimson flames erupted from the scar and began to spread in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou blade swung without stopping, continuously slicing through the thorny bone armor as he advanced towards the interior of the turtle-type King Leviathan's head. The surrounding area emanated a terrifyingly high-temperature crimson flame, but it now had no effect on Zhou. The Starfall Leviathan gene within his body completely immunized him to the crimson flames generated by the flame's ion energy. Bang! At this moment, the turtle-type King Leviathan, which had continued to shrink its head, finally couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly burst its head out of the hole in its shell, trying to knock Zhou away and buy time to escape. But Zhou noticed it instantly and dodged the extremely heavy blow. He then appeared on the dark golden turtle's back and touched the shell with his hand to obtain the biological encyclopedia information. Wanjun Leviathan Stage, Adult. Length, 1.23 million meters. Weight, 36 trillion tons. Diet, meat. Description: a king-level Leviathan that lives in the high-pressure environment of the endless ocean. Its own energy is integrated into its body, giving it defense far beyond its class. Its dark gold spiked bone armor can be crafted into the dark gold ramming horns of the Leviathan. The Wanjun crystal within its body is one of the materials needed to break through the upper limits of the 4-stage physical attributes. Zhou quickly glanced at the simple drawing of the Wanjun Leviathan, determining the location of its brain and heart. He then vanished in a flash, reappearing above the Wanjun Leviathan's head. Swish! 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 This time, Zhou didn't hesitate at all. In a flash, he slashed hundreds of times, creating a fiery hole in the Wanjun Leviathan's head. Damn! You? I'm going to kill you! Wanjun Leviathan's mental power spread, angry and terrified, and then he kept swinging his spiked bone hammer to hit his head, trying to shock Zhou who had drilled into it to death. But this attack method was completely incapable of harming Zhou. The waves of sound generated by the percussion, seemingly materialized, were directly neutralized by the surrounding crimson flames. Soon after, Zhou successfully entered the Wanjun Leviathan's brain cavity. Looking at the dark golden brain before him, a hint of caution crossed his face. That was a bit too easy. Zhou felt a little uneasy. A king-level Leviathan had managed to enter its brain cavity so easily, and for a moment, he felt a little uneasy. However, it was mainly because the Wanjun Leviathan had bad luck, encountering a survivor like him who possessed an Emperor-level weapon and could unleash its true power. If a survivor only possessed the flame-splitting blade but lacked the flame ion energy to condense a crimson blade, it would be impossible to gradually pierce the Wanjun Leviathan's body in such a deep sea hundreds of thousands of meters deep. The energy in their body to resist the water pressure would definitely be insufficient. Swish! Zhou human form suddenly vanished, transforming into a slender shadow that flickered across the Wanjun Leviathan's brain. With each flicker, a crimson scar appeared on the dark gold structure. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streams of crimson flames erupted from the scars on the dark gold brain. In just a few seconds, the entire brain was engulfed in crimson flames, rapidly incinerating it into a charcoal mass. As its brain burned, the Wanjun Leviathan roared frantically, even signaling its surrender to Zhou, hoping he would spare it. But Zhou remained unmoved. The Wanjun Leviathan was useless to him. As a transportation Leviathan, it was too slow. As a guardian Leviathan for Sea Area 10, it was only capable of defense. Moreover, Zhou was uneasy about leaving this intelligent, adult king-level Leviathan with Huan Lin, as it was too dangerous. Ding! Kill a king-level Leviathan creature, increasing each of the 3 attributes by 3 points. Really dead? Hearing the kill notification in his mind, Zhou's ever-vigilant nerves relaxed, fearing an unexpected situation. The next more difficult step was decomposing the corpse. The Wanjun Leviathan's energy had been integrated into the body, so even in death, its strength remained. Using flame ion energy might speed up decomposition, but Zhou wasn't ready for such drastic measures. The flame ion energy in the space warping gauntlet was already running low. After condensing the 10-meter crimson blade once more, he would have to rely on the rainbow cube to draw on the flame Leviathan's energy. Previously, Zhou had thought that using the Golden Flame Energy Core would allow his body to absorb the Golden Flame Energy and gain Flame Ion Energy. But a few days ago, when he encountered Tian Wang, the strongest being in Sea Area 3, he used a Golden Flame Energy Core to activate his Golden Flame Mecha. The Golden Flame Energy that entered his body at that time was completely incapable of being converted into Flame Ion Energy. It seemed that only the King-level Flame Energy used to attack him could be absorbed and converted. However, I could have Jiang Haitao, and the others use the Golden Flame Energy Core, pilot the Golden Flame Mecha, and then use the Golden Flame Energy to attack me, Zhou thought. Then, Zhou used the flame-splitting blade to clear a path, charging towards the heart of the Wanjun Leviathan. Chapter 1019. After a while, he arrived in front of the Wanjun Leviathan's heart. On its surface lay a layer of dark gold crystals, precisely the materials mentioned in the illustrated guide for breaking through the 4th-stage physical attribute caps. The moment Zhou placed his hand on the dark gold crystals, the world system automatically peeled them off, forming a dark gold crystal sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. Ding! Obtained Wanjun Crystal X1. Ding! Obtained Wanjun Crystal, a material for the Transfiguration Leviathan's food transformation stage, one of the materials for breaking through the 4th-stage physical attribute caps. Swish! The flame-splitting blade swung rapidly, swiftly slicing through the heart's flesh. Soon, a small passage about 2 meters long was carved through the heart. Entering the heart, Zhou saw a dark gold core about 50 meters in diameter. Just as Zhou was about to reach out to collect it, the colorful cloud formed by the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone suddenly began to atomize, then condensed into the shape of a moth and flew directly towards the dark gold core. This is mine. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone landed on the dark gold core and excitedly crawled around on it like a fly. Snap! Zhou ignored the telepathic message the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone sent him and stepped forward, slapping the fly, rubbing its forelegs aside with a single slap. He then placed his hand on the dark gold core. Ding! Obtained Wanjun Core X1. Ding! Wanjun Core. After use, you gain the Wanjun attribute. When activated, the Wanjun energy in your body is absorbed into your skin, making it exceptionally tough. The duration of this effect depends on the Wanjun energy in your body. A pure defensive core, quite good. I'm just missing a king-level defensive attribute, Zhou said with a smile after reading the system introduction. Although the several types of king-level energies he currently possessed could be used as defensive energies, they were inherently more offensive in nature. Using them as defensive energies would certainly not be as effective as they would be an attack. This Wanjun core perfectly complemented his defensive king-level trait, and its defensive strength was also very high. You said you would give me 10 king-level cores before. At this moment, the small Shangyun Leviathan clone, who had been pushed aside, approached Zhou. Seeing Zhou simply put the Wanjun core away, it said with dissatisfaction. This core is useful to me. I give it to you next time I find a king-level core I don't need, Zhou replied. Currently, king-level cores were quite precious to Zhou. With the appropriate king-level Leviathan gene potion, he couldn't possibly give one to Shangyun Leviathan. Furthermore, this Wanjun core was very useful to him. Humph. The small Shangyun Leviathan clone snorted without further argument before transforming back into a colorful cloud. Next, Zhou entered the Wanjun Leviathan's esophagus and headed toward the stomach wall space, checking to see if the sun fruit previously swallowed by Wanjun Leviathan was stuck in the esophagus. Soon, Zhou passed through the esophagus, stretching over 100,000 meters. He saw no sun fruit, but a bright orange-yellow light emanated from the stomach wall space ahead, clearly indicating that the sun fruit had entered the stomach wall space. Sure enough, upon entering the stomach wall space, Zhou saw a sun fruit emitting a dazzling orange-yellow light, like the sun. At this moment, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, now a colorful cloud floating above Zhou's head, suddenly released a surge of excited mental energy upon discovering the sun fruit. Swoosh! Then, the colorful cloud transformed once again into a dazzling moth, leaving behind a long, colorful streak of light as it rushed directly towards the sun fruit. Boom! Zhou was about to say that he couldn't give it the sun fruit when suddenly, from above the sun fruit, a lightning ball, approximately 1 meter in diameter and emitting a crimson glow, instantly shot towards the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone. Buzz! The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone immediately released energy, condensing a colorful energy barrier in front of it. Boom! Zzz. The moment the crimson lightning ball struck the colorful energy barrier, A violent energy roar erupted. The exploding crimson lightning ball transformed into a large number of tiny electric currents, scattering in all directions. What the hell? Zhou Wen was startled by the sudden attack. He immediately retreated several hundred meters, then looked in the direction from which the crimson lightning ball had been launched. On the surface of the sun fruit, 10,000 meters above the ground, a completely black creature, its surface covered in crimson lightning-like patterns, lay crouching on the surface of the sun fruit. Its 3 pairs of eyes stared intently at Zhou Wen and the little auspicious cloud leviathan clone below. The creature resembled a shrimp, but its head only took up 1/10 of its body, with the rest consisting of the tail. It was approximately 300 meters long, with 2 long claws on its front, like a pair of tongs, and numerous sharp, serrated teeth inside. The shrimp's head was covered in a blade-like armor, its crimson lightning patterns unusually dense. The shrimp's tail had 10 pairs of abdominal legs, which grew in size from the head to the tail's end, increasing in size from large to small, and from sparse to dense. However, the legs were oddly shaped. Instead of the fan-like shape ideal for swimming, they were barrel-shaped, like black cannon barrels. At this moment, the energy explosion created by the 2 energies had dissipated, and a streak of multicolored light quickly returned to Zhou Wen. The energy intensity is at the level of a king-level leviathan. Be careful, the little auspicious cloud leviathan clone warned Zhou Wen with its mental power. A king-level energy creature 300 meters long? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. At this moment, the shrimp-like creature, which had been crawling on the surface of the sun fruit, released its claws from the hairs on the surface and fell directly from the surface. Zizizizi. Barely having fallen 1,000 meters, the shrimp creature's entire body released crimson lightning energy, propelled by this crimson energy, levitating high in the air. From its head, 3 pairs of compound eyes emitted fine crimson currents, looking down upon Zhou Wen and the little auspicious cloud leviathan clone. Although it was impossible to discern the shrimp creature's expression from its head, Zhou Wen sensed a sense of arrogance and contempt. Suddenly, the shrimp creature's 10 pairs of artillery-like legs on its abdomen began flashing with intense crimson lightning. Immediately, lightning balls, approximately 1 meter in diameter, were released from these legs. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless crimson lightning balls, like a hail of bullets on a battlefield, shot towards Zhou Wen. Chapter 1020. The crimson lightning ball shot out at an incredibly fast speed. When fired continuously, they resembled short bursts of red laser light. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Wen instantly activated his thunder ability, Liang ability, moon shuttle ability, and fighting ability, instantly increasing his physical attributes 10-fold and his speed attributes 6-fold. Simultaneously, a layer of king-level fighting energy emanated from his body. Swish. Zhou Wen's figure suddenly vanished from his original position, instantly dodging the overwhelming barrage of crimson lightning balls. While dodging, he unleashed his fighting magnum. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a king-level fighting bullet suddenly blasted towards the shrimp creature. ZZ! But just as the king-level fighting bullet was about to strike the shrimp creature, a crimson electric current erupted from its body, scattering the bullet. This is a bit troublesome, Zhou Wen said with a slight frown. This shrimp-like creature's energy intensity had reached the king level, and it could even hover in midair, attacking with a dense hail of crimson lightning balls. If he used floating energy to fly closer, he would simply be a target. Forget it, let's just go head-on. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment, then decided to use a burst of lightning ion energy. Boom! The instant the lightning ion ability activated, silver flashes of lightning flashed across Zhou Wen's body. Next, Zhou Wen activated floating ability, and used moonlight shuttle to reduce his body weight by half. Boom, boom, boom! Zhou Wen's body radiated a violent silver electric current. After dodging a round of lightning ball bombardment, he finally found a gap where the shrimp-like creature was recondensing its crimson lightning energy. Swish! Zhou Wen's figure transformed into a streak of silver lightning, swiftly charging towards the shrimp creature suspended thousands of meters in the air. But just as Zhou Wen soared 1,000 meters, the energy within the shrimp creature's abdomen had already condensed, and the next second, a large number of crimson lightning balls poured down on Zhou Wen again. Zizizizi. Then, the shrimp creature raised one of its pincer-like claws, and a large amount of crimson electricity shot back and forth between the spiky teeth of its jaws, like a concentrated electromagnetic cannon. Boom! Suddenly, the shrimp creature opened its closed jaws, and in an instant, a crimson lightning bolt about 10 meters thick flew in front of Zhou Wen. Boom! Facing the oncoming crimson lightning, Zhou Wen immediately released the silver lightning that had been gathering in his palm. Shock! The two king-level lightning bolts instantly collided, suddenly erupting with a deafening thunderclap. However, because Zhou Wen's silver lightning reached a diameter of several hundred meters, while the shrimp's crimson lightning was only about 10 meters, the silver lightning directly enveloped the red lightning. The crimson lightning balls that had been launched towards Zhou Wen along with the red lightning were instantly blasted away by the silver lightning. Zzz. The crimson lightning, completely enveloped by the silver lightning, offered a brief resistance but quickly dissipated like the other crimson lightning balls. Boom! The next second, the silver lightning fiercely slammed into the shrimp's body, completely enveloping it. Boom! However, just before being enveloped by the silver lightning, the shrimp's blade-like head armor suddenly released a massive burst of crimson lightning energy. This crimson lightning instantly formed a lightning shield around it, blocking the silver lightning. Crackle! The two lightning energies, one defensive and one offensive, clashed for a moment. Finally, the silver energy, lacking a continuous supply, was completely consumed by the crimson lightning, transforming into a fine electric current that dissipated into tiny strands of lightning. At this moment, Zhou Wen had already arrived in front of the shrimp creature. Holding the flame-splitting blade, he slashed through the crimson lightning shield and charged towards the shrimp creature's main body. Zzz. Suddenly, the crimson lightning patterns on the shrimp creature's body glowed. Then, in a flash of crimson lightning, the shrimp creature's 300-meter body vanished from Zhou Wen's sight. His swung flame-splitting blade missed. Such speed! Zhou Wen was shocked. He immediately released his mental power, covering an area of 500 meters. Zzz. But as his mental power expanded, Zhou Wen heard the sound of a series of electric currents. Immediately, a massive figure appeared from behind, and Zhou Wen was already trapped within a massive, closing claw. Crimson lightning shot from its surface, and Zhou Wen, in mid-flight, had no time to dodge. Bang! A crisp metallic clang echoed as the claws closed completely, but instead of clamping Zhou Wen, they clamped a 10-meter-tall, golden mecha, the Golden Flame Mecha. The shrimp creature's crimson lightning couldn't damage the Golden Flame Mecha in the slightest, and Zhou Wen was already manipulating it, condensing a Golden Flame energy ball in his palm. The Golden Flame energy ball, over 30 meters in diameter, struck the shrimp creature's body directly. Boom! The Golden Flame energy ball exploded with a roar. The Golden Flame, far more powerful than the Crimson Lightning, instantly incinerated the shrimp creature's Crimson Lightning defenses deployed by its blade-like head armor, completely engulfing it in the surging golden flames. Zhou Wen, inside the Golden Flame mech, was flung flying by the shockwave. Just before landing, he retracted the suit and landed smoothly on his feet. The shrimp creature, now a golden fireball, plummeted from the sky, slamming heavily onto the ground. Zzz. The shrimp creature, engulfed in the golden flames, didn't die immediately. Instead, it continuously released crimson lightning in an attempt to dissipate the flames, but it was powerless. The intensity of the golden flames was far superior to that of ordinary king-level energy. When the shrimp creature stopped moving, Zhou Wen, who had been watching from the sidelines, charged directly into the golden flames. He absorbed the blazing flames through his body, converting them into flame ion energy and storing them in his space-distorting glove. The charged shrimp creature still survived, so Zhou Wen unleashed his flame-splitting blade and pierced its brain, destroying it completely. Red Thunder King Lao's shrimp length, 300 meters. Weight, 100,000 tons. Diet, carnivore. Description: a shrimp-like creature that lives symbiotically within the stomach lining of a king leviathan. It typically resides in this symbiotic space, where it cannot release energy, and helps the leviathan clear any parasites that enter. So it's a creature specifically designed to live symbiotically with king leviathans. No wonder its energy intensity is so high, Zhou Wen exclaimed after reading the illustrated information. During the battle just now, he had felt that this Red Thunder King Lao shrimp was like a war machine. Huh? No core, no dedicated supply box? Zhou Wen scanned the Red Thunder King Lao shrimp with his mental power, a frown forming on his face. His efforts had been in vain. Chapter 1021. What is this? Although there was no core or dedicated supply box, Zhou Wen discovered a sack filled with a crimson liquid within the blade-like head armor of the Red Thunder King shrimp. The red liquid was emitting a slight electric current. Ding! Obtained Red Thunder Plasma X100. When Zhou Wen's hand touched the sack, approximately 30 meters in diameter, the world system automatically divided the liquid into 100 portions. Ding! Red Thunder Plasma, possessing the Lightning King level Leviathan gene, ingesting it can directly condense a king level lightning energy within the body. Haha, Isn't this the equivalent of instantly possessing 100 bolts of lightning ion energy? Zhou Wen exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Wen directly placed the 100 portions of red thunder plasma into the supply box, and then stored them in the system interface. Afterwards, there was no danger within the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach wall. Zhou Wen quickly explored the stomach space and successfully found a dark golden treasure chest, which he opened. Ding! Obtained 1 Wanjun Leviathan Gene Potion. Ding! Obtained the Transmogrified Leviathan Dark Gold Bumper Blueprint. Ding! Obtained 1 Wanjun Leviathan Extreme Defense Evolution Crystal. Ding! Obtained 1 King Level Leviathan Corpse Storage Sphere. Ding! Obtained 1 Emergency Summoning Order. Ding! Obtained 1 Emperor Level Positioning Card Fragment. Zhou Wen's eyes immediately fell on the 2 new items. Ding! King Level Leviathan Corpse Storage Sphere. Can shrink a King Level Leviathan Corpse into the storage sphere. The introduction was brief, but Zhou Wen's face was filled with ecstasy. He had been worrying about how to dismantle the massive and hard Wanjun Leviathan Corpse, but he had unexpectedly found an item that could directly store a King-level Leviathan Corpse. It feels a bit like the ability to shrink a Leviathan's body I temporarily gained during the second trial on the survival planet. Zhou Wen smiled, looking at the basketball-sized crystal ball in his hand. Ding! Emergency call. Activation requires an injection of 10,000 King-level energy. Once activated, it creates a large teleportation space capable of simultaneously transporting survivors and transformed Leviathans. The call-up quota is 1 million. 10,000 King-level energy. Only the Guardian Leviathan would be willing to transfer that much energy. Zhou Wen had a rough idea of what this emergency call was used for. Ding! 10,000 Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you gain the 10,000 Leviathan Gene. By consuming the flesh and blood of Leviathan creatures, you can condense 10,000 energy within your body. This potion can only be used when your constitution reaches 1,000 points, and your character's attribute panel reaches the medium Leviathan level. Transform Leviathan Dark Gold Horn Blueprint Zhou Wen used it to check the crafting requirements. Transmogrified Leviathan Dark Gold Rammer Blueprint requires 10,000 Leviathan Spike Bone Armor, 100,000 Super Heavy Bricks, and 100,000 Vibration Crystals. 100,000 Super Heavy Bricks? Forget it. Zhou Wen had originally wanted to craft the Dark Gold Rammer for Huanlin, but after seeing the required materials, he gave up. Ding! 10,000 Leviathan Extreme Defense Evolution Crystal. Insert into the appropriate transformation evolution template to obtain the Extreme Defense Gene Source. Ding! Extreme Defense. By integrating energy into the body's hardness increases to the limit of a King Leviathan. This seems to be useful. The 2 evolution crystals obtained previously weren't very effective. This extreme defense will increase defense to the limit of a King Leviathan, almost eliminating the need for other defense-type evolution crystals. The final item was the Emperor-level positioning card fragment. He would have definitely not checked it before, but this Emperor-level positioning card fragment was the 10th he had obtained. Together with the 9 previously collected, it could already be combined into a complete card. Although Zhou Wen didn't know how to use the Emperor-level positioning card, now that he had collected all the fragments, it was natural to combine them into a complete card. However, Zhou Wen didn't carry the other 9 fragments with him, but instead kept them in a locker within the Phantom Scale's stomach wall. So, Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking him to send the 9 Emperor-level positioning card fragments. Jiang Haitao still needed time to search for them, and during this time, Zhou Wen came to the Sunlight Fruit. Seeing its enormous size, he felt a bit puzzled. I wonder if putting the Sunlight Fruit in the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach wall will also allow it to be stored in the King-level Leviathan Corpse containment sphere. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Go away! This is mine! At this moment, the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone firmly grasped its insect legs on the fur of the sunny fruit, its entire body radiating a multicolored light. It sent a vicious telepathic message to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen withdrew his thoughts, looked at the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone, and then slapped it. Day after day, this is yours, that is yours too. Did you contribute to this battle? You want this and that too? Get out of here! Zhou Wen simply ignored the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan's telepathic message. As a result, when his palm struck the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone's body, it actually passed right through it. If I don't transform into a physical form, how can you touch me? The little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone snorted, seemingly quite proud. Just as Zhou Wen was about to find a way to snatch the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone, now in its elemental form, from the sun fruit, Jiang Haitao handed him 9 Emperor-level positioning card fragments. I don't care about you. Stop blindly absorbing the energy inside. I have a use for this sun fruit, Zhou Wen said to the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone as he extracted the 9 Emperor-level positioning card fragments. Ding! I collected all 10 Emperor-level positioning card fragments. Do you want to merge them? Merge? Zhou Wen confirmed in his mind. The next second, a dark golden light emanated from the 10 Emperor-level positioning card fragments. When the light dissipated, a dark golden card appeared in Zhou Wen's hand. Ding! Obtain Gravity Emperor Positioning Card X1. Ding! Gravity Emperor Locator Card. Used to locate the sea area where the Gravity Emperor is currently being resurrected. Ah? Isn't the Gravity Emperor the title Leviathan? He's actually been resurrected, Zhou Wen said with surprise. The title Leviathan is the Guardian Leviathan of our Sea Area 10. If I find the resurrected Gravity Emperor, can I regain a proper Guardian Leviathan? Zhou Wen finished his words, glancing at the small auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone, which was baring its teeth at him as if protecting its food. What the hell is this? What is this? Chapter 1022. However, Zhou Wen was currently en route to the Fantasy Sea, so he couldn't use this Emperor-level positioning card and had to put it away for now. Next, he had to deal with the sun fruit in front of him. It was too large to be collected directly using the system interface. It would have to be slowly decomposed. In fact, Zhou Wen had considered using the King-level Leviathan Corpse collection sphere to try to collect both the Wanjun Leviathan's corpse and the sun fruit. But after some thought, he abandoned the idea. The Wanjun Leviathan's corpse was still sinking, meaning the water pressure outside was constantly increasing. If the sun fruit couldn't be collected into the collection sphere along with the Wanjun Leviathan's corpse, it would be exposed to the immense pressure of the deep sea, and Zhou Wen would have to expend a huge amount of energy to decompose it, a completely meaningless waste. Considering this, Zhou Wen decided not to try. Decomposing the sun fruit within the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach wouldn't be affected by the water pressure, and he could even decompose it faster. What are you doing? Seeing Zhou Wen draw his weapon and attempt to cut the sun fruit, the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone immediately released a colorful energy barrier to stop him. Decompose the sun fruit. I can't take it with me, it's so big. Zhou Wen swung the flame-splitting blade, casually slicing through the colorful energy barrier in front of him. Also, the energy you expend in releasing the barrier now belongs to me. You must replenish it later, Zhou Wen added. You can't decompose it. Doing so will result in a significant loss of energy. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's intention to decompose the sun fruit, the little auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone released another colorful energy barrier, and then transmitted a message using his telekinesis. Huh? Decomposition will cause energy loss? Zhou Wen paused as he swung his knife. Yes, the energy contained in this fruit is contained within the flesh. Once the shell is cut, a large amount of energy will be lost from the flesh, little auspicious Cloud Leviathan said quickly. Zhou Wen paused for a moment, then had Jiang Haitao teleport the Wavebreaker mecha over. He wanted to examine the flesh of this sun fruit. Previously, the sun fruit encountered in the floating area of the Abyss Sea had a diameter of only about 10,000 meters, and the energy contained in the flesh had been completely depleted. The sun fruit before him had a diameter of 100,000 meters, significantly larger than the one found in the floating area. If it weren't for the fact that sun fruit varies so greatly in size, then it would mean that the energy contained within this sun fruit is far greater than the one he had seen before. In other words, the previously discovered sun fruit was also initially 100,000 meters in diameter, but its internal energy was absorbed by the Liang Leviathan, shrinking it to approximately 10,000 meters. To verify his theory, Zhou Wen needed to examine the flesh of this sun fruit. The flesh of the previously discovered one had dried up and turned black, like charcoal. Buzz! After Jiang Haitao sent the Wavebreaker mecha over, Zhou Wen immediately entered the cockpit and unleashed his mental power, penetrating the nearly 1,000 meter thick shell of the sun fruit to examine the flesh within. The flesh of this large sun fruit was now completely different from that of the smaller sun fruit discovered previously. It was no longer the black charcoal-like texture, but an orange-yellow translucent jelly. However, the jelly-like flesh looked somewhat shrunken, clearly having already absorbed energy once. The first person to absorb the sun fruit's energy was naturally the Eternal Day Emperor, who used it as food. It seems that cutting the shell does indeed cause a significant loss of energy within. After Zhou Wen finished his investigation, he resent the Wavebreaker mecha to Jiang Haitao. If it can't be disassembled, how can I store this sun fruit? Zhou Wen felt somewhat puzzled. Why should I store it? Can't I just absorb it directly? The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone heard Zhou Wen's low muttering and immediately transmitted his message with excitement. No, I want this sun fruit to be used as a Sea Abyss class Leviathan for me. After absorbing all the energy within, it might be able to evolve into a king class Leviathan, Zhou Wen said after refusing. Ah? Am I not your guardian Leviathan? You're actually raising a king level Leviathan? The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone suddenly became wary, sensing a conspiracy. You despicable fellow, are you going to attack me once your abyssal level Leviathan becomes a king level Leviathan? The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone's mind was already picturing Zhou when abandoning the donkey after it had served its purpose. Am I crazy? If I attack you, wouldn't the 4 king level cores I gave you be wasted? Zhou Wen said, somewhat speechlessly. You can't gain energy from consuming living flesh, so I can only cultivate a guardian Leviathan that can do so, Zhou Wen explained. Oh, I see. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone's elemental body, once bristling with fur, returned to normal. By the way, can you store the energy from the sun fruit within your body? Zhou Wen recalled the moment when the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone had helped him convert the gold core directly into energy. If the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone could store the energy from the sun fruit within its body, it could then transfer it directly to the brilliant sea serpent through the system interface. Of course I can, but I won't transfer the energy for you. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone guessed Zhou Wen's intentions. It's just one sun fruit, isn't it? If you help me transfer the energy to my abyssal class Leviathan this time, I give you 10 sun fruits next time, Zhou Wen said with a sudden, impassioned air. Humph. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone snorted coldly, and didn't reply, clearly disbelieving Zhou Wen. Don't you believe it? This sun fruit is the food of the Eternal Day Emperor, who lives in the Eternal Day Sea. My men are almost there. When they do, I ask him for 10 sun fruits for you, Zhou Wen vowed. The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone glared at Zhou Wen with disdain. Asking the Eternal Day Emperor for 10 sun fruits was a lie it wouldn't believe, but in the end, it agreed to transfer energy. While the little creature before him couldn't possibly ask the Eternal Day Emperor for sun fruits, it was true that his men were about to enter the Eternal Day Sea, as another of its clones had received this information. From what the little creature said, the Eternal Day Emperor lived in the Eternal Day Sea, so the chances of finding sun fruits were quite high. Chapter 1023. After receiving the consent of the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, Zhou Wen immediately sent a message to Bai Lan, instructing him to return to the island where the auspicious cloud Leviathan was located in Sea Area 10, and send him the small clone separated from the main body of the auspicious cloud Leviathan. Later, Zhou Wen used the system interface to send each of the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clones, each containing a large amount of sun fruit energy, to Zhang Dongyang's email. Zhang Dongyang was in the area where the Jiangge Guild was breeding brilliant sea snakes. As soon as the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clones arrived, he immediately extracted them, and had them transfer their energy to the brilliant sea snake. At first, the brilliant sea snake was a little frightened by the king-level Leviathan aura of the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, but after feeling the beneficial orange-yellow energy flowing into its body, it no longer cared and immediately began to absorb it. Although the energy within the sun fruit had already been absorbed once by the Eternal Day Emperor, the energy it contained was still enormous. Therefore, it took Zhou Wen nearly 2 days to fully absorb it. On the morning of the 359th day, the entire sun fruit as energy was finally absorbed by the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone. The brilliant sea serpent, having absorbed all the remaining energy from the sun fruit, had by then entered a dormant state. The brilliant sea serpent's diamond crystal body, which had originally glowed white, now glowed a faint orange-yellow after absorbing the vast amount of sun fruit as energy. Deprived of all its energy, the sun fruit had shrunk significantly, its diameter reduced to only 10,000 meters. The jelly-like flesh within had also turned black, like the sun fruit previously seen in the floating sea. Swish! The sun fruit was running out of energy, so Zhou Wen began to decompose it. To increase efficiency, he brought Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, and Zhang Dongyang with him. Yesterday, Zhou Wen returned to Huanlin's stomach wall, and directed the Starlight Leviathan to leave the gravity sea. After all, Jiang Haitao had his own transformed Leviathan to look after, and couldn't remain within Huanlin's body forever. After spending some time completely decomposing the sun fruit, Zhou Wen obtained a sun fruit core. Zhou Wen gave the sun fruit core directly to Chen Xian, as Chen Xian only had 2 days left before reaching the Eternal Daylight Sea. The ingredients required for the third stage Constitution Attribute Limit Breakthrough formula Zhou one had previously obtained in the Abyss Sea were mostly related to the Eternal Daylight Sea. Gen Xion's entry into the Eternal Daylight Sea would make it easier to collect the remaining 2 ingredients. The remaining flesh and husk of the yin-yang fruit were divided equally among the 6 of them. Although these items no longer held much energy, they could still be used to grow some fruits and vegetables that could provide a small amount of energy recovery. Zhou Wen now possessed various methods of energy recovery, like combining dates, sunflower seeds, star seaweed seeds, daylight energy, and devouring patterns. He no longer suffered from physical weakness. But Jiang Haitao and the others didn't have such a vast array of recovery methods. Their sunflower seeds and star seaweed seeds were limited, and they wouldn't use them except in emergencies. Normally, when their bodies were weak, they could only slowly recover. With the fruits and vegetables grown from the yin-yang fruit flesh, they could be used to restore their energy on a regular basis. Afterward, Jiang Haitao and the others left, and Zhou Wen took out the king-level Leviathan corpse containment sphere. Ding! A king-level Leviathan corpse has been discovered. Contain it? Contain it, Zhou Wen muttered silently, then activated his Liang ability and fighting ability once again. The next second, the king-level Leviathan corpse containment sphere erupted with a burst of blue light, rapidly spreading across the corpse of the Wanjun Leviathan. After completely enveloping it, the massive body began to shrink rapidly. 10 seconds later, Zhou Wen appeared at the bottom of the pitch-black deep sea, clutching a crystal sphere. Inside, a miniature version of the Wanjun Leviathan corpse lay. Before Zhou Wen could rejoice, the terrifying water pressure from all around him suddenly crushed him. Even with a layer of king-level fighting energy surrounding him to resist, it was useless. Just as Zhou Wen was about to teleport away, the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone transformed into a colorful light shield, protecting Zhou Wen. That's more like protecting a Leviathan, Zhou Wen said with a smile, looking at the 3-meter diameter, colorful light shield surrounding him. Humph! The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone snorted, remaining silent. Then, under the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone's protection, Zhou Wen located the 2 previously killed Ocean Abyss-class Leviathan corpses, but they had been crushed beyond recognition by the water pressure. Originally, Zhou Wen had intended to dismember and take the 2 Ocean Abyss-class Leviathan corpses away, but the water pressure was so terrifying that even with the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone's resistance, it wouldn't last long. There simply wasn't enough time to disassemble them, so he had to give up. What is this? As he was about to leave, Zhou Wen subconsciously released his mental energy to explore his surroundings. Suddenly, he discovered a crystal formed from fine threads beneath his feet. When Zhou Wen's palm touched the crystal on the seafloor, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Obtain Parker Fiber X10. Ding! Parker Fiber, formed from the energy threads released by the thread squeeze tube jellyfish under extremely high pressure. Parker Fiber. Zhou Wen's face lit up with shock. Parker Fiber is the material used to make Parker crystals, which in turn are one of the ingredients used to make meteorite armor. Finally, I found Parker Fiber, Zhou Wen immediately gathered from the seabed. After a while, Zhou Wen collected all the Parker Fiber in the vicinity into a supply box, totaling over 2,000 pieces. Then, Zhou Wen stopped lingering on the seafloor. The small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone had already consumed over 20 ray of auspicious energy to reach the water pressure. This time, Zhou Wen chose not to teleport away, but instead surfaced. He wanted to determine at what depth in the gravity sea the Parker Fibers formed. This depth would allow him to search for Parker Fibers elsewhere. Bang! A moment later, the sea's surface exploded, and Zhou Wen emerged from the scattering water. Almost 2 million meters, quite deep, Zhou Wen said softly. His figure transformed into a blue light and vanished, teleporting into the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree, and then emerging. The corpse of Wanjun Leviathan is so hard. I wonder if the energy rainbow tree can absorb it. Zhou Wen looked at the crystal ball containing Wanjun Leviathan's body, swam to a location away from the energy rainbow tree, and released the corpse. Chapter 1024. Whoosh! The instant the Wanjun Leviathan's massive form appeared, the surrounding seawater was severely squeezed, and a surging current suddenly rushed over. After the surging sea subsided, Zhou Wen surfaced and discovered that the waters in this area were too shallow. Most of Wanjun Leviathan's body was exposed, like a giant island. Afterwards, Zhou Wen used the flame-splitting knife to cut a bit of Wanjun Leviathan's flesh and blood and dropped it onto the roots of the energy rainbow tree. The roots did sense the Wanjun Leviathan's flesh and blood, but after digging for a long time, they couldn't penetrate the flesh and blood, and finally gave up. It seems I can't absorb it, Zhou said, opening his mouth and biting the Wanjun Leviathan's flesh with his teeth. He was also unable to bite. Then he teleported to the location of the Teleportation Foundation Stone. By then, Jiang Haitao and his team had already planted a large amount of Jianeng Wuxi algae there, but they were all using the flesh of abyssal-level Leviathan creatures. Zhou placed a piece of Wanjun Leviathan flesh on the ground, then added a piece of Jianeng Wuxi algae. However, the roots of the Jianeng Wuxi algae were unable to penetrate the Wanjun Leviathan's flesh. "It's completely useless," Zhou said with some frustration. He had finally encountered a king-level Leviathan, but its flesh and blood were completely unusable. "Forget it, let's take it back to Sea Area 10 and use it as a living island for the survivors," Zhou sighed. Afterwards, Zhou was accompanied by a member of the Brother Jiang Guild to the main island of Sea Area 10. After checking the dormant Brilliant Sea Serpent and confirming that there were no problems, he opened the system interface. After briefing the survivors on the regional communication channel, he placed the corpse of the Wanjun Leviathan next to the island, where the Shangyun Leviathan was located. When it was placed, a massive wave tens of thousands of meters high was created, nearly destroying the survivors' island. Fortunately, the Shangyun Leviathan intervened in time, using its energy to block the wave. Area 8 survivor, was that the wave just now caused by the King of Area 10 placing the corpse of the King Leviathan? How terrifying! Area 1 survivor, fortunately, the Shangyun Leviathan blocked it, otherwise I would have been crushed to death by the wave. Area 10 survivor, the boss just told us to stay away from the island temporarily. How did you almost get beaten to death? Area 1 survivor, how would I know there would be a huge wave? I was thinking of swimming to the King Leviathan's corpse to check its encyclopedia information. After all, apart from the Tidal Leviathan and the Lucky Cloud Leviathan, I haven't seen any other King Leviathans. Area 2 survivor, the King of Area 10 killed another King Leviathan. Does this mean that the King of Area 10 has recovered his strength? Area 7 survivor, very likely. Area 9 survivor, great. President Jiang said that our Sea Area 10 might be attacked by Sea Area 3 and told us to be mentally prepared. I haven't slept well these past few days. I'm so worried. Area 5 survivor, yes, I've been so nervous these days, afraid that the survivors from Sea Area 3 would suddenly appear on the island. Area 10 survivor, hey, you guys are still discussing Sea Area 3. I already reached the back of that King Leviathan. Area 3 survivor, I'm almost there too. Area 4 survivor, hurry up, send the King Leviathan's illustrated information to the regional communication channel so we can see it. Soon, a survivor who had reached the King Leviathan's body sent the Wanjun Leviathan's illustrated information to the regional communication channel. Area 8 survivor, oh my goodness. 1.23 million meters long, 36 trillion tons in weight, this is terrifying. Area 5 survivor, by the way, is this Wanjun Leviathan just a shell? Area 10 survivor, no, I just took a quick look underwater, and the limbs are still there. Area 5 survivor, huh? King-level Leviathan flesh and blood seems very precious, right? Won't the King of Area 10 take it? Area 1 survivor, what? Still flesh and blood? Some powerful explorers, upon hearing that there was still flesh and blood in Wanjun Leviathan's corpse, immediately found acquaintances to take them back with them. King-level Leviathan flesh and blood is a valuable commodity, and can be traded for rare items with the 3 presidents of Area 10. However, when these powerful explorers slashed at the body of the Wanjun Leviathan with their energy-infused weapons, their arms went numb from the shock, yet the Wanjun Leviathan's corpse remained unscathed. The survivor kings of other districts, noticing the return of the king-level Leviathan, approached the corpse and unleashed a barrage of their own abyssal energy, but to no avail. Is the corpse of this Wanjun Leviathan so tough? The king of District 2 exclaimed in shock. Although he already knew from the Wanjun Leviathan's biological encyclopedia that it was a king-level Leviathan primarily focused on defense, he was still shocked by its toughness. Perhaps only king-level energy can destroy it, the king of District 4 speculated. No wonder the king of District 10 didn't take the flesh. Using king-level energy to cut through it would have wasted countless king-level energy, the king of District 8 remarked. Should we take some? The king of Area 7 pointed to the rainbow cloud above his head and winked at the other 4 survivor kings. The other 4 survivor kings were stunned upon hearing the king of Area 7's words, and they all looked at the rainbow cloud above them. This king-level energy was given to us by the king of Area 10. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for me to secretly cut the flesh of the king-level Leviathan he killed? Said the king of Area 8. The king of Area 10 didn't say in the regional communication channel just now that cutting flesh was prohibited, said the king of Area 9. Right. Maybe he's just acquiescing to allow us, the survivor kings with king-level energy, to take the responsibility? The king of Area 7 continued. Then, the 5 survivor kings directed a stream of auspicious energy from the colorful clouds above their heads. They then imbued their weapons with this energy and slashed fiercely at the body of the 10,000 power Leviathan. Bang! 5 crisp metallic sounds echoed, and bewildered expressions crossed the faces of the 5 survivor kings. The 10,000 power Leviathan's corpse remained unscathed. At this point, Zhou Wen had returned to the space within the Huanlin stomach wall. Having spent 3 days in the Gravity Sea, he had just returned and commanded the Starlight Leviathan to continue its journey towards the Fantasy Sea. Chapter 1025. At this moment, Zhou Wen arrived at the head of the Starlight Leviathan, then opened the system interface and flipped open the blueprint panel, finding the Nightfall Core Fragment Armor Blueprint. Nightfall Core Fragment Armor Blueprint requires 1 Nightfall Core, 10 Nightfall Gels, 1,000 Parker Fibers. This was the equipment blueprint obtained from killing the Nightfall Leviathan in the Abyss. Due to a lack of Parker Fiber, it hadn't been crafted. Now all the materials were complete. Zhou Wen speculated that this should be an abyssal-grade armor. Although he possessed a brilliant gold body, he no longer needed the protection of an abyssal-grade armor. But since all the materials were already gathered, and this was his first abyssal-grade armor, he naturally wanted to craft it and see for himself. Next, Zhou Wen took out all the required materials from the blueprint and clicked Craft. Soon, a piece of armor, completely black and covered in fragments of Nightfall Core, appeared before Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen first placed it in his equipment slot, then with a thought donned it. Because the armor's interior was made of the jelly-like Nightfall gel, it felt like a rubber jacket. Afterwards, Zhou Wen tested the Nightfall armor with various weapons and energy levels, confirming its defensive strength as indeed reaching the abyssal level. Furthermore, by injecting Nightfall energy into it, the armor could expand in size, up to 10 meters. However, Zhou Wen saw no point in this effect, as he possessed the giant observation ability, which allowed him to grow 100-fold under normal circumstances. That's fine, at least it's abyss-grade armor, Zhou Wen said, placing the Nightfall armor he was wearing into his equipment slot and opening his character attribute panel. 2 days ago, while using numerous small auspicious cloud Leviathan clones to transfer the energy from the sunny fruit, Zhou Wen had already taken the Wanjun Leviathan gene potion. However, because he had reached the upper limit for the number of genes he could incorporate, and the other genes couldn't be removed, he used a fixed gene chimera frame he had previously obtained in the Dead Silence Labyrinth trial to insert the Wanjun Leviathan gene into the fixed gene frame. The Wanjun trait only had a remaining constitution-related trait, and Zhou Wen's constitution was also full. With no other options, he could only remove the tungsten gold trait he had been wearing for a long time before applying the Wanjun trait. The Wanjun energy takes about 12 hours to condense. So far, Zhou Wen has 2 condensed within his body, and he plans to use one to test its defensive effects. Wanjun specialty, activate. Zhou Wen muttered silently, instantly activating the Wanjun specialty. The next second, his skin was tinted a dark golden hue by a surge of dark golden energy, completely obscuring the bright golden patterns on its surface. After the Wanjun energy had strengthened his skin, Zhou Wen touched the skin on his arm, and found that the once flexible skin was now as hard as metal, as if it were covered in a shell. Then, Zhou Wen took out the flame-splitting blade and gently slashed his arm. While it cut through, there was noticeable resistance. To further confirm the strength of his defense, Zhou Wen also released his remnant clone to attack him. The remnant clone's scorching cold energy couldn't harm him at all. Zhou Wen also had his small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone attack him with auspicious energy, but it also caused no damage. With this Wanjun characteristic, I should be able to easily kill any king-level Leviathan I encounter in the future, Zhou Wen said with a smile. After a while, the dark golden Wanjun energy dissipated from Zhou Wen's skin, and the Wanjun characteristic ceased. A burst of Wanjun energy could maintain the Wanjun characteristic for about 10 seconds. After testing the strength and duration of the Wanjun characteristic, Zhou Wen placed the corpse of the Red Thunder King Lao's shrimp, and then broke the flesh and blood from the 100-meter-long chunk into smaller pieces. The Wanjun Leviathan's corpse was too hard to eat. Fortunately, he had obtained the corpse of the Red Thunder King Lao's shrimp, which possessed king-level energy. Otherwise, Zhou Wen would have been unable to replenish the king-level flesh and blood he used to condense the king-level energy. After breaking the Red Thunder King Lao's shrimp's carcass into small pieces, Zhou Wen teleported to the location of the teleportation foundation stone, and used the entire Red Thunder King Lao's shrimp's flesh and blood to grow the black silk algae. After the black silk algae were planted, he rolled each one into a ball with his hands. He took one directly to an area with weaker water pressure to eat it, and temporarily stored the remaining pieces in the system interface. When he needed to eat later, he could simply teleport to the teleportation foundation stone directly. For the rest of the day, Zhou Wen lay on the lounge chair atop the Starlight Leviathan, basking in the sun. A grill was set up nearby, roasting some new creature meat that had recently been discovered by the survivors in Sea Area 10. The sun had reappeared in the sky. Zhou Wen had noticed it yesterday, when he commanded the Starlight Leviathan to leave the depths of the gravity sea. He even used his floating ability to fly up into the sky and take a quick look. This newly appeared sun, like the previous one, was also furry in appearance, clearly another sun fruit. However, this time, Zhou Wen didn't dare get too close. After a brief look from a distance, he returned to the space within Huanlin's stomach wall. Today is day 359. Tomorrow should be another treasure hunt trial, Zhou Wen thought to himself, using chopsticks to pick up a piece of roasted new creature meat from the grill and put it into his mouth. While consuming the new creature meat, Zhou Wen opened the regional communication channel for Sea Area 10. At this moment, the regional communication channel was filled with messages from survivors from various areas marveling at the sturdiness of the Wanjun Leviathan's body. Survivor from Area 10, when I swam to Wanjun Leviathan's head, I noticed a large, burnt hole. Entering the hole, I discovered a man-made passage. Survivor from Area 1, this man-made passage is undoubtedly carved by the king of Area 10. Area 3 survivor, before, I had no idea of the power of the King Leviathan or the king of Area 10. But just now, when I tried my best and couldn't leave a single mark on the corpse of the Wanjun Leviathan, I realized how terrifying the king of Area 10 is. Area 8 survivor, by the way, where does that passage lead to? Area 10 survivor, it leads to the esophagus. I'm currently following the esophagus to the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach wall. Area 4 survivor, the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach wall must be enormous. Do you think we can live directly in the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach wall? Area 2 survivor, yes, living directly in the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach wall. If the survivors from Sea Area 3 really attack, we can completely defend ourselves with the Wanjun Leviathan's corpse. Chapter 1026. Survivor from Area 10, I don't think it's possible. Boss has been to Survivor Areas 1 and 9 before. Both of those areas possess Imperial-level Guardian Leviathans. Survivor Area 3 likely has some as well. While this Wanjun Leviathan's corpse is tough, it certainly can't withstand Imperial-level energy. Survivor from Area 1, I do think it's feasible. Even if Area 3 possesses Imperial-level energy, it can't be used to attack ordinary survivors like us. Survivor from Area 10, that's true. For a moment, those survivors who had lost their Transfiguration Leviathans and were unable to explore outside all entered the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach through the large hole in its head. For these survivors, who were no longer able to improve their strength, their own safety was naturally paramount. By dusk, the hundreds of thousands of survivors in Sea Area 10, who hadn't transformed into Leviathans, had essentially moved into the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach lining and built a city. However, since there was no light in the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach lining, most survivors could only use overhead lighting. Those who could use bioluminescent organs, which illuminated a wider area than a headlamp. Zhou Wen didn't mind the ordinary survivors in Sea Area 10 living in the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach lining. If the survivors from Sea Area 3 attacked, they could use the Wanjun Leviathan's corpse to withstand some of the scattered, large-scale energy attacks. However, the lighting problem in the stomach lining definitely needed to be solved, and Zhou Wen's first thought was the brilliant sea serpent. After absorbing the energy from the sun fruit, the brilliant sea serpent radiated an orange-yellow glow, like sunlight, perfect for illumination. However, the brilliant sea serpent was currently dormant, and could not enter the Wanjun Leviathan's stomach wall. Therefore, for the time being, the auspicious cloud Leviathan could only detach several small clones, and float above the stomach wall to provide illumination. Ding! Attention all survivors, today is the 359th day. The treasure hunt trial will begin on the 360th day. Please prepare. In the evening, the world system notification chimed in Zhou Wen's mind, announcing the 10th trial was about to begin. After confirming that tomorrow would be the treasure hunt trial, Zhou Wen sent a message directly to the regional communication channel. King of Survivors in Area 10, tomorrow, when you enter the treasure hunt trial, if you find the King Leviathan's golden treasure chest, please send me an invitation to join you. Once I obtain the golden treasure chest, I will reward you with a piece of brilliant golden armor. The survivors in the regional communication channel were all excited after seeing this message. They knew about the brilliant golden armor, a large Leviathan-level energy equipment. The guild leaders of the 3 major guilds usually wore brilliant golden armor. After sending the message, Zhou Wen carefully checked his character attribute panel. Zhou Wen, Leviathan Hunter plus 100, Abyss Hunter plus 16, Survival King plus 4, Normal Human attribute is 10, see Devouring Pattern. Core Condensation Pattern Intelligence, 25/25 Concussion Ability. Impact Ability. Brainwave Ability Strength, Death Silence 2300/2300 Golden Thunder Ability. Core Condensation Ability. Lightning Ion Ability. Death Silence Ability Constitution, Vitality 2200/2200 Brilliant Gold Ability. Fighting Ability. Thunder Ability. Necrotic Ability. Mighty Ability Speed, 2172/2200 Floating Ability. Liang Ability. Moon Shuttle Ability. Escape Genes, Brainwave Leviathan Gene. Thunder Leviathan Gene. Lightning Leviathan Gene. Sea Devouring Leviathan Gene. Nuclear Leviathan Gene. Daytime Leviathan Gene. Dead Silence Leviathan Gene. Auspicious Cloud Leviathan Gene. Mighty Power Leviathan Gene Abilities, Golden Body. Golden Lightning Arc. Double Absorption. Energy Compression. Super Speed Regeneration. Moonlight. Who can compete? Spiritual Surge. Thunderbolt Rating. A humanoid Leviathan reaching the level of a medium-sized Leviathan. The night passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already morning on day 360. Ding! Attention all survivors, the treasure hunt trial is about to begin. Please prepare. Zhou Wen had just finished feeding Huanlin and Starlight Leviathan, when the world system notification chimed in his mind. 10 minutes of preparation passed quickly, and Zhou Wen and Huanlin transformed into blue light and disappeared from the Starlight Leviathan's mouth. When they reappeared, they were inside the body of a king-level Leviathan. However, this time, they were not in blood vessels, but in a tunnel filled with seawater, which glowed with a platinum gold light. Zhou Wen touched the platinum-colored tunnel wall and, after consulting the creature encyclopedia, discovered that it was the immortal sponge he had encountered previously in the Dead Silence Maze trial. Immortal Sponge Leviathan Stage, Adult. Length, 1 million meters. Weight, 1 million tons. Food type, Bioenergy. Description, a king-level Leviathan that lives in the Immortal Sea's Immortal Zone. While possessing immortal energy, it is invincible. After reading the message, Zhou Wen instructed Huanlin to search directly for the Immortal Sponge Leviathan's exclusive golden treasure chest. He was too lazy to search for the other chests. The items within were useless to him, and searching would be a waste of time. On his way to the final golden treasure chest, Zhou Wen encountered many survivors. Upon checking, he discovered they were all from Zone 10. When he encountered survivors destroying the energy film coating the silver-rimmed or gold-rimmed supply boxes, Zhou Wen would assist them. Soon, Zhou Wen arrived at the center of the Immortal Sponge Leviathan. Here lay a massive platinum-colored core, and beneath it, a golden treasure chest enveloped in platinum-colored energy. Without hesitation, Zhou Wen unleashed his flame blade and attacked. In an instant, Zhou Wen unleashed hundreds of slashes. However, Zhou Wen was surprised to find that the platinum energy film enveloping the golden treasure chest hadn't even shown a single scratch. The film's diameter had only shrunk from its initial 10 meters to 8 meters. It seems that to obtain this golden treasure chest, I need to consume all the immortal energy surrounding it, Zhou Wen concluded. This would be far more difficult than obtaining the golden treasure chest from the earth-covered Leviathan. However, Zhou Wen possessed the flame-splitting blade, so consuming all the immortal energy was only a matter of time. To increase his slashing speed, he activated his Liang ability. After a flurry of swordplay, the immortal energy enveloping the golden treasure chest dissipated. Zhou Wen successfully grasped the golden treasure chest and opened it to inspect its contents. Chapter 1027. Ding! Obtained Gold Order X1. Ding! Obtained Immortal Energy Crystal X1. Ding! Obtained Emperor Level Positioning Card Fragment X1. Ding! Obtained Immortal Sponge Leviathan Body Split Evolution Crystal. Ding! Obtained Emergency Summoning Order X1. Ding! Obtained Fixed Attribute Frame X1. Ding! Obtained Evolution Factor X 10,000. Fixed Attribute Frame? Zhou Wen had a rough idea of what this item was for after seeing the name, but he still took it out to examine it. Ding! Fixed Attribute Frame. After using, you can add an additional attribute frame after any attribute. When removing an attribute, the fixed attribute frame will disappear. Only one of the same attribute can be added. It's indeed an item that adds additional attribute frames, Zhou said with a smile. With this, I can reapply the tungsten gold properties I stripped off earlier. Tungsten gold properties, which consume tungsten, can potentially save lives when all internal energy is depleted. It's best to keep them. Ding! Immortal Sponge Leviathan Body Splitting Evolution Crystal. Embedded in the appropriate transformation evolution template, it will gain the body splitting gene source. Ding! Body splitting. Splits the body into smaller units. Seems pretty good, Zhou commented after reading the introduction. This ability to split the body could be used to save lives. Zhou had seen the other items before. They weren't particularly impressive, so he simply put them into his own supply box. For the rest of the time, Zhou remained at the center of the immortal sponge, staring blankly at the platinum core above. Joining him in a daze was the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone beside him. As soon as Zhou brought the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone out of Wanling's stomach, it lunged forward, but was stopped by an energy barrier released by the platinum core. You can destroy this layer of energy, right? The little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone said to Zhou. I can't do anything, or I'd be kicked out. Zhou shook his head. He had brought the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone out to see if it could directly absorb the energy from the platinum core, but it couldn't get close at all. After waiting for about 2 or 3 hours, Zhou finally received an invitation to join him. After wrapping himself in the little auspicious cloud Leviathan, he clicked accept. The next second, Zhou appeared inside another king-level Leviathan. After reading the illustrated information, he discovered it was a jellyfish-shaped king-level Leviathan, and he was inside the umbrella-shaped maze of this king-level Leviathan. Boss, that golden treasure chest is moving forward, Zhou said immediately after the survivor from Area 10 pointed in a direction as he approached. Zhou immediately released his mental power to communicate with Wanling, instructing him to chase in the direction pointed by the survivor from Area 10. After more than 10 minutes, thanks to Wanling's wide-range radar, they finally caught up with the energy film enveloping the golden treasure chest in the winding maze. Swish! Zhou immediately activated his Liang ability and rushed forward. The flame blade in his hand materialized, and he swiftly cut through the energy film enveloping the golden treasure chest, retrieving the king-level exclusive golden treasure chest within. After successfully obtaining the final treasure chest, Zhou found the survivor from Area 10, who had sent him the invitation and rewarded him with the brilliant golden armor he had prepared in advance. This Area 10 survivor was just an ordinary survivor. The moment he received the brilliant golden armor, his face flushed with excitement. To him, this was a true step to heaven. Thank you, sir. The Area 10 survivor quickly thanked him. You're welcome. You deserve it, Zhou said with a wave of his hand. After the Area 10 survivor happily left wearing the brilliant golden armor, Zhou opened the golden treasure chest and examined the items inside. Ding! Received Golden Order X1. Ding! Received Treasure Light Energy Crystal X1. Ding! Received Barrier Prisms X10. Ding! Received Survivor World Location Card X1. Ding! Received Evolution Factor X10,000. Why isn't there an Emperor level location card fragment? And it seems like some items are missing. Zhou frowned as he looked at the 5 items in the golden supply chest. Could it be because I repeatedly obtained golden treasure chests? Zhou speculated. Will the items in the other king-level Leviathan's golden treasure chests become less and less? Zhou shook his head helplessly, then took out the only item he hadn't seen before and examined it. Ding! Survivor World Locator Card. Used to locate the nearest Survivor World to yours. So it's used to locate the Survivor C area. Did the people in C Area 3 use this Survivor World Locator Card to discover the location of our C Area 10? Zhou wondered. Zhou decided to wait until the treasure hunt trial was over, then use this Survivor World Locator Card to locate C Area 3 and send someone to investigate. After all, he had no idea what was happening in C Area 3. If C Area 3 was already sending people towards C Area 10, sending them along the same route would be a good idea. Otherwise, being attacked unexpectedly would be very vulnerable. There was no need to look up the barrier prism. Zhou had already seen it in C Area 9, when he was attacked by 2 king survivors from C Area 1. Afterwards, as time went on, Zhou received more and more invitations to join his group. And as he had expected, the gold treasure chests he later obtained contained fewer and fewer items. After obtaining the 4th king-level exclusive treasure chest, only 2 items remained, a gold token and the corresponding king-level energy crystal. Because all the participants in the trial were survivors from C Area 10, Zhou Wen's acquisition of the gold treasure chest went smoothly, and the treasure hunt trial concluded quickly. On the morning of the 361st day, the 10th trial officially concluded. Zhou Wen and Huan Lin returned to the mouth of the Starlight Leviathan, having obtained a total of 12 gold treasure chests. Aside from the first 3 gold treasure chests, where Zhou Wen found some useful items, the remaining 9 were filled entirely with gold tokens and corresponding king-level energy crystals. Upon his return, Zhou Wen immediately activated the fixed attribute box, adding an additional attribute box after the Constitution attribute and retyping the tungsten gold attribute. Next, Zhou Wen began feeding Huan Lin and the Starlight Leviathan. After the feeding was complete, he received private messages from Jiang Haitao and the others, as well as from the survivor kings of each zone. The items in these private messages were all king-level energy crystals from the gold treasure chests they had obtained during this trial. Together, there were 8, plus the 12 Zhou Wen had obtained, for a total of 20. Chapter 1028. The total number of king-level leviathans that the survivors of Sea Area 10 entered into the trial seemed to be only 20. Zhou Wen was still quite quick in acquiring gold treasure chests, but halfway through the trial, no survivors had sent him invitations to join them. But come to think of it, there were only a little over 10 million survivors in Sea Area 10, and king-level leviathans were generally quite large, so only a few would be needed for the trial. This is the downside of having so few people, Zhou Wen suddenly felt. It seems I need to find a way to increase the population of Sea Area 10, Zhou Wen thought to himself. The method for increasing the population was actually quite simple. Simply bring survivors from other sea areas into Sea Area 10. During the trial, these survivors from other sea areas will appear in the trial dedicated to Sea Area 10, thus increasing the number of king-level leviathans present during the trial. Afterwards, Zhou Wen, through an invitation from his fellow astronauts, traveled to the island where the auspicious cloud leviathan resided in Sea Area 10. As soon as Zhou Wen appeared, a clone of the auspicious cloud leviathan in the sky descended and directly demanded king-level energy crystals from him. During the trial, Zhou Wen's acquisition of various king-level energy crystals had been observed by the small auspicious cloud leviathan clone, who had been keeping an eye on them for a long time. In fact, it had already asked Zhou Wen for them during the trial, but Zhou Wen had promised to give them all after the trial. Give it to me, 20, not one less. The auspicious cloud leviathan clone landed in front of Zhou Wen and eagerly transmitted his message through his telepathic power. I give it to you. Do me a favor later. Zhou Wen directly extracted 20 king-level energy crystals from the system interface and handed them to the auspicious cloud leviathan clone without hesitation. What is it? The auspicious cloud leviathan clone asked cautiously, enveloping the 20 king-level energy crystals in a rainbow of energy. You find out in a moment, Zhou Wen said. A flash of blue light flashed in his hand, and the survivor world location card appeared. He activated it with a thought. The next second, the survivor world location card dissipated into tiny specks of light. Immediately, an invisible energy rapidly spread outward, centered around Zhou Wen, completely covering the entire Sea Area 10. Ding! The survivor world location card has been successfully used. Survivor World 3 has been discovered. The system notification for this world suddenly rang out in the minds of all survivors in Sea Area 10. Simultaneously, the system interface popped up with the words, "Do you want to go to Survivor World 3? Clicking agree would send the location coordinates to the transformed Leviathan. Zhou Wen discovered that all survivors could receive this location information. He immediately realized something was amiss and sent a message on the regional communication channel, asking the survivors not to click agree. Fortunately, most survivors were out exploring. Seeing that reaching Survivor Zone 3 would take hundreds of days, they hesitated for a moment and didn't rashly click agree. Did you sense anything? Zhou Wen asked the Shangyun Leviathan clone. What? The Shangyun Leviathan clone looked puzzled. It seems we can only send survivors there, Zhou Wen sighed. Originally, Zhou Wen had planned to dispatch his clone to follow the route and investigate the situation in Survivor Area 3 if the auspicious Cloud Leviathan could also sense the location of Survivor Area 3. This would not only be faster, but also allow the smaller auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone to transmit any information it found in real time. Unfortunately, the auspicious Cloud Leviathan failed to obtain the location of Area 3, but this was within Zhou Wen's expectations. Split out a 1,000-meter-long clone and follow me, Zhou Wen instructed the auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone, then headed for the island where the Jiangge Guild was located. The auspicious Cloud Leviathan didn't refuse, immediately detaching a 1,000-meter-long, colorful cloud and following Zhou Wen to the Jiangge Guild's island. While most of the members of the 3 major guilds had gone out to explore, A small number remained on the island to manage the survivors who hadn't transformed into leviathans. Zhou Wen directly sought out a common member of the Jiangge guild named Jiangge and had him agree to a pop-up notification on the system interface requesting a flight to Survivor Area 3. Take him and his transmogrified leviathan, following the direction his transmogrified leviathan is heading, and head to Survivor Area 3, Zhou Wen instructed the 1,000-meter-long auspicious cloud leviathan clone in the sky. Since the auspicious cloud leviathan couldn't receive the location information for Survivor Area 3, it would have to take the transmogrified leviathan and follow the transmogrified leviathan's location to Survivor Area 3. When the auspicious cloud leviathan heard Zhou Wen's offer to fly with the survivors and the transmogrified leviathan, it immediately refused. It was a king-level leviathan, and being a mount for a low-level leviathan creature was an insult. However, thinking of the 20 king-level energy crystals it had just acquired, the auspicious cloud leviathan hesitated again. The auspicious cloud leviathan had been watching Zhou Wen throughout the trial. These little creatures' method of obtaining king-level energy crystals was surprisingly simple, easily acquiring so many. Although the auspicious cloud leviathan didn't quite understand the nature of the trial, and why these little creatures could freely enter other king-level leviathans, as their guardian leviathan, the benefits it reaped were substantial. After some deliberate struggle, in order to continue obtaining various king-level energy crystals, it finally compromised. So, after Django and his transformed leviathan determined the direction of Survivor Zone 3, the 1,000-meter-long auspicious cloud leviathan clone immediately enveloped them in energy, and flew at breakneck speed towards the direction the transformed leviathan had sensed. After completing this, Zhou Wen took another look at the brilliant sea serpent. It was still dormant. He used his mental power to scan it, confirming it was clear, and then ended his journey and returned to the space within Huanlin's stomach wall. For the next few days, Zhou Wen basked in the sun, while continuing to direct the Starlight Leviathan towards the Fantasy Sea. During this time, Zhou Wen inquired about the items in the king-level exclusive golden treasure chests Jiang Haitao and the others had obtained. There were 8 golden treasure chests in total. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, and Jiaoluan each received 1, and the kings of the survivors in areas 2, 7, and 8 each received 1. However, they all relied on the auspicious energy within the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone to break through the energy barrier surrounding the golden treasure chests. Therefore, they could only obtain 1 golden treasure chest at most, and could not travel around to obtain other golden treasure chests like Zhou Wen could. Chapter 1029. Zhang Dongyang, Li Zhenjian, Shivam, the king of Area 3, and the king of Area 9, who possessed the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, did not obtain the golden treasure chest. Either the 5 of them appeared within the same king-level Leviathan as Jiang Haitao, and the other 8, or the energy enveloping the golden treasure chest was so powerful that even after expending all their auspicious energy, they could not break it open. None of them even received the Emperor-level positioning card fragment. What's going on? After Zhou Wen examined the contents of the 8 people's golden treasure chests, he discovered that they had all received various evolution crystals and transformation evolution templates, but not the Emperor-level positioning card fragment. Could it be that only the first person to open the golden treasure chest in the treasure hunt trial could obtain the Emperor-level positioning card fragment? Zhou Wen speculated. Upon entering the trial, Zhou Wen headed straight for the golden treasure chest. He also possessed the flame-splitting blade, which could easily pierce the golden treasure chest's outer layer of king-level energy. He was bound to be the first to open it. Originally, Zhou Wen had considered taking the Emperor-level positioning card fragment they had, but since he didn't have it, that was enough. The other items belonged to them, so he didn't intend to take them. Next, Zhou Wen communicated with the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone and informed Jiang Haitao and the others, as well as the survivor kings from each district, that they could head to the island where the auspicious cloud Leviathan's original body resided to replenish their auspicious energy. After all, many of them had nearly exhausted their auspicious energy in this treasure hunt trial trying to obtain the golden treasure chest. The survivor kings from each district, who had been worrying about how to approach Zhou Wen about their depleted auspicious energy, were overjoyed upon receiving the notification. They sent messages of thanks to Zhou Wen and then headed to the original auspicious cloud Leviathan to replenish their auspicious energy. In fact, immediately after the trial concluded, the survivor kings from areas 2, 7, 8, and 9 headed to the island where the auspicious cloud Leviathan resided, hoping to replenish their auspicious energy. However, the auspicious cloud Leviathan ignored them. Although the little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone seemed talkative around Zhou Wen, it was actually quite aloof and silent around others. No matter how good-natured the auspicious cloud Leviathan was, it was still a king-level Leviathan, possessing the arrogance of a king. It disdained to speak to creatures weaker than itself. That evening, Zhou traveled to the sea area where the teleportation foundation stone was located, consumed a ball of black silk algae, and then returned to the stomach wall of Huanlin. Since the current sea area was still a gravity zone, and out of concern for Huanlin's safety, Zhou did not head to the rainbow-colored energy area. With nothing else to do that evening, Zhou took out the 2 transformation evolution templates, and 4 evolution crystals he had previously acquired. The 2 transformation evolution templates are the Transfiguration Leviathan Transformation Earth Covering Evolution Template, and the Transfiguration Leviathan Transformation Auspicious Cloud Evolution Template. The 4 evolution crystals are the Transfiguration Leviathan Thick Earth Armor Evolution Crystal, the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan Solar Energy Evolution Crystal, the Mighty Leviathan Extreme Defense Evolution Crystal, and the Immortal Sponge Leviathan Body Splitting Evolution Crystal. When Zhou previously examined these 4 evolution crystals, the system introduction mentioned that they needed to be embedded in the corresponding transformation evolution templates. In other words, these evolution crystals cannot be embedded randomly. For this reason, Zhou planned to experiment with these 4 evolution crystals on the 2 transformation evolution templates. First, I tried the Transfiguration Leviathan Transformation Stage Earth-Covered Evolution Template. Since I already tried embedding the Earth-Covered Leviathan Thick Earth Armor Evolution Crystal, which required 100 million evolution factor points, I didn't need to try again this time. I went straight to embedding the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan Solar Evolution Crystal. Ding! Do you want to use 300 million evolution factor points to embed the Solar Evolution Crystal in the Earth-Covered Evolution Template? This Solar Evolution Crystal can actually be embedded, but the required evolution factor has tripled. Zhou said somewhat surprisedly, hearing the system prompt in his head. It seems the evolution factor required to embed an evolution crystal in an evolution template isn't fixed. Zhou had previously assumed that embedding any evolution crystal only required 100 million evolution factor points. Next, Zhou tried embedding the 10,000 Strength Leviathan Extreme Defense Evolution Crystal and the Immortal Sponge Leviathan Body Splitting Evolution Crystal. Ding! Do you want to use 200 million evolution factor points to embed the Extreme Defense Evolution Crystal in the Earth Covering Evolution Template? Ding! Do you want to use 500 million evolution factor points to embed the Body Splitting Evolution Crystal in the Earth Covering Evolution Template? Are all of them embeddable? Zhou was stunned. Because the Earth Covering Evolution Template only has 3 evolution crystal slots, this means he only needs to select 3 evolution crystals and embed them in them to obtain a complete Earth Covering Evolution Template. In Zhou opinion, embedding the Solar Energy Evolution Crystal, Extreme Defense Evolution Crystal, and Body Splitting Evolution Crystal into the Earth Covering Evolution Template would maximize its strength. It has recovery, defense, and life-saving abilities. Furthermore, the Earth Covering Evolution Template also comes with a giant gene source. Combined with these 3 abilities, it's practically impossible to die. Of course, Zhou wouldn't embed these 3 evolution crystals into the Earth Covering Evolution Template right now, as it was clearly inferior, and he simply despised it. Afterwards, Zhou tried embedding 4 evolution crystals into the Auspicious Cloud Evolution Template. Aside from the Solar Energy Evolution Crystal, which cost 100 million evolution factor points, the other 3 were incompatible. Why isn't this Body Splitting Evolution Crystal compatible? The Auspicious Cloud Leviathan can split at will, Zhou wondered. Is it because it already has this ability, so it doesn't need it? Zhou pondered for a moment, but couldn't figure out the reason, so he stopped dwelling on it. Later, Zhou found Shi Kongyun's portrait and prepared to criticize his erotic novel. But as soon as he clicked on Shi Kongyun's profile picture, he was greeted by a series of erotic images. Zhou quickly flipped through Shi Kongyun's past news. It turned out that with the increasing number of people writing erotic novels, he was struggling to compete, and had been forced to start drawing. This guy. Sigh. Even in this state, he's not willing to properly explore the endless sea for resources, and instead engages in these devious practices all the time. He needs to be disciplined. Zhou said with a firm gaze and a stern expression. But before I do, I need to leave evidence, so I don't end up being accused of wronging him later. So Zhou began to flip through the images one by one, taking screenshots and saving them. Chapter 1030. On the morning of the 362nd day, after Zhou finished feeding Huanlin and Xinghui Leviathan, he continued his journey towards the Fantasy Sea. Checking the system panel, he knew it would take him another 26 days to reach the Fantasy Sea. Meanwhile, Jianggu, carried by the Auspicious Cloud Leviathan clone, stood atop his own emanating Leviathan, his face brimming with excitement. This was his first time flying long distances, and being carried by a king-level Leviathan gave him a feeling of supreme supremacy. But just as he was savoring this feeling, the auspicious cloud Leviathan suddenly stopped, sending Jiangge flying directly off the emanating Leviathan's head and plummeting towards the sea below. Ah! Jiangge screamed involuntarily as he fell, his wits trembling with fear. When Jiangge realized he was going to fall to his death, he quickly sent a message to someone he knew, asking them to accompany him. However, just as he finished sending the message, he realized he had stopped falling. Glancing around, he was enveloped by a rainbow of light. But before Jiangge could even breathe a sigh of relief, a look of fear crossed his face once again. He saw a self-moving channel appear on the sea's surface below, dotted with dense black dots. These black dots had transformed into Leviathans. Just then, as Zhou was about to go out for some sun, he suddenly received a private message from Jiangge, who had been sent to Survivor Area 3 to check on the situation the previous day. Boss, there are a lot of survivors. I encountered a lot of survivors on my way to Survivor Area 3. Jiangge sent a panicked message to Zhou. Can you estimate how many people there are? Zhou's expression changed only slightly, but he wasn't overly surprised. There should be over 1 million people, and their Leviathans appear to be swimming on a riptide, moving very quickly. Jiangge observed for a moment, and immediately replied. Okay, I understand. Continue to see Area 3. Once you reach the waters near their main island, send me a message. Zhou said. Okay, boss. Jiangge nodded. Jiangge was currently at an altitude of approximately 30,000 meters. The auspicious cloud Leviathan's colorful clouds were hidden among the ordinary clouds, making them invisible to those below, thus posing no danger. After all the survivors in Sea Area 3 had left, Jiangge, in a very respectful tone, instructed the auspicious cloud Leviathan to continue its advance. At the speed those people are moving, how long will it take to reach our Sea Area 10? Zhou asked the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone. Zhou didn't ask Jiangge about this, as Jiangge certainly couldn't tell. However, having also seen the auspicious cloud Leviathan clones of the survivors in Sea Area 3, he should be able to make a guess. It'd take about 5 days, the small auspicious cloud Leviathan clone replied. 5 days. That's fast? Zhou looked surprised. Yesterday, when he had asked Jiangge about the time required to get him to go to Survivor Area 3, he had asked him about it. At that time, Jiangge had said it would take 120 days. After being carried by the auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, the time was reduced to 2 days. Today, only about a day had passed. This meant that for the survivors in Sea Area 3 to reach their Sea Area 10, it would only take about 10 days, and that was a speed achieved by over 1 million people. You know, the swimming speed of each Leviathan varies greatly depending on its size, as well as the materials used during the scale and food transformations. Yet the Leviathans of the survivors in Sea Area 3 are capable of swimming at speeds that can reduce a sea journey of approximately 100 days to just 10. This is truly incredible. Is it because of the riptide Jiangge mentioned? Zhou didn't believe that the millions of Leviathans in Sea Area 3 could all achieve such speeds. They must be using some kind of large-scale acceleration device, or perhaps being led by a speed-enhancing abyssal Leviathan. 5 days. Zhou muttered softly, his face dark with thought. Zhou absolutely couldn't let the survivors in Sea Area 3 get close to the main island of Sea Area 10, doing so could result in heavy casualties. The number of survivors in Sea Area 10 couldn't compare to that of Sea Area 3. Furthermore, Sea Area 3 arrived much earlier than Sea Area 10 and possessed a true guardian Leviathan. A head-on confrontation was definitely out of the question. Since they haven't noticed the auspicious cloud Leviathan soaring high in the sky, that means I can sneak up on them. Zhou decided to launch a surprise attack. However, not today. So far, Zhou had only condensed 2 strands of death energy within his body, which was a bit unreliable. He decided to wait 2 days, and condense the third before attacking. Having made his decision, Zhou headed for the Teleportation Foundation Stone, ascended to a lower water pressure area, consumed a ball of black silk algae, and then teleported back to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. After so many days, the diameter of the colorful bubble space had grown to 500 meters. Zhou had the resident auspicious cloud Leviathan clone absorb energy once more, condensing another rainbow bubble. Alas! If the Wanjun Leviathan's corpse hadn't been inaccessible to the rainbow energy tree, perhaps I could have created a rainbow cube, Zhou sighed. After returning to Huanlin's stomach wall, Zhou informed Jiang Haitao and the others, as well as the survivor kings from each zone, that the survivors from Sea Area 3 would arrive in Sea Area 10 in 5 days, so they could prepare. The ordinary survivors were not informed for the time being. At noon, Jowan, basking in the sun on the head of the Starlight Leviathan, suddenly felt a lightness. Leaving the gravity sea already? It seems we're only passing the edge of the gravity sea. Leaving the gravity sea, Jowan's tense nerves relaxed. He was truly terrified that the Emperor-level Leviathans in the gravity sea would suddenly burst out and attack him. The day passed quickly, and at night, Jowan, along with his little auspicious cloud Leviathan clone, teleported to the location of the Teleportation Foundation Stone, then surfaced and began their journey towards the depths of the gravity sea. Parker fiber is formed from energy threads released by the scimitar jellyfish in the high-pressure environment of approximately 2 million meters underwater. If they were to advance directly through the seawater towards the depths of the gravity sea, a great deal of energy would be wasted in resisting the water pressure. It would be better to move along the surface first, roughly assess the depth based on the increasing gravity, and then dive to the seabed to search for the Parker fiber.